Chapter 107. Sir Tristan. Bedivere raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect the Duke of Cornwall to send him out. Is this person famous? Kay asked, puzzled, and Artoria also looked curious. Well, how should I put it, it's mainly because Sir Tristan's life has been quite unusual. Bedivere scratched his head and sighed. It was said that when Sir Tristan was just born, his father was killed on the battlefield and his mother died in childbirth, and then he was given to his uncle, the Duke of Cornwall, Mark Milford, to be raised. Whoa, that's really tough, Kay said, his lips curling slightly. But Sir Tristan is indeed an exceptionally talented knight. He once defeated a knight named Marhaus who came from Ireland, and it's said that this knight had a battle with Sir Lamorak before. I did challenge Marhaus in Ireland, and I lost that battle, Lamorak nodded calmly. Kay and Artoria's eyes showed a hint of surprise. To defeat a knight who had beaten Lamorak, it seemed that Tristan was indeed not an ordinary individual. So can you defeat that Marhaus now? Lancelot asked. If Marhaus hasn't improved in these years, I can kill him within 3 strikes, Lamorak said with a calm tone. Bedivere's eyes showed a hint of envy. The strong self-confidence in his martial skills was something he had once longed for. However, with the loss of one arm, he was destined not to go far on this path. However, all of that is in the past, Bedivere silently thought as he looked at his right hand. The shining silver arm on his hand reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. While Gobta contemplated how to persuade Tristan to join their side from the Duke of Cornwall, Tristan also discreetly raised his head to observe this recently celebrated new king. This was the mission assigned to him by his uncle. Since he had made up his mind to tie his fate with the new king, he needed to understand what kind of person the other was. At the same time, Tristan was also quite curious about this legendary King Arthur and what made him so special. He slightly opened his eyes, meeting a pair of deep black pupils. In that instant, Tristan saw a series of images in his mind: a wounded man lying on the battlefield, his bewildered gaze fixed forward as he weakly called his wife's name, an elegant lady with blood-stained hands gently caressing her baby in a cradle with a faint, pale smile on her face, followed by the closing of her eyes, never to open them again. Tristan shivered. This was the nightmare that had haunted him countless times in the past, casting a shadow of misfortune over his entire life. Unspeakable sorrow flooded his heart like a tidal wave, making him appear even more melancholic. Soon, a bright crimson feather fluttered across his vision, dispelling all the negative emotions in an instant. Tristan was taken aback, and he heard a soft laughter in his ears. Sir Tristan, it's dangerous to gaze directly into my eyes without permission. Instinctively, Tristan raised his head, and the deep, mysterious look in those black pupils had disappeared, replaced by a slightly amused expression. Recalling the events from earlier, Tristan couldn't help but widen his eyes and feel a wave of fear washing over him, filling his heart with anxiety. Apologies, Your Majesty, please forgive my intrusion. Tristan lowered his head, his words filled with unprecedented reverence. Gobta felt a hint of helplessness. If he hadn't noticed Tristan's distress in time, this night of lamentation might have already taken his own life. As the awakening of the black dragon body within him progressed, his entire being gradually neared that of Nidhogg, the dragon of despair who devoured the world. The power was becoming more distinct within him. Even without activating the black dragon guardian, anyone who merely locked eyes with him could unintentionally invoke memories of past traumas, leading to a breakdown of psychological defenses. Usually, Gobta consciously restrained this power to avoid trouble. However, amid his thoughts earlier, he unconsciously had let this power invade Tristan's consciousness. Tristan's already fragile psyche, due to his tragic past, almost instantly collapsed under the influence of Nidhogg's power. If Gobta hadn't promptly used Feng Huang down to dispel this power, Tristan might have permanently succumbed to this depressive sadness. Nevertheless, seeing Tristan's noticeably more respectful attitude, this unintentional mistake seemed to have produced somewhat favorable results. Rise, Sir Tristan, I do not blame you. I only hope that this incident will leave a profound impression on you, Gobta said with a smile. A few drops of sweat rolled down Tristan's forehead as he deeply lowered his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Tristan stood up and instinctively glanced behind the new king. When he noticed the tall, slender woman in a dark blue dress, his slightly calmed mood once again surged like a tidal wave. Why is Morgan Le Fay Pendragon here too? As his uncle's chief knight, Tristan had once accompanied his uncle on a visit to Orkney. He was certainly not unfamiliar with the renowned crown princess of Camelot. Almost everyone knew how intense Morgan's desire for the throne was. People had been wondering why, despite the new king's emergence, there had been no movement from Orkney. Who would have thought this crown princess had silently been drawn into the new king faction? Even someone as crazy as Morgan had been tamed. What kind of monster was this new king? It's so sad, Tristan sighed deeply in his heart. Morgan furrowed her brows slightly. She had found Tristan's name a bit familiar earlier, and now it finally clicked. Wasn't this the man who had accompanied the Duke of Cornwall when they visited Orkney? In other words, this man knew her true identity. Morgan stared at Tristan intensely. If this man dared to expose her identity here, when they returned to Camelot, he would surely pay the price. Tristan, with his quick wit, instantly understood the meaning in Morgan's eyes, even though he didn't fully grasp the situation. He nodded slightly to signal that he understood. Afterward, with Gopta's consent, Tristan led the army in the front, providing an escort for the new king's march. 10 days later, on the distant horizon, a magnificent and colossal city appeared before Gopta's eyes. The towering city walls were all constructed from white marble, and the majestic castle sat right in the center, resembling a white lion lying on the earth, pure and radiant. This was the ever-undefeated Camelot of the White Walls. Chapter 108. Around midday, Gopta and his group finally arrived at Camelot. As they observed the magnificent white walls up close, the sense of awe grew stronger, and the towering walls loomed before them like majestic mountains. The walls sparkled with radiant brilliance, a familiar sight that undoubtedly indicated the operation of magic formations. However, compared to Lucanmont, Camelot's magic formations were noticeably more complex and massive. Even a faint emanation of power gave the impression of immense magical fluctuations. How do you feel, sensing the power of these magic formations? Let me tell you, these formations are the masterpieces of the greatest mage in all of Britain's history. It can easily withstand attacks even from gods. The greatest mage in history is none other than yourself, I assume. Gopta quipped with a sideways glance. Indeed, your majesty, your keen eyes remain as bright as ever, Merlin responded with a grin. Gopta shook his head in resignation. Is this truly a city built by human hands? It gives me the sensation of standing before Odin's golden palace. Inside Gopta's mind, Nidhogg suddenly spoke with awe. As she gazed upon the vast and majestic city, she was filled with astonishment, realizing that even with her true body, she couldn't guarantee the complete destruction of this city. What had humanity developed during her millennia-long imprisonment in the Norse realms? Gopta's group continued to advance and saw over 100 nobles standing at the city gate, dressed in opulence and radiating a remarkable aura. The one at the front is Ferguson, Morgan's voice resounded inside Gopta's mind. Gopta fixed his gaze on the elderly man at the forefront. Despite wearing simple attire, the elderly man bore no distinction from the commoners. His hair was white. His face etched with wrinkles, but his posture remained unwavering, and his grey-brown eyes held an extraordinary clarity. He exuded an air of authority that even the most lavishly dressed nobles around him couldn't help but get overshadowed. Gopta sighed inwardly, recognizing him as the trusted minister entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the kingdom by Uther in his final moments. Many of those people know about my identity, so I can't enter with you. We'll meet again once we're inside Camelot, Morgan explained. Gopta nodded slightly, a prearranged decision between them. Now wasn't the best time to reveal their connection. Later on, Morgan found an opportunity to conceal herself with magecraft and silently departed from the group. Guinevere disappeared. Artoria was the first to notice Morgan's absence, but her peculiar intuition told her that this might not be a bad thing. Seeing her teacher's calm demeanor, she hesitated but ultimately said nothing. When they were about 10 meters from the city gate, Gopta and his group dismounted their horses and approached. Greetings, your majesty. The nobles and ministers all bowed in unison, showing their respect to Gopta, except for Ferguson, who remained unresponsive. Noticing this, many nobles couldn't help but exchange curious glances. Ferguson's unwavering loyalty to King Uther was well known, and many had speculated that Ferguson would be highly critical of the new king. However, they never expected the new king to assert his authority so quickly. This only deepened their belief that the headstrong Minister of Internal Affairs and the rising new king would undoubtedly clash, sparking intense conflicts. In the end, between these two individuals, perhaps only one would remain. Due to their bowing position, they didn't see the deep confusion in Ferguson's eyes. Although Ferguson had prepared for the struggle with the new king, after mingling in the upper class of society for so many years, the seasoned Ferguson wasn't foolish enough to make such an untimely move. If news of it got out, it would only make his image look bad. But when he saw the new king, clad in pale silver armor, walking towards him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he were back outside the castle, watching the young Uther return victorious in the old days. It was this feeling that momentarily left him stunned in place. Lord Ferguson, not bowing before the king is a great sign of disrespect. Do you have some grudge against his majesty? A tall nobleman standing nearby remarked, clearly unafraid of Ferguson. Lord Ferguson, have you been in Camelot for so long that you've forgotten your role as a subject? Lord Ferguson, disrespecting the king's authority is a grave offense, you should be well aware of that. Other prominent nobles chimed in, some harboring dissatisfaction due to Ferguson's past suppression. Looking to seize the opportunity for revenge, some aiming to gain favor with the new king for future interactions, and some trying to escalate the conflict between Ferguson and the new king. The rest of the minor nobles remained silent, knowing that stepping into such a confrontation at their level was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. Ferguson quickly regained his composure, cursing these opportunistic nobles in his heart, but he maintained a calm exterior and said, "I was dealing with state affairs all night, so I'm a bit fatigued, besides, I'm getting older, and my spirits aren't as high as they used to be, I simply got lost in thought for a moment. If it's so tough, Lord Ferguson, why not return your authority to His Majesty and retire to a quiet countryside? You might live a bit longer that way." Ferguson's expression darkened even further, and he was about to respond when he heard a light laugh beside him. Lord Ferguson is burdened by state affairs and understandably fatigued, you are all pillars of Camelot, it's only right to work together and avoid harming each other. The nobles gaped at the new king, not understanding why he suddenly came to Ferguson's defense. Was the new king trying to mend fences with Ferguson? Ferguson was equally puzzled by the new king's intentions. However, Gupta merely smiled and appeared indifferent. Afterward, the nobles and ministers approached Gupta one by one, engaging in small talk. He responded without showing any impatience, casually answering their questions. The nobles exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. They had initially thought this young king would be arrogant and prideful, but it turned out he was as elusive as Ferguson, a sly fox. With such a monarch at the helm, the days of ease and comfort they once enjoyed might be gone for good. Chapter 109. Thereafter, Gupta was surrounded by nobles as he made his way to the inner city of Camelot. As he entered the city, a deafening cheer erupted like a tidal wave. "Arthur! Arthur!" The crowd, densely packed on both sides of the street, seemed endless at first glance. Everyone shouted Arthur's name with fervor, and even some of the high nobles were moved by the overwhelming enthusiasm. However, some individuals had darkened expressions, while others had broader smiles. "Your Majesty, upon hearing of your arrival, these people have been waiting here, your reputation has spread throughout Camelot," a noble said with a smile. "I appreciate the praise, but I have only done what I should," Gupta replied with a casual smile. "Your Majesty, humility is a virtue, but excess humility can have the opposite effect," the noble chuckled, then sighed. "We have been suppressed for too long, 15 years to be exact, Camelot hasn't won such a splendid battle in all that time. Yes, Your Majesty, you may not know. But since the news of the War of the Great Plains, envoys from allied kingdoms have flocked to Camelot, including King of Gwent and King of Deheubarth. Both of whom have expressed their intent to attend your coronation ceremony." Another noble added. Gwent and Deheubarth were two powerful kingdoms on par with Camelot. During Camelot's 15 years of silence, these two countries had rapidly developed and now held significant influence within the alliance. The presence of these two kings at the new king's coronation ceremony was a clear sign of their respect for him. "All of this is the result of the valor of our warriors, it is their heroic deeds on the battlefield that have earned Camelot such glory, I have merely made a modest contribution," Gupta responded nonchalantly. "You're just humble bragging." Many nobles secretly muttered like that to themselves. They hadn't forgotten the news their spies from Lucanmont had brought back, about the light destruction still shining outside Lucanmont. To them, charging with 300 knights against an army of 20,000 was an impossible feat, and they suspected the new king's involvement. However, when they saw the 300 knights led by Lamorak, they were deeply impressed by the aura of this military formation. Some older nobles even couldn't help but recall the days when the Roman legions descended like gods. A ruler of such powerful strength, coupled with such a powerful army, was more than capable of establishing a kingdom in Britain that rivaled Camelot. Many nobles sighed deeply in their hearts. They had underestimated the new king. Especially the nobles who had sent assassins to kill the new king now regretted their hasty actions. If they had known about his powerful strength, they would never have taken such a reckless step. The only relief for them was that these assassins had been secretly raised by them, and no one knew their relationship with them. The new king probably wouldn't discover this. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby as a little girl in a red dress darted out of the crowd and ran straight toward Gupta. "Stop her!" Several faces of the nobles shifted slightly. In this era, no one could guarantee that a 7- or 8-year-old girl was as innocent as she appeared. The guards drew their swords, preparing to intercept the approaching girl, but they froze in place. "No need to be so tense," Gupta said with a calm tone as his fingertips were surrounded by a faint green light. "She's just a little girl." The girl seemed entirely unaware of what she had just experienced as she ran up to him without hesitation, her large hazel eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Gobta dismounted his horse and crouched down, meeting the girl's gaze with a gentle smile. Are you here for me? The girl hesitated for a moment, then said in a soft voice, Are you King Arthur? Yes, I am Arthur, Gobta answered with a smile. Everyone says you're the king who can bring hope to Camelot. I asked my mom what hope is, and she told me that hope is making people's wishes come true, so, I want King Arthur to help me make my wish come true. She opened her small palm, revealing 3 brightly polished copper coins. Mom said when you ask for help, you have to give something in return. This is all the money I've saved, and I'll work hard to pay you back if it's not enough. Gobta fell silent for a moment, then accepted the 3 copper coins from the girl and smiled. You don't need to do that, because the price for one wish is exactly 3 copper coins. Really? The girl's eyes lit up. So tell me your wish, Gobta nodded with a smile. The girl hesitated, clutching her clothes shyly, then whispered, I want to see my dad again. Gobta's expression twitched slightly. Mom said Dad went to the north, to a very faraway place because he's a great hero. He needs to fight bad people and protect us. The little girl spoke with her head down. But in the past, Dad used to come back every year, but now, it's been so long since he last came back. Every time I ask Mom why Dad hasn't come back yet, Mom cries, and I get scared, so I don't dare to ask anymore. But I really miss him. I don't want him to be a hero, I just want him to come back, hug me like he used to, pat my head, and make me the most awful sandwiches, hicks. Tick, tick. Big tears rolled down her cheeks, and the little girl's face was streaked with tears. I really, want to see Dad again, she choked. Everyone fell silent, their expressions filled with complexity. Gobta gently wiped the tears from the little girl's face and smiled. I've heard your wish, now, let me help you make it come true. He snapped his fingers, and a crimson feather fell from the void, catching the little girl's eye. A sense of confusion washed over her, and it felt like her consciousness had detached from her body, drifting through the clouds, higher and higher. Elisa. A faint call reached her ears. The little girl Elisa suddenly snapped back, finding herself lying in her bed at home, the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow. It's so late, and you're still not getting up, Elisa, you're such a little lazy pig. A gentle voice came from the side, and Elisa instinctively turned her head to see a tall man standing by the bed, his eyes filled with a familiar warmth. Dad! Elisa cheered with excitement and threw herself into the man's arms. You're finally back. Elisa really missed you. The man gently ruffled her hair and smiled. I missed you too, my lovely daughter. Really? Elisa's big eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Of course, I would never lie to you, the man laughed. Alright, get up quickly, or Mom will get angry and spank your butt. After breakfast, Dad will take you out to play. Yay! Elisa exclaimed and immediately jumped out of bed, running to the living room. Mom! Hurry, I want breakfast, and then I'll go out to play with Dad. Wait! Elisa, you haven't put on your shoes yet. The man had never lied to Elisa, as after breakfast, he indeed took her out to play. They went to the market and bought Elisa's favorite snacks. They visited the church, looking down at the full view of Camelot from the tower. The man even took her to the countryside, where they encountered flocks of sheep. The girl curiously touched the soft, woolly sheep, which felt extremely comfortable. They found a village, and the man borrowed a kitchen from one of the villagers, promising to cook a big meal for the girl. However, the bread they baked turned out as black as charcoal, making the girl laugh even more when she saw the embarrassed look on the man's face. They went into the woods to pick mushrooms, and flew kites on the open field, while the girl's laughter carried far and wide. Unbeknownst to them, night fell. The man and the little girl lay on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. I have to go, Elisa. The man suddenly said, and a sudden, unexplained fear gripped the little girl. Dad, where are you going? I'm going to a very distant place, maybe I will never return. The man turned his head, his finger brushing the girl's disheveled hair, his eyes filled with a complex expression. No. I won't let you go. The little girl clung tightly to the man's arm, as if afraid he would disappear suddenly. The man only smiled gently and stroked the girl's head. You need to listen to Mom and be a good girl. I don't want to. Don't cry, Elisa, the man gently wiped away the tears in the corner of the girl's eyes. Dad will turn into a star and watch over you from above. If you ever miss me, just close your eyes at night, silently count to 3 in your heart, then open your eyes and look up, that way, you'll see Dad. Really? Elisa's eyes filled with tears. Of course, haven't I always told you the truth? The man smiled and held his daughter close, pointing to the countless sparkling stars. If you don't believe it, let's try it now. Close your eyes and listen as I count to 3, then you can open them. Elisa tightly closed her eyes, then heard the man's soothing voice. 1. 2. 3. Chapter 110. Elisa. Elisa. A woman rushed out of the crowd, some guards trying to stop her, but a calm voice resounded in their ears. It's all right, let her come. The woman knelt before Gobta and pleaded. I'm so sorry, I know my daughter did something out of line. I'm willing to accept any punishment, please forgive her. Don't worry, madam, your daughter is a very responsible child, she is not at fault, Gobta replied with a smile. Gobta handed the little girl back to her mother, who took her daughter with a smile on her face as her daughter was asleep. He mounted his horse, glanced at the people on either side of the street, and then at the endless crowd ahead. He took a deep breath and with a solemn expression, started to open his mouth. People of Camelot, I am Arthur, the chosen king of Camelot who pulled the sword from the stone. His voice, fueled by magical energy, resonated far and wide, and the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Many of you have never seen me, yet you have gathered here to welcome my arrival, I am deeply moved and grateful for that. Camelot is not just a city and a kingdom, but a belief and conviction, it is our shared vision that has brought us together. Over a decade ago, the betrayal of the former king's brother dealt Camelot a significant blow to us. We built a defense with the flesh and blood of countless soldiers to keep the invaders out, and to this day, people continue to carry the weight for this country. Among them are this girl's fathers, and other children's fathers, they have sacrificed the warmth of home to face the harsh cold, alone, they have fought for 15 years with their lives for the stability of this nation. We were once powerless to change, so we had to accept, but now, everything is different. Gobta unsheathed Caliban from his waist with a loud clang. The golden blade shone brightly in the sunlight. In the name of Arthur, I solemnly vow that within 3 years, I shall command a great army, sweeping across the vast northern territories with unyielding might, to crush the formidable white dragon Vortigern. His very blood shall be the offering, a tribute to the valiant spirits of our fallen heroes, as their legacy echoes through the ages. After Gobta's words fell, the crowd fell silent for a moment, and then, oh, they went completely wild. Due to a minor incident along the way, Gobta and his group arrived at the royal palace much later than planned. The originally scheduled speech was cancelled, and after a brief exchange of greetings, the nobles bid their farewells, boarded their respective carriages prepared by the steward, and headed back to their respective estates. The events of the day had given these nobles a fresh perspective on the new king. They would need to ponder their future interactions with him. Teacher, what you said earlier, is it true? Artoria couldn't help but ask. You mean about launching an attack on the north within 3 years? Gobta responded calmly, looking out of the large windows at the carriages departing in various directions. Artoria nodded, her face displaying some hesitation. I believe that with Camelot's current strength, we might not be ready to launch an attack on the north. Are you being a bit hasty, teacher? I wish I didn't have to say this, but time is not on our side. Gobta turned around, his face showing a hint of helplessness. If we can't defeat Vortigern within 3 years, we might be the ones to lose in the end. Why is that? Artoria's eyes widened in surprise, and Kay, Bedivere, and the rest nearby also displayed shocked expressions. Do you remember what I told you before about the restoration of the Age of Gods? Gobta's tone remained even. Now I'm almost certain that the one pulling the strings behind all of this is Vortigern. This bombshell of news exploded in everyone's hearts, and their eyes showed intense disbelief. The mastermind behind the plan to restore the Age of Gods was none other than Vortigern. For the past 15 years, Vortigern has been hiding in the north, secretly plotting the restoration of the Age of Gods. That's why, even when faced with the opportunity of conquering the south after King Uther's death, he remained indifferent. Gobta gazed into the distance, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the entire city. Now with the appearance of the phantasmal species from the Age of Gods and the resurrection of Nuada, it's evident Vortigern is not far from success. If we let him continue, Camelot's end is truly near. Artoria and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to say. I mentioned at Lucanmont that we don't have much time left, so starting from now, we need to be prepared at all times. Gobta's gaze swept over each of them. War could break out at any moment when we least expect it. As long as your majesty gives the order, the knights can be mobilized at any time, Lamorak stated solemnly. Your will is my mission. Bedivere bowed, placing Ergetlam over his chest. Teacher, I won't let you down. Kay affirmed with determination, a hint of noble resolve in his eyes. By the name of a knight, I will always stand by your side, Artoria promised earnestly. Lancelot hesitated for a moment before saying, if you need it, I'll contribute my strength as well, Gobta. My, this is quite the scene, it suddenly feels like I've gone back in time," Merlin chuckled and muttered from the side, stroking his chin in nostalgia. Seeing the determination of everyone, Gupta nodded in satisfaction with a hint of joy in his eyes. After discussions among the ministers, the date for the coronation ceremony was finally set for October 31st. This day coincided with Samhain, a Celtic tradition symbolizing the end of summer and the onset of harsh winter. Samhain was the precursor to modern-day Halloween, where it was believed that the spirits of the departed would return to their former homes to seek the living, searching for life to be reborn. People would extinguish their hearth fires and candles on this day to evade the souls of the deceased. They would also dress up as monsters and ghosts to frighten away these spirits. Once the day passed, a new year would begin. On this day, the nobles of Camelot received an unexpected invitation with the unmistakable double lion emblem that they all knew so well. In all of Camelot, only one person had the authority to use this emblem. So, they shifted their gazes downward and saw an elegant line of handwriting. Morgan Le Fay Pendragon. Chapter 11. Inside the royal palace, Gupta and the group gathered around a table, their gaze fixed on the invitation adorned with a twin lion emblem. Her Highness is actually inviting His Majesty to her banquet. Bedivere furrowed his brow. What could be her intentions? What else could it be? That madwoman is clearly planning to confront Teacher during this opportunity. I don't think it'll be that extreme, after all, we've been looking after her sister for so long, and with Guinevere present, Morgan shouldn't do anything too drastic, right? Artoria hesitated. By the way, Gupta had already explained to them about Guinevere's sudden disappearance, mentioning that Morgan had taken her away. Disappearing for over 2 months without a care in the world, do you really think Guinevere holds any significance in Morgan's heart? Kay spoke discontentedly while crossing his arms and giving a contemptuous huff. I've said it before, Morgan is a cold-blooded witch, a madwoman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. I wouldn't be surprised if she's already tampered with something at the event, like poison apples or magecraft traps that could blow up an entire building. You're being too dramatic, Sir Kay. Bedivere wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This time, it's not just His Majesty who received the invitation. If something happens at such a significant event, Her Highness won't escape unscathed either. Plus, Camelot has restraining magic formations in place, making all lethal magecraft ineffective here. That's right. I can vouch for that because I'm the one who set up those magic formations. Kay rolled his eyes. I still don't trust Morgan's good intentions. In that case, Kay, why don't you accompany me to the event this time? Gupta suggested with a smile. No problem. Please rest assured, no matter what happens, I'll protect your safety. Kay agreed without hesitation. After earning recognition from Clayam Solace, he no longer feared Morgan even without Merlin's assistance. Your Majesty, are you really planning to attend this banquet? Lamorak frowned, clearly sharing the concerns about Morgan's intentions. Time was short before, and I didn't have the chance to socialize with the nobles. Now that this opportunity has presented itself, how can I easily give it up? While speaking, a hint of amusement appeared in Gupta's eyes. Besides, who knows, there might be some unexpected surprises at this banquet. Surprises? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, full of question marks. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to mention in advance. Merlin's lips curved into a sly grin. At such an event, the men must have a female companion with them. The group fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning towards the only woman present. Artoria gaped at everyone. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Kay waited outside the royal palace, driving a luxurious carriage. Normally, such tasks would be entrusted to a coachman, but he was concerned that Morgan might tamper with it, so he volunteered to take on this responsibility. Before long, Gupta and Artoria emerged from the royal palace. Gupta was still clad in his majestic silver armor with a white cloak adorned with golden trim draped behind him. He stood tall and handsome, exuding an exceptional charm. His deep, abyss-like black eyes were irresistibly captivating. Compared to his composed demeanor, Artoria appeared somewhat tense. She had shed her usual pure white dress and donned a vibrant sky-blue evening gown, complemented by matching high heels. Her radiant golden hair was elegantly tied in a butterfly knot at the back, and she wore black lace gloves. Notably, the evening dress had a longer hem on one side, showcasing her slender and fair legs, which added a touch of maturity and sensuality to her appearance. Teacher, is it really okay for me to dress like this? Artoria's voice trembled, and she seemed more nervous than she had ever been during the trial of Excalibur in Avalon. No need to be so tense, Lily, Gupta reassured her with a smile. You no longer carry the burden of a king, show your charm like any normal woman, that's what you should do now. Charm? Artoria stammered, and her fair face turned beet red. No one had ever used that word to describe her, from childhood to adulthood. But, can I really do it? Artoria asked hesitantly. Isn't it only natural? Gobta smiled and placed her arm in his own. She lowered her head slightly, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. But then, she suddenly recalled Guinevere's figure and unconsciously glanced down at her chest. She pursed her lips, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her azure eyes. Wait, why you're, Lily? Kay was also taken aback by Artoria's transformation, almost mistaking her for someone else. He carefully examined her up and down and couldn't help but admire her. Impressive, Lily, trust me, you're undoubtedly the brightest gem tonight. Brother, you're exaggerating. Artoria said with a hint of distress. I'm not joking, you know. Kay laughed and climbed onto the carriage. Come on, hop in, the banquet is about to begin. Gobta first helped Artoria board the carriage, and then he joined her. Hiya. With a flick of his reins, Kay urged the horses forward, and amidst the crisp sound of hooves on the pavement, the carriage gradually rolled away along the wide street. Inside a grand and opulent manor, dozens of nobles, dressed in luxurious attire, gathered in the hall, forming small groups as they chatted and laughed with one another. Most of these individuals were seasoned partygoers, attending over 100 gatherings each year. They were all too familiar with such scenes. However, the party they were attending today seemed to offer a slightly different taste. Have you all noticed that today's attendees consist mostly of high-ranking nobles, from earls and above? A marquis remarked, holding a glass of red wine and smiling. The others exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, their unspoken understanding evident. With their keen senses, how could they not have noticed? Typically, only when the host had something of significant importance to announce would they invite so many high-ranking nobles. This piqued the curiosity of many, leaving them wondering what the princess had in mind to create such a grand spectacle. Chapter 112. The elegant and luxurious carriage approached from a distance and eventually stopped outside of Morgan's residence. It was a massive white pristine manor with a massive yard. The carriage doors opened slowly, and Gobta descended before assisting Artoria in getting down from the carriage. I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while, Kay. Gobta spoke to Kay on the coachman's seat. It was the custom of the banquet that guests were not allowed to bring anyone other than their companions inside. No problem, teacher, you two go ahead and enjoy. If anything goes wrong, I'll rush in immediately, Kay replied with a cheerful smile while giving a thumbs up. Gobta chuckled in resignation and, with Artoria's hand on his, he walked up to the manor, handing the invitation to the guard at the entrance, and then stepping onto the red carpet laid out. The manor's ceiling was adorned with bright magic lamps, and the luxurious decorations rivaled even the royal palace. Exquisite delicacies were everywhere, filling the air with enticing aromas. Well-dressed nobles gathered in groups and engaged in conversations, creating an atmosphere of high society. There are so many people here, Artoria felt tense, appearing increasingly uncomfortable. In truth, she had attended large gatherings with hundreds of people during her time in Lucanmont. However, those gatherings had a sense of celebration and revelry, much like a regular family gathering. There were no strict rules. And even Benedict, the Duke of Lucanmont himself, had let his guard down, warmly mingling with everyone. But this evening's event was distinctly different. Most of the attendees were Camelot's top-tier nobility, starting from earls at the very least. In front of these people, she naturally felt extremely out of place. In such an occasion, any mistake would be magnified infinitely. Artoria had never attended such a high-level gathering, and her biggest fear was making an inappropriate gesture that would embarrass her teacher in front of these nobles. If that happened, she would truly be mortified. Relax, Lily, you'll have to face such situations frequently once you inherit the throne, Gobta lightly chuckled. Yes. Artoria responded sternly but held onto his hand even more tightly. Gobta couldn't help but smile at her cute behavior. At this moment, Artoria resembled a newcomer attending a company's annual meeting, in a state of extreme nervousness. All he could do was wait for her to adapt to this environment on her own and eventually relax. He was grateful that he also had the blood of dragons flowing in him. Otherwise, with her grip, his hand might have gone numb or even crushed. This is so boring, it's just a bunch of people gathering to eat and drink, Nidhogg grumbled inside Gobta's mind. Even the gods used to have these so-called banquets for various reasons. Even when Thor got drunk and started smashing things with his hammer. Those guys didn't care and just happily continued the banquet. I don't understand what the point of all this is. The meaning of a banquet isn't in the eating and drinking but as a means of social interaction, Gobta explained patiently. Humph. These uncivilized monkeys don't have much worth interacting with in my opinion. Gobta shook his head in resignation. Although Nidhogg's opinion of humans had improved somewhat over this period, it was limited to the people around him, like the knights, Artoria, Lancelot, and the rest of his group. As for strangers, in her eyes, they were no different from uncivilized monkeys. At this moment, the nobles started to notice two unfamiliar faces entering the banquet. However, when they saw the silver armor and the distinctive black hair and eyes, their eyes widened in shock. Hey, isn't that, Arthur? Unbelievable, Her Highness actually invited him too. What is Her Highness thinking? Many nobles frowned, feeling a sense of unease deep in their hearts. Everyone knew of Morgan's desire for the throne, and now she had invited the new king to the event. There had to be some hidden agenda, and they wouldn't believe otherwise. Fortunately, Camelot had restraining magic formations laid down by Merlin. Otherwise, they might have already been considering leaving the event prematurely. With Morgan's unpredictable temperament, who knew what she might do? However, some nobles secretly cheered for this turn of events. As long as Morgan clashed with the new king, his chances of ascending the throne would decrease significantly. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Morgan was the eldest daughter of the previous king and the inheritor of the power of the island. If she set her mind to cause trouble, even the new king would have a hard time. And with Ferguson, who could effectively control everything, it would almost completely cut off any chance of the new king ascending to the throne. Thinking like that, the nobles who opposed the new king couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, they might have burst into laughter. Gobta observed the expressions of the nobles present and smiled with a hint of meaning. With Artoria, he strolled forward, as if nothing was amiss. Oh ho! Your Majesty, I never expected to see you at this banquet. A tall man in a suit approached, accompanied by a melancholic red-haired man. It's a fantastic opportunity to expand my connections, and I'd be a fool to pass it up, Gobta said casually with a smile. What do you think, Duke Mark? Duke of Cornwall, Mark Milford, paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly live up to your reputation, Your Majesty. Leading 300 knights against 8,000 soldiers takes extraordinary courage. Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. Remembering he had claimed 300 knights against 20,000 soldiers in public, but this duke said 8,000 instead. This meant that this duke likely knew the truth about the War of the Great Plains. This old fox. Gobta cursed inwardly but maintained a calm smile on his face. You flatter me, Duke. Mark, though appearing carefree, had a sharp mind. He deliberately mentioned the number 8,000 to test the new king's reaction, but the new king's composure surprised him. He sighed inwardly, feeling both relieved and worried. The new king's steady demeanor placed significant pressure on him. The ability to gauge a ruler's emotions was crucial, and an emotionless ruler was a challenge. However, he had wagered on the new king from the beginning. The more exceptional qualities the new king displayed, the greater the likelihood of ascending to the throne, which meant more benefits for him in the future. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you for sending Sir Tristan to escort me, Gobta spoke while glancing at Tristan. It's just a small thing, Mark waved it off. How can it be a small thing? Gobta replied. Actually, I recently discovered a silver mine in Gunna, but I haven't determined the exact reserves yet. Are you interested, Duke? Mark's eyes narrowed for a moment and then smiled. Your Majesty, you have quite an ambitious plan. Give to receive, lose to gain. If you don't offer anything, you'll receive nothing, Gobta stated nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Mark laughed, nodding in satisfaction. In that case, I graciously accept. Even for a noble of his stature, a silver mine was a valuable resource. However, what pleased Mark more was the new king's attitude. Understanding the value of mutual benefit and not being overly selfless was a crucial quality for a ruler. In high society, one had to offer tangible benefits to gain support. Merely persuasive words wouldn't do, regardless of how eloquent they were. No eternal friends, only eternal interests was a universal truth, applicable in any era. Excuse me, Your Grace, may I ask you a question? Artoria suddenly interjected. Of course, milady, a gentleman must help a maiden with her inquiries, Mark replied with a smile. That, I don't understand why is Sir Tristan allowed to accompany you here, Artoria inquired with a confused tone. Isn't it said that each invited male guest can only bring one female companion to the banquet? Mark paused briefly and then laughed heartily. Ha ha, milady, it's true that each invited guest can only bring one companion, but there's no restriction stating that the companion of male guests must be a female. I suppose you've heard that from those who have never attended such events before. Ha ha ha, I've come across similar misconceptions myself. Is that so? Artoria replied with a forced smile. I apologize for my ignorance. Merlin, you scoundrel. In her mind, Artoria cursed Merlin and decided to confront him with Excalibur when she returned. With Mark's introduction, Gobta met many other nobles, and as additional nobles joined in, almost a fifth of the attendees gathered around him, making him the center of attention. The remaining nobles observed this with varying expressions. Some hesitated, while others grew paler. One rather fat noble stood in a corner, watching the new king, surrounded by other nobles. His face turned ashen as he watched the scene. He was Hugenberg Montague, an earl and the brother of the Minister of Finance. For over a decade, he and his brother had amassed considerable wealth through their positions, and discovery could mean beheading or worse. Recently, he had heard of the new king's rise, so out of fear that this revelation would expose their ill-gotten gains, he had dispatched assassins to eliminate the new king, but none of them returned. Now that the new king was back in the royal capital, he had anticipated resistance from the majority of nobles but had not expected so many nobles to align with the new king. All he could do was hope that Morgan and Ferguson would create enough trouble to prevent the new king from ascending to the throne. Chapter 113. Gobta and the surrounding nobles engaged in conversation, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Artoria, seated nearby, gradually adapted to the atmosphere. Although she still remained silent, she no longer clung tightly to his arm as she did earlier. "I've heard about the legendary bravery of your Majesty's knights. They are said to be invincible and possess unparalleled valor. I wonder, where did your Majesty manage to gather such a talented group of people?" An earl asked while chuckling. The other nobles all turned their gaze towards the new king, their curiosity piqued. In just 3 short months since he emerged as the new king, where did he find that formidable knight order? Before this, they had never heard of such a force existing in Britain. Though it might sound like boasting, these knights were not recruited deliberately. Gobta replied with a smile while gently shaking his wine glass. After the king's selection ceremony, some knights chose to stay in Tintagel rather than leave. They wished to pledge their loyalty to me, and their sincerity moved me, so I gave them a chance, more precisely a trial. Many nobles were taken aback by this revelation. Did this mean that the new king had personally created this knight order? What was their strength like at the time? Mark's eyes glittered slightly as he asked. Strength? If we exclude Sir Lamorak, I'd say Sir Tristan alone could have easily defeated all of them. Gobta believed his description was accurate. After all, Tristan was one of the top knights of the Round Table in the legend, on par with the Round Table's chief knight, Lancelot. In terms of combat skills, whether it was archery, spearmanship, or swordsmanship, he excelled in each. Tristan was surprised when the new king used him as a benchmark, but he eventually bowed slightly and said, "Your praise is too generous, Your Majesty." The nobles exchanged glances, all of them feeling a sense of absurdity. A group of ordinary knights couldn't transform into such a formidable army in just 3 months. Such exaggerations only belonged in myths and legends, didn't they? Yet, they couldn't forget that the new king himself seemed to possess godlike power, and his knights had achieved the impossible feat of defeating a 20,000-strong army with just 300. If one person could accomplish the impossible, why not a second? Your Majesty, may I ask what method you used to train these knights in the first place? It would be enlightening to hear about it. Other nobles stared at him with a look as if he had just asked something ridiculous. Revealing such crucial information was unheard of unless the new king was a complete fool. Of course, Gobta nodded nonchalantly. He's actually going to tell us? Almost all the nobles, including several dukes, were in shock. Your Majesty, are you really willing to share the method with us? The earl who asked the method stuttered. He hadn't held much hope for a positive response, yet the new king had agreed quite readily. Why not? Gobta smiled. We are all part of Camelot. The stronger you become, the stronger Camelot becomes. A more powerful Camelot will increase our chances of defeating Vortigern and eventually unifying Britain. Isn't that a good thing? Defeat Vortigern and unify Britain. Upon hearing this, many nobles were taken aback. The new king's goals seemed extremely ambitious. Defeating the White Dragon alone was an extremely difficult task, and yet, he was also contemplating unifying the entire Britain. This was something only the Roman Empire had managed in the past. In normal circumstances, they would have scoffed at such grandiose ambitions, but at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of admiration for the new king. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, from now on, the House of Cromwell will always be your strongest support. Whenever you need it, our soldiers will clear any obstacles in your path. Come hell or high water, the House of Kinsworth will steadfastly carry out your will. The House of Tyndall also. As if moved by the new king's words, several nobles immediately swore their loyalty to him. Mark couldn't help but sigh quietly in his heart. He had initially thought the new king would be a cunning fox. But he never expected him to be so selfless, completely sacrificing personal gain for the sake of the nation. This brilliant spirit made him feel inferior. Perhaps only such a person could pull the sword from the stone and bear the fate of the chosen king. Gobta looked around and noticed a map of Camelot on the wall. He led the nobles over and used rune to draw a winding line on it. In fact, my training method is quite simple. I've chosen a path for trial and let them complete it. Also, as long as someone can successfully complete this path, I will recognize them as true knights. Nobles frowned as they looked at the drawn path. I remember this place has a 1,000-meter cliff. Isn't this the death forest they talk about? They say hundreds of people die here every year. Have you seen this wyvern ridge here? This damn place is the nesting ground of wyverns. Some nobles couldn't contain their emotions and even blurted out curses. This wasn't a path for trial, this was a path for death. No one doubted if the new king was deceiving them, as these places were rarely visited, and investigating would easily confirm the truth. Now I understand why your majesty's knights are so strong, an earl chuckled. Other nobles nodded in agreement. Anyone who could survive such a perilous path would be nothing short of extraordinary. If you want to send your soldiers to attempt this path, I can have my knights summarize their experiences and share them with you, Gobta said with a smile. Many nobles were intrigued. With that knowledge, maybe their soldiers could conquer the path. Although they wouldn't experience the same transformative growth as the new king's knights, it would significantly boost their strength. If we want this knowledge, what would it cost us? A cautious noble asked. Didn't I mention before, my dream is to make Camelot strong enough to one day defeat Vortigern and unify Britain, Gobta said calmly. That's why, I'll offer this knowledge for free, without charge. Your Majesty is a great monarch. Many sincerely admired the new king. I'm just doing what I should, Gobta replied with an apparent indifference, but he was already celebrating inside. Trying to get all this for free? Free my ass. During their earlier conversation, Gobta had subtly used the power of Feng Huangdao to quietly implant the insidious influence of Jizo Mitama's corruption into the nobles' minds, making them unconsciously feel a sense of submission. Otherwise, how could he have convinced these old foxes to pledge their loyalty to him so easily? With Jizo Mitama's powers, he could have turned them into puppets, but he thought it didn't align with his moral values. Moreover, puppeteering them would reduce their usefulness, while having them willingly serve was efficient and effective. Apart from these people, he had also planted the seeds of corruption in some other nobles, which would bloom and bear fruit at the right moment. As for those he hadn't dealt with yet, they were already on his list for elimination. With a new king in power, it was the perfect opportunity to rid the kingdom of these tumors. Gobta didn't intend to make the first move, he wanted these nobles to willingly step into the trap he had set first. Thunk. Suddenly, all the lights inside the hall went out, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Artoria instinctively shielded Gobta and scanned her surroundings with her piercing azure eyes. However, Tristan beside her, and even Mark remained unperturbed, showing no signs of alarm. The rest of the nobles were equally composed, without a hint of panic. Footsteps echoed crisply in the eerie silence as a spotlight suddenly illuminated a woman who had appeared on the second-floor balcony. She was a tall woman in a black formal dress, exuding a mysterious charm reminiscent of the night. Her pale chin lifted slightly, revealing a swan-like, elegant neck. Her pale golden eyes overlooked the crowd below, radiating an air of regal nobility and arrogance. That is, Artoria's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze expressing intense incredulity. The woman on the balcony took a deep breath and then began to speak. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for accepting the invitation to this banquet. While many of us are old acquaintances, I do see some new faces. Before we begin this event, allow me to introduce myself. I am the eldest daughter of the late King Uther, the ruler of Orkney, and the inheritor of Britain's power of the island, Morgan Le Fay Pendragon. Chapter 114. After listening to Morgan's introduction, many nobles had a strange glint in their eyes. In their circle, hardly anyone would engage in meaningless activities. Every word and action they took often had deeper implications. Morgan came across as quite domineering right from the start, clearly intending to exert pressure. So, what was her purpose in doing so? Many people turned their attention to the black-haired man in silver armor. He stood with his hands behind his back, sporting a carefree demeanor. Artoria stared at Morgan for a while and then turned to her teacher with a hurried whisper, "Your Majesty, isn't that?" Before she could finish her sentence, a finger suddenly pressed against her lips. "Any concerns can wait until after the banquet," Gobta interrupted her with a smile. Artoria blinked, nodded, and fell silent. Morgan stood on the second-floor balcony, observing the stances of the guests. Her gaze lingered on Gobta for a moment before inconspicuously shifting elsewhere. "I'm sure many of you are wondering why I've suddenly organized this banquet," Morgan began. "The purpose of this banquet is quite simple. I want to introduce someone to all of you, but I believe you're not entirely unfamiliar with him. 3 months ago, on the day of the king's selection ceremony, this man pulled the sword from the stone, fulfilling the prophecy of the great mage Merlin and becoming the chosen king. A month ago, he single-handedly defeated the beast tide full of phantasmal species in Lucanmont, saving thousands of lives. Following that, he led 300 knights to conquer Ghana, securing a resounding victory for Camelot after 15 years. Now, in front of all the people of Camelot, he has pledged to rid the north, repel the invaders, and bury that vile white dragon once and for all within 3 years. Now, let us welcome the chosen king of Camelot, the fated ruler of Britain, Arthur. Bam! 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 Drumrolls echoed, and several spotlights converged on Gobta. After a brief silence, everyone broke into spontaneous applause. Clap! 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 What is the princess's intention in all of this? Mark furrowed his brows. Tristan stood quietly on the sidelines, saying nothing. Hugenberg's face was drenched in cold sweat. For some reason, he had a rather ominous feeling about the unfolding events. So, Arthur, may I ask you to join me by my side? Morgan smiled gently. Gobta nodded with a smile. I'll be right back, he whispered to Artoria beside him. Artoria nodded slightly and watched as her teacher ascended the staircase in a daze. As they gazed at the new king's retreating figure, many nobles found their expressions growing rather peculiar. The turn of events didn't seem to match their expectations at all. Isn't this all a bit too much of a spectacle? Gobta stood beside Morgan and whispered. How else can we keep this lot in check? Morgan retorted with a snort. He shook his head in resignation but couldn't help feeling a warm surge deep within. He looked at the crowd below and smiled. Greetings, everyone, as you know, I am Arthur. Clap. 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 Applause erupted once more, resounding through the room. Additionally, there's one more thing I need to tell everyone. Morgan's gaze swept across the faces of the people gathered. Actually, before today's banquet, I had already met Arthur and even spent a considerable amount of time with him. What? The entire room erupted in astonishment. Arthur and Morgan had already been in contact before this event. Why had such an important piece of news never reached their ears? Many nobles furrowed their brows, carefully recalling the information they had gathered in recent times, and suddenly, they noticed a small detail. When the new king left Tintagel, he had only been accompanied by 3 people. Aside from Merlin, there were Ector's son, Kay, and his foster daughter, Artoria. But when they arrived at Lucanmont, there was suddenly another mysterious woman by his side named Guinevere. Could it be? Guinevere, is Morgan? Artoria whispered to herself with wide eyes. Here, I have something very important to announce to everyone. Morgan surveyed the audience. Arthur is actually my biological younger brother. If hearing about Morgan's contact with Arthur had been somewhat surprising earlier, at this moment, her words hit like a heavyweight bombshell, leaving everyone utterly stunned. If you recall, there was a rumor circulating in the court some time ago. Morgan's tone remained unruffled. The rumor told that our father had another child unknown to the world. Before his passing, he entrusted the child to Merlin, instructing him to nurture the child well, and when the child came of age, to have the child return to claim the throne. Now, I can tell you that this rumor is indeed true. Our father did have another child, and that child stands beside me right now. What? Another thunderous revelation shook the crowd. Nobody had expected that a 15-year-old rumor would turn out to be true. The nobles who had been circling around Gobta were first struck dumb by this news and then broke into joyful smiles. If the new king was indeed King Uther's son, he could rightfully ascend to the throne, and combined with the considerable prestige he had built up over this period, not even Ferguson could make a reasonable argument to prevent it. So, this is the surprise teacher mentioned before. Artoria shook her head and smiled bitterly. The remaining nobles who were neutral and just watching all this time immediately decided to join the new king's side. As for the nobles who had once dispatched assassins to kill the new king, they now felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water in the middle of a blizzard, their bodies growing cold, and shivers running through them. In a corner, Hugenberg's legs trembled, his entire body shaking like a sieve, his face turned as pale as paper, the sweat on his back soaking through a large section of his clothes. It can't be. He couldn't possibly be King Uther's son. His eyes, his hair color, he doesn't resemble King Uther at all. But Hugenberg knew that even if he voiced this, very few would believe him. What was he, a mere earl, in comparison to the personal confirmation given by the princess herself? That rotten bitch Morgan must be having an affair with that pretty boy. Hugenberg gritted his teeth secretly. No, I have to immediately discuss this with Hubert. Our only hope now lies with that old man, Ferguson. Watching the reactions of the crowd, Morgan nodded in satisfaction, and she reached for the red wine brought by a nearby servant, raising it high. My brother, Arthur Pendragon, carries the noble royal blood of Camelot in his veins. From the moment he was born, he was fated to be the king of Camelot. His courage, his wisdom, his strength all testify that he is fully capable of shouldering the weight of the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our glasses in celebration of the birth of our new king. Chapter 115. In the study inside the royal palace, the lights were bright, dispelling the deep darkness of the night. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream rang out from a distance. What did you say? Kay widened his eyes while looking at Artoria with an expression of disbelief. Guinevere is actually Morgan. Lily, please tell me, you're not joking with me, right? Right? As she heard her brother's scream, Artoria furrowed her brows slightly. Brother Kay, honesty is a virtue of a knight, and I have never told a lie. But, this is just too. Kay ruffled his hair in frustration. He couldn't believe that the timid and weak Guinevere would turn out to be the legendary witch Morgan, who was as ruthless as a snake and as wicked as a scorpion. The difference between the two was just too great. But if it was true? Recalling the things he had said to Guinevere about Morgan before, Kay suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, while his scalp tingled. Not only Kay but also Bedivere, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, wore expressions of incredulity. Even the usually composed Lamorak had a look of obvious astonishment in his eyes. Only Lancelot stood innocently to the side. After all, he was the only one who didn't know Morgan. So, Her Highness confessed her true identity as Guinevere at tonight's banquet, and publicly acknowledged that your majesty is her brother? Bedivere mused for a moment. Gupta, seated in a high-backed chair, nodded with a smile. Upon hearing his teacher's confirmation, Kay's face stiffened. Bedivere gave a wry smile and rubbed his forehead. I apologize for my ignorance, your majesty. It would be much appreciated if you could explain it to us personally. Our minds are all in complete disarray now, except for Lancelot of course. Everyone, except Lancelot, nodded in unison, their eyes fixed on Gupta with keen curiosity. It's not actually that complicated. Gupta interlocked his fingers and placed them on his lap, smiling. Guinevere is indeed Morgan. She followed me primarily to observe whether I had what it takes to be a king. Fortunately, the events that unfolded during that time earned her acknowledgement, so she decided to confess her true identity to me. Gupta didn't reveal the secret of Morgan's split personality. That was her greatest secret, and if it got out, it would surely bring her a lot of trouble. You should all understand that the biggest obstacle to my ascension to the throne is my origin. To fill this one and only flaw, Morgan and I planned this banquet together. Gupta smiled calmly without any worry. In this matter, no one holds more authority and authenticity than the daughter of King Uther, the princess of Camelot herself. If even she acknowledges me as King Uther's son, then no one in this kingdom would dare oppose me. No wonder your majesty accepted the invitation without hesitation, Bedivere said with a wry smile, sighing. I thought your majesty had made some kind of deal with her highness, which is why she agreed to help you. Gupta's face stiffened slightly, and he cleared his throat as if nothing had happened. So, the story of your majesty as King Uther's child is actually fabricated? Lamorak asked. Isn't that obvious? Kay rolled his eyes, pointing at the portrait of Uther on the wall. Look, there's no resemblance at all between teacher and King Uther. How could they possibly be father and son? Artoria lowered her head slightly, and for some reason, upon hearing Kay's words, her mood seemed not only sad but also somewhat joyful. If even her highness stands by your majesty's side, then the obstacle to your ascension to the throne is completely removed, right? Bedivere exclaimed excitedly. That's not necessarily the case. Gupta lightly tapped the armrest and a mysterious smile played on his lips. In the most desperate times, some people might choose to remain silent, but others might decide to go all in. Gupta looked at Lamorak. Send someone to the Holy Church tomorrow in secret, find Archbishop Canterbury, and tell him that. You can start casting the net. Ferguson stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the towering castle in the city center, a deep sense of confusion in his gray-brown eyes. He couldn't forget the feeling that had surged within him the day he saw the new king walking through the city gates. It was a feeling so familiar as if etched deep within his soul. It's just too alike, Ferguson muttered and repeated this phrase again and again, not knowing how many times he had said it. He was the longest-serving follower of King Uther in all of Camelot. He knew the late king better than anyone, and he was sure that what he had felt back then was not a mere illusion. That new king was undoubtedly connected to King Uther. But didn't his majesty entrust Merlin with taking away a baby girl named Artoria? Where did this boy named Gupta come from? Ferguson furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Knock. Knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded, and a servant entered, bowing slightly. My lord, Lord Hubert is here to see you. Hubert. That greedy fox. What does he want? Ferguson frowned slightly, then after a moment's thought, he responded, bring him to my study. Understood. 10 minutes later, a nobleman of around 50, dressed immaculately in a tailored suit, with a slender frame, a pointed chin, and small eyes that gleamed with a hint of craftiness, entered Ferguson's study. He was Camelot's Minister of Finance, the younger brother of Hugenberg, Hubert Montague. It's been a while, Lord Ferguson. I heard that you've been preparing for the coronation ceremony these past few days, staying indoors for days on end. You've really worked hard. Hubert said warmly as he approached, attempting to shake Ferguson's hand. However, the latter didn't extend his hand in response, keeping his hands behind his back with indifference. I'm sorry, Lord Hubert, but I have many matters to attend to, and I don't have time for idle chit-chat, Ferguson said in a flat tone. What brought you here? Hubert's outstretched hand awkwardly hung in the air for a moment, and a barely noticeable gloom passed through his grey eyes. Then, as if nothing had happened, he withdrew his hand and smiled casually. Lord Ferguson, you're as business-focused as ever it seems, no matter the occasion. I'm simply doing what needs to be done, Ferguson replied impassively. Isn't that the case for all of us? Hubert chuckled and then continued his words. When the late king was on his deathbed, he entrusted this kingdom to us. For so many years, we've worked tirelessly to uphold this nation, all to hand it over intact to the designated heir, as the late king wished. But now, a brazen bandit has stormed in, wanting to claim this kingdom that has been our labor of love and the subject of our late king's countless expectations. Lord Ferguson, can you truly stand by and let such a thing happen? Chapter 116. After listening to Hubert's emotional words, Ferguson remained calm and composed. He had long passed the age of impulsivity, and if his emotions could be stirred with just a few words, he wouldn't have held his position for so long. I know what needs to be done, Ferguson replied dismissively, walking past Hubert towards the exit of the study. I'm sorry, Lord Hubert, but I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you any longer. Princess Morgan has betrayed us, Hubert suddenly declared. Ferguson paused, turning back with a slight frown. What did you say? Last night, she hosted a banquet, Hubert continued, his face filled with evident anger. In front of all the nobles, she spun a false tale, claiming that the new king is the child Merlin secretly raised, the one the late king entrusted to him. Ferguson's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Lord Ferguson, you and I both know that the late king entrusted Merlin with a girl named Artoria, the very knight who now stands by that impostor's side. Hubert spoke with a grave tone. Clearly. He must have used some form of manipulation to seize the throne from the girl. Even Princess Morgan has fallen under his sway. She's willing to besmirch the honor of her own father just to help this impostor ascend to the throne. I cannot accept such a thing. For 15 years, we've tirelessly maintained this kingdom, pulling it back from the brink, and allowing its people to enjoy the hard-earned peace, but look at what that impostor has done. Hubert continued passionately. He's come in and without our knowledge, destroyed an entire nation. He openly declares war on the North, undoing all our work of the past 15 years. The innocent people believe he's the chosen king who will bring hope. But he's nothing more than a bloodthirsty tyrant, using this nation to satisfy his desire for war and bloodshed. The late king built Camelot to be a beacon of hope for the people, a safe haven, not a tool for someone's personal gain and a plaything for their ambition. Hubert declared with a determined tone. Lord Ferguson, we can't stand idly by any longer. If this impostor takes the throne, Camelot will inevitably descend into chaos, this land will be torn asunder, and our nation will cease to exist. How can we face the late king if that happens? Hubert's emotional words finally made Ferguson deeply moved. After a prolonged silence, Ferguson finally spoke, what's your plan? I intend to reveal the truth during the coronation ceremony, Hubert answered without hesitation. Are you out of your mind? Ferguson's eyes flashed with anger as he took a big step forward. Do you even realize that exposing the truth during the coronation will shatter the trust of the people and nobles? The royal family's reputation will plummet. The people's morale will crash, and the nobles will become resentful. Most importantly, King Uther's legacy will be tarnished. I understand all of that. Hubert met Ferguson's gaze unwaveringly. But the current situation leaves us with no room for that kind of consideration. If we can't even ensure the survival of our nation, what good are those things you're talking about? That impostor is at the height of his power, and this is our last chance. If we miss this opportunity, we will be absolutely without hope. And don't worry, if something goes wrong, I will bear the consequences alone. Ferguson stared at Hubert intently for a while, then sighed wearily. Even if you spill the beans, what good does it do now? The princess had already admitted his origin, and as long as that little girl Artoria doesn't come forward, we can't expose him. That's not necessarily true, Hubert replied, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the face of conclusive evidence, even Princess Morgan herself won't make a difference. Evidence? Ferguson furrowed his brows. Have you discovered the true origin of that new king? No, I don't need to prove who he is, I only need to prove that he's not the late king's son, Hubert said with a faint smile. With magecraft at our disposal, achieving this isn't difficult at all, we just need a drop of the late king's blood or a strand of his hair. King Uther passed away 15 years ago, there's no blood or hair left, Ferguson pointed out. We don't have them on hand, but I know a place where we can find those things, Hubert revealed. Where? The Holy Church, Hubert replied calmly. Ferguson's expression darkened suddenly. Are you suggesting? Yes, Hubert nodded. The late king's remains are currently being kept in the Holy Church's crypt, and with their methods, even after hundreds of years, they can preserve the body. Ferguson grabbed Hubert's collar abruptly, his aged face filled with uncontrollable anger. You not only want to tarnish King Uther's reputation, but you're also planning to disturb his peaceful rest. All of this is a necessary sacrifice. Hubert exclaimed earnestly, looking into Ferguson's eyes. As I mentioned before, I'm willing to bear the consequences alone. Ferguson fell silent for a long time, then released his grip, leaned on his desk, and massaged his temples. What do you want me to do? Ferguson asked wearily. Hubert calmly straightened his disheveled collar and turned to face Ferguson. If I remember correctly, the control of Camelot's magic formations is in your hands. Indeed, Ferguson replied, realizing that without this leverage, he would have no control over the immense power he held now. You must be aware of how powerful that impostor and his knights are. If things go south, he might go all in, so, that magic formations will be crucial in successfully executing this plan, Hubert explained. Ferguson remained silent for a moment and then nodded. Hubert's lips curled slightly, and he elegantly bowed. Well then, I won't bother you any longer, Lord Ferguson, for the sake of our shared ideals, I hope we can cooperate smoothly. With that, Hubert turned and left the study, courteously closing the door behind him. Ferguson slowly sat in his high-backed chair, his brown eyes filled with complexity. At that moment, a soft laughter echoed in his ears. Such a clever orator, yet confined to the role of Minister of Finance, it's a waste of his talents, too bad he lacks a clean conscience otherwise, I might have considered appointing him as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Ferguson was startled at the sudden voice and instinctively turned his head. He saw a man with black hair and eyes in silver armor sitting on the sofa, his relaxed demeanor suggesting he had been there all along, just unnoticed by everyone. You are. Chapter 117. Hubert stepped out of Ferguson's residence, and with assistance from the coachman, he climbed into the carriage. The coachman then took his place at the front and steered the carriage into the distance. Inside the carriage, a slightly chubby man sat anxiously in his seat, and it was none other than Hugenberg. So, did Ferguson agree? Hugenberg asked eagerly as the carriage set in motion. Hubert leaned against the carriage wall, exhaling slowly, and nodded slightly. It should be fine, he answered, turned to his brother, then asked back. How are things on your end? Hugenberg nodded. Don't worry, I've already contacted our people, just like us, they don't want to see that boy ascend the throne, when the time comes for the coronation, they'll all come out to support us. That's good to hear, Hubert replied with a slight nod. Then he furrowed his brow. However, I have a feeling that with our strength alone, we might not be able to overcome that boy. What? Hugenberg's eyes widened slightly, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. I don't think that's possible, Camelot's magic formations can suppress even gods, as long as Ferguson stands with us, that boy won't stand a chance. Don't forget that Merlin and Morgan are on his side, those two are arguably the most powerful mages in Britain, with them around, we can't rule out the possibility of unforeseen events, Hubert said with a shadowed expression. In that case, what should we do? Hugenberg's eyes filled with panic once again. Hubert pondered for a moment and whispered a few words into his elder brother's ear. This? Hugenberg was nearly startled out of his seat, looking at his brother with a horrified expression. Are you insane? If news of this gets out, regardless of whether that boy can ascend to the throne or not, Camelot will no longer be a safe place for us. But this is our last chance. Hubert exclaimed, his voice low and devoid of the elegance of a noble. Instead, he appeared more like a desperate gambler with crazed determination in his grey eyes. If that boy really ascends to the throne, our past actions will surely be exposed. And by then, not to mention our lives, our entire family will be wiped out. It's not that we want to do this. But that boy has pushed us to the point where we have no other choice. Hugenberg was drenched in sweat as he heard his younger brother's crazy words. Besides, this can also be seen as a last resort we leave for ourselves. If we can't stop that boy from ascending to the throne, at least we can leave a glimmer of hope for our family, Hubert said solemnly. Elder brother, we can't afford to hesitate any longer at this critical moment. Hugenberg clenched his fists tightly, and after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and decided. All right, I'll do as you say. Hubert let out a sigh of relief, drew back the window curtain, and gazed at the bustling crowd on the streets. His eyes displayed a complex mixture of emotions. He once thought that with his exceptional abilities and relentless efforts, he would eventually replace Ferguson and leave his mark on this kingdom. But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptations of the outside world and gradually sank into the abyss of desire. Perhaps, this is our retribution. As the coronation ceremony for the new king drew closer, the atmosphere in Camelot grew increasingly festive. Representatives from the allied nations, apart from the nobles of Camelot, had gradually arrived. Some kingdoms sent respected ministers, while others were personally led by their kings, and they all brought generous gifts. This scene made the elderly of Camelot feel a sense of nostalgia as if they had been transported back to the days when Camelot once dominated Britain. Gobta himself received these representatives at the royal palace, and almost everyone displayed great respect for the new king and no hint of arrogance. Mainly, this was due to the impression left by Gunna's incident. For the sake of a pregnant woman, the new king had mercilessly destroyed a whole nation. Faced with such a domineering and ruthless king, they dared not harbor any thoughts of arrogance. Especially those who had previously challenged Camelot's authority, now they trembled and dared not even take a deep breath, for fear of drawing the new king's attention. However, Gobta had no intention of causing trouble for them. After all, he was not a war fanatic, and it was a crucial time for him. He needed to preserve Camelot's strength to deal with the northern kingdoms and Vortigern. As for those past disputes, he was too lazy to investigate. Moreover, if he pushed these people too hard and they united against him, it would be troublesome and increase his work. But once the situation of the north is resolved, it'll be your turn. Gobta drained the wine in his cup, looking down at the representatives of the allied nations below, with a slightly wicked curve to his lips. October 31st arrived. Early in the morning, the nobles of Camelot and the representatives from the allied nations gathered inside an enormous and luxurious hall in the royal palace, awaiting the arrival of the coronation ceremony. Led by Mark as the Duke of Cornwall, the new king's faction stood at the forefront, unable to hide their joy. They chatted and occasional hearty laughter filled the air. Once this day passed, Gobta's throne would be firmly secured, with no more worries. Hugenberg and Hubert stood in a corner, surrounded by other nobles, their faces gloomy. Laugh all you want, we'll see how you'll be laughing later. Hubert sneered, a gloom passing over his eyes. Morgan sat in the position just below the throne, gazing at the empty seat above, unconsciously gripping her own delicate, pale hand. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of unease in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen. But no matter what methods she used, she couldn't find the source of this unease. Is it because I'm too nervous? Morgan furrowed her eyebrows and sighed silently. Lord Ferguson has arrived. As the cry from outside the hall reached their ears, the commotion inside died down slightly, and all eyes turned to the elderly man entering the hall. Mark and Morgan both showed signs of anxiety. The only one who could possibly prevent Gobta from ascending the throne now was Ferguson. Hubert heaved a sigh of relief and greeted Ferguson with a smile. The time has come to demonstrate your loyalty, Lord Ferguson. I trust you are ready. Don't worry, Lord Hubert. Ferguson's tone was calm, and his brown eyes resembled a tranquil lake without a ripple. I will fulfill my duty with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 118. In the blink of an eye, noon had arrived. Although it was deep autumn, the weather today was exceptionally bright, with brilliant sunlight streaming down, bringing a long-lost warmth. Nobles and representatives from various nations took their seats, quietly awaiting the commencement of the coronation ceremony. Thud. 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 Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble like an earthquake, and a heavy, rhythmic footstep sound filled their ears. A regiment of knights marched boldly forward, each one clad in sturdy armor, their helmets and shields gleaming. They moved in perfect unison. Their faces solemn and determined. The spirit of hundreds of individuals merged into one, like a formidable mountain rolling their way, leaving the scheming nobles pale in the face. Is this the legendary Knight Order of the new king? Their presence is terrifying, no wonder they could easily crush Gunna's armies. It's unbelievable. How did the new king train these people? The representatives of the allied nations wore a deep and somber expression. Although they had heard of the reputation of this Night Order long before, witnessing it firsthand invoked a profound sense of awe and admiration. Quietly, they compared in their hearts, realizing that even with their own finest soldiers, they would likely need at least 10 times the number to have a chance of defeating this Night Order. The knights stood in formation on both sides, heads held high, and the golden sunlight from the window glinted off their armor, creating a dazzling spectacle. Before long, a group of people appeared in the distance, walking along the path cleared by the knights. They approached the magnificent throne step by step. At the forefront was a handsome man with black hair and eyes. He wore silver armor and a white cloak with a golden border. Although he appeared youthful, there was a powerful aura about him. As if a majestic dragon surveyed them from the skies, instilling a sense of trepidation and fear in everyone's hearts. In the presence of the aura of Dragon of Despair Nidhogg, their reactions were entirely understandable. Upon reaching the throne positioned above the steps, Gobta seated himself, flanked by Artoria, K. Bedivere, and Lamorak on either side. Meanwhile, representatives from the allied nations sat below him, aligning with the strength of their respective nations. Ministers led by Ferguson and Hubert stood to the left, and the nobles of Camelot, led by Morgan and Mark, stood to the right. Gobta gazed at the two empty seats and asked casually, "Gwent and Dehobart haven't arrived yet?" The Minister of Ceremonies beside Gobta snapped back to attention and quickly replied, "The two kings encountered unexpected circumstances on their journey and may be a bit delayed." "In that case, there's no need to wait for them," Gobta's tone remained unruffled. "Let's announce the beginning of the coronation ceremony." "Very well." The Minister of Ceremonies lowered his head and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe toward the man before him. Although the coronation hadn't officially taken place, he instinctively obeyed the new king's command. Could this be the charisma of the chosen king? The minister sighed inwardly, turned to face the people present, and announced loudly. "Let the coronation ceremony begin." Clap. 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 Thunderous applause filled the air. Ferguson stepped forward, his aged face bearing a calm expression as he surveyed the people present with his grey-brown eyes. 15 years ago, King Uther led his army to a decisive battle against the rebellious Vortigern at Hadrian's Wall in the north. King Uther returned defeated, and on his deathbed, he sought advice from the great mage Merlin, asking where Camelot's hope lay. The great mage made a prophecy: 15 years from now, a person will come forth in this land. His name is Arthur, the chosen king who will pull the sword from the stone, carrying the dreams and hopes of the people. And Camelot will shine once more. Now, the one who pulled the sword from the stone has appeared. He is the chosen king of Camelot, the son of King Uther, Arthur Pendragon. After Ferguson finished his speech, Gobta stood up and waved to everyone, eliciting cheers. "Arthur! Arthur! What's the meaning of this? Weren't we supposed to expose him here?" "That's your task, I'm only responsible for activating the magic formations, the rest is not my concern," Ferguson replied nonchalantly. "Tch, cunning old fox," Hubert cursed inwardly and turned his gaze away. Gobta's gaze moved over the people present. He took a deep breath and then began to speak with a solemn tone. 40 years ago, my father founded a new kingdom on this land. It was conceived in hope, guided by the principles of peace and progress. 15 years ago, Vortigern's betrayal led to the invasion of Britain by the Anglo-Saxons, shattering that hope and those principles with his own hands. At this moment, we stand on the precipice of an extraordinary trial. A trial that will determine the fate of this kingdom and everything founded upon the pillars of hope, peace, and progress. As we assemble here, bound by a shared conviction, I am resolute in my belief that this is a moment of profound significance. I have a dream. I dream a day when I shall expel these encroaching invaders from our sacred soil, personally vanquishing the vile white dragon. The blood of that malevolent creature shall cascade as a solemn offering to the valiant warriors who tirelessly battled for the honor of this realm. I dream to witness the rise of a formidable nation, its people thriving in prosperity, where every soul can bask in a life overflowing with unbridled joy. I dream for the citizens of Camelot to carry the flame of hope within their hearts, unwavering in the face of adversity, forging ahead with an indomitable spirit. I dream for valleys to be spanned, mountains to bow before progress, sinuous paths to be straightened, and winding roads transformed into grand highways. Let the radiance of hope illuminate the way, heralded by all living creatures. I dream that the brilliance of hope will extend to every corner of this land, from the snow-covered peaks to the secluded valleys, spanning the boundless mountain ranges to the expansive plains. May the countenance of hope reflect in the smiles of children and resonate in the depths of every heart. This is the dream of a king bearing the mantle of the chosen one, a fate woven into the fabric of my existence since birth. Gobta pulled the caliban and pointed it toward the sky. With this sword as my unwavering witness, and my name resounding as an unbreakable oath, in the face of formidable challenges and looming perils, I shall advance with unwavering courage, steadfast and resolute, never yielding nor retreating. The Camelosians present watched the passionate future king, their excitement flowing like a mighty sea. Arthur! 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 Gone was the elegance of the past, everyone raised their arms and cheered, expressing their excitement in the most primal way. Gobta sheathed back the caliban and sat back on the throne. The Minister of Ceremonies took a deep breath and stepped forward. Coronation! 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 Amidst the thunderous cheers of the people present, a group of servants carrying trays with red silk, adorned with a splendid crown approached the throne. The delicate gemstones shone like stars, reflecting dazzling light. All eyes were fixed on the crown, the symbol of Camelot's supreme sovereignty. However, at this moment. Wait! A sudden voice made everyone pause, and all eyes turned to a single spot. In front of everyone, Hubert stepped forward calmly and pointed toward Gobta on the throne above. He can't be the king of Camelot. What? As the words fell, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. Bullshit! Mark yelled with his face contorted in anger. Do you even know what you're saying? Lord Hubert, this is a very serious occasion, please refrain from speaking out of turn, the Minister of Ceremonies frowned. Whether I'm speaking out of turn or not, you'll know soon enough. Before revealing the truth, there's something I need to tell everyone. The prophecy of the chosen king is nothing more than a ruse. A ruse? Everyone was shocked. Was the prophecy that had spread throughout all of Britain a ruse? Ferguson closed his eyes and clenched his fist in frustration. I know it's unbelievable, but it's the truth. Hubert said calmly with his hands spread wide and began his speech. 15 years ago, after the war with the North, King Uther, knowing his time was limited, designated an heir who had just been born, but the heir was not capable of bearing the responsibility of ruling the kingdom yet. That's why, King Uther and Great Mage Merlin created the prophecy of the chosen king, but its purpose was merely to buy time for the designated heir. As for the sword in the stone, Merlin had already placed a seal on it, no one could pull it out except for the rightful heir. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. If what Hubert said was true, it meant there was no such thing as the chosen king. Only King Uther and Great Mage Merlin, along with us ministers entrusted with the duty of safeguarding this kingdom, knew about this secret. Indeed, Ferguson acknowledged and nodded slightly. The other ministers exchanged glances, sighed, and nodded in unison. But even if he isn't the chosen king, so what? Mark sneered. He's the late king's child, he can also pull the sword from the stone, why do you say he can't be the king of Camelot? Please don't get agitated, Duke Mark, I haven't finished speaking, Hubert continued. There is another very important matter, the child that Merlin took away at the time was not a boy but a girl. A girl? Everyone was stunned, and Artoria, who stood behind Gobta, couldn't help but look anxious. Everyone should understand now. The impostor king sits on the throne, and the real heir is standing by his side as his knight. It's such a ridiculous situation. I can already imagine that once this truth comes out, Camelot's reputation will be utterly destroyed. I cannot allow this nation to fall into the hands of a despicable thief. That's right. This is our country, how can we tolerate an outsider taking control? He must have used some trick to deceive the late king's child and steal the throne from her. That man is nothing but a shameless thief. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Hugenberg and the nobles he had conspired with finally saw an opportunity and launched a furious assault on Gobta. The other nobles hesitated when they saw this. The new king faction looked anxious. If this continued, the coronation ceremony would surely fail. Silence. Suddenly, a sweet voice, thunderous in its impact, suppressed the tumultuous noise. Morgan stepped forward, her delicate face covered in a layer of coldness, and her pale golden eyes sharp as a sword, directed at Hubert. I've already said it before, Arthur is my biological younger brother. Hubert, do you think you understand my family affairs better than I do? Your Highness, I have no such intention, Hubert replied respectfully. I'm only concerned that this man has already charmed you and your sister, and you might have unwittingly fallen into his trap. If anyone is not convinced, then let's settle this with evidence. Evidence? Morgan furrowed her brows. The evidence is right here. A stranger's voice suddenly came from outside, and 4 figures entered the hall. 2 middle-aged men were dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an air of authority and dominance. The 3rd figure was shrouded in a black cloak, making it impossible to see their face, giving off an air of mystery. The last figure was an elderly man in clerical attire. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and had a kind and approachable appearance. Chapter 119. The evidence is right here. A stranger's voice suddenly came from outside, and 4 figures entered the hall. 2 middle-aged men were dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an air of authority and dominance. The third figure was shrouded in a black cloak, making it impossible to see their face, giving off an air of mystery. The last figure was an elderly man in clerical attire. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and had a kind and approachable appearance. The King of Gwent, the King of Deheubarth, and Archbishop Canterbury. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. The direction of today's event seemed to be getting increasingly bizarre. You must all know that King Uther rests in the church, so I asked His Excellency Canterbury to obtain a strand of hair from King Uther. With these, we can prove whether he is indeed King Uther's child, Hubert said. Hubert, you bastard. Morgan's eyes flashed with uncontrollable rage as she pointed her finger, and a magecraft spell instantly formed, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical energy. Buzz. The air suddenly quivered slightly, and the powerful magical beam quickly dissipated. Ferguson. What do you mean by this? That bastard had laid his hands on my father's corpse, and you're still protecting him. Is this how you swear loyalty to my father? Please understand, Your Highness, Ferguson replied calmly. We're just seeking the right answer for the future of this kingdom. Ah, now I understand, Morgan seethed. I finally get it. You think the House of Pendragon is an easy target because it lacks anyone to defend it, right? Let me see if you're up to the challenge. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated the power of the island and countless particles of light converged into her body from all directions, causing her aura to skyrocket like a rocket, making the ground tremble slightly. Rumble. Fear and panic filled everyone's eyes. It suddenly occurred to them that this woman was a bona fide madwoman. If they provoked her, who knew what she might do? However, at this moment, a calm voice interrupted her. Enough, stand down. Morgan's aura faltered, and then she turned to Gobta, who was on the throne above, with furrowed eyebrows. But today is my coronation day, and you wouldn't want to embarrass me in front of all these people, would you? Gobta said calmly, reassuring her. Rest assured, once this matter is settled, I will explain everything to you. Morgan clenched her fists tightly. After a while, she sighed and returned to her position. I didn't expect you to remain so composed at a time like this, Hubert sneered toward Gobta who sat on the throne. You've put in so much effort preparing for this grand performance, it would be a waste to end it prematurely, wouldn't it? Gobta looked down at Hubert. Continue, the show is far from over. Hubert clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening. A show? Is everything I've meticulously prepared just a show in your eyes? Unspeakable shame filled Hubert's heart, anger burning in his eyes like a flame. He couldn't help but want to rush up. Grab the boy by the collar, and say something like, "Do you think I'm a clown performing in a circus?" While slapping the boy's face. But he took a deep breath, suppressing his impulses, and soon, a sly smile played on his lips. It doesn't matter, let him laugh for now, since I will be one who will have the last laugh. Soon, I'll watch you tumble off the throne, and from that moment, you'll have no place left in this kingdom. Hubert turned his head towards the King of Gwent and the King of Deheubarth, nodding slightly. Respected kings, please, proceed. The King of Deheubarth nodded, looking up at Gobta, and chuckled, Sir Arthur, please don't mind, after all, in a way, we can be considered King Uther's sons-in-law, as allies, we don't want to witness such internal strife in Camelot. That's right, it's better to reveal the truth sooner for all of us, the King of Gwent chimed in. Let's just end this clumsy charade here. Gobta propped his elbow on the armrest, resting his head on his fist and waved his other hand lazily. If we drag this on, it'll be dark soon, and don't forget tomorrow is the Samhain festival, the royal palace won't be lit tonight. The faces of the two kings instantly darkened. No one had dared to show such arrogance in their presence before. It seems you are rather impatient, the King of Gwent sneered, then turned to the mage shrouded in a black cloak beside him. Bring it out. The mage nodded, retrieving a glass vial containing an unidentified blue liquid from his robes. This is a mystic code, used to identify blood relations, the King of Gwent explained, then turned to Canterbury. Your Excellency, please bring out King Uther's hair. Canterbury calmly nodded and took out a golden strand of hair from his robes. Morgan clenched her fists again, her pale golden eyes filled with intense hostility. The mage took the hair, about to place it into the vial when the King of Deheubarth suddenly intervened. Wait. What's the matter? The King of Gwent looked puzzled. Before that, we should first prove that this is indeed King Uther's hair, the King of Deheubarth said calmly. Are you doubting me? Canterbury asked with a furrowed brow toward the King of Deheubarth. Please forgive me, Your Excellency, your noble reputation has spread throughout Britain. There's no one here who doubts your integrity. However, I still believe that at such times, a little caution would be better. The king of Deheubarth's demeanor was gentle, but his words carried an unmistakable implication. Canterbury frowned but remained silent. The king of Deheubarth took out another golden strand of hair, displaying it to everyone. This is my wife's hair, which can be used for this experiment. The king put the hair into the vial while the mage divided King Uther's hair in two and put one half into the vial. After a moment, the blue liquid in the vial visibly turned green. There is indeed a blood relation between the two, the mage stated and nodded. Morgan gritted her teeth and a hint of anxiety appeared in her pale golden eyes. The king of Deheubarth nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gobta. Now, it's your turn. The mage shook the vial slightly, and the liquid inside the vial reverted to its original color. Then, he placed the remaining half of the hair into the vial and slowly approached Gobta on the throne, under everyone's scrutiny. Morgan's anxiety in her eyes intensified. If this continued, Gobta's origin would be exposed. Artoria and the others couldn't help but become increasingly tense, their expressions growing more solemn. The mage handed the vial to Gobta and stepped back. Please, Hubert said with a sneer. Gobta shook the vial, and the blue liquid inside swirled like mercury. I have one thing I can tell you in advance, Gobta said calmly, looking around at the people present. Hubert was not wrong in one thing. Originally, it wasn't me that Merlin took, it was my squire, Artoria Pendragon. What? It was like an explosion, and the whole hall instantly erupted. Morgan and the nobles from the new king faction turned incredibly pale, while Hugenberg's eyes lit up with uncontrollable excitement. Ferguson had a hint of complexity in his grey-brown eyes as he gazed at Gobta. What? Realized you can't keep pretending, so you decided to come clean. Hubert suddenly felt a sense of relief and a triumphant feeling. But he knew he wanted more than this. He wanted to return every bit of humiliation he had just endured. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a powerful force suddenly locked onto him, as if the god of death had grasped his throat, causing his face to turn incredibly pale. A clown should be aware of his place. When this king speaks, it's not your turn to interrupt. Gobta glared coldly at Hubert, then turned to everyone. But who said King Uther only prepared one heir? He bit his finger, and a drop of red blood flowed into the vial, giving the blue liquid a tinge of eerie green. Then, in the gaze of 1,000 pairs of eyes, the entire blue liquid slowly transformed into green. Everyone was in an uproar. Morgan, Artoria, Kay, Bedivere, and Lamorak stood dumbfounded, while Hugenberg and the nobles who had been taunting Gobta earlier turned as pale as paper. This can't be happening. Hubert raged like a demon, his expression twisted and manic, his once clear eyes were now clouded and lost in madness. It must be you. You used some kind of illusion, that's why that damn thing turned green. The color definitely hasn't changed at all. Yes, that's it, it must be, it's absolutely. After yelling angrily at Gobta, Hubert suddenly turned and pointed at the king of Deheubarth and the king of Gwent. And you too. You must have colluded with that boy long ago to frame me, right? I've seen through you all that you're all a bunch of freeloaders. A pack of ungrateful scoundrels. Nothing but trash to the core. The two kings were livid and wished to slay this madman on the spot. Everyone could see that Hubert had lost his mind. Ferguson stood up and said sternly, "Guards, take him away." 2 guards immediately approached, escorting the laughing Hubert out of the hall. Ha ha ha. I didn't lose, I would never lose, you tricked me, you bunch of bastards tricked me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 120. Hubert was taken away, but the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strange and awkward. Morgan and Artoria, along with the others, appeared dazed, seemingly still not fully recovered from what had just happened. The nobles who had been shouting and following Hubert moments earlier were now sweating profusely, their faces ashen, and filled with despair. The rest of the nobles were also at a loss, not knowing what to say. Who could have imagined that today's coronation ceremony would end up like this? Consecutive plot twists and unexpected developments had culminated in an outcome that no one had anticipated. However, the most important thing was what the new king had just stated: King Uther had prepared not just one heir. The ministers who were now aware of the truth were baffled. They had never heard of such a thing before. Originally, King Uther had declared Artoria as his heir, and now, out of nowhere, there was another heir. Lord Ferguson, do you know what's going on? One of the ministers asked the most trusted minister of the late king. Ferguson's expression was complex, and he was about to say something when a light laugh interrupted him. Ayahaha, this matter, only Uther and I know about it. Countless pink petals fell from the void, and a handsome young man with long white hair emerged, wearing a calm and gentle smile. Great Mage Merlin. Everyone exclaimed the name of this great mage. At the start of the coronation ceremony, people wondered why this figure, who had close ties with Camelot and held the position of court mage, hadn't appeared at all. They never expected him to show up at a time like this. "Lord Merlin, please explain to us what all of this is about," one of the ministers couldn't help but ask. All eyes were now fixed on Merlin. It seemed that only this great mage could provide the answers they sought. It seems even when the truth is right in front of you, you still can't believe it, huh?" Merlin shrugged. "Well then, let this great mage of Britain and the friendly big brother Merlin reveal the complete truth for you." First and foremost, he pointed his staff at Gobta above. "Arthur is indeed Uther's biological son." Upon hearing this, Morgan trembled imperceptibly. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Merlin's words left no doubt about the authenticity of the new king's lineage. Hugenberg's face turned as white as paper, and the nobles who had been around him quickly distanced themselves as if they were trying to prove they had no connection with him. "But King Uther had told us back then that there was only one heir," a minister hesitated. "Even rabbits know to prepare 3 burrows when they are escaping," Merlin replied casually. With the profound wisdom of Uther, how could he not make multiple preparations for such a critical matter? What if there were traitors among you? That would be quite troublesome, right? Upon hearing Merlin's reason, the ministers were immediately filled with anger, but soon, as they thought of Hubert, their anger transformed into frustration. A single rat dropping had spoiled the entire pot of soup, all because of one Hubert. They, the ministers, were now caught in a predicament. And now, with Hubert gone mad, even if they wanted to prove their innocence, there was no way. However, they suddenly remembered. Didn't several people just now join in with Hubert in causing the ruckus? The gazes of the ministers suddenly focused on those who were against the new king before. The people from the anti-king faction turned pale. With their experience, they couldn't miss the meaning in those old foxes' eyes. Hugenberg's face turned even paler. He now realized that he might not make it out of Camelot alive. Then, why do His Highness Arthur's hair and eyes black when the late king had golden hair and eyes? Another noble inquired. Well, that's a good question, and if you must know, Merlin's eyes darted around as he continued. It's all because of his mother. Mother? Confusion filled the eyes of those present. Wasn't Arthur's mother Queen Igraine? Everyone knows Igraine was the only wife of Uther, but Arthur's mother is not her, Merlin shrugged. If it's still unclear, maybe you should recall the story of the sun god, Luff. As Merlin spoke, a spark of realization appeared in the eyes of many. The legendary leader of the Fomorians, Balor of the Evil Eye, had been foretold by a druid to die at the hands of his own offspring. In an attempt to avert this fate, Balor imprisoned his daughter, Ethniu, in a crystal tower. However, with the help of a female druid, a god of the Tuatha De Danann named Kian entered the crystal tower and slept with Ethniu, bearing 3 children. Balor, discovering the truth, was furious and threw the 3 children into the sea to drown them. However, one of them slipped through his notice and was rescued by Bairog. This child later became the leader of the Tuatha De Danann after Nuada, the sun god Luff. Merlin's implication was clear: Arthur's mother, like Ethniu, was merely a tool chosen by fate to bring Arthur into the world. Then, where is she now? On such an important day, she should have been invited too. Alas, I wish I could, but Arthur's mother departed this world a long time ago, and even Arthur himself has never laid eyes on her, Merlin sighed mournfully. Perhaps that's the fate of a chosen king. Rulers are destined to be lonely, but I believe her soul will always be with her son, offering him protection. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces filled with solemnity. The atmosphere at the scene became considerably heavier. Morgan's eyes filled with profound sadness. Although her mother had passed away early, she at least retained some memories of her. However, Gobta had never seen his mother from the moment he was born. As she thought about that, her heart ached. Artoria's expression was complicated. Although she had never met her mother either, she had Kay, Merlin, Ector, and the residents of Tintagel by her side for all these years. On the other hand, her teacher had been alone since birth. As she thought about that, her mood became even heavier. In their own emotional reveries, the group of people failed to notice that Gobta, who had earned their pity, now had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I swear, once I'm free, I'll burn all of this incubus's hair, Nidhogg whispered in Gobta's mind. I'll help you, Gobta didn't hesitate to reply. Ahem, anyway, the situation is roughly like this. Merlin, catching Gobta's gaze, shivered and quickly changed the subject. Now that the troublemaker has been cleared out, it's time to continue with the coronation ceremony, shall we? Everyone awoke from their reverie, realizing that the coronation ceremony was still ongoing. Ahem. Gobta cleared his throat and, with a nonchalant tone, addressed the king of Deheubarth and the king of Gwent, who were in the center. Thanks to both kings for this generous gift to Camelot today. If you intend to stay and watch, we've saved your seats for you. Although his words seemed polite, they dripped with sarcasm. We invited you here in good faith, even saved you prime seats, and you were thinking of betraying us? How ungrateful. Noticing the expressions of the people present, the King of Deheubarth and the King of Gwent blushed slightly. We appreciate your kindness, but it's getting late now. Tomorrow is the Samhain festival, and many affairs are waiting for us back in our kingdoms. We won't disturb you further, the King of Deheubarth spoke, trying to be calm. Without delay, the two kings turned and started to leave. However, just as they reached the exit, two knights crossed their spears, blocking their path. The faces of the two kings darkened as they turned to Gobta. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting war between our kingdoms? Why would I want that? Camelot is a kingdom that values peace, but do you two not feel like you've gained something extra today? The King of Deheubarth shivered and stared wide-eyed at Gobta. You. As allies, I hope we can coexist peacefully. After all, we share common enemies. If we were to quarrel over trivial matters, it would be quite unsightly, don't you think? Gobta said nonchalantly. The King of Deheubarth's face grew gloomy. This is the reward I deserve. All I know is, if it belongs to Camelot, even a blade of grass, no one else can take it, Gobta retorted coolly. The King of Deheubarth was about to say more when the King of Gwent stopped him and whispered, "Don't be impulsive, look outside." The King of Deheubarth turned to gaze outside the hall, where more than 300 knights had gathered and were fixated on him. He took a step back, his face paling. This is not our home ground, and the situation is not in our favor. If there's something to discuss, we can do so after we return, the King of Gwent whispered calmly. Reluctantly, the King of Deheubarth nodded. The King of Gwent let out a sigh, then turned to Gobta with a sneer. You truly are the chosen king, your methods are truly admirable, I hope our future relations will be peaceful. With that, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it on the ground before walking away. This time, the guards did not stop him. Today's event, I will remember it. The King of Deheubarth also tossed a piece of paper on the ground before leaving. Everyone watched curiously as the two pieces of paper lay on the floor, wondering what they contained that could cause such tension among these three kings. A servant picked up the papers and handed them to Gobta. However, he didn't take them but instead said, "Show them to Lord Ferguson." Me? Ferguson was surprised but accepted the papers. Hugenberg's eyes were filled with despair as he watched this. Ferguson glanced at the contents of the two papers. His hands started to tremble while his face turning pale. The papers contained an agreement between the House of Montague, the King of Gwent, and the King of Deheubarth. The agreement stated that if the two kings promised to support Hubert in opposing the new king during the coronation ceremony, the House of Montague would willingly merge their territory into the Kingdom of Gwent and provide a substantial amount of wealth to the Kingdom of Deheubarth. This was outright treason. Ferguson hadn't expected that Hugenberg would go to such lengths, making such a blatantly treacherous move to win over the King of Gwent and the King of Deheubarth. Moreover, the amount of money mentioned in the agreement was impossible to come up with based on his knowledge of the House of Montague. However, he suddenly remembered that Hubert, who was the younger brother of Hugenberg, was the Minister of Finance. In an instant, Ferguson finally understood why Hubert had gone to such great lengths to prevent the new king's coronation. I believe you now understand how to proceed, Gobta said with a faint smile as he gazed at Ferguson. Ferguson took a deep breath and solemnly placed the two agreements into his pocket and nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured, I won't let you down. In fact, when he saw how insane Hubert had acted earlier, he had felt some sympathy for the House of Montague. Even considering whether to plead with the new king to spare them some dignity. However, after seeing these agreements, he immediately dismissed that idea. There was no need for a noble house as corrupt as them to remain in this land any longer. Gobta smiled and looked at the Minister of Ceremonies. Continue. Very well. The Minister of Ceremonies nodded and stepped forward. He was about to speak but suddenly closed his mouth and glanced around warily. When he saw no one interrupting, he nodded satisfactorily and solemnly declared. Coronation. A servant brought a tray to the front, knelt down before the throne, and held the tray high. Artoria, Kay, Bedivere, Lamorak, Ferguson, Morgan, Mark, and all Camelocians in the hall knelt on one knee, while the representatives from various nations stood up solemnly and bowed with respect. Merlin stood by Gobta's side and declared. From this day forth, this hallowed land shall embrace a sovereign and new one who traverses the realms of life and death, adorned with the mantle of the chosen, and bearing the weight of hopes and ideals. Behold. His Majesty the King, Arthur Pendragon. Gobta took the crown from the tray and placed it on his head, the gemstones adorning it shimmering like the stars. Long live the king. Everyone gazed toward the throne where the king sat regally and shouted with reverence. Chapter 121. Morning, next day. Gobta gathered every minister of Camelot and held the first council meeting of the new year. This marked his first formal involvement in handling the affairs of the kingdom after his ascension, signifying that from this point on, the responsibility of the kingdom was officially on his shoulders. However, since the day he had pulled Caliban, Gobta had already prepared himself to face all of this. Today, Kay and Artoria were responsible for his security. Since early morning, they had worn serious expressions that frightened the palace servants, who dared not even make eye contact with them as they quickly passed by. "I say, you two don't have to be so nervous, it's as if someone owes you money," Gobta said in exasperation. "Ahaha, in a situation like this, who wouldn't be nervous?" Kay chuckled. "Yesterday, facing hundreds of nobles, even kings from other kingdoms during the coronation ceremony, you managed to remain composed. Now, just meeting a few old men has you this scared?" Gobta teased. "I can't quite describe it," Kay scratched his head. "Even though I'm just an observer, the thought of being part of a meeting that decides the fate of millions of people suddenly gives me a profound sense of purpose." "I feel the same way," Artoria nodded in agreement, then looked curiously at her teacher. "Teacher, are you really not nervous at all?" Even though Gobta had openly revealed his origin, for some reason, Artoria still liked to address him as teacher. Nevertheless, it was a minor detail that no one minded. "Why should I?" Gobta smiled. "Since I've taken on the responsibility, I must do my best to excel in it. It's similar to how if you want to make money and profit, you have to bake delicious bread to sell to customers. It's all a matter of course. But this is a matter of great importance for the nation. How can you compare it to baking bread?" Artoria looked puzzled. "If that's how you see it, you're mistaken, Lily." Gobta said calmly and began to give her a lesson. Ultimately, governing a nation isn't much different from baking bread. Just like a loaf of bread needs the right choice of ingredients. The right amount of kneading, and precise control of the temperature, policies, and strategies for governing a nation must evolve with the times, be grounded in reality, avoid rushing. Stay adaptable, and avoid unfounded imagination. Otherwise, you'll end up with a subpar product that angers your customers. And they might throw it in your face. Artoria appeared to be deep in thought, and after a moment, she earnestly nodded. "I understand your point, teacher." "Good to hear," Gobta nodded in return. My, describing governing the country as baking bread? That's quite a novel theory, I've never heard anything like that." Morgan, with her usual stunning beauty, suddenly appeared from around the corner with a playful smile on her face. "I wonder, what kind of bread can you make with that?" "Let the facts be the judge," Gobta chuckled and pushed open the grand doors before him. In the spacious council chamber, a dozen or so Camelot ministers sat around a round table. Upon seeing the king enter, they immediately rose and bowed. "Your Majesty." Gobta nodded slightly. "No need for formalities, please, take your seats." He walked forward and sat in the central chair, with Morgan sitting on his right and Artoria as well as Kay standing behind him. "Let's not waste any time and get straight to the point." Gobta looked to the left at the Minister of Internal Affairs, Ferguson. "Lord Ferguson, please proceed." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ferguson stood and provided a detailed report on the major events that had occurred in Camelot over the past year. This was a tradition passed down from the reign of King Uther. After the Samhain festival, which marked the new year, the first council meeting served as a summary of the previous year's work by the Minister of Internal Affairs. It provided recommendations to the king and established the primary goals for the upcoming year, which were then executed by the other ministers. For the past 15 years, since Camelot had no king, this step had been collectively decided by Ferguson and the other ministers. "The main topics are more or less these," Ferguson said solemnly. "But due to the sudden incident involving the Minister of Finance, matters related to it are still being tabulated." "Thank you for your efforts, Lord Ferguson," Gobta nodded slightly, turning to the other ministers. "For a nation, a Minister of Finance is necessary existence. Now that Hubert has gone mad, I've decided to appoint my elder sister, Morgan Le Fay Pendragon, as the temporary acting Minister of Finance. Any objections?" After some contemplation, most of the ministers eventually nodded in agreement. A few others wore hesitant expressions on their faces but, after a stern look from Morgan, quickly nodded in agreement as well. Gobta nodded with satisfaction, feeling that his first move as the new ruler had gone rather well. Now, it was time for the second move. "I have another task to assign to Lord Ferguson," Gobta turned to Ferguson. "Arrange your subordinates to conduct a census of Camelot's population. It must be accurate down to each and every household, with no room for error." "Your command is my will," Ferguson bowed. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, what's the point of doing this?" One minister questioned, obviously wary of the labor-intensive and time-consuming nature of a population census. "What's the point?" Gobta looked at the person, baffled. A population census is crucial, let me explain the importance to you. As he enumerated the significance of the population census, the ministers became more and more engaged. Some were so excited that they couldn't help but tremble. Such a remarkable policy, if truly implemented, would undoubtedly elevate Camelot's power to a new level. This led many to reflect, as they hadn't expected this young king, whom they initially thought might need time to grow into his role, to propose such groundbreaking policies from the outset. Indeed, he lived up to the title of the chosen king. However, what surprised them even more was that the king went on to propose more policies, covering a wide range from agriculture to military, trade to diplomacy, and hygiene to the economy. The scope was so vast that even the most erudite scholars would feel humbled. More importantly, all of these policies were highly effective and promised to significantly boost Camelot's power. As the king continued to talk enthusiastically, everyone in the council chamber was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 122. On that night, the once magnificent and radiant city of Camelot plunged into a deep darkness. Every household extinguished their candle lights, and people wearing strange and eerie masks roamed the streets to ward off mischievous spirits and ghosts. Even the majestic castle, which used to be aglow with lights, was now shrouded in darkness to outsiders. Yet, if one crossed its imposing gates, they would find it still radiantly lit. In the spacious council chamber, Morgan, Artoria, Kay, Bedivere, Lancelot, and the others sat silently around the round table. Sorry, I'm late, the aftermath proved to be more troublesome than I anticipated, making you all wait longer. Gobta spoke calmly as he walked into the council chamber wearing silver armor and a crown of stars on his head. Everyone promptly rose and bowed to Gobta. Your Majesty. Okay, we're not in a formal setting right now, relax, don't be so uptight, Gobta chuckled and glanced towards the door. You two, come in. After a moment, Ferguson and Canterbury entered together. Morgan's expression darkened instantly. Why are they here? She couldn't forget Canterbury's blasphemous acts against her father's corpse. For any child, it was an intolerable offense. As for Ferguson himself, despite being her father's most trusted minister, he had chosen to shield Canterbury at that time, even using Camelot's magic formations to obstruct her. If Gobta wasn't present, she would have torn these two apart long ago. Don't be so impulsive, big sis, I told you, I would provide you with a satisfying answer, Gobta said, exasperated. However, as Morgan heard his words, she was taken aback. Why you called me what just now? Her delicate face turned a shade of deep red as she stuttered. Big sis, Gobta innocently blinked. I already proved my origin during the coronation ceremony, or do you not want to acknowledge me as your little brother? And no, it's just, Morgan stuttered, her eyes darting around in confusion. Her porcelain complexion turned a vivid shade of crimson, almost as if steam was rising from her head. The others exchanged strange glances. It was just words of big sis, but Morgan's reaction seemed exaggerated. Realizing her own loss of composure, Morgan quickly used magecraft to steady her emotions, cleared her throat, and tried to shift the topic. Are you saying that everything revealed during the coronation ceremony is true? Some of it is true, and some of it is not, Gobta sighed. I know you have many questions, I will now reveal the whole truth to you. As Ferguson and Canterbury took their seats, Gobta began narrating the truth of the situation. As everyone present was someone he trusted, he had little to hide, apart from details about his system and divine keys. As he explained, the astonishment in everyone's eyes deepened. A black dragon was created to counter the white dragon, born only to die, later given a chance to be resurrected in the land of shadows, but it took 16 years for him to return to his birthplace. No one could have imagined that the king's life had been so filled with hardships, and all of this had been orchestrated by Uther and Merlin. Bang! As Gobta's words fell, Morgan slammed both her hands on the table. Her pale golden eyes flickered with uncontrollable anger, and she gritted her teeth as she uttered two words. Bastard Merlin. Thinking of all the suffering her younger brother had endured due to this bastard mage, Morgan longed to dissect this scoundrel in her laboratory. The others exchanged glances and nodded. It was no wonder Merlin had not attended the meeting today. If he had, the council chamber might have turned into a battlefield. Artoria lowered her head, tightly gripping her hands. Her azure eyes showed an array of complex emotions. For her, both Gobta and Merlin were her most important people. If these two turned against each other, it would be a great source of distress for her. Merlin had no choice but to act that way, the pressure brought by Vortigern was truly overwhelming, even for him. Gobta cleared his throat. I've already made Merlin pay for his deeds, so it's okay. I want to emphasize that I'm only interested in revealing the truth of what happened back then. I don't intend for you to cause trouble for Merlin, understood? Understood. Everyone nodded slightly, showing their compliance. Artoria breathed a sigh of relief, while Morgan crossed her arms and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Obviously, these things can be announced earlier, why wait until now? Morgan asked Gupta with a stern tone. Gupta chuckled and explained. If I didn't do it this way, how could I have exposed all those parasites? Remember, Camelot has been without a king for a full 15 years, and its internal corruption has grown far too deep. If I had to catch them one by one, even with 10 years, it might not be enough. Ferguson sighed deeply. I failed the late king's expectations. I was entrusted with the vital duty of governing the kingdom, yet I failed to notice the corruption in the treasury and was almost misled. That's why, to ensure I could catch all these culprits, I intentionally concealed my true origin and, after the king's selection ceremony in Tintagel was complete, I found Archbishop Canterbury and asked for his assistance in orchestrating today's performance. Gupta said with a calm smile while crossing his arms. Everyone was taken aback. Did this mean that the Archbishop's actions today were all orchestrated by the king? What exactly did you discuss with him? Morgan asked, puzzled. At that time, I gave His Excellency a strand of my hair and told him that if anyone came looking for something that belonged to King Uther, he should hand over this strand of hair. Gupta explained with an amused tone as he gazed at Morgan. I know it made no difference whether using King Uther's hair or mine. But no matter what, he's still my father, the one who brought me into this world. Like you, I also don't want his corpse to be disturbed by those parasites. So that was the least I could do for him. Morgan's eyes widened as she heard Gupta's explanation. So, that strand of hair from earlier. Yes, that was the strand of hair His Majesty gave me 3 months ago, Canterbury said with a wry smile. Back then, I didn't understand the purpose behind it. It wasn't until today's events that I finally learned. The group was shocked. Did this mean that the king had foreseen what would happen today from 3 months ago? They exchanged glances, clearly displaying their astonishment. What an incredible level of foresight and wisdom it took to set up such an astonishing plan. Ferguson was filled with awe. Even with his experience, he had never seen someone understand human nature to such an extent. The fact that he and the others had considered overthrowing the king without realizing that the king had already anticipated their thoughts was astonishing. Didn't this mean the nobles who opposed the king were dancing in the palm of his hand right from the beginning? Despite being so young, the king had mastered the art of understanding human nature to a terrifying degree. Was this the so-called wisdom of the chosen king? Morgan, noticing everyone's expressions, couldn't help but feel proud of her younger brother. See, this is the pride of Pendragon. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment as she looked at Gupta. Why didn't you consult with me earlier on something so important? I could have offered you some help. To deceive others, you must first deceive your own. Besides Lord Ferguson, I didn't inform anyone in advance, Gupta explained in a relaxed tone. I can vouch for that, Canterbury nodded to Morgan. I indeed didn't know that His Majesty is actually the late king's son until the coronation ceremony. When the King of Dehubart suggested verifying the authenticity with the strand of hair I held, I was genuinely surprised. Morgan was getting frustrated. Then why did Ferguson know in advance? Why did this old man get to know something that even I, your sister, didn't know? Why? That's because Lord Ferguson is in control of Camelot's magic formations. If I hadn't revealed my identity to him, who knows what he might have done during the coronation ceremony, Gupta explained with a helpless shrug. Indeed, if your Majesty had not come to me that time, I might have taken some drastic actions, Ferguson sighed. He still vividly remembered the events of that time when Hubert came to him to discuss plans against the new king. After Hubert left his residence, he suddenly heard someone's voice from behind. Turning around, he almost had a heart attack when he saw the new king sitting relaxed on the sofa without a care. At first, Ferguson had thought that the new king had come to confront him, but then, with a single sentence, he left Ferguson dumbfounded. I am King Uther's son. It was that sentence that made Ferguson not cooperate with Hubert's actions during the coronation ceremony. After listening to Gupta's explanation, Morgan grunted in frustration, feeling slightly relieved. Morgan sighed. Fine, you've said what you needed to, then, let's rest for now. Starting tomorrow, we have a lot of matters to address. Gupta smiled and stood up, preparing to leave. Very well, let's get some rest. Wait, Your Majesty, Ferguson suddenly said. Puzzled, Gupta turned and saw Ferguson taking a small, intricately patterned box from his robes and placing it in front of him. What's this? This is the power and responsibility of Camelot. The late king entrusted it to me, and now it's time for it to return to its rightful owner. Ferguson said earnestly while looking at Gupta. I hope Your Majesty will use this power wisely and bear this responsibility. Do not disappoint the late king's expectations. Gobta remained silent for a moment, then took the box with a solemn nod. I promise. Chapter 123. Since the day he pulled Caliban, Gobta had been preparing for this council meeting. Being a king meant bearing not only authority but also responsibility. Since he had ascended to this position, he had to do his best, or he would let down those who trusted him and the millions of Camelot's people who placed their hopes in him. For the past 3 months, Gobta had worked tirelessly, recalling the policies and measures he had once learned in his previous life and combining them with the practical observations he had made throughout his journey. Every policy he presented had undergone thorough scrutiny and modification, and he was certain there were no flaws before finalizing them. Thanks to his diligent preparation, he entered the council chamber today with full confidence. Almost an hour later, he had presented all the policies he had selected as appropriate. That is all I wanted to say, Gobta addressing the ministers. What do you all think? As the words left his mouth, the entire room fell into silence, with no one speaking for a long while. Gulp. Kay quietly swallowed a gulp of saliva. Now, he finally understood why his teacher had appeared so confident before their arrival. Artoria gazed at Gobta's back with adoration in her eyes, her azure eyes filled with profound admiration. Morgan stared at Gobta as if he were some sort of monster or alien. Even though she had always believed her brother wouldn't disappoint in this regard, this display was a bit too exaggerated. Even the 3 people who knew Gobta the best found his words astonishing. The rest of the ministers felt even more bewildered, with almost everyone wearing a comically dumbfounded expression. Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. Why is everyone silent? Does anyone find anything inappropriate about this? One of the ministers, snapping out of his daze, quickly responded. No. No. Nothing is inappropriate, Your Majesty, the policies you've proposed are excellent, truly exceptional. Inappropriate? Each of the dozens of policies could lead a nation to rapid growth. They dared not voice any objections. Please forgive our earlier rudeness, Your Majesty, we simply did not expect your knowledge and wisdom to be so profound, though it's embarrassing to admit, you've genuinely astounded us all, another minister said with a wry smile. The rest nodded in agreement, as this statement essentially reflected their collective sentiment. If they had initially thought that the king needed to develop his governing abilities, this moment obliterated any such doubts from their minds. No need to be so surprised, I didn't come up with these policies on my own, I've merely borrowed from the wisdom of others, Gobta explained. Borrowed from the wisdom of others? Everyone in the council chamber was slightly taken aback, their eyes revealing contemplative expressions. If these policies had been implemented in other nations on Britain, they, with their knowledge, couldn't have remained ignorant of it. So, the only explanation was that when the king spoke of the wisdom of others, it likely did not pertain to the current world but rather to some higher and unknown territory. Such circumstances weren't unfamiliar to them, as Archbishop Canterbury from the Holy Church was the prime example. He was, by all appearances, an ordinary person, yet possessed almost prophetic abilities that even magecraft couldn't replicate. Could the king's wisdom of others be related to this phenomenon known as revelation, like Archbishop Canterbury? With this realization, they finally comprehended. No wonder the king appeared so young but possessed such extraordinary wisdom. This must be the true meaning of the chosen king. Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. With his understanding, he couldn't help but notice that these people had completely misunderstood him. However, some things were best left unexplained, and let them draw their own conclusions. After the morning meeting, Gobta was preparing to discuss the matter of the artificial magic circuit with Morgan when a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Quest 4, go to Camelot, complete the coronation ceremony, and gain the support of at least 60% of the ministers completed. Quest reward, 11th Divine Key, Oath of Judah. Completed? Gobta paused for a moment. In fact, he had noticed that the 4th quest included 2 aspects: completing the coronation ceremony and gaining support from 60% of the ministers. The coronation ceremony had just concluded, and he had initially thought it would take a long time to fulfill the second requirement. However, after the morning meeting, the quest had unexpectedly been completed. It seemed that all the preparations he had made had indeed played a significant role. Gobta sighed inwardly and then made a casual excuse to leave the council chamber and return to his room. After locking the door, he reached out into the void, and after a moment, the air began to ripple with golden waves. Then, a massive golden cross materialized out of thin air. Another one, Nidhogg secretly marveled. In truth, she had long had a vague feeling that Gobta might be hiding some earth-shattering secret, given the peculiar weapons he possessed that appeared out of nowhere. The lance that contained the powers of life and death, the black flaming corruption sword. The mind-disturbing red feather, and the self-replicating golden sword, these were all weapons Nidhogg had never seen before, and they even surpassed many divine constructs in their respective abilities. Apart from this, she had an indescribable intuition that the true terror of these strange weapons might not lie in their appearances. Gobta was unaware of the Black Dragon Lady's thoughts at this moment because all his attention was focused on the golden cross in front of him. The cross was nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with intricate patterns and reliefs on its surface. It was primarily composed of gold and black, exuding a sense of sacred solemnity. Gold chains wrapped around it like seals, anchoring it firmly to the ground, making it as unmovable as a mountain. Gobta touched the patterns on the surface of the cross, and the cold touch brought a profound sense of peace from deep within. He took a deep breath, grabbed the golden chain, and pulled it with all his might. Oath of Judah, unfold. Click. As the golden chains fell away, with the sound of precise mechanical movements. The cross separated into 2 halves, with frames carrying golden spears extending to either side. The obsidian spearhead shimmered with a chilling and heavy aura, exuding an imposing atmosphere. This was the 11th divine key, known as the Key of Binding Oath of Judah, which possessed the strongest power of restraint, nullification, and imprisonment. Chapter 124. With the full activation of the Oath of Judah, an unexplainable power enveloped the room, causing Gobta to feel a noticeable slowdown in the flow of magical energy within his body. So, this is the power of binding. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Without any deliberate activation, just the normal unfolding of the Oath of Judah showcased a degree of power that exceeded his expectations. It seemed that this divine key was much stronger than he had imagined. His thoughts shifted slightly, and the stiffness immediately subsided. Like the other divine keys he possessed before, the side effects of the Oath of Judah wouldn't trouble him under normal circumstances. However, this was only in ordinary situations. If he unleashed the Zeroth power of the Oath of Judah, even he would be severely affected. This skill was a classic case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming oneself 800 times. Compared to the Zeroth power of other divine keys, except for the judgment of Shamash, the restrictions of the Oath of Judah were just too powerful. Fortunately, the Oath of Judah still performed remarkably well even in normal combat situations. Gobta took out one of the spears from the Oath of Judah, waved it casually, and muttered, "Doesn't feel quite right, Abyss Flower was more user-friendly." Clatter. The golden chain he held in his other hand suddenly slid on its own, standing in front of him like a snake, conveying a sense of dissatisfaction. Gobta blinked in surprise, suddenly feeling as if a small blonde girl with hands on her hips, pouting, was looking at him angrily. Sorry, didn't mean it that way." Gobta cleared his throat, and a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Do you want to show off your power and prove you're stronger than the other guys?" The golden chain swayed up and down as if nodding. Gobta's expression became somewhat odd. This divine key seemed too spirited. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. "Well then, let's have some fun, shall we?" He took a step forward, placing his hand on the central relief. Magical energy flowed continuously into it, causing the cross to radiate an even more brilliant light, conveying a rather lively mood. "Oath of Judah, it's time to hunt." Buzz buzz buzz. As the words fell, the golden spears suddenly trembled, then shot out from their stand, piercing through the wall with their long chains, flying outward. Looking at the gaping hole they left, Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. "Next time, let's find a more spacious place." Artoria and Kay walked through the corridors of the royal palace, discussing the policies Gobta proposed in today's meeting. Providing compensation for the families of deceased soldiers every month not only strengthens national cohesion and boosts enthusiasm for military service but also reduces the emergence of bandits and refugees. Such a multi-beneficial policy, I'm afraid only our wise and benevolent king could come up with this kind of idea. Artoria exclaimed. "My goodness, Lily, while I agree with you, you don't have to add that last sentence every time, you know," Kay chuckled. "I'm just speaking the truth, is there a problem?" Artoria glared at him discontentedly. Kay shook his head helplessly. "No, I just..." However, before he could finish his words, a sudden gust of wind whistled past his ears. Clang! A golden sword's edge clashed with the tip of a golden spear, sparking a brilliant and intense display. Seizing the opportunity, another golden spear thrust forward. Just as it was about to touch Kay, the air trembled slightly, as if it had collided with something head-on. The golden spear was deflected with a clang. "Ha!" Kay roared, swinging his golden sword, Clayum Solace, with all his might to parry the approaching golden spear. He took 2 steps back, aligning himself back to back with Artoria, who wielded Excalibur, enveloped in invisible air. They maintained a vigilant stance, surveying the 4 golden spears suspended in midair with trailing long chains. "What are they? Mystic codes?" "Although they have magical energy, I sense that they're not mystic codes," Artoria frowned and said solemnly. But my intuition told me that if we get entangled with this thing, it could lead to quite troublesome consequences. Kay shuddered. He knew all too well how accurate Artoria's intuition was. Every time she uttered those words, the accuracy was at least 80% or more. Gripping his golden sword tightly, a serious expression appeared on his face. The upcoming battle would undoubtedly be a tough one. Inside the magic workshop, Morgan, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. In her pale golden gaze, there was a profound sense of confusion that gradually cleared after 2 or 3 minutes. She propped herself up and exhaled slowly. Rubbing her forehead, a hint of complexity appeared in her eyes. The fusion has deepened again. Turning her head, a large full-length mirror was placed beside her. Gazing at her gorgeous figure in the mirror, she murmured softly, "In the future, am I Morgan, or Guinevere?" Suddenly, a familiar face flashed in her mind. Her delicate face instantly blushed with a captivating hue, and a sweet smile curved her lips. "No matter who I am, I will definitely protect." Suddenly, a familiar magical energy fluctuation transmitted toward her. It was the magical device she set up outside being triggered. Boom! 2 golden spears with trailing chains instantly pierced through the wall and rushed toward her like snakes. A cold gaze appeared in Morgan's pale golden eyes. With a casual wave, intricate rune formed instantly, and 2 sturdy ethereal hands emerged, tightly gripping the 2 spears. "What are these?" Morgan furrowed her brow in confusion as she observed the 2 golden spears. Shouldn't there be magic formations set by Merlin in the palace? Where did these things come from? Before she could figure out the situation, she suddenly noticed the 2 ethereal hands holding the golden spears suddenly dissolved like smoke, all magical energy traces disappearing completely. Morgan's eyes were instantly filled with a strong sense of shock. The magical energy disappeared. Chapter 125. On the training ground, Lancelot and Bedivere were engaged in a sparring match. Lancelot wielded a majestic golden sword, his handsome face focused like still water. Fairy letters on the sword glimmered like lake water, and the long sword seemed weightless in his hands, unleashing a rapid onslaught akin to a fierce storm. It wove a dense and suffocating net, casting a relentless pressure. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Arondite clashed with Ergitlam, creating dazzling sparks. The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed like a drumbeat. Under Lancelot's overwhelming attack, Bedivere could only resist and patiently search for an opportunity to counterattack. After a while, Bedivere noticed Lancelot's slowing pace and diminishing strength. It seemed he had reached a point of exhaustion. The chance had come. With his emerald eyes narrowed in a low growl, Bedivere crouched, his right foot pressing down, and the silver arm extended forward as if it were an unstoppable sword, thrusting towards the exposed abdomen of Lancelot. "You fell for it." Lancelot's sudden calm voice sent a shiver through Bedivere's heart. Swish! The once limp and powerless sword transformed into a blue and gold thunderbolt, cutting through the air with tremendous force, and heading toward Bedivere's neck. Whoosh! As if time had frozen, both of them paused mid-action. A few strands of silver hair gently fell from the air. Bedivere tilted his head slightly, looking at the sword hovering about 10 centimeters from his neck, and a wry smile appeared on his handsome face. "I've lost again." After Bedivere admitted defeat, Lancelot curved a small arc at the corner of his mouth, sheathing Arondite. "Is this the 32nd time? I still haven't won against you even once. You're definitely the stronger one in martial arts, Lancelot. All strength comes from relentless training, Bedivere. As long as you persist, someday you'll become even stronger than me," Lancelot said with a bright smile. Bedivere looked at his silver right arm, determination flickering in his emerald eyes. "Yeah, I believe that day will come." Due to his physical disability, Bedivere had harbored a sense of inferiority complex for years. In noble circles, his flaw was an unforgivable sin. Whenever he attended events with his brother, those who noticed his empty right hand would cast disdainful glances. To change this, he worked tirelessly to improve himself, aiming to prove that even with a disability, he could achieve what others couldn't. He yearned to fulfill his dreams and gain recognition from others. Though he could effortlessly deflect spears from some strong knights and command a battle with a brilliant strategy, those peculiar gazes on him still persisted. He felt overwhelming despair and frustration, even contemplating suicide. However, the appearance of the black-haired and black-eyed king brought a monumental change to his life. The wise and benevolent king didn't mind his flaw, accepted his loyalty, acknowledged him as his knight, and even bestowed him the legendary Ergitlam. From the day the king said, "I believe in you," Bedivere made a solemn vow. Regardless of the cost, he would not disappoint the king's expectations. "Let's call it a day for now. Lamorak invited me to teach swordsmanship to the knights, so we'll continue our sparring next time," Lancelot said, still with his smile. "Sure, thanks a lot for taking the time to practice with me today, Lancelot." Bedivere nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Huh, don't mind, I've got nothing else to do around here anyway, anytime you need anything, just find me." Lancelot said with a hearty laugh, but suddenly, his pupils contracted. "Get down." Bedivere, sensing something amiss, wasted no time and rolled to the ground. Whoosh! "Enemy!" Lancelot shouted suddenly. Bedivere quickly stood up, back to back with Lancelot. Ergetlam in his hand emitted a sharp silver light as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Four golden spears, seemingly out of nowhere, surrounded them. Long chains trailed behind, extending into the distance. "What are these?" Lancelot asked, puzzled. Bedivere, recalling his knowledge, shook his head after a moment. "I don't know, I've never seen anything like this before, but it seems someone is manipulating these weapons from behind." Looking at the golden spears hovering in the air with chains trailing behind, Bedivere furrowed his brows and thought, Camelot is protected by Lord Merlin's powerful magic formations. Even gods would be suppressed. Could the owner of these weapons have found a way to bypass them? A strong sense of unease surged within Bedivere. Whoever invaded Camelot with the ability to evade Merlin's magic formations was likely more powerful than he imagined. The chains rattled, and the four golden spears, like serpents, rushed towards them. Lancelot skillfully blocked two with a horizontal slash. Hum! Ergetlam suddenly radiated a brilliant light, tearing through everything with an immensely sharp aura, disrupting the surroundings. Swish! Bedivere made a horizontal cut, the dazzling silver light fleeting in the void. Following two crisp sounds, two golden spears instantly fell to the ground. Ergetlam possessed the ability to tear through everything. Anything, no matter how sturdy, seemed fragile in its presence. "Well done," Lancelot praised. A smile appeared on Bedivere's face, but suddenly, he felt a slight tightness around his waist in shock. He looked down to see a golden chain entwining around him. As he prepared to use Ergetlam to cut the chain, an inexplicable power surged into his body, causing his magical energy and strength to vanish in an instant. Bedivere thudded to the ground, the radiance around Ergetlam gradually dissipating until it dimmed completely. He clenched his teeth, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't muster any strength. Crash! The chain tightened and the powerless Bedivere was flung outward. Bedivere! Seeing this, Lancelot's eyes widened in fury. Just as he was about to chase, two more golden spears blocked his path. Damn! Chapter 126. On the top floor of the royal palace, in the stargazing room, Merlin lay leisurely on a recliner. His eyes flashed with various bizarre colors, and a look of interest appeared on his face. Wow! It was a close call there. Kay seems to be on the verge of giving in, but Lily has the protection of Avalon, so she should be fine. Morgan seems to be struggling too. These magical energy nullifying weapons are indeed troublesome for a mage. Bedivere is already out. TCH, how did that happen so quickly? You have Ergetlam, and you still managed to mess up. Carelessness, huh? Oh. Lancelot is getting angry. Is he trying to snatch Bedivere back? That's some strong determination. Let's see if you can really pull it off. Using his clairvoyance, Merlin's gaze shifted continuously among everyone, presenting an impression of someone thoroughly enjoying a show. It seems the weapon His Majesty obtained this time is very powerful. It feels like more than just magical energy. Many other forms of energy should be affected too. Anyone who gets bound would be miserable. Merlin looked toward Gobta's room, gazing at the sacred and solemn golden cross. Suddenly, he froze. 1, 2, 3, There should be a total of 12 spears deployed. Where did the other two go? He wondered aloud, then activated his clairvoyance to trace the whereabouts of the remaining 2 golden spears. After a moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face. Crash! 2 golden spears with long chains suddenly pierced through the floor of the stargazing room, instantly penetrating the recliner. Countless petals fell from the void, and Merlin's figure emerged not far away. Sweat covered his handsome face as he patted his chest with lingering fear. That scared me, Your Majesty. I almost went from Big Brother Merlin to Big Sister Merlin. Watching the 2 golden spears shaking their heads and wagging their tails towards him, Merlin chuckled helplessly. Your Majesty, I only said a few bad things, isn't this too much? In response, 2 golden spears thrust forward. Merlin constructed a sword from who knows where and effortlessly blocked the 2 golden spears. Easy peasy. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Even without magecraft, I'm pretty strong, you know. Even if you bring on 2 more, I can still handle it without breaking a sweat. Crash! 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 3 consecutive golden spears burst from the ground, twisting in midair like ethereal serpents, their sharp tips directly aimed at Merlin. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead, and a slightly forced smile appeared on his lips. Can I take back what I said earlier? In the room, Gobta pressed his hand against the golden cross, using the sensory sharing from the Oath of Judah to observe everyone's situation. From the current situation, facing the onslaught of the Oath of Judah, Merlin was doing the best even when facing 5 spears simultaneously. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Although he appeared busy and chaotic, Gobta strongly suspected that this guy was deliberately putting on a show. Apart from Merlin, there were Artoria and Lancelot, who showed no flaws, always maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Kay's performance was a bit lacking. Several times, he was almost entangled by the golden chains, relying on Artoria's support to break free. Morgan had it the worst. The Oath of Judah had a powerful restraint on magical energy, rendering her magecraft almost useless, forcing her to dodge awkwardly. Even Rune is ineffective, huh? It seems the power of this divine key is much stronger than I thought. The golden chains vibrated, proudly standing in front of him as if a child who aced an exam and was boasting to their parents. Okay, I know you're strong, Gobta chuckled helplessly. Though this divine key was spirited, its personality seemed like an immature child. It should be enough, playing further would be excessive. Gobta pondered inside his mind and then made a decision. Okay, that's it, Judah. Suddenly, the people engaged in the struggle noticed that the golden spears in front of them paused for a moment, then, without any coordination, retreated in the direction they came. What? Artoria and Kay exchanged glances, then decisively followed. They had to figure out the origin of this thing. 10 minutes later, they followed the traces of the chains to a certain room. They looked at the dozens of large holes chiseled into the walls, showing a hint of surprise on their faces. If I remember correctly, this should be Teacher's room, right? Kay furrowed his eyebrows. Could it be that the real target of the intruder is Teacher? Hearing Kay, Artoria's delicate face immediately became extremely serious. She was about to open the door when footsteps reached her ears. Turning to the left, she saw a familiar figure in a black dress with blue edges emerge from the corner. Elder sister. Kay also heard the footsteps, turned to the right, and saw a familiar figure carrying a golden sword. Lancelot. The 4 of them were momentarily confused, then seemed to realize something and said in unison. Did you guys also get attacked by those golden spears? Turns out it's true, Kay looked somewhat surprised. I thought it was only Lily and me who were attacked, didn't expect everyone else also the same, huh? Lancelot nodded slightly. Bedivere and I were attacked in a training ground. Bedivere got hit by those golden chains by accident and was taken away. I chased after them to save him. I was attacked in my magic workshop. Morgan couldn't help but grit her teeth while speaking as she recalled the frustration of being suppressed by the golden spears. I want to see what kind of bastard dares to be so bold in the royal palace. Artoria furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Almost all the strongest people in the palace were attacked simultaneously. Could it be that the intruder intended to restrain them so they could take action against the king without disturbance? Squeak. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 4 immediately tensed their bodies, their eyes showing strong vigilance. However, when they saw the figure behind the door, they couldn't help but be stunned. Bedivere. Everyone was stunned. Bedivere wore a wry smile as he stepped aside. Come in, everyone, please rest assured this is not any enemy attack or anything of the sort. The 4 exchanged puzzled glances, hesitated for a moment, and finally put away their weapons and approached the room. As they entered the room, they saw Gobta sitting on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and smiling at them. So, how was it, everyone? Did you find this test I arranged for you surprising? Chapter 127. As they entered the room, they saw Gobta sitting on the sofa, casually crossing his legs and smiling at them. So, how was it, everyone? Did you find this test I arranged for you surprising? Gobta, of course, couldn't let anyone know that all of this was just for his own amusement, especially with Morgan present. So, after much contemplation, he decided to cover it up with the pretext of a test. It must be said that using test as the reason was indeed quite versatile. No matter how illogical things might be, once you put the label of a test on it, everything suddenly becomes reasonable. Moreover, it unconsciously instilled a strong sense of honor. At this moment, as soon as everyone heard that this was all a test arranged by the king, a look of sudden realization appeared on their faces as if conveying, so that's how it is. In truth, it was primarily Gobta's demonstrated wisdom and decisiveness that elevated his status to a very high level in everyone's minds. In this situation, no matter what he said, everyone would subconsciously believe it without any questioning thoughts. Afterward, Gobta went on to give a dazzling explanation, making everyone even more convinced of this so-called test. So, what was initially a game driven by a perverse sense of amusement, was forcefully turned into a sophisticated affair by someone relying on the prestige accumulated over time and a silver tongue that never failed. It not only remained unaffected but also strengthened his standing in the eyes of others. Watching all of this, Merlin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Shameless. After the Samhain festival, Britain officially embraced winter, and temperatures plummeted. People sought refuge indoors, huddled around fireplaces. The once bustling and lively streets now appeared sparse. For most, this should have been the most leisurely time of the year. However, for Gobta, it was far from it. Perhaps, this was the busiest period since his arrival in this world. There were too many matters demanding his attention during this time. Firstly, there was the anti-king faction led by the House of Montague. After meticulous planning and investing considerable time and effort, Gobta had finally exposed them. Of course, he couldn't let them off easily. However, these individuals were deeply entrenched and aware of their precarious situation. They formed a tight-knit group, making it a troublesome task to deal with them. Fortunately, Ferguson stepped forward to assist Gobta. According to Ferguson, the events involving the House of Montague were entirely a result of his own incompetence. Hence, he felt obligated to correct his past mistakes. Ferguson was undoubtedly a seasoned politician. With his accumulated influence in Camelot's noble circles over the past 15 years, he and Gobta swiftly raised the anti-king faction, crumbling it piece by piece. Heads rolled, families crumbled, and the once proud histories, traditions, wealth, and knowledge of these self-important nobles evaporated before the iron hooves of warhorses and the soldiers' swords. This was the largest-scale noble purge in Camelot's history, yet it caused little stir in the upper classes of society. Everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed to turn a blind eye. It was the lower classes who, in light of these events, grew more reverent towards Gobta. With the resolution of the anti-king faction crisis, Gobta breathed a sigh of relief, only to dive headfirst into other pressing matters. The policies he proposed during the council meetings were compiled by the domestic affairs officials, distributed to the ministers, and assigned for implementation. Despite his efforts to tailor these policies to Camelot's circumstances, they were the product of centuries of human wisdom from the modern era, surpassing the current era. The ministers, lacking experience, faced innumerable challenges during execution. Gobta spent almost every day in his study, personally reviewing each report submitted by the ministers, without delegating the task to anyone else. He painstakingly provided solutions and guidance to the ministers, ensuring every suggestion was thoroughly examined after reading the reports. For this, he often worked from the daytime into the late hours, barely getting 3 hours of sleep each night. If not for his robust physical constitution, he would have collapsed long ago. However, even with this effort, the progress of these policies remained frustratingly slow. Gobta was infuriated, almost wishing he could just cut down these old geezers. He later realized that sometimes these ministers weren't genuinely ignorant but intentionally dragging their feet. The reason was crystal clear. The implementation of any policy would inevitably disrupt the interests of a portion of the population. Gobta had offended almost every one of these ministers by introducing numerous new policies simultaneously. Driven by his long-established dominance, immense authority, and formidable military power, they didn't dare openly oppose him. Hence, they resorted to this method to express their discontent, attempting to force him into making compromises. But Gobta was not one to fall for such tactics. The next day, in front of everyone, he publicly berated the Minister of Agriculture and stripped him of all his authority, appointing Bedivere as his replacement. From now on, anyone who dares to pull off such a passive-aggressive stunt in front of my face, just roll right out of here. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone capable who does. The other ministers were scared out of their wits. After returning, they dared not slack off anymore and hastened the progress. But this incident served as a wake-up call for Gobta. In such a crucial position, he needed to appoint people he could trust, otherwise, every time these people schemed behind his back, he'd not only be enraged but also annoyed to death. Moreover, it was a race against time, and he didn't want to waste it on the political nonsense of these people. Looks like it's time to consider establishing the Knights of the Round Table, Gobta mumbled to himself while stroking his chin. At this moment, the original story's Knights of the Round Table around him mainly included Lamorak, Artoria, Kay, and Bedivere. Although Lancelot had not officially sworn allegiance to him yet, judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time. However, with just these few people, it wasn't enough to meet his requirements. He needed more Knights of the Round Table. To achieve this quickly, he had to rely on one person, Morgan. Morgan is an inevitable part of the Knights of the Round Table. Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, Agravain, and Mordredthi all come from her hands, Gobta murmured. I just hope my appearance won't cause any unexpected incidents in this matter. According to the original story, Morgan created Gawain and the others to retaliate against Artoria. But now that Artoria's fate had been taken over by him, Morgan didn't harbor such hostility. So, Gobta wasn't sure if Gawain and the others would still follow the normal trajectory. After some thought, Gobta ultimately decided to go talk to Morgan about it. Chapter 128. Since the conclusion of the coronation ceremony, Morgan had been staying in Camelot as if completely forgetting about Orkney. During this period, she mainly took over the responsibilities of the former Minister of Finance, Hubert, and worked on improving the artificial magic circuit. The basement of the royal palace had been transformed into her magic workshop. She spent most of her days there, so it was easy for Gobta to find her. "What's up, Gobta? Got business with your big sister?" "Nah, nothing much, just heard you've been cooped up down here, so thought I'd pay a visit." Gobta glanced at the dimly lit basement and shrugged. "Big sis, didn't I tell you? Build the magic workshop outside, spacious and bright, like in Lucanmont. Staying in this closed environment all the time isn't good for your mental health. People change with their surroundings." Morgan had been labeled as a madwoman, not only due to her radical approach to magecraft but also because she spent all her time in the basement, making her appear gloomy and isolated. After hearing her younger brother's concern about her, a hint of sweetness and warmth welled up in Morgan. Since the passing of her father, she couldn't remember the last time she felt this kind of care from her family. Okay, I promise, after things settle here, I won't build the magic workshop in the basement anymore. Happy now?" Morgan chuckled while covering her mouth with her hand. Gobta nodded slightly, noticing the puppet on the workbench. Examining the intricate green patterns on its body, he couldn't hide his surprise. "What's this?" Gobta approached and observed the patterns carefully, while Morgan stood aside with a proud look in her pale golden eyes. After a while, he suddenly looked up, his face showing a hint of shock. "Big sis, could it be?" "Yes," Morgan nodded with a smile. "This is the final version of the second-generation artificial magic circuit, all parameters perfectly meet your requirements." Gobta's eyes lit up with uncontrollable joy. The artificial magic circuit was finally complete. With this, he could equip the key of domination on his Knight Order. Once that happened, his plan for the Godslayer Knights would finally come to fruition. "I followed your method, set a buffer zone between the circuits and the host soul, reduced the mental impact, and simplified the commands." Morgan was about to explain her improvement ideas when she felt a strong force. Suddenly, she was pulled into a warm embrace, and a masculine scent filled her nostrils. "Thank you so much, big sis." Gobta hugged Morgan tightly, full of excitement. "With this, we can easily defeat Vortigern, maybe even unify all of Britain." But after a while, he received no response from her. Confused, he lowered his head to see her face flushed. Her pale golden eyes were misty, and a sweet fragrance escaped from her slightly open cherry lips. As the initial excitement faded, he realized what he had done. But looking at that exquisite face and feeling the soft, full figure in his arms, he felt his sanity slipping away bit by bit. His hands involuntarily slid downward, discreetly reaching the rounded and soft buttocks, gently squeezing through the silky gown. Morgan shivered all over, unable to hold back a soft moan. As if invigorated by this, Gobta increased his intensity, molding her buttocks into various shapes with unrestrained fervor. Morgan, unaccustomed to such stimulation, tried to halt his actions. However, she found herself powerless, her body growing increasingly limp. If it weren't for him supporting her, she might have collapsed like a sack of bones by now. Seemingly finding it not thrilling enough, Gobta's other hand stealthily climbed towards Morgan's enticing curves. Even through the dress, he could vividly feel the delicate and ample texture. Morgan's pretty face turned even redder, like a puppet with no intention of resisting, allowing the man before her to freely toy with her body. Gobta's breath became heavier, his gaze fixed on those subtly glossy crimson lips, feeling his throat unusually parched. His head slowly descended, and a sudden panic surged within Morgan. "No," she whimpered softly. Gobta abruptly halted, his confused eyes instantly clearing as he hastily pushed Morgan away. Morgan quickly snapped out of her bewildered state, recalling what had just happened. Intense embarrassment flooded her heart, and she couldn't bring herself to look at Gobta. Their gazes met and an eerie silence settled in the air. Gobta turned awkwardly and coughed. "Ahem. Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Taking a deep breath, Morgan stabilized her emotions with magecraft, lifted her head, and smiled. "It's fine, we're family after all, isn't a bit of intimacy normal between family members?" "Why yeah." Gobta stuttered as his gaze unintentionally wandered over Morgan's disheveled gown. A strong impulse surged within him again, prompting him to quickly use the power of Feng Huang Down to steady his emotions. Morgan noticed this and her face turned even more crimson. With the help of magecraft, she swiftly regained composure and nonchalantly straightened her dress. This only heightened Gobta's awkwardness. To shift the topic, he started to speak. By the way, I came to you for another reason. He then recounted his recent experiences and his idea about the Knights of the Round Table. These old bastards really overstepped their boundaries, daring to play these tricks in front of their king. Morgan's expression darkened and then sneered. Perfect timing, since they don't want to do their job, let's give the positions to the right people. She looked at Gobta and nodded. Your idea is good, Gobta, don't worry, your big sister will help you solve this problem. Thank you, big sis. Gobta breathed a sigh of relief and then thanked her with a smile. After some more small talk, he left the magic workshop. Watching the closed door, Morgan lightly brushed her red lips with her jade-like fingers, a sweet curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. You little rascal. Morgan whispered sweetly while wearing a gentle smile. Chapter 129. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. What? Gobta, as if waking from a dream, snapped back to reality and turned to look at Bedivere in front of him. What happened? Your Majesty, you've been quite absent-minded these days, Bedivere puzzled. Is it because of the recent workload? Absent-minded? Really? Ahem. Yeah, maybe it's because of the excessive workload lately, it's affecting my concentration. Really? Bedivere's eyes filled with a mix of worry and concern. How about we call it a day, and you take a break for now? No need, I'll just take a moment to gather myself later. Gobta shook his head. Alright, let's continue with our previous discussion. Bedivere slightly furrowed his brows, sighed inwardly, and reluctantly picked up the report in his hand. The winter planting is progressing steadily, the farmer's seed reserves are sufficient, barring any unforeseen events. This year should see no major changes compared to previous ones. Gobta nodded slightly. That's good, agriculture is the foundation of a nation, we can't afford any negligence in this regard. After finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Bedivere's hesitant expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bedivere forced a smile. Your Majesty, I don't quite understand why you entrusted me with such an important task in agriculture. It might sound irresponsible, but I really don't have much knowledge in this area. That's why, I'd like to ask you to reconsider and appoint someone more suitable for this position. Bedivere wasn't intentionally shirking responsibility. Since Gobta assigned him the position of Minister of Agriculture, he had been diligently learning about agriculture. Unfortunately, he had never dealt with such matters before, so he started from scratch, which took a long time to master. Moreover, there was no systematic agricultural knowledge and Britain experiences were mainly passed down orally. This made Bedivere's learning curve much steeper. On top of that, the policies proposed by Gobta involved agricultural matters, so Bedivere had to absorb knowledge to solidify his foundation while figuring out how to implement the policies. His workload in the past few days was almost comparable to Gobta's, yet he remained the slowest in progress among all. All of those caused Bedivere to feel pressured. Gobta pondered for a moment and said, You're right, I overlooked this aspect. Don't worry, I'll bring someone over in a few days to assist you. With his help, you won't have to worry about these matters. Bedivere looked at Gobta with confusion. Does His Majesty have someone skilled in agriculture among his subordinates? The next day, Gobta went to the outskirts of Camelot and found Carl, the old knight he had sent from Tintagel to Camelot. Oh, Lord Goymin, Your Majesty. Carl, who was working in the fields, looked bewildered at Gobta who suddenly appeared before him. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Long time no see, Carl, Gobta smiled. Carl shivered all over. It was only now that he finally reacted. The divine being was indeed standing before him. He hurriedly tried to kneel, but at the moment his knees bent, an inexplicable force lifted him back up. I already told you, no need to kneel every time you see me. Gobta shook his head, helpless. Ahaha, sorry, it's just a habit. Carl scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gobta inquired about Carl's experiences since arriving in Camelot. Initially, Gobta imparted all his agricultural knowledge to Carl. However, uncertain about the effectiveness of this knowledge in a land still under the influence of the Age of Gods, he sent Carl to Camelot in advance to test it out. Carl didn't disappoint. In these past few months, he diligently followed Gobta's teachings on grain cultivation and achieved impressive results. Guided by Carl, Gobta reached the granary where Carl stored the harvested grain. Seeing the abundance of wheat piled inside, even Gobta was taken aback. Your Majesty, those tools and knowledge you gave me were incredible. Carl's face glowed with excitement. Especially that plow thing, it made cultivating the land 10 times faster than others, and so deep. And the seed drill. The planting became quick and easy. Following your instructions, I watered, fertilized, weeded, and dealt with pests every day. Not a single issue with the wheat, all grew exceptionally well. With what I've grown alone, we can supply a village for a whole year. Gupta's heart skipped a beat. Although prepared, he hadn't expected the results to be this extraordinary. Yet, he knew the main factor was the efficiency brought by the use of the tools. At this moment, where the land still retained the true ether from the age of gods, the yield was exceptionally high. The more land they cultivated, the greater the final harvest. As for the agricultural knowledge, its impact wasn't as significant. For instance, the three-field system played a crucial role in European agricultural history, but it was irrelevant here. The land remained fertile without the need for fallow periods. Perhaps these insights would only prove useful after the age of gods' influence waned. However, seizing the current opportunity was essential. Gupta took a deep breath and patted Karl's shoulder without caring for his muddy appearance. I'm satisfied, Karl, you've done perfectly, living up to my expectations. Karl was trembling with excitement. His efforts had finally gained acknowledgement. The theory had been tested and proven remarkably effective. Without hesitation, Gupta said. Karl, next, I'll arrange for you to join Camelot's agricultural department. You'll be responsible for spreading the knowledge and tools. It might be a challenging task, so be prepared. Karl nearly fainted. Despite his simple nature, having lived for so long, he understood Gupta's intentions. Without exaggeration, if this task succeeded, his name would be forever etched in Britain's history. Lord God, are you really entrusting such a precious opportunity to me? Karl's voice trembled with intense excitement and fear. Isn't this what I promised you from the beginning? Also, why did you call me Lord God again? I've told you I'm not some divine being. Karl looked down at his hands covered in mud stains, tears streaming down his weathered face. Thank you, for trusting me. Karl muttered as he bowed to the empty spot where Gupta had stood moments before. Chapter 130. After returning to the royal palace, Gupta summoned Bedivere to inform him about Karl's matter. Upon hearing the news, Bedivere was ecstatic and couldn't help but feel deep admiration for the king's foresight. Having settled the agricultural affairs, Gupta quickly immersed himself in the artificial magic circuit experiment. He brought 3 death row inmates from the prison for a live experiment. If, after a month, these 3 subjects showed no adverse effects, it could be confirmed that the second-generation artificial magic circuit research was successful. Once confirmed, his plan for the Godslayer Knights could officially begin. However, before that, he had to address a problem: insufficient manpower. The key of domination could be divided into 1,000, but his knight order currently had only 300 members, leaving a gap of 700 that needed filling. Yet, he couldn't just recruit anyone off the street. This knight order was his trump card for sweeping Britain, and he had invested a lot of effort into it. If it were spoiled by a few bad apples, he would be utterly frustrated. Moreover, the key of domination had high requirements for the host. Ordinary knights couldn't gain recognition from the key of domination. So, Gupta swiftly issued his first national recruitment order throughout Camelot. Starting today, anyone who can pass the path of trial marked by the king, regardless of their status, can unconditionally join his knight order. It's worth noting that although there was no blessing from the Abyss Flower, Gupta had already spread information about the path of trial to the masses, indirectly lowering the difficulty of the trial. This recruitment order immediately caused a sensation throughout Camelot. In fact, the information about the path of trial was almost common knowledge in Camelot by now. This was mainly because of the astounding achievements Gupta's 300 knights made in the War of the Great Plains, hailed by many bards as the Battle of Myths. This drew immense curiosity and attention, coupled with the king revealing the secret of the trial at Morgan's banquet. Thus, the path of trial had become one of Camelot's hottest topics. In this era of scarce entertainment, such explosive topics naturally garnered high attention. When people learned the specifics of this trial, they were deeply shocked and came to understand why the king's knight order was so powerful. The king's statement, "Only those who pass this trial will be recognized by me as true and chivalrous knights," somehow spread and gained unanimous public approval, giving the trial a new name: Knight Proof. Currently in Camelot, Knight Proof had almost become the sole criterion for judging a knight's worth. Only by progressing farther on this path could one prove their qualification to becoming a true knight. And this notion had even begun spreading throughout all of Britain. Knights were beings who lived for honor and glory. With such a chance to prove themselves, they wouldn't easily give up. Coupled with this recruitment order, it was almost as if it directly ignited the hearts of all knights of Britain, attracting countless individuals. Gupta was pleased with this development because the more participants, the sooner his plan could be realized. Thus, while awaiting the result of the artificial magic circuit experiment, monitoring the path of trial, and advancing policy reforms, he led a fulfilling life every day. Until one night, when he finished handling official matters and was preparing to rest, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's the aura of Jizo Mitama. Gobta looked out into the deep night through the window, his brows slightly furrowed. Could it be? He swiftly wrote rune, space to teleport and quickly approached the source of the aura. After about 10 minutes, he arrived in a secluded grove near Camelot, where he saw a figure draped in a black cloak lying on the ground. A cold and rich scent of blood rushed into his nostrils. Gobta hurriedly approached, lifting the figure, and unsurprisingly, he saw a familiar face. Yulaina. At this moment, Yulaina's face was extremely pale. Her eyes tightly closed. The once charming and alluring features now bore the marks of agony. Her black robe was disheveled and covered in wrinkles and scratches. She clutched her abdomen tightly, where a large and gruesome wound oozed crimson blood, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Sensing her faint vitality, Gobta's expression immediately became serious as he began treating Yulaina. He summoned Fenghuang down, merging it with her forehead, forcibly awakening her survival instincts. Then, he summoned the Abyss Flower to heal her injuries. The moment Abyss Flower's power merged with Yulaina's body, a hint of surprise appeared on Gobta's face. He discovered that her injuries were far from simple. Besides the external wound, almost half of her internal organs were shattered, a third of her bones were broken, and her heart suffered severe trauma. For an ordinary human, they would have died many times over in this situation. Yulaina survived solely through the robust vitality of a dead apostle and an extreme will to live. However, if this continued, she still couldn't escape the fate of death. If Gobta didn't have the Abyss Flower, even if the gods themselves intervened, they couldn't save her. Gobta continuously infused magical energy into the Abyss Flower, driving the divine key representing the power of creation to slowly pull Yulaina back from the edge of death. Thanks to the changes brought about by the black dragon body, his magical energy was almost boundless. Otherwise, facing Yulaina's near-death situation, he might have had to resort to massive bloodletting, much like when he saved Haydn. After about an hour, Gobta finally completely healed Yulaina's injuries. Not only were her internal organs restored, but the massive wound on her abdomen had also healed, leaving no traces. Her originally paper-white complexion gradually turned rosy. Her breathing normalized, and a new vitality emanated from her. Yulaina furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and her crimson eyes slowly opened, gazing somewhat confused at the familiar face before her. Master. Chapter 131. Late at night, the profound darkness hung over the entire land like a curtain, enveloping everything in a silence resembling a deep slumber. In the well-lit study, Gobta handed a cup of tea to Yulaina and placed it in front of her. How are you feeling now? Any discomfort? Taking the tea, Yulaina shook her head slightly. No, I feel fine now. Gobta nodded slightly, sitting on the sofa opposite her. Tell me, what happened? Initially, when Gobta sent Yulaina to gather intelligence in the northern territories, he thought with her ability to devour magical energy and transform into mist, nothing unexpected would occur. However, he hadn't anticipated the severe injuries she sustained. I accidentally got exposed, Yulaina sighed. I sneaked into the royal palace of Kent to quietly steal some information, but I stumbled upon some dead apostles hiding in the palace, and they caught sight of me. Gobta furrowed his brows slightly as he heard her explanation. With your abilities, even if a few dead apostles spotted you, you should have been able to escape, right? Normally, yes, Yulaina shook her head in frustration. But among those dead apostles, there was an extremely powerful one, he's the one who inflicted serious injuries on me. Who is it? Gobta asked. Yulaina took a deep breath and said slowly, the White Wing Lord, Trhvmn Ordenros. Ah, him, Gobta nodded. The White Wing Lord, Trhvmn Ordenros, was one of the oldest dead apostles and could be said to be the right-hand man of Crimson Moon. According to the original story, after Crimson Moon got defeated by Zelrich, Trhvmn would become the king of the dead apostles, representing the 27 dead apostle ancestors and possessing the highest authority. He was a figure capable of rivaling the pinnacle dead apostle, Alt Rouge. Given that Yulaina encountered the White Wing Lord, her severe injuries made sense. Watching Gobta's calm reaction, Yulaina was momentarily dumbfounded. Master, aren't you surprised at all? She asked cautiously. Surprised? Why should I be surprised? Just because the White Wing Lord appeared in Kent. Gobta looked at Yulaina with a half-smile. I guess you want to tell me that the entire northern kingdoms are now in cahoots with the dead apostles, right? That, Yulaina stared at him in shock. Moreover, besides dead apostles, you probably also discovered traces of phantasmal species there, like chimeras and mountain giants, for example, Gobta continued with a casual tone. Yulaina stared at Gobta dumbfounded. All the intelligence she had painstakingly gathered, he already knew. As if realizing something, a strong anger suddenly surged in her heart. Even though her master knew everything, she was still sent to the Northern Territories under the guise of gathering intelligence. What was this? Was he using her as entertainment? She almost died over there. I know you're angry, but trust me, I never joke about the lives of my people, seemingly understanding her thoughts, Gupta explained calmly. When I sent you to the Northern Territories, I truly did not know the situation over there, I only learned about these details because I've had dealings with them myself recently. He then proceeded to recount the events of the Beast Tides in Lukanmont and the War of the Great Plains to Yelena. Only then did she realize the true nature of the situation. Yelena awkwardly scratched her face, lowered her head, and muttered softly, I'm really sorry, Master, I misunderstood you. No worries, this time it's indeed my negligence, if I had been more careful from the beginning, you wouldn't have ended up in that kind of situation. Gupta shook his head, pondered for a moment, and with a casual wave, a golden sword appeared in his hand. Consider this as compensation from me. Yelena hesitated as she looked at the golden sword. But, I don't know how to use a sword. No problem, you'll figure it out once you try, Gupta mysteriously smiled and handed the golden sword to her. Although Yelena was puzzled, she accepted it obediently. The moment she took it, the key of domination suddenly emitted a pure golden light and enveloped her. Gupta leaned back on the sofa, calmly watching the scene unfold. After about 10 minutes, the light gradually faded, and her figure reappeared. The golden sword had disappeared, and was replaced by a scythe. It was a predominantly black scythe with rose-shaped red patterns all over it. The blade displayed an absolute crimson hue, exuding a deathly cold and bloody aura. A strange expression appeared in Gupta's eyes. He didn't expect Yelena to choose such a unique weapon. But, he had to admit, the weapon did look pretty cool. Perhaps it was the nature of girls. Yelena slowly opened her eyes and looked at the scythe in her hand, and a strong sense of joy immediately appeared in her crimson eyes. How is it? Does it suit you? Perfectly. Thank you, Master. But I haven't fully gained the weapon's recognition yet, so I can't unleash its full power. No worries, practice and strengthen your will, and soon you'll master the weapon completely. Gupta smiled and then gestured with his hand. Come a bit closer. Yelena obediently leaned forward, feeling a finger tapping on her forehead. Suddenly, she felt a strange relaxation throughout her body, as if a peculiar power had been added. I've released the power of corruption I planted within you, I've merged it into your body, and you can freely use this power from now on, Gupta explained. Yelena turned her head and, in the reflection of the mirror nearby, saw that the black flame mark on her forehead had indeed disappeared. Deep gratitude welled up in her heart. Her master's actions demonstrated his trust in her. Alright, it's getting late, rest early, I've prepared a room for you, and someone will guide you there when you leave, Gupta said while lifting a cup of tea from the table. Yelena nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something suddenly, and hurriedly said, Oh, Master, I have important information. Gupta calmly sipped his tea. Go on. Yelena's face turned serious. When I eavesdropped in the royal palace, I overheard a conversation between the King of Kent and the White Wing Lord. They mentioned that in a month, Kent, Sussex, and Wessex would assemble 50,000 soldiers and launch an attack on the southern border, more precisely, Hadrian's Wall. Crack. Gupta instantly crushed the teacup in his hand. Chapter 132. In the council chamber, Artoria, Bedivere, Kay, Morgan, Ferguson, and the others sat around the round table, the atmosphere slightly tense. This was mainly because Gupta's serious expression made everyone feel a bit uneasy, especially when they saw Merlin, who was usually laid back, sitting obediently next to him. The sense of unease grew stronger. Everyone had a vague intuition that this impromptu meeting might be something significant. Is everyone present? Gupta glanced around, nodding slightly. All right, let's get straight to the point. Your Majesty, why the urgency in summoning us? Has something major happened? It is indeed something major, Gupta said solemnly. I won't beat around the bush, I've recently received precise intelligence that in a month, Wessex, Sussex, and Kent will gather an army of 50,000 and march south towards Hadrian's Wall. As if a bomb had exploded, the council chamber fell into stunned silence. After 15 years of dormancy, the North was finally planning to launch an attack on the South. While the news was explosively shocking at first, the people present only instinctively gasped, gradually regaining their composure. Is it because of the War of the Great Plains? Artoria asked, puzzled. She thought it might be due to the overwhelming victory in the War of the Great Plains, making Vortigern feel pressured, prompting an attack on the South. I think it might be because Vortigern feels the time is right, Kay speculated. Didn't our teacher mention before that Vortigern is getting close to achieving his goal? It's understandable that he would choose to start a war at this point. I have another theory, Bedivere, the only one present who had truly experienced war, chimed in. The northern kingdoms have been silent for a whole 15 years, and now it's winter. If Vortigern chooses to strike at this time, there's a significant chance he can catch us off guard. Regardless of Vortigern's reasons for starting the war, the fact is now laid before us. Gobta tapped the table with his finger while surveying the people present. Our only concern now is figuring out how to deal with this army. Yes, Gobta was not just contemplating repelling this attack, he aimed to completely annihilate this 50,000 strong army. Vortigern wanted to go to war, but why shouldn't Gobta want it too? All signs indicated that the path of that white dragon towards restoring the Age of Gods had been getting closer and closer. If they allowed it to continue, Britain's doomsday might truly arrive. Initially, Gobta planned to develop Camelot's strength for a year or two and then crush the north when Camelot was at its peak. But who would have expected Vortigern to act first? Moreover, he didn't involve all 7 northern kingdoms, he only chose 3 kingdoms to mobilize. This indicated that he wasn't planning for a full-scale war. However, if it was a probing move, the scale seemed too large. Although Gobta didn't understand Vortigern's motives, he had made up his mind to seize this opportunity and completely wipe out these 3 kingdoms' alliance. If Camelot could eliminate this 50,000-strong army, Vortigern would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. This would significantly increase their chances of victory in the future decisive battle. Gobta looked at Ferguson. How many soldiers does Camelot currently have? Ferguson hesitated for a moment. In total, 30,000, 10,000 guard the borders, 10,000 guard the royal capital, and another 10,000 guard the national borders. So few? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Even with Camelot's decline over the past 15 years, it shouldn't have such few soldiers. In reality, Camelot isn't lacking in soldiers, Ferguson sighed. The issue is that they don't belong to the royal family. Gobta suddenly understood. Anyone familiar with history knew that Europe never truly had a concept of centralized authority. The royal family, rather than being the rulers of the country, was essentially the largest noble family, crowned as kings due to their vast lands and the most powerful power. The other nobles had their own territories and significant power within them: tax collection, conscription, rule-making, army formation, and even the initiation of wars. Except for the title of king, they were nearly indistinguishable from the kings themselves. This system made the situation in most European countries extremely unstable, akin to describing it as a pile of loose sand. The defeat in the battle 15 years ago dealt a severe blow to the House of Pendragon. With Morgan being the only one left in Camelot who couldn't handle every affair alone, the prestige of the royal family suffered, leading to a decline in strength. That was why Ferguson and the others urgently hoped for a new king to appear soon, otherwise, internal chaos in Camelot would arise before any external threats. If we include the forces under those nobles, how many soldiers can we gather? Gobta asked after a moment of contemplation. At least 100,000, Ferguson replied without hesitation. Gobta looked surprised. Following the historical pattern of Europe, when a king controlled less than a fifth of the country's military, it was already dangerous. It seemed that Ferguson and the others had been going through tough times these years. In that case, Lord Ferguson, you go and gather those nobles. Within a month, make sure they assemble at least 70,000 soldiers at the northern border, Gobta instructed. Ferguson hesitated, his face showing concern. But what if they refuse? Traditionally, a king had no right to command the armies of the nobles. Even a king couldn't force them if they adamantly refused to send soldiers. If they refuse? Gobta smirked. I'd like to see how many dare to refuse. As a legitimate reincarnator from a communist nation, he couldn't allow any noble to challenge his authority. From now on, all the authorities in Camelot must be consolidated into his hands. Anyone who dares to oppose him will have their rebellion crushed without mercy. Chapter 133. Having settled the problem about the military, Gobta turned to Bedivere. Are Camelot's food reserves sufficient for now? Absolutely, Bedivere nodded without hesitation. For the past 15 years, Camelot had maintained a policy of rest and recovery, and its food reserves were quite abundant. Gobta nodded slightly, then turned toward Morgan to inquire about the financial situation. What about our funds? Morgan's expression soured a bit. That damn Hubert falsified all the accounts. Who knows how much money he embezzled from the treasury over the years. I had someone reevaluate our finances, and with our current resources, we can probably only sustain a war with 30,000 soldiers. Gobta frowned as he heard about the situation. Didn't we confiscate a lot from the opposing nobles earlier? They should have some money. Only the House of Montague has a considerable amount of gold and silver, most other noble houses don't have much money, the most valuable possessions are artworks, and it's not easy to sell those, Morgan sighed. This was the inherent flaw of nobles. To maintain their so-called dignity, they often spent their family funds on various extravagant items to uphold their noble status. Let's sell those things quickly, even if the price is lower, what we need right now is money. Gobta paused for a moment, contemplating. If that's not enough, we'll sell the lands that used to belong to the nobles of the anti-king faction. Everyone's expressions involuntarily changed. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Those are your lands, how can you sell them to others? In this era, land was the most crucial resource. The larger the land a noble possessed, the more prestigious and powerful they were. For nobles, status, wealth, and even life could be sacrificed, but land was an untouchable taboo. This was why Ferguson was so emotional. Calm down, Gobta said calmly. Even if I sell those lands, do you think my status will be affected? But, Ferguson frowned. Don't worry, I just plan to let them manage it temporarily. After I deal with Vortigern, I'll naturally take everything back, Gobta reassured. He didn't value lands as much as traditional nobles did. Taking over lands that already had owners would require a significant amount of manpower and resources. With the imminent threat from the north, he had no time to deal with such matters. It was better to sell those lands, saving resources and boosting the treasury greatly. Gobta even planned to conquer the northern kingdoms, sell a portion of the land afterward, and drain those nobles completely. Understood, although Ferguson was still uneasy, he sighed with reluctance and agreed. Gobta nodded slightly and turned to Bedivere. Wrap up your work with Karl and join me to the north. When the beast tide occurred at Lukenmont, Bedivere had demonstrated excellent command abilities, a rare talent Gobta couldn't forget. Besides Bedivere, Artoria and Kay needed to come along as well. Gobta then looked at Lancelot with a hint of hesitation on his face. Rest assured, I'll contribute my fair share as well, Lancelot said while looking at Gobta with his earnest purple eyes. Besides, wasn't hunting down that vile white dragon something we agreed upon from the start? Since that's settled, I'm counting on you, Lancelot, Gobta smiled, nodding as he turned to Merlin. After I leave Camelot, you and Lord Ferguson will handle things here. Oh dear, do I have to deal with these troublesome matters again? Honestly, I'm not getting any younger, can't you cut me some slack and let me rest for a while? I'm not young anymore, Humph, enough chatter, if anything goes wrong here, be prepared to take responsibility and apologize later, Gobta snorted. A few beads of sweat trickled down Merlin's forehead, and his smile seemed a bit strained. How could that happen? With me, Britain's most famous mage and sage personally overseeing Camelot, there won't be any problems. Gobta couldn't be bothered with Merlin's antics and turned to the others. Alright, today's meeting ends here, remember to take care of your responsibilities when you go back. Everyone, except Morgan and Sir Lamorak, can leave. Everyone stood up, gave a slight bow to Gobta, and then exited the council chamber. Gobta leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. He then looked at Morgan. Big sis, how's the experiment with the artificial magic circuit going? Morgan nodded slightly. The experiment was very successful, the 1-month observation period is over, and we haven't encountered any issues. Good, Gobta finally showed a relaxed smile on his face, then turned to Lamorak. How's the state of the knights recently? Everything is normal, Lamorak said meticulously. The knights train every day according to the training program your majesty provided, and their progress is quite evident. To further tap into the knights' potential, Gobta had tailored a new training regimen based on the military training programs from his previous life. In times like these, a systematic training program can have a tremendous impact, almost akin to mastering a divine technique, Gobta nodded. This time, heading north, the knights will be a crucial force, even a deciding factor in this war. Lamorak hesitated. But, your majesty, the knights only number 300, in such a large-scale war, our influence might be limited. I'm well aware of that, Gobta chuckled. So, I plan to give you all something new. He then revealed his entire plan for the establishment of the Godslayer Knights to Lamorak. After hearing it, Lamorak's eyes showed strong amazement. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but be stunned by this crazy plan. To slay gods as mortals. Could they really achieve this miraculous feat? But then, Lamorak suddenly recalled the scenes of them overcoming various difficulties together on the path of trial and the blood-soaked battles on the Great Plains. His initial doubt transformed into boundless determination. They were recognized by the king himself as true knights, the strongest knight order in Britain. So what if they faced gods? Since they had overcome so many hardships before, this time would be no exception. If slaying gods was considered impossible, then they would personally make it possible. Chapter 134. When news of the impending invasion from the north reached the royal capital, it sparked a turbulent storm in Camelot's upper class of society. No one could forget that it was Uther's defeat by Vortigern that plunged Camelot into a 15-year decline. Now, the same white dragon that haunted them 15 years ago was back. Would history repeat itself? Even though the current ruler held the title of the chosen king, Uther himself had a legendary undefeated record forged through countless battles. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to Vortigern. Moreover, the present king was still young and lacked experience in large-scale warfare. Could he bear such a heavy responsibility? These concerns echoed in the minds of many nobles. Especially during their informal conversations, these worries escalated, leaning toward public opinion. Ferguson, as a seasoned politician, was quick to notice these signs, so he promptly reported to Gobta. Gobta's response was simple. Let them say what they want, we just need to do what we must. He had anticipated such a situation. The folk tales about Vortigern circulating among the people clearly conveyed the fear Camelosians harbored for that white dragon. This was why he chose to temporarily restrict this news to only the upper class of society. Despite Gobta's remarkable victory against Gunna, which lifted Camelot's morale significantly, Vortigern's powerful presence was undeniable. As long as he lived, he remained the insurmountable obstacle in every Camelosian's heart. This time, Gobta had to win this war, dispelling the dark cloud that loomed over Camelot. To achieve this goal, he took on a workload several times heavier than before. He supervised the logistics, prepared resources, and summoned soldiers, personally ensuring nothing went awry. The matter that concerned him the most was his Knight Order. After successfully developing the second-generation artificial magic circuit, he immediately applied the technology to his Knight Order. However, since only Morgan possessed the knowledge, progress was slow. Even with continuous operation, only up to 6 knights could be modified each day. If calculated, at most 2/3 of the knights could complete the modification before the war began. Gobta had no choice but to take Merlin into the fray to keep things on track. It wasn't that he didn't want the rest of the court mages to assist, but the skill was too critical. Gobta couldn't entrust it to outsiders. Moreover, the artificial magic circuit itself was intricate and complex. Understanding it alone required a significant amount of time, let alone operating it. In this situation, only he and Merlin could handle it. It wasn't just them, almost everyone was fully engaged in preparing for the upcoming war. Even those like Artoria, Kay, and Lancelot, who lacked experience in this field, contributed their efforts. As time passed, Camelot's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even the civilians, unaware of the details, began to sense the change. Time flew by, and the day of departure drew near. On the eve of departure, Gobta once again convened everyone in the council chamber, inquiring about their preparations. Currently, the first batch of provisions has been fully loaded, and they will accompany us as we head north. I've already informed Mr. Carl about the next arrangements, ensuring a steady supply of food, Bedivere stated. The financial situation for the recovery looks quite promising at the moment. All the land has been sold, and we've managed to sell half of the luxury goods. With these funds, we're well equipped to sustain our efforts in this war. Artoria spoke on Morgan's behalf. As Morgan had been occupied with the artificial magic circuit matter, financial tasks had been entrusted to Artoria. Although it was her first encounter with such matters, being the ideal king she was groomed to be from a young age, she found these financial responsibilities not overly challenging. Nearly 2/3 of Camelot's nobles have responded to the war, rallying almost 30,000 soldiers. There will also be an additional 50,000 soldiers heading to the northern border. Ferguson reported, his eyes reflecting clear confusion. Honestly, he couldn't fathom why this was happening. Everyone seemed skeptical about the war's potential success, yet when he went to recruit soldiers from those nobles, they agreed willingly and enthusiastically without hesitation. This didn't align with the usual profit-driven behavior of these nobles. Could it be that the previous incident had genuinely left a deep scar on them? In reality, this was primarily due to the influence of the power of corruption left in the nobles' minds by Gobta during Morgan's banquet, utilizing Feng Huangdown and Jizo Mitama. Thanks to the existence of these two divine keys, even if the nobles were not entirely optimistic about the war, they willingly pledged allegiance to Gobta. The swift sale of lands and luxury goods also had its roots in this influence. So when their opinion was rampant, Gobta paid little heed. After all, as long as they obediently provided him with money and soldiers, he didn't care what they said. The knights are ready to depart any time. As the last one to report, Lamorak only said one sentence in a firm tone. Ulmo, Gobta nodded in satisfaction. In this period, with the concerted efforts of him, Merlin, and Morgan, they managed to equip all the knights with artificial magic circuits just in time for departure. Once every knight understood how to use magical energy, he distributed the key of domination to them. Although the key of domination had the characteristic of infinite replication, Gobta still retained the highest control over all of them. Without his permission, even with the acknowledgement from the key of domination, they couldn't be used. The key of domination was directly related to the host's will, and after the hardships faced by the knights, their determination and willpower were unwavering. Therefore, upon receiving them, every knight immediately gained acknowledgement. Especially Lamorak, who fully unleashed the key of domination's power to the highest degree. With over 300 B-rank noble phantasms added, the strength of the knights had undergone a revolutionary change, getting closer and closer to the scene Gobta had envisioned. This battlefield was their best stage to prove themselves. Gobta's gaze slowly swept over everyone, and with a hint of pride appeared in his eyes, he stood up. Since everyone is prepared, I won't say much more. Return, rest well for a day, and tomorrow morning, we head north and face the war. Chapter 135. This is Hadrian's Wall, originally built during the Roman Empire's occupation of Britain as a military fortress. Now, with the Romans nearly vanished from these lands, this magnificent structure still stands, serving as a solid barrier for the people of the south against external threats. Everyone believed that as long as Hadrian's Wall stood, Vortigern could never pose a threat to the south. Gobta stood on Hadrian's Wall, the biting cold wind making his white cloak behind him rustle. He gently brushed his hand over the weathered and sturdy stones, as if sensing the weight of time left on them. Your Majesty, General Pallas is here. Yelena, clad in a black robe, approached. Ever since her return, Yelena had taken on the role of Gobta's personal maid. This time, she volunteered to accompany him on his journey to the northern border. Gobta turned around to see an old man gradually approaching. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. Despite his hair and beard being white, his body was robust, clad in heavy armor. His iron-gray eyes were sharp like blades. His face was as cold as frost, emanating an aura of unquestionable authority. This man was the commander in Hadrian's Wall, Pallas. Pallas belonged to the same era as Ferguson. In the tumultuous times when Uther and Vortigern had not yet severed ties, he had followed Uther and earned numerous illustrious achievements during Britain's most chaotic period. With his merits, he could easily have obtained vast lands or at least a ducal title, leading a carefree and comfortable life. However, with Vortigern and Uther's fallout and the disastrous defeat in the northern campaign, Pallas willingly abandoned everything, personally undertaking the responsibility of guarding Hadrian's Wall for 15 years. If not for his presence, this defensive line might have collapsed long ago. Pallas approached without kneeling or bowing to Gobta. Instead, he stared at him with those keen, hawk-like eyes. You're King Uther's son. Seeing Pallas's confrontational stance, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Yelena's eyes. She was about to speak when Gobta raised his hand, stopping her. I am indeed King Uther's son, Arthur. Gobta smiled, seemingly unfazed by Pallas's demeanor. Where did you get the news of Vortigern sending his army to the south? Pallas asked. My maid overheard it in the royal palace of Kent, Gobta replied calmly. Yelena immediately straightened her back proudly, emphasizing her big breasts. Pallas cast a cold look at her and then back at Gobta. His expression remained unchanged. It seems your maid is quite extraordinary. Huh, just a clever bounty hunter, Gobta chuckled and responded humbly. A bounty hunter? Pallas raised his rugged eyebrows slightly. You actually let a bounty hunter serve as your maid? In the common perception of nobles, bounty hunters were regarded as greedy and despicable scavengers lurking in the shadows. Unable to endure sunlight, and even looking at them was a defilement of the eyes. And yet, this young king had kept a bounty hunter by his side. Hey! What do you mean by that? What's wrong with being a bounty hunter? I haven't stolen or robbed, I rely on my skills to make a living. And if it weren't for me this time, Vortigern's army would probably be pressing against the city walls without you knowing, and you wouldn't even be dressed yet. Yelena exclaimed indignantly. Pallas paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Gwahaha. A sharp-tongued little girl indeed. But you're right, this time it's thanks to you. I apologize for my earlier offense. With that, he actually bowed to Yelena. She was stunned, not expecting the general who had guarded Hadrian's Wall for 15 years to actually bow to her without hesitation. I pick people based on ability, as long as you bring value, whether you're a bounty hunter or a beggar on the roadside, I don't care, Gobta said with a smile. You truly are an unconventional ruler, Pallas sighed slightly. Then, his expression turned serious. I've heard all about your deeds. Frankly, your grasp of the situation and control over people is terrifying to the point where it makes even me a bit afraid. I have a feeling that letting you ascend to the throne might be the biggest mistake those guys ever make. Ho! Gobta's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He had just revealed a few thoughts, and this old man managed to pick up on them. And this was without meeting him in person, just based on some records and information. Truly a seasoned general who once served under Uther, his insight was not to be underestimated. But it has nothing to do with me, right now, I have neither title nor land, I'm just a soldier, Pallas said casually. If you want, I can give you all of that, Gobta responded to Pallas's statement. This pillar of the nation, a distinguished veteran who contributed greatly to Camelot and guarded Hadrian's wall for 15 years, was one of the few people Gobta genuinely respected. Given Pallas's accomplishments, any request from him wouldn't be too much. If I were interested in those things, I wouldn't be standing here now, Pallas chuckled. Then, his face immediately turned serious again. I am a soldier, just a soldier, my only mission is to protect my homeland and repel invaders, I don't care what you do to those nobles, I just need you to answer one question. Pallas suddenly stepped forward, his iron-gray eyes locked onto Gobta, emitting a compelling aura. For you, what's more important, the nation or the people? Watching Pallas's serious expression, Gobta smiled. In my view, there's no difference between the two. Pallas furrowed his brows slightly. A nation exists because of its people, and without a nation, there's no home, these two are inherently interconnected and mutually supportive, there's no question of one being more important than the other, Gobta continued while shaking his head. People make the nation, and without a nation, there's no home, Pallas murmured softly, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. He then looked at Gobta with a deep gaze and said, You know, I once asked the late king the same question, and he told me he believed the people were more important than the nation. Do you think he was wrong? Yelena asked curiously. If the late king was right, I wouldn't be here now. Pallas's iron-gray eyes revealed a complex emotion as he sighed lightly. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and bowed to Gobta. Pallas greets your majesty. Chapter 136. As time passed day by day, the atmosphere along Hadrian's wall grew increasingly solemn. Everyone was bustling about, diligently doing what needed to be done, preparing for the impending war. As the most respected general present, Pallas took up the mantle of overall command without hesitation. Apart from tactical arrangements, he displayed remarkable skill in resource allocation and personnel deployment, showcasing his exceptional military expertise. Drawing from historical experience, Gobta knew better than to meddle in areas he wasn't familiar with. Thus, he refrained from interfering with Pallas's work and entrusted all authority to him. One day, one of the court mages Gobta had brought with him informed him that their familiars had spotted the Anglo-Saxon armies about 20 kilometers away, numbering around 3,000. Gobta immediately sought out Pallas and relayed this intelligence. This should be the enemy's vanguard, indicating that the main force isn't far behind, Pallas mused for a moment, then turned to Gobta. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of this war for you? Gobta was slightly taken aback, not expecting Pallas to bring up this question suddenly. Why does it matter? He asked with a puzzled tone. War is a game of pursuing interests, different goals determine the methods we employ, Pallas explained calmly. For instance, if your goal is to only drive them away, I would opt for a relatively cautious approach, if you intend to keep them all or even use this opportunity to counterattack, then I would choose a more aggressive strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Gobta smiled. Actually, I'm quite curious about your perspective on this war, General Pallas. How about this, we each write a word in our palms, representing our respective attitudes, what do you think? Pallas hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Sure. They each picked up quills from the table and wrote a word in their palms. Let's see how well we understand each other. Gobta chuckled, opening his palm. Simultaneously, Pallas did the same. Upon inspection, they both had written the same word attack. Gobta and Pallas exchanged a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously. Looks like despite your age, you haven't lost an ounce of your fiery spirit, General Pallas, Gobta remarked with a smile. I've endured for a whole 15 years, it's time to teach those barbarians a lesson. A hint of cold determination flashed in Pallas's iron-gray eyes. Following this, Pallas promptly organized an army of 5,000 soldiers to ambush the vanguard. Upon Gobta's suggestion, this army was placed under the command of Artoria. Pallas originally had scruples about this suggestion, but after Gobta shared Artoria's experiences with him, he decided to trust the girl fostered by the great mage Merlin. 3 days later, news reached the front line that Artoria, leading the 5,000-strong army, had annihilated the 3,000-strong vanguard. The news reverberated along Hadrian's wall, instantly uplifting everyone's spirits. Morale received a significant boost. Even Pallas couldn't help but be amazed, realizing he had underestimated the girl. The news of the total defeat of the vanguard quickly reached the Northern Alliance, stirring shock and anger in Commander Locks, who was the commander of this alliance army. "Looks like that old geezer has already caught wind of our whereabouts," Locks sneered coldly. "Since that's the case, we don't need to keep hiding, notify the entire army and move at full speed." 15 years ago. They had a clear chance to seize the south in one fell swoop but were ordered to retreat without any clear reason. Moreover, they were strictly ordered not to set foot in the south. Locks couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration and annoyance. After waiting patiently for an opportunity, he didn't hesitate to step forward and take up the grand banner. Originally planning to follow King Vortigern's instructions and advance slowly by playing it safe, Pallas's surprise attack shattered Locks's calm demeanor. He already held Camelot in contempt, considering them no more than gasping livestock. This covert operation was supposed to catch Camelot off guard. Those Camelocians couldn't possibly anticipate that the North would assemble a 50,000-strong army heading south. It was supposed to be a piece of cake to take down Hadrian's Wall effortlessly. Unfortunately, before Locks could make a move, the enemy drew first blood. The seemingly secure battle strategy suffered a loss of 3,000 soldiers, a colossal humiliation for him. It felt akin to getting bitten while teasing a cricket. Locks couldn't swallow this insult. 10 days later, under Locks's command, an army of 50,000 from the north direction approached Hadrian's Wall, ready for action. "Pay the price for your earlier arrogance. Charge." Locks grinned maliciously, decisively giving the order to attack. The northern army, consisting of 5,000 Anglo-Saxons, roared with excitement, resembling a massive dark storm cloud charging towards Hadrian's Wall. However, at this moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated Hadrian's Wall. Boom! 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 Over a dozen magical light beams struck like divine punishment. The terrifying force caused the northern soldiers to evaporate on the spot before they could even scream, leaving no bodies behind. After the light beams barrage, the ground was filled with deep ravines. The entire army of 5,000 suffered almost a 50% casualty rate in an instant. The agonizing wails echoed beneath the heavy, iron-gray clouds covering the sky, resembling the arrival of doomsday. Everyone's eyes showed intense horror, even Locks's face turned pale in an instant. "This can't be, so many magical attacks, it would take at least a month to set up and charge those kinds of attacks, could it be that our operation has already been leaked?" In shock, he lifted his head to see the gates of Hadrian's Wall had opened, and soldiers poured out like a flood, charging straight at them. At that moment, Locks finally understood the person teasing the cricket wasn't him at all. Chapter 137. The moment Locks saw the soldiers of Camelot charging out from the Hadrian's Wall, he knew that his remaining soldiers couldn't be saved. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat. He had figured out that Camelot was well aware of their actions and had prepared in advance. Someone definitely betrayed us. His teeth were almost grinding to pieces, filled with endless frustration. What was supposed to be a surefire war turned out to be a massive setback from the start. Thinking about the 8,000 soldiers lost throughout, Locks's heart bled. He knew very well that regardless of the war's final outcome, he couldn't possibly stay in his current position. Moreover, he had seized this opportunity by pledging a military oath. If he couldn't capture Hadrian's Wall, he wouldn't even be able to keep his own life. "Just you wait, Pallas." Locks turned his gaze towards the imposing wall in the distance, eyes spewing endless fury. "I will make you pay for this." In the days that followed, the Northern Army and Hadrian Wall's garrison found themselves embroiled in a protracted stalemate. Aware of the precipice at his back, Locks dared not show a hint of arrogance or laxity. In this state, he finally unleashed his exceptional military expertise, engaging in a back-and-forth with Pallas, achieving several commendable victories. However, Pallas wasn't one to be underestimated. As the defender, he held the innate advantage, and coupled with meticulous preparations, hardly any Anglo-Saxon could breach Hadrian's Wall. Presently, the garrison at Hadrian's Wall numbered around 40,000 soldiers, with an additional 30,000 reinforcements brought by Gobta. Pallas deployed 20,000 soldiers to hold the wall, resisting the northern army's assaults. The remaining 20,000 silently positioned themselves behind and on the flanks of the northern army, creating a pincer movement. Pallas's strategy was simple: let the frontline forces wear down the northern army, and when they showed signs of fatigue, unleash the surrounding forces for a decisive blow. Locks, oblivious to Pallas's hidden forces, continued his relentless assaults on Hadrian's Wall, unaware that he had become a trapped beast in a cage. In a sense, the outcome of this war seemed already decided. However, at this crucial moment, something unexpected occurred. One day, Gobta, as usual, patrolled Hadrian's Wall with Artoria trailing behind as his guard. "Feeling a bit better lately?" Gobta asked her casually while gazing in the north direction. Somewhat, Artoria responded with a wry smile. Gobta chuckled as he heard her awkward response. Previously, on his advice, Pallas had sent her to lead 5,000 soldiers, annihilating the vanguard of the Northern Army. Although she performed admirably. Upon her return, her face turned pale, haunted by nightmares for several days, unable to eat. It seemed that the experience had left a profound impact on her. However, Gobta expected this reaction. After all, it was Artoria's first time killing fellow humans in earnest. Such a response was normal. Well, she will just get used to it gradually. Gobta thought with amusement as a somewhat malicious smile crept onto his lips. The gate to the Norse realms has been opened. At that moment, Nidhogg's voice suddenly echoed in his mind with unusual solemnity. What did you say? Gobta paused, a bit slow to react. I said someone opened the gates to the Norse realms and sneaked in. Nidhogg repeated. Gobta immediately halted, prompting a puzzled look from Artoria. Are you sure? Gobta inquired in his mind. Absolutely. I've been there for so long, how could I not recognize it? I guarantee I felt the aura of the Norse realms just now. Gobta furrowed his brow slightly. The Norse realms had long been lost to this world, tucked away between dimensions. For thousands of years, only Merlin had found these lost realms. Now, someone had located its position. Who was this individual, and what was their origin? Suddenly, Nidhogg's voice became frantic. Damn bastard. How is this possible? That fellow, they actually want to erase the dimensional coordinates of the Norse realms. What? Gobta's mind shook. If the dimensional coordinates of the Norse realms were truly erased, no one would be able to find the location of the Norse realms again. In that case, he wouldn't be able to rescue Nidhogg's body, let alone complete the system's quest and obtain the Star of Eden. A strong sense of crisis suddenly welled up in his heart. This invader was making such a big fuss, even willing to erase the dimensional coordinates of the Norse realms. Clearly, they didn't want outsiders to disturb them. This also proved that their purpose for entering the Norse realms was definitely not ordinary. Could it be that they were also going after Nidhogg's body? What to do? In just one more minute, that fellow will succeed. Gobta gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his black eyes. Damn it. It's do or die. Quickly give me the coordinates of the Norse realms. Nidhogg hastily transmitted the coordinates of the Norse realms to Gobta through their consciousness. He mobilized the magical energy within him. His fingers tracing deep green lines in the void like lingering shadows. Eventually, they formed a deep green rune that seemed to encompass all the truths of the universe. The inexplicable power caused the surrounding space to violently ripple. Gobta inputs the coordinates provided by Nidhogg into the primordial rune, space, in front of him. Soon, a powerful suction force came, crazily absorbing the magical energy within him like a water pump. Gobta was amazed in his heart. He hadn't expected that establishing a spatial channel to the Norse realms would require such a terrifying amount of magical energy. After 2 or 3 breaths, the primordial rune suddenly twisted, turning into a deep green portal about the height of a person. The immense, true ether poured out from the portal like a torrent, emitting an extremely vast and profound aura. Suddenly, the deep green portal seemed to be disturbed by something, twisting and appearing as though it could dissipate at any moment. Only 10 seconds left. Nidhogg urgently said. With time running out, Gobta didn't have time to think. He turned around, ready to explain something to Artoria, but suddenly felt a warm body colliding into his arms. Without thinking, he took a few steps back and fell into the portal. A cold wind blew, and on the empty wall, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Chapter 138. Gobta gazed at the vast and desolate land before him. The barren surface revealed no traces of life, and the murky sky hung heavily overhead, creating a sense that it could collapse at any moment. The air was filled with a strong, true ether, an energy that could be found anywhere in the age of gods. For the people of the current era, it was akin to the most potent poison. However, due to the flow of Nidhogg's power within his body, Gobta not only felt no discomfort but rather a comforting and soothing sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. However, this physiological comfort couldn't dispel his psychological frustration. Gobta turned to look at Artoria behind him with a look of helplessness on his face. Can you explain this to me, Lily? He never expected his usually obedient student to suddenly do something like this. Honestly, he couldn't comprehend her intentions. Artoria, with a sheepish expression, lowered her head. I'm sorry, teacher, I felt like you were about to leave, and I suddenly had this intuition that you might need my help, so. So, you decided to come in with me? Gobta couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps only Artoria would dare to use intuition as a reason. If anyone else said such a thing, he would have kicked them in the ass long ago. But Lily, have you thought about the trouble our disappearance might cause for Kay and the others? Gobta massaged his temples in frustration. Initially, he had planned to leave her behind to inform Palace and the rest about his situation, avoiding causing too much chaos. However, to his surprise, this girl followed him inside. The disappearance of a king in broad daylight was already a significant event that could alarm the entire nation. Gobta could already envision the chaos at Hadrian's Wall, and he guessed that Palace and the others were probably going crazy searching for them. Artoria felt even more embarrassed, burying her head lower. After contemplating for a while with a furrowed brow, Gobta decided to send her back. Given the critical state of the ongoing war, any disturbance at Hadrian's Wall could lead to unforeseen consequences. He began to write Primordial Rune, space again, intending to establish a connection with the outside world. However, he suddenly felt a strange force blocking the rune. Surprise flashed in Gobta's eyes. Primordial Rune were actually intercepted. Nidhogg, is there some kind of rule in the Norse realms that allows entry but prevents exit? Gobta inquired in his mind. No, there's nothing like that. This place has been abandoned for thousands of years. Besides the suppressing rules against my true body, there are no other rules here. Gobta furrowed his brow. If it wasn't due to the Norse realms itself, then it meant the force came from somewhere else. He was almost 80% certain that the one responsible was the one who invaded the Norse realms before them and sought to erase its coordinates. But how did they do it? Primordial Rune was already at the pinnacle of magecraft, on the verge of true magic. Yet, this force could block it, indicating a level higher than the Primordial Rune. Could it be Zelrich? Gobta thought to himself, shaking his head afterward. No, it's impossible. With that old man's temper, he wouldn't bother with such tedious matters. He pondered silently on the possible culprit, his thoughts boiling like molten lava, yet no clues emerged. Looks like I'll have to try something different. Gobta closed his eyes, harnessing the power of Feng Huang down to create a personality devoid of any distractions and emotions. Maintaining absolute rationality. He meticulously recalled every detail of the incident, aiming to unveil the hidden truth. The entire process resembled a calculation establishing formulas, inputting data, setting variables, and iterating. After numerous failures, Gobta finally identified an unusual variable. Time. That mysterious person's timing for entering the Norse realms is too coincidental. It coincides perfectly with the war against the Northern Alliance. Through deduction, the probability of these two events colliding is only 37-34. The likelihood of Kent, Sussex, and Wessex betraying Vortigern, secretly attacking Hadrian's Wall, is only 2-13. The remaining 97-87 suggests these three kingdoms launched the war following Vortigern's orders. Assuming Yelena didn't inform me in advance, considering the strengths of both sides, the probability of the Northern Alliance successfully breaching Hadrian's Wall is 26. 34 total annihilation is 3-73 a stalemate until my reinforcements force a retreat is 69-93. In summary, there's a 73-37 probability that Vortigern initiated this war not to breach Hadrian's Wall but to distract me. Integrating these conclusions, the probability of Vortigern being the one who invaded the Norse realms is 20-73. Introducing the variable restoration of the Age of Gods, the probability rises to 35-73. Introducing the variable Nidhogg, the probability increases to 50-64. Introducing the variable possessing a mysterious power capable of reviving Nuada, the probability rises to 73-29. The cold thoughts gradually faded, and Gobta slowly opened his eyes. Looking up, his profound black gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy, leaden-gray sky, glimpsing the cage shrouding the divine realm. I didn't expect it to be you manipulating all of this, Vortigern, Gobta murmured softly. Could it be that you came for the Dragon of Despair? That bastard covet my body? Nidhogg shivered with a sudden chill. Gobta nodded slightly. You are the Dragon of Despair, the one who ended the Age of Gods in the Norse realms. Vortigern's goal is precisely the restoration of the Age of Gods. His presence here does indicate a significant possibility that he's after you. Nidhogg started to panic. What are we waiting for? Let's go. If that bastard succeeds, this dragon won't live anymore. Don't worry, I won't let that happen, Gobta reassured her, full of seriousness. He turned to Artoria, still looking dejected beside him. Ha, Gobta sighed and then made a serious expression. Alright, since we're here, pull yourself together. Let me remind you, this used to be the Norse realms. Although it's now in decline, it's still very dangerous, so, remember, obey my orders and don't go wandering around by yourself, understood? Artoria's eyes lit up and a sweet smile tugged at her lips. Yes, teacher. Chapter 139. Rising majestically into the clouds, as if touching the towering mountains that reached the sky, Vortigern, clad in white armor, slowly opened his eyes. His gleaming golden vertical pupils exuded an unfeeling coldness. "So, you've finally come," Vortigern muttered to no one. "Are you talking about the new king of Camelot?" Crimson Moon, in her usual long white dress, asked from the side. Vortigern nodded slightly. "The wars at Hadrian's Wall didn't manage to hold him back after all. Since the opportunity has presented itself, let's keep him here forever." "But, aren't you worried about the one behind him?" Crimson Moon hesitated. "I've already separated this place from the outside world. Even if someone is truly backing him, they won't be able to interfere anytime soon," Vortigern said casually. "After dealing with the matters at hand, I'll pay him a visit. Hope my nephew won't be too surprised when he meets his uncle," Vortigern added with a cold tone. "Teacher, where are we now?" Artoria looked around, curiosity in her eyes, as she inquired. As Merlin's student, she was well versed in Norse mythology. Legend had it that the Norse cosmology was divided into 9 realms, supported by the world tree, Yggdrasil. It originated in the past, thrived in the present, and extended into the boundless future. Its leaves were said to be forever green, its branches bearing the weight of the entire universe, and its roots penetrating the entire world. Given this barren scene, we should be in Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, or Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Artoria said inwardly as she surveyed the desolate landscape. "This is Asgard," Gobta finally spoke. Artoria widened her eyes in astonishment. She glanced at the gloomy sky above and the barren land beneath, finding it hard to believe that this was the magnificent realm belonging to the Aesir gods. "All right, stop thinking too much," Gobta walked forward, gently patting her head. "Let's go." Artoria nodded obediently. "Teacher, where are we heading next?" "We're going to," Gobta gazed towards the distant horizon. "Helheim." According to Norse mythology, the dragon of despair, Nidhogg, resided year-round in the lower layers of Yggdrasil, which was the legendary realm of the dead Helheim. Gobta wrote primordial rune in the air, attempting to open a portal directly to Helheim. Suddenly, he felt a strange force blocking him. This force, unlike the power seemingly controlled by Vortigern, exuded a colder, more ancient aura, specifically designed to resist primordial rune. This is a rule set by Hela to counter Odin, Nidhogg sighed. Even when Odin was alive, he couldn't break through it. Gobta frowned. After all this time, the rule still exists. Although Hela is a lunatic, she is the queen of the underworld. She established this rule based on the underworld, meaning as long as Helheim exists, the rule will never vanish, Nidhogg explained. "Then, how do we get there now?" Asgard was at the top of Yggdrasil, while Helheim was at the bottom. Walking there directly would take an eternity. "The Rainbow Bridge Bifrost," Nidhogg replied without hesitation. "Through Bifrost, we can reach Helheim." Gobta paused for a moment. Bifrost was indeed a landmark in Norse mythology, and was also known as the Swaying Road to Heaven. It was said that the Aesir gods would convene near the Well of Urdr next to Yggdrasil every day, walking along Bifrost. Bifrost is Yggdrasil's vein, connecting to any location in the 9 realms. If Hela were still alive, maybe she could have intercepted us, but now that she's gone, no one can stop us, Nidhogg explained. "But if I remember correctly, hasn't Bifrost been destroyed by the giants?" Gobta asked with a puzzled tone. "How could Bifrost be so easily destroyed?" Nidhogg scoffed. "As I just said, Bifrost is Yggdrasil's vein. As long as enough life energy is infused into it, it can regenerate on its own. Your lance should be able to do that, no?" Gobta's eyes brightened a bit. Using the power of Abyss Flower to restore Yggdrasil was impossible, but if it was just its vein, that was still manageable. Just as he was about to tell Artoria about this, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Gobta and Artoria instinctively looked up and saw a massive eagle, resembling a dragon, diving towards them. Its golden eyes glowed with a crazed fierceness, and its feathered body exuded a metallic sheen, carrying a sinister appearance. Clearly, this was a phantasmal species far surpassing the chimera. Artoria's expression turned serious. She summoned Excalibur instantly, but before she could make a move, over a dozen golden spears with long chains attached whizzed toward the eagle. Squawk! The eagle let out a fierce cry as its razor-sharp claws swiped at the golden spears. Being the king of the sky, it wouldn't be afraid of these small things that weren't even the size of its nails, right? Pft! 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 The golden spears pierced through the eagle's body, and a burst of blood mist erupted. The feathers, tougher than bronze, seemed fragile before these spears. Panic filled the eagle's eyes. It frantically flapped its wings, but the golden spears, like nails, were firmly embedded, impossible to shake off. Rattling. The golden chains trailing behind the spears seemed to come to life, entwining the eagle's wings. It struggled, feeling as if it carried a mountain on its back, unable to summon any strength. Boom! The eagle plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. Dust billowed into the air. Swish! Artoria used the invisible air to disperse the dust, revealing the barely alive eagle in the center of the pit. She glanced at it and then at her teacher, who stood by nonchalantly, and a faint sadness crossed her azure eyes. A creature that posed a challenge to her was rendered powerless in the hands of her teacher. The gap between them was growing. Gobta calmly approached the eagle, while his palm ignited with ominous black flames. As if sensing something terrifying, the eagle trembled violently. "Don't be afraid, it'll only hurt a bit." Gobta wore an innocent smile as he reached out, pressing his black-flamed hand against the eagle's forehead. The eagle emitted a weak cry, and its once golden eyes were gradually replaced by darkness, giving it an eerie appearance. After Jizo Mitama's power completely consumed the eagle, Gobta withdrew his hand. He retracted all the chains entwining the eagle and, utilizing Abyss Flower's power, healed all the wounds on its body. The eagle flapped its wings, stood up again, and nuzzled him affectionately as if it were a pet. Gobta patted the eagle's head and turned to Artoria. "Looks like the journey ahead might be a bit easier now." Above the hazy cloud layer, a colossal eagle, reminiscent of a giant dragon, flapped its wings, obscuring the sky and sun. With each beat of its wings, it effortlessly traversed hundreds of miles, darting toward the horizon like lightning. Having a mount is indeed convenient. Gobta lay comfortably on the eagle's back, casually remarking inwardly. "It's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed." Since ascending to the throne, he had been dealing with an overwhelming amount of affairs every day. There was hardly a moment for rest in the most arduous times. He could only manage 2 hours of sleep a day before returning to his desk, diving back into the demanding workload. He could barely recall the last time he lay somewhere so casually, not thinking about anything. Was it in the land of shadows? Tintagel? Or, Lucanmont? The scene before him slowly blurred, and his consciousness felt like it was sinking into the sea, gradually falling silent. Suddenly, Artoria heard a rhythmic breathing beside her. Turning, she saw her teacher with his eyes closed, deep in sleep. She cautiously approached and her azure eyes showed hesitation for a moment. "Teacher?" Artoria softly called Gobta. No response. She gently shook his arm. Still no response. Biting her lip, she removed her armor, then sat down, gently lifting her teacher's head and placing it on her lap. Having done all this, she nervously glanced at his face. Seeing that he was still peacefully asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. She gently stroked the black hair between his eyes, gazing at his tranquil sleeping face. Tenderness and affection filled her eyes. For some reason, her face suddenly became even redder. "If I miss this chance, there won't be another," Artoria murmured softly. She bit her lip, closed her eyes, lowered her head, and lightly kissed her teacher's cheek. Afterward, she quickly lifted her head in panic. Though it was just a simple kiss, Artoria seemed as if she had just been through a fierce battle. She breathed heavily, her shapely chest rising and falling slightly. Her charming face was adorned with a rosy blush, and her clear azure eyes showed evident shyness and bashfulness. Artoria lightly traced her lips with her fingers, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Since the end of Ragnarok, the moment this lost divine realm plunged into the crevice of the world, it lost the concept of time. The rules of day and night had long been shattered, leaving only the sky, as heavy as the rock, perpetually shrouding this place. After an unknown amount of time, Gobta finally woke from his dreams. Haven't slept this comfortably in ages. Gobta thought with content. As he prepared to stretch, he noticed something was off. Why does it feel like the pillow is so soft, and what's with this familiar fragrance? Perplexed, he opened his eyes in haste and found a peacefully sleeping face. What? As if a lightning bolt had struck, Gobta's mind instantly became a jumble. Why the heck am I sleeping on Lily's thighs? Gobta discreetly swallowed, inching his body bit by bit, intending to escape the crime scene before Artoria woke up. However, at this moment, the deeply sleeping Artoria could no longer maintain the upright and alert posture from earlier. Due to the force of inertia, her upper body involuntarily leaned forward. Gobta's eyes widened in instant terror. Wait. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was engulfed between two soft and ample mounds. The fragrance wafting from her instantly intensified. Feeling an unfamiliar sensation, Artoria slightly furrowed her smooth brows. Groggily, she slowly opened her bright, azure eyes, lowered her head, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Oh no, overslept. Artoria thought in panic and quickly raised her upper body while anxiously asking, "Teacher, are you okay?" Gradually recovering from the soft impact just now, Gobta suddenly shook his head, reflexively standing up. The two stared at each other, neither knowing what to say, creating an exceptionally awkward atmosphere. Lily, if I remember correctly, I shouldn't have slept on your legs before, right?" Gobta awkwardly scratched his head, breaking the silence. Artoria shifted her gaze guiltily to the side. "I just wanted teacher to sleep more comfortably." "Ahem, so that's how it is." Gobta cleared his throat, stabilizing his emotions with the power of Feng Huang down, and smiled. "Indeed, Lily is a very understanding girl." I just did what a student should do." Artoria's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Gobta's lips twitched slightly. What student lets their teacher sleep on their lap? Chapter 140. What's that up ahead? After roughly 30 hours of flight, Artoria suddenly exclaimed. Gobta squinted into the distance, spotting an aurora that had appeared, stretching across the sky, constantly changing colors in a divine and magnificent display. The giant eagle hovered in place, its body trembling slightly, adamantly refusing to approach as if it harbored a strong fear of the aurora. In Gobta's mind, Nidhogg's voice echoed. "We're approaching the center of Asgard. That aurora is a rule imposed by Odin. That aurora will instantly kill any creature entering the divine realm without the god's permission." Gobta was deep in thought while rubbing his chin. Several seconds later, he decided. "Well then, let's go down." The giant eagle dove, descending with Gobta and Artoria to the ground. "Thanks for the ride, buddy, hope we'll meet again someday." Gobta patted the eagle's head. The creature nuzzled against him reluctantly, then flapped its enormous wings, soaring into the distant sky. "I thought you might kill it," Artoria sighed. "Phantasmal species like that are rare these days, killing one would only diminish their numbers, why bother with such things?" Gobta chuckled, turning to look at the aurora spanning the skies. From this vantage point, he truly appreciated the grandeur and vastness of the aurora. The ancient and majestic aura emanating from it made him feel small and humble in the face of a towering mountain. A rule that has endured for thousands of years can still produce such effects. The Norse pantheon must have been very powerful. Gobta sighed lightly, overwhelmed with emotion. He had faced God King Nuada of the Tuatha De Danann, even slain him with his own hands, yet the threat Nidhogg hinted at now seemed greater than Nuada. Indeed, one cannot generalize about gods and their strengths, Gobta silently mused. He then asked Nidhogg, "What do we do next?" "Just use the primordial rune," Nidhogg responded. The primordial rune belongs to Odin's power, easily pierces through this rule. Gobta nodded, his fingers tracing a complex, deep green rune in the air. An ancient and vast resonance filled the rune, interacting with the aurora ahead, causing ripples like concentric circles to spread. Afterward, the aurora gradually dimmed, revealing a black void large enough for two people to walk side by side. "Be cautious, inside is the dwelling place of the Aesir, it could be dangerous," Gobta warned Artoria, who nodded with a slightly serious expression. Together, they entered the black void. A mild squeezing sensation on their skin, akin to being in solidified jelly, lasted only for a moment and quickly dissipated. Blinding light flooded in like a tidal wave. Gobta and Artoria instinctively closed their eyes, and when they reopened them, the scenery before them had undergone a radical transformation. The first thing they saw was a crimson sky, with flames and thunder roaring within it, emitting a drum-like muffled sound. The land lay in ruins, riddled with massive craters resembling meteor impacts and pitch-black crevices resembling bottomless abysses. The dilapidated temple lay in ruins, its intricate pattern scorched by flames into mottled black marks. The glorious roof, once magnificent, now bore the scars of colossal stones, rendering it unrecognizable and devoid of its former glory. No signs of life permeated the sky or the earth. The entire world lay silent, akin to a graveyard, shrouded in the breath of desolation. No, to be precise, this was indeed a graveyard. A tomb belonging to the gods. Gobta and Artoria gazed at the desolate wasteland, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. "Is this Ragnarok?" Artoria murmured, her eyes reflecting a hint of distant bewilderment. Gobta exhaled slowly, shook his head, and dismissed the futile thoughts. "Enough reminiscing, let's remember we have business at hand." Artoria nodded and followed him, moving forward. As they stepped into the ruins, the desolation and silence intensified. Memories of past pain involuntarily flooded their minds. Despair, sadness, sorrow, negative emotions surged, prompting an impulse towards self-destruction. "Teacher, something doesn't feel right about this place," Artoria furrowed her brow. "It's the lingering aura from the resentment of dying gods during the Ragnarok. Stay too long, and even gods would be affected." Gobta explained and gestured towards the void. A crimson feather fell from nowhere, landing on Artoria's head, instantly refreshing her mind and dispelling all negative emotions. You seem quite familiar with this place, teacher, Artoria said, tilting her head. Because someone is giving me information, Gobta pointed to his head. He then shared Nidhogg's situation with her and explained the purpose of their journey. She realized why her teacher would risk so much to enter the Norse realms. If they could rescue Nidhogg, their chances against Vortigern would be significantly enhanced. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her expression stiffened slightly. Teacher, can Nidhogg sense what's happening outside when you're asleep? Artoria asked nervously while averting her eyes. Gobta was taken aback. He had never considered this and began to consult Nidhogg in his mind. After a moment, he shook his head. Nope, she's just residing in my consciousness. When I'm asleep, she can't sense anything. Why do you ask? Nothing, just curious, just a random thought, Artoria replied with a smile, visibly relieved. I thought I was caught. Chapter 141. Gobta and Artoria walked through this forgotten divine land, heading toward the direction of Bifrost. The cataclysmic Ragnarok had left behind remnants of divine power on this land. Although most of it had dwindled over the ages, the remaining traces were enough to pose a challenge. Gobta had to rely on Rune to detect magical reactions around them while cautiously leading Artoria forward. He couldn't afford to be careless. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, a palace suddenly appeared before them. It was the grandest palace Gobta had ever seen, comparable in size to a city. Every wall was constructed with shining spears. And the roof was made of golden shields. The palace had hundreds of large gates, each wide enough to accommodate 800 warriors side by side. Above the main gate were 2 statues, a boar's head and an eagle with gemstone eyes. Spears for walls, shields for the roof, armor for seats. 540 gates, each capable of accommodating 800 warriors marching in and out side by side. The boar's head symbolizes battle, and the eagle's sharp gaze surveys the 9 realms. Artoria murmured in a low voice, her azure eyes filled with unhidden awe. This is the legendary Hall of Heroes Valhalla. According to Norse mythology, Odin sent his warrior maidens, the Valkyries, to select brave and skilled warriors from the mortal realm and bring these warriors' souls to Valhalla by riding on white-winged steeds. These warriors were then known as Einherjar. During the day, these warriors engaged in combat training face to face, and at night, they feasted and celebrated as if untouched by harm. When Ragnarok arrived, they donned their armor, wielded their weapons, and streamed out of the 540 gates of Valhalla to battle for the gods. Gobta exhaled slowly. Although he knew that he might encounter Valhalla on this journey, he hadn't expected the descriptions from myth to be entirely true. Building a palace with so many weapons seemed overly extravagant. Odin must be out of his mind. Gobta thought speechlessly, gazing at the spears and golden shields, his face involuntarily showing a pained expression. If all these weapons were given to him, he could easily increase Camelot's military strength 5 or 6-fold. Unfortunately, Valhalla before them was already a scene of complete destruction. About 2/3 of it had been obliterated, and the spears and shields had long since become rusty and dilapidated in the river of time. The exterior was in such a state that the armor draped over the chairs inside probably didn't fare any better. It's a damn shame, damn Odin, you extravagant old man. Gobta couldn't help but let out curses inside his mind. Bifrost is just behind Valhalla, Nidhogg said. Just walk straight through, and you'll get there. Gobta took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment, and led Artoria into Valhalla. Inside Valhalla was similarly desolate and shattered. Ruins, broken walls, scattered stones, and light seeping through the broken roof created an atmosphere of almost suffocating silence, interrupted only by their footsteps and breathing. The ground was covered with a large amount of rubble, occasionally revealing items such as goblets, armor, swords, and chairs, prompting images of the Einherjar fighting during the day and reveling at night to involuntarily surface in their minds. Unfortunately, all of that was now just a distant memory. Teacher, look at that. Artoria seemed to have noticed something, pointing ahead. Following her gaze, Gobta discovered a relatively intact wall not far away, adorned with vivid colorsa mural. Both walked up, and Gobta used a magecraft to conjure a light sphere to illuminate the surroundings. He then looked up at the content of the mural. The first thing that caught their eyes was an elderly man with a white beard and a single eye, wearing a hawk helmet, golden armor, wielding a long spear. Adorned with wrist rings, accompanied by 2 fierce wolves at his feet, and 2 ravens perched on his shoulders. He sat high on a throne, the remaining eye revealing an indescribable depth as if seeing to the end of the world. With such iconic features, almost anyone could recognize the identity of this old man in an instant. The mighty god Odin. To be honest, this painting really captured Odin well, at least with a third of his divine aura. It made Gopta feel a bit uneasy when he first laid eyes on it. After all, he had just cursed Odin in his mind a moment ago. Gopta's gaze then moved down, revealing depictions of other gods on the mural. Elves, dwarves, humans, giants, and more. The mural portrayed a forgotten era. Gods ruling high in the sky, overseeing the mortal realm, commanding the heavens and earth. Graceful elves were regarded as friends by the gods, aiding them in managing the world together. Stout dwarves tirelessly worked in mines, using their superb craftsmanship to create countless wonders, even forging weapons for the gods. Humans living on the prosperous earth, despite frequent attacks from the giants, their lives remained abundant and stable under the protection of the gods. This is, the Norse realms before Ragnarok happened, Artoria whispered softly. Gopta remained silent, a complex expression crossing his eyes. In a place like this, seeing such a mural was a profound irony. Unexplainably, a thought flashed in his mind: if Britain were to become like this in the future. No. I absolutely won't let that happen. Gopta clenched his fists tightly. Determination shining in his deep black eyes. He now had a real family and friends, unlike his previous life where his life was bleak and always alone from infancy to maturity. He would definitely protect his homeland. Meanwhile, Artoria seemed somewhat fascinated as she walked forward to gently touch the mural with her hand. She looked at the paint on her fingers, blinking in confusion, as if several question marks appeared on her forehead. Was this mural done just now? It's still wet. Whoosh! A chilling and sharp killing intent suddenly struck, a slender figure darting out of the darkness like lightning, a gleaming spear thrusting straight towards Artoria's head. Clatter! Golden chains emerged out of nowhere, tightly binding the attacker in an instant. The attacker felt the power within them dissipate, weakly releasing the spear, which clattered to the ground. When Gopta saw the attacker's face, he paused slightly. A Valkyrie? Chapter 142. The woman, bound by chains, appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Graceful in figure, with a beautiful face. Her shining golden hair cascaded to her waist-deep red eyes, as translucent as agate, stared from beneath a rust-marked round shield on her left arm. Her slender legs were encased in black over-the-knee boots, and she wore a white skirt imprinted with a golden eagle pattern. However, the most striking feature was the pair of golden feathered wings on her head, resembling rabbit ears. Huh. You actually know she's a Valkyrie? Have you met her before? Ahem, just a wild guess, Gopta cleared his throat. Who else could appear in Valhalla besides Valkyries? Although his reasoning seemed reasonable, Nidhogg couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Artoria observed Odin's legendary warrior maiden with curiosity, noticing the woman suddenly lifting her head and staring fixedly at her. Artoria hesitated for a moment, then, as if realizing something, looked down at her fingers stained with wet paint. Tentatively, she reached toward the direction of the mural. Gur! The Valkyrie emitted an unclear growl, tightly clenching her teeth, glaring angrily at Artoria with her red eyes. Artoria finally understood and revealed a somewhat awkward expression. This mural seems to be her work. Gopta's black eyes showed a pensive look as he walked forward, locking eyes with the Valkyrie. In those magnificent gem-like eyes, madness akin to a wild beast filled them, with almost no trace of rationality. She has gone mad, Gopta muttered under his breath, snapping his fingers. A crimson feather fell from the void, merging into the Valkyrie's head. She suddenly quieted down and her eyes became empty. With the power of Feng Huang down, Gopta reviewed all the Valkyrie's memories. After more than 10 minutes, he opened his eyes again, a realization dawning on him. So that's how it is. Teacher, did you find something? Artoria asked curiously. This Valkyrie is a survivor of Ragnarok, but the trauma she endured drove her insane. Gopta turned around, looking at the grand mural. Indeed, she painted this mural. Why did she do this? Artoria continued to inquire. For legacy, Gopta whispered. Legacy? Artoria was momentarily stunned. Unable to accept the outcome of Ragnarok, she developed some kind of fanatical obsession. She had to leave something behind to prove they had existed. Gazing at the magnificent mural, Gopta sighed softly. This mural is the product of that obsession. Besides this one, she painted the same mural in other places. For thousands of years, she has been doing this, and now, she has painted 894 murals. 894 murals. Artoria gasped, looking at the silent Valkyrie. In Artoria's eyes, there was a profound sense of awe. She couldn't fathom the kind of determination that could sustain someone to do the same thing for thousands of years. She hoped that one day, if an outsider could come here, they could take a mural out, maybe that way, the deeds of the Norse gods could continue to be passed down, Gopta said softly. So that's why, when she saw me accidentally damage the mural, she got so angry. Artoria's face showed a hint of guilt. She walked up to the Valkyrie and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Because of my carelessness, I tainted your hope. You're a truly admirable warrior. The Valkyrie, bound all over, showed no reaction. Her eyes were still filled with deep emptiness. Teacher, can you help her return to normal? Artoria looked at Gopta, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. While I can indeed do that, Gopta said while crossing his arms. Do you think it's really a good thing for her? Back then, she chose to escape reality because she couldn't face this miserable truth. Now you really want to pull her back into this world, let her witness this bleak and dark reality again? Artoria hesitated for a moment, then looked at Gopta with a serious expression. But we always have to move forward. Don't we? No one can stay in the past forever. If we're just immersed in the past and can't free ourselves, our lives will lose all meaning. I'm not trying to criticize her decision. I just hope to give her another chance to choose. Gopta gazed at Artoria deeply, a slightly relieved expression appeared in his eyes. He walked up and gently gave her a gentle head pat while sighing. You've finally grown up, Lily. Artoria lowered her head slightly, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face, and a slight curve formed at the corner of her mouth. Gopta turned to the Valkyrie, released her from the Oath of Judas chains, and then snapped his fingers. The Valkyrie shivered all over, and the emptiness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a rational expression. Where is this? The Valkyrie blinked in confusion and suddenly grunted, then knelt on the ground. Her hands were clutching her head, displaying a painful expression on her face. What's happening to her? Artoria asked nervously. It's okay, just a sudden rush of memories from thousands of years. It's a bit overwhelming for her, Gopta said casually. But don't worry, she's a Valkyrie blessed by Odin himself. This kind of pain is nothing for her, it'll just hurt for a while. As he said, 5 or 6 minutes later, the Valkyrie's expression gradually became more relaxed. Welcome back, Thrud, Gopta smiled. How does it feel to be back in this world? To be honest, it's very miserable. Thrud, the Valkyrie who hadn't spoken for 1,000 years, finally opened her mouth again. Her clear voice carried a spiritual and ethereal feeling. She stood up, and the madness in her red eyes from before was gone, replaced by a complexity that couldn't be described in words. Chapter 143. Welcome back, Thrud, Gopta smiled. How does it feel to be back in this world? To be honest, it's very miserable. Thrud, the Valkyrie who hadn't spoken for 1,000 years, finally opened her mouth again. Her clear voice carried a spiritual and ethereal feeling. She stood up, and the madness in her red eyes from before was gone, replaced by a complexity that couldn't be described in words. Can't believe it's been so long. Thrud looked around at the ruins and chuckled self-deprecatingly. But what's the use of dwelling on the past? Everything that had to happen already did, and what's lost can never be regained. Miss Valkyrie, Artoria murmured softly with a hint of concern in her eyes. You people must be humans from the outside. Thrud glanced at Gopta and Artoria. Who would have thought that the fledglings once sheltered by the wings of the gods have grown to this point? I wonder if the All-Father foresaw this scene back then. Oh well, discussing this now has no meaning, she continued and let out an ambiguous chuckle. Miss Valkyrie, even though the age of gods has ended, you're still alive, and your life is still a long way to go. You can choose to start a new life and dispel those sad memories, Artoria advised, noticing that Thrud's mood seemed off. Thrud shook her head. Humans, I know you brought back my consciousness with good intentions, and I appreciate your desire to help me, but for me, this world has nothing left to cherish. Take whatever you fancy, I won't stop you, though I lack the power to do so. She picked up her spear from the ground and walked away. Her frail figure exuded indescribable loneliness and melancholy. Artoria watched the woman's back, her gaze dimming. She had thought Thrud would accept reality after her return and move forward, but she didn't expect the impact of Ragnarok to be so profound. Even after thousands of years, Thrud hadn't overcome it. Could it be that she was too presumptuous? The mighty Valkyrie, choosing to escape reality over such a trivial matter, did Odin doze off when he created you? Gopta suddenly spoke and sneered. I can understand now why you became the only survivor. Whoosh! A golden spear shot like lightning. Gopta casually sidestepped and dodged the attack. Just as Thrud intended to retract the spear, he grabbed her hand, and despite her struggles, his hands were like an iron grip, unyielding. Looking at Thrud's furious gaze, Gopta chuckled. What, can't accept it? I may not care about whatever you say, Thrud gritted her teeth, staring angrily at Gopta. But I won't allow you to tarnish the honor of a Valkyrie. Honor is something you prove to others, not something you say with your mouth, Gobta coldly observed her. Unfortunately, I don't see that quality in you. On what basis can you say that? On the basis that you've lost the qualification of a Valkyrie. Gobta asserted without hesitation. Thrud stared blankly at him. I lost the qualification of a Valkyrie? If you don't believe it, try it yourself. Gobta's tone was as calm as a lake. Can you still invoke your divine power? Thrud hastily tried to summon the power within her, but no matter how she called, the once powerful strength bestowed by the All-Father Odin remained unresponsive. Valkyries are creations of Odin. You should possess adaptability akin to the gods. When you doubt yourself, your divinity diminishes gradually until it completely dissipates, Gobta explained calmly. How can? Thrud suddenly felt disoriented and fell to the ground with vacant eyes. Valkyries are warrior maidens who fight for the gods. The most resolute and steadfast they're warriors who never give up in the face of defeat. Yet, you abandoned all of that. With your actions, what right do you have to bear the honor of a Valkyrie? Gobta continued to provoke her with his words. Enough. Thrud shouted in despair, tears streaming down her beautiful face. Do you think I wanted this? The All-Father is gone, Hildr is gone. Ortlind is gone. Everyone is gone. I'm the only one left, wandering like a lost soul in this world of death for over 1,000 years. I've lost everything me purpose. Honor, dignity. I have nothing left. Why won't you let me go? Artoria remained silent, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. I understand your despair and helplessness, Gobta said calmly, looking steadily toward Thrud. If you truly feel that you've lost the meaning to continue in this world, then let me bestow upon you a new purpose. He extended his fingers, outlining a deep green rune in the void that seemed to encompass the truths of the entire universe. An ancient and vast aura caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. That is, primordial rune. Thrud exclaimed in shock while her eyes widened. Gobta pushed the primordial rune forward, and it slowly merged into the circular shield on Thrud's left hand. Hum. The shield vibrated slightly, and the surface rust rapidly dissipated as if corroded by a strong acid, revealing brilliant golden runic patterns underneath. Thrud reached out with her trembling right hand, gently caressing the shield, tears uncontrollably flowing. Few knew the true significance of this shield to a Valkyrie. It was the weapon bestowed upon them by All-Father Odin who created them, crafted from the strongest divine iron in the world. It symbolized the eternal glory of the Valkyrie. As long as the Valkyrie's heart remained steadfast, the shield would never shatter, nor would rust corrode it. Thrud lifted her head, looking at the majestic figure in the mural, with a strong sense of guilt welling within her. I'm sorry, All-Father. I've failed your expectations. The radiance of the divine iron shield has been rekindled, Thrud. It's now time for you to make a choice, Gobta said calmly. Thrud took a deep breath, determination appearing in her red eyes. She kneeled on the ground, bowing her head to him. O noble inheritor of the primordial rune, I, Valkyrie Thrud, offer myself unto you. Chapter 144. Gobta quickly accepted Thrud's allegiance. Whether out of some noble sentiment or not, after witnessing her confused and aimless demeanor over the millennia, he indeed developed a desire to liberate her. So, even if Artoria didn't say it, he would do it anyway. Because he knew he could do it, and doing so was right. When others are in peril or lost, and you happen to have a way to save them, what's there to hesitate about? Thrud stood up again, her red eyes filled with a strong determination, instantly restoring the valiant and heroic demeanor of the warrior maiden she once was. Artoria breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile finally appearing on her face. My lord, please give your command, Thrud said firmly. Take us to Bifrost first, Gobta said while looking at the sky. I need to visit Helheim. Understood, Thrud nodded, turning and leading Gobta and Artoria toward the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. After about 20 minutes, the trio finally passed through Valhalla and saw a vast and boundless sea ahead. However, under the reflection of the sky, the sea's color also turned a fiery red, resembling flowing lava. That is Bifrost. Thrud pointed forward, indicating a wide crystal bridge on the sea, large enough to accommodate over 100 people walking side by side. However, like other structures, this crystal bridge also appeared severely damaged. What are those? Artoria asked in surprise. Many horrifying monsters roamed the crystal bridge. Some looked like giants with dark tentacles covered in teeth and eyes on their backs. Others resembled aggregations of tumors, with exposed brains wriggling on the ground like insect hawks. There was also a giant centipede made of bones, with skulls impaled on its bone spikes and human hands and feet replacing its limbs. These monsters, emerging as if from the depths of a nightmare, were surrounded by dense black mist. Even from a distance, the palpable aura of death emanating from them was unmistakable. When Ragnarok happened, Hela used the properties of Bifrost to reverse the path to Asgard, allowing the dead from Helheim, as well as the giants from Jotunheim and Muspelheim to enter. Thrud explained calmly as if narrating an insignificant event. However, her fist was clenched tightly, and her knuckles had a faint tinge of blue and white. At that time, the gods were held back on the front lines by powerful enemies. To prevent Asgard from falling, Valkyries and Einherjar fought with all their might, battling the dead and giants continuously for 10 days and nights until, in the end, they perished together. These creatures that died on the battlefield were tainted by the aura of Helheim, their souls corrupted, turning them into what you see now. So, you're saying these monsters are actually, Artoria widened her eyes. Thrud's brows slightly furrowed. Yes, among them are those Valkyries and Einherjar who once fought for Asgard. Artoria fell into silence. Who could have imagined that those warriors who once fought for their homes would change into such a gruesome state? They were heroes deserving of respect in their lifetime, yet their noble souls were trapped in these bodies tainted by evil after death. This shouldn't be the fate of heroes. Go, Lily, Gopta suddenly said. Let them have their final departure. Yes, teacher. Artoria nodded solemnly. With a swift leap, propelled by the power of the invisible air, she arrived in front of Bifrost. The monsters, long dead but unusually sensitive to the breath of the living, halted as she touched down. In unison, they turned and their gaze fixed on the golden-haired girl. Like beggars starved for ages spotting a steaming loaf of bread, the monsters charged toward her, unleashing insane roars and mutterings. Artoria, unfazed by the demonic visages, extended her hand, and Excalibur appeared. Seal 13 Decision Start. Buzz. The sword buzzed as countless light particles surged from all directions, storming into Excalibur, elevating its power several notches. Lost souls of 1,000 years, return to your rightful place. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Let us end this. Excalibur. Artoria swung the holy sword down, and a grandiose golden pillar of light erupted, flooding the entire world. Roar. The monsters wailed in agonizing pain, their bodies rapidly consumed by the light. As the monsters vanished, ethereal figures remained pure, white, and ghostly. Some were clad in armor, others with wings atop their heads. They looked at Artoria, smiles playing on their lips, nodding in gratitude. They glanced around the world, sighed with nostalgia and regret, then dispersed like the wind. Suddenly, two souls bypassed Artoria and flew straight past her. Two Valkyries, identical in appearance but one with pink hair, the other with black, hovered in front of Thrud. Warm smiles filled their red eyes. Ortlind, Hildr, Thrud murmured. Seeing these familiar faces, Thrud's eyes welled with tears. She reached out to touch her once dear friends, but all she felt was emptiness. Witnessing this, her gaze dimmed, while Ortlind and Hildr wore expressions of regret. Suddenly, two crimson feathers fell from the void, merging into Ortlind and Hildr, solidifying their forms. Last minute, say what you want, Gopta said calmly and turned his gaze away. Ortlind and Hildr nodded in gratitude, then approached Thrud. One on each side, they embraced her. Feeling the familiar warmth, Thrud couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Don't mourn for us, Thrud, death is not the final destination, Ortlind spoke. Believe that in the promised future, we will meet again, Hildr added. I know, Hicks, I trust you, Hicks, Thrud sobbed in response. Then it settled. Ortlind and Hildr spoke simultaneously with a relief tone. While smiling, they gradually dispersed like bubbles. Hitch. Thrud sat on the ground, crying like a helpless little girl. Chapter 145. Teacher. Artoria stepped forward, watching Thrud sitting on the ground, crying. A hint of concern appeared in her azure eyes. Let her cry for a while. Gopta crossed his arms and spoke calmly. Suppressed emotions always need an outlet, it's more troublesome if you keep holding them in. Artoria nodded silently, standing by his side. After a while, Thrud gradually stopped crying, sitting quietly on the ground like a homeless little girl. Gopta took out a handkerchief from his rune space storage and handed it to Thrud. Thank you. Thrud took the handkerchief and wiped away the tears on her face. Don't worry, they just said, death is not the final destination, you will meet them again in the future, Gopta patted her shoulder. I believe I will meet them again in the future. Thrud stood up, looking at the crimson sea before her. A determined look appeared in her deep red eyes. Definitely. After everyone was ready, Gopta walked to the front of the crystal bridge. With black and white light swirling in his hands, it transformed into a lance adorned with sacred lily patterns. He thrust Abyss Flower into the bridge, closed his eyes gently, and chanted in a voice resembling a recitation. I am black from the abyss, I am from the white of the sky. Before the birth of the world, I existed after the annihilation, I wield the elixir of life, a gift to quench the thirsting soul. Abyss Flower, Zeroth Power, Hylage Lanes Welwitchia. Hum. The lily patterns on Abyss Flower lit up in an instant, covering the entire lance in pure white radiance. Soon, a vast and powerful life energy surged out, blending with the lance and flowing into the bridge. The power of creation of the Abyss Flower couldn't be used on non-living beings, but Bifrost, despite appearing as crystal, was not lifeless. It was the network of the world tree Yggdrasil, connecting the 9 realms in a sense. It could be seen as an organ of Yggdrasil, like blood vessels in the human body. Feeling the immense life energy, Thrud's eyes showed amazement. In her experience, only Yggdrasil could nurture such a pure and terrifying life energy. Could it be that her new lord, who inherited the primordial rune, also inherited the power of Yggdrasil? If that's true, it's truly frightening. The continuous influx of life energy into the crystal bridge, at some point, caused crystalline threads to appear at the damaged parts. They intertwined like a cocoon, and in the blink of an eye, the damaged areas returned to their original state. 1, 2, 3 more and more gaps were filled, and the crystal bridge was restoring itself at a visible speed. Gobta's face turned slightly pale. The magical energy required to repair Bifrost was more terrifying than he had imagined. If not for his awakened black dragon body and the environment in this realm that accelerated his magical energy recovery, he might have almost reached his limit. Approximately 30 minutes later, with the final gap filled, the crystal bridge suddenly bloomed with various bright colors. Upon closer inspection, there were exactly 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each color was rich and vivid, almost identical to a rainbow. Gobta immediately put away Abyss Flower, wrote Rune, Devour, in the air, and greedily absorbed the true ether pervading the air, rapidly replenishing the magical energy lost from his body. Next, they were about to step into the legendary underworld, Helheim, and there was a high possibility of facing Vortigern or even Crimson Moon. So, Gobta had to ensure that he was in his peak condition. Thrud watched her lord's figure, a hint of awe unconsciously appearing in her eyes. Single-handedly restoring Bifrost to such an extent, even when the Norse realms were still thriving, gods capable of such feats were scarce. One could say that based on this alone, Gobta was already worthy of the title Chief God like Allfather Odin. Is he really a human? Thrud couldn't help but wonder. After another half hour, once the magical energy in his body had fully recovered, Gobta nodded to Artoria and Thrud. Alright, let's go. The 2 women nodded and followed Gobta onto the Bifrost. Our destination, Helheim, activate. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings were instantly replaced by various strange and vibrant colors, as if they were all enveloped in a giant cocoon of rainbow, oblivious to the outside world. But with his powerful perception, Gobta could distinctly feel the external space undergoing rapid changes. After who knows how long, maybe an instant, maybe centuries, when all the colors gradually faded, they found that the surrounding scenery had undergone a drastic transformation. Now, the surrounding area was no longer the magma-like crimson sea but an endless black plain, filled with various bizarre rocks and skeletons oozing a faint pale color from the cracks in the soil. The sky was covered by gloomy, dark clouds, and the wind brought a piercing chill. There was no sign of any life here. The entire world was permeated with the aura of death. So, this is Helheim, it truly lives up to its name, Gobta exclaimed. The environment in Helheim is extremely corrosive to all living beings. If we stay here for too long, our bodies will undergo some unpleasant changes, just like those monsters earlier, Thrud said with a serious expression. Don't worry, that won't happen, Gobta smiled and pulled out a necklace with a golden cross from inside his armor. An invisible force emanated from him, immediately suppressing the aura of death belonging to the underworld and the surroundings. This is the same power as before. Thrud's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This familiar power made her instantly recall the golden chain that bound and made her unable to exert any strength earlier. Unexpectedly, this power could even suppress the rules of the underworld. Thrud couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that no matter what challenges they faced, her new lord always found a way to resolve them. He was truly omnipotent, even more so than a god. Remember not to stray too far from me, Gobta cautioned, then turned and walked ahead. Artoria and Thrud quickly followed in his footsteps. Following Nidhogg's instructions, Gobta advanced towards her body. Along the way, they encountered numerous underworld monsters. Despite their fearsome appearance, these creatures were no match for Gobta. Even Artoria and Thrud easily took care of them. Thrud, having strengthened her resolve, finally restored the power of the Valkyrie. It seemed she wanted to impress Gobta, as her every move in battle was decisive and fierce, showcasing remarkable combat skills. As Odin specially created Valkyries, they possessed innate talents in combat. The runic symbols, understood by mages only after a lifetime of study, were a natural power for them. Additionally, Odin bestowed upon them a special authority. Their weapon, Gungnir, Declaration of the Great God Fake, was a degraded replica of Odin's exclusive weapon, Gungnir, possessing formidable power and the characteristic of unfailing accuracy once thrown just like Gibalg. As warrior maidens created for battle, Valkyries were almost flawless compared to Gobta's Godslayer knights. Unfortunately, with the demise of the Age of Gods, such miracles were no longer possible in this era. Goo! Hearing the sudden sound, Gobta abruptly stopped, casting a slightly surprised look at Artoria behind him. She blushed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Sorry, teacher, I've been trying hard to hold back, but, Artoria apologetically lowered her head while touching her stomach. No, it's not your fault, I was careless, Gobta sighed, realizing he had been too preoccupied with Nidhogg's matter since entering the Norse realms, completely forgetting Artoria's food supply issues. Though both were dragons, Gobta, being a mage and master of rune, could choose to activate or deactivate his black dragon body at will, and with some tricks he had developed, his energy consumption was not significant. However, Artoria had to consume large amounts of food regularly to meet her body's needs. The problem now was that, due to the haste of their journey, he hadn't had time to prepare any food. Glancing at the desolate surroundings, he wondered if there was any food around. Nidhogg, do you know if there's anything to eat here? To eat? Of course, it's the roots of Yggdrasil. Gobta facepalmed. I meant something that regular people can eat. If I remember correctly, there's a plant called netherflower in Helheim. It usually grows on the corpses of powerful monsters. Regular humans can eat it and it's quite filling, but I heard it might be poisonous. Gobta shrugged it off. A little poison was nothing. He could always purify it with the power of abyss flower if needed. Chapter 146. According to Nidhogg, the netherflower is a parasitic plant that grew on the corpses of powerful monsters. So, before anything else, Gobta had to locate the corpses of these powerful monsters. He wrote rune, search and invisible magical waves spreading in all directions, serving as his eyes and ears, bringing distant information to him. Until a moment when a very strong aura of death caught his perception, as bright as a light in the dark night. Found it, wait, disappearance. Gobta seemed to notice something. He frowned slightly, contemplated for a moment, and then wrote rune, space. In an instant, it transformed into a spatial vortex portal, towering 2 people high. Gobta entered first, while Artoria and Thrud hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. The surroundings changed, and when the 2 women regained their senses, they found no significant difference, except for a towering mountain in front of them. Teacher, is there food on this mountain? Artoria asked curiously. This isn't a mountain, Gobta replied softly. It's a corpse, and just a part of it. Corpse. Artoria's eyes widened in shock. What kind of creature's corpse can be so massive, and it's just a part? Thrud seemed to realize something, and her gaze towards the mountain showed a hint of astonishment. Gobta snapped his fingers, and a magical screen like rippling water appeared in the void, showing the appearance of the mountain. He pinched his fingers, and the screen's field of view expanded wider and higher. Soon, the true appearance of the mountain appeared before them. As I thought. The moment Thrud saw it clearly, she finally let out a slow breath. Artoria slightly opened her mouth, her eyes filled with intense incredulity. It was a serpent of unimaginable length, its head reaching towards the sky, its abyss-like mouth wide open, as if in battle with a powerful enemy. The center of its forehead was damaged as if struck hard by some heavy object. The legendary serpent that coils around Midgard, the serpent that devours the world, Jormungandr. Gobta looked up at the towering mountain. I didn't expect it to die here. In mythology, Jormungandr and Thor were archenemies. They fought fiercely during Ragnarok, ultimately perishing together. If he guessed correctly, the damage to the forehead should be the result of Thor's hammer. So, there really is such a giant snake in the world, Artoria muttered softly. I can't imagine what it would be like if it were still alive. Thrud's eyes showed a trace of dimness. Jormungandr was dead, but Thor had not returned, so the outcome was evident. Gobta found many black flowers on Jormungandr's body, roots and stems emitting a bone-like paleness, with strange patterns on the petals, resembling a crying face. He inquired with Nidhogg, confirming that they were indeed netherflowers. Gobta then used the power of abyss flower to purify the poisons in all netherflowers and handed them to Artoria. Are these things really edible? Artoria held a bunch of netherflower, her small face full of confusion. Although she was open to all kinds of food, this thing just didn't look like something you could eat. Don't worry, I've removed all the harmful substances inside, so it's safe, Gobta reassured. Artoria hesitated for a moment but eventually overcame her reservations. She put a netherflower in her mouth, chewed it a bit, and swallowed. Then, she proceeded to eat more than 10 netherflowers in a row. How does it feel? Gobta asked while raising an eyebrow. It's a bit unpleasant, but it does fill you up, Artoria said while rubbing her stomach. Gobta tried one himself. It didn't have much taste, and the texture was like chewing on sawdust. It felt a bit like the black bread you'd find in the homes of the less fortunate. The only upside was that it did serve its purpose of filling the stomach. No choice, we'll have to make do for now. Once we get back, I'll have the chefs prepare whatever you want, Gobta comforted his sister. Artoria nodded. She was not unreasonable. Finding something to eat in this environment was already quite challenging. Truth be told, she had even mentally prepared herself to eat dirt before. Due to the urgency of their situation, they couldn't afford to stop and take their time. They had to eat while on the move. After Gobta purified all the gathered netherflowers and stored them in his rune space storage, he would hand them to Artoria each time she finished eating. Because it wasn't clear if there were any unknown properties of the netherflower, he kept a close eye on her condition throughout the journey, ready to intervene if any issues arose. However, even after she consumed over 1,000 harvested netherflowers, he didn't notice any abnormalities. It seemed that, aside from being a bit poisonous, the flower was indeed safe. Gobta gradually relaxed. After more than 20 consecutive hours of travel, the three reached the top of a high mountain. In the distance, they saw a giant pillar that extended from the ground to the endless sky, as if supporting the entire world. This was a scene Gobta was extremely familiar with because he had seen it in the mental world created by Nidhogg. It was the anchor of the Norse realms, the world tree Yggdrasil. There it is. Nidhogg exclaimed excitedly. I've already sensed the aura of my body. With the target confirmed, Gobta didn't hesitate. He used rune and, together with Artoria and Thrud, instantly covered thousands of meters to arrive at a small hill not far from Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, Thrud muttered as she looked at the withered tree. A faint sadness appeared in her eyes. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed so many miracles on this journey. This time Artoria didn't show the same level of astonishment as before. She casually glanced at it and then looked away. Gobta's gaze shifted slightly downward, quickly spotting their objective. At the roots of Yggdrasil, a massive black dragon lay prostrate. Its back was covered with 2 rows of jagged bone spikes. Each scale seemed to be forged from molten iron, reflecting a metallic sheen. Large wings draped behind it, emanating an ancient and imposing aura. A cocoon-like white halo enveloped the black dragon, lying silently within. It remained motionless, leaving one to wonder if it was dead or in a deep slumber. Nidhogg? Thrud exclaimed in surprise. It's still here. She was no stranger to this dragon of despair who devoured the world. After all, it was a powerful foe, even for Odin himself. But she hadn't expected it to linger here for so long, given the time that had passed. Thrud glanced at Gobta. Could it be that her new lord's purpose for coming here was because of Nidhogg? Phew, finally caught up, Nidhogg sighed in relief, seeing her body unharmed. Then she frowned and felt troubled. But what's next? As long as the stupid rules are still in place, I can't break free. The radiant bounded field was the safeguard she had created with the power of Yggdrasil. If she stepped out of it, the world rules would erase her immediately. Don't worry, I've got a plan, Gobta grinned. He had been scratching his head over how to free Nidhogg, but the appearance of Oath of Judah had instantly solved the problem. Oath of Judah's power of binding could suppress all kinds of energy, even the ultimate embodiment of rules like the logos, also known as beasts. Dealing with a few rules on Nidhogg was a piece of cake. Although Nidhogg would be affected during the process, these rules only covered the Norse realms. Once they left this place, she could roam freely. What are we waiting for? Let's get on with it. After millennia of confinement, the day of liberation was finally approaching. Gobta nodded slightly, advancing towards Nidhogg's body step by step. Never thought your target would be Nidhogg too. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed, causing Gobta to halt and turn toward the source of the voice. 2 figures slowly approached, one with a slender figure, dressed in a white dress, boasting golden long hair and eyes of the same color, a gorgeous woman. The other wore white armor, a middle-aged man with a stern countenance. Vortigern, Crimson Moon, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. As I expected, this matter is indeed related to you, huh? Oh. You figured it out already? Seems like you're even smarter than I imagined, and luckier too. Vortigern then glanced at Thrud, sizing her up and down. To think even a Valkyrie could fall into your hands, I can't help but feel a bit envious, Vortigern said in a soft tone and sighed with pity. Thrud's expression turned sour. Not only did this man's highly aggressive gaze make her uncomfortable, but his arrogant demeanor and tone made her even more infuriated. It was as if he regarded her as a mere object on display in a shop, ready to be casually picked up. Chapter 147. Vortigern then glanced at Thrud, sizing her up and down. To think even a Valkyrie could fall into your hands, I can't help but feel a bit envious, Vortigern said in a soft tone and sighed with pity. Thrud's expression turned sour. Not only did this man's highly aggressive gaze make her uncomfortable, but his arrogant demeanor and tone made her even more infuriated. It was as if he regarded her as a mere object on display in a shop, ready to be casually picked up. She was furious. As a Valkyrie directly under the All-Father Odin, even the most orthodox gods would be polite when encountering her. How dare this mere mortal scrutinize her like this? You presumptuous mortal, pay the price for your insolence. Thrud's cold words escaped her lips as the radiant glow from her spear erupted. Go, Gungnir. Rune symbols danced around the weapon, and an ancient, vast aura burst forth, launching toward Vortigern like lightning. Crimson Moon raised her palm, preparing to intercept the spear. However, Vortigern stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her. That spear is endowed with the authority to always hit its target once thrown, let me handle this myself. Vortigern calmly stared at the approaching spear, making no defensive moves whatsoever. When the spear was merely 20 centimeters from his forehead, he suddenly raised his right hand and gripped the spear's shaft in a lightning-fast motion. His body staggered slightly, then firmly stood in place. How is this possible? Thrud's eyes revealed intense shock. This man just caught her spear with one hand. Impressive, truly a Valkyrie created by Odin himself, this power is indeed powerful, Vortigern admired, examining the spear in his hand. To Thrud, his words were dripping with mockery. Since that's the case, let me give you a little something in return, Vortigern revealed a smile devoid of warmth, redirected the spear, and casually threw it back at Thrud. Boom! The moment the spear left his hand, a sonic boom erupted, the sharp tip aimed straight at her forehead. A strong sense of crisis surged in her mind. Instinctively, Thrud raised the circular shield in her left hand. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal echoing through the sky, Thrud was forcefully pushed back over 20 meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Her legs trembled, then collapsed to her knees while she gasped for breath. Sweat dripped profusely from her face as she looked up at Vortigern, eyes filled with astonishment. Gobta narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations just now, meaning Vortigern relied solely on physical strength alone for that attack. And judging by his relaxed demeanor, it seemed he hadn't even unleashed his full power. This was truly an incredible feat. Gobta knew Vortigern had become a godly being, but even in the realm of gods, such a powerful physical body was extraordinary. Moreover, in the current age of Britain, with the scarcity of true ether, it was impossible to grant him such powerful strength. Do you find it unbelievable? Vortigern's golden vertical pupils stared directly at Gobta. I bet you must be puzzled now, where do you think my power comes from? Gobta crossed his arms, remaining silent. Actually, I don't mind telling you, Vortigern said casually. This power comes from Odin's son, the god of thunder, Thor. Boom! As soon as his words fell, a silver-white thunderbolt descended from the sky, merging into Vortigern's body. The immensely violent aura surged like boiling seawater. Feeling the once familiar power, Thrud widened her eyes in instant shock. How is this possible? Watching Vortigern bathed in lightning, Gobta's expression also grew more serious. Did you steal Thor's power? Gobta asked in a low voice. Otherwise, why do you think I arrived here so late? Vortigern replied indifferently. Looks like my guess was right, there is indeed another power in you, and you've been hiding in the north for 15 years because of it, Gobta said with narrowed eyes. Without a doubt, Vortigern couldn't have accomplished the feat of stealing the power of gods alone. Compared to those dull fools, you do have commendable intelligence, unfortunately, you discovered it too late. Vortigern admitted with a calm tone, extending his hand towards Gobta. I can give you a chance, just swear allegiance to me, and I can guarantee you a place in the new world. Are you so confident you'll win? Gobta asked while raising an eyebrow. I have never lost, Vortigern said casually. Is that so? Well, what a coincidence. Gobta stepped on the ground, causing a large crack to appear. The powerful force propelled him like a cannonball as he launched toward Vortigern. I've never lost either. Humph. Overconfident. The distance of 500 meters passed in an instant. As if they had coordinated in advance, both men clenched their fists and fiercely struck each other. Bang! The void erupted with a thunderous roar. Vortigern and Gobta were simultaneously sent flying, plowing deep furrows into the dark earth, scattering pale bones buried in the soil. Gobta retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing himself. He looked down at his right hand, the palm charred by lightning. The arm hanging limply on his shoulder. White bone shards pierced through, and a river of blood snaked down, a shocking sight. Honestly, this was probably the most severe injury he had suffered since leaving the Land of Shadows. On the other hand, Vortigern had only retreated 2 or 3 meters in the first round of the clash. Apart from a few scratches on his fist, he had no other injuries, not a drop of blood spilled. His condition was evidently much better. In the first round of the confrontation, Gobta was almost completely defeated. Now you should realize how vast the gap between us is, Vortigern said coldly. Talking big requires substance, otherwise, it's just making a fool of oneself. Don't jump to conclusions so soon, old man. As Gobta retorted, a radiant glow flowed through his right arm. The charred skin quickly shed, damaged wounds rapidly healed, and fractured bones swiftly returned to their places. In a moment, his arm was restored to its original state. Is that immortality? Vortigern's brows slightly furrowed. No, that isn't immortality, but it's indeed a powerful life force of some kind. Gobta shook his arm and looked at Vortigern calmly. You are indeed more powerful than I imagined. Since that's the case, I won't hold back either. He took a slow breath and muttered inside his heart. Black dragon body, full release. Boom. A surging and overwhelming aura, like the sea, emanated from Gobta. His body suddenly grew taller. Dark tattoos filled with the aura of death gradually covered his skin, black hair extended to his waist in an instant, and his black eyes became even more profound, like an abyss that swallowed the souls of all who gazed into it. He slightly bent his body, and 2 large bumps suddenly bulged on his back. With a tearing sound amid the blood mist, a pair of 3-meter-long black bone wings unfolded, menacing like a demon yet beautiful like an angel. That is, Vortigern's pupils abruptly contracted, and a rare emotional fluctuation appeared on his face. Nidhogg. Vortigern took a deep breath and glanced at the black dragon, prostrated under Yggdrasil's foot, enveloped in a white light ring. I finally understand why you came here, Vortigern said while narrowing his eyes. I said, the real battle has just begun. Gobta's voice was low and hoarse, each word carrying an overwhelming pressure. Half a year had passed since the awakening of his black dragon body, and now, all the power left by Nidhogg within him had finally been completely absorbed. It could be said that he was now fully equivalent to 1/10 of Nidhogg. Gobta lightly stepped on the ground, and a sonic boom cloud instantly rose in the air. Boom! A black silhouette whizzed through the air, appearing in front of Vortigern in the blink of an eye. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the terrifying force compressed the surrounding air into a vortex as he swung it fiercely at Vortigern. The strike was so fast that Vortigern couldn't react in time, only able to watch the fist gradually enlarging in front of him. Boom! Like a drumbeat, a muffled sound rang out. Vortigern was instantly sent flying, crashing into a small hill hundreds of meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh! A gust of wind passed, clearing away all the dust, and Vortigern's figure reappeared in front of Gobta. This power, I underestimated you indeed, no wonder you could kill Nuada. Half of Vortigern's head had completely caved in, looking incredibly gruesome and terrifying. Yet, miraculously, despite such severe injuries, he was still alive. Under Gobta's gaze, the half-collapsed side of Vortigern's face inflated like a balloon. Teeth, eyeballs, skin in the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original state. Immortality, Gobta's eyes narrowed slightly. Even with Nidhogg's power, you're just a mortal after all. Roar! After speaking that mocking words, Vortigern roared to the sky. However, what emerged from his mouth wasn't the roar of a human, it was the majestic roar of a dragon. White jade-like scales covered every inch of his body, and white bone wings resembling jade unfolded behind him. His dazzling golden vertical pupils shone like the sun. While I, a supreme god. Vortigern exclaimed with pride. Chapter 148. Vortigern, who had completely unleashed his power, stretched his body, and a crackling sound of bones resonated throughout his entire body. Let me tell you just how vast the gap between mortals and gods really is. The white bone wings behind him trembled slightly, and Vortigern shot out like a cannonball, leaving a long trail of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Gobta. His fist, covered in white dragon scales, compressed the surrounding air, crashing down like a mountain. Gobta's black eyes remained calm. His right hand also clenched into a fist, meeting the incoming blow. Boom! A deafening sound, earth-shattering, as if the whole world had trembled. The ground beneath them instantly collapsed, and a visible shockwave spread, lifting a cloud of sand into the air. Die! Madness flickered in Vortigern's eyes as he swung his two fists, leaving indiscernible afterimages, a relentless onslaught towards Gobta. Just you. Not enough. Gobta yelled and his gaze became colder. Like a surging sea, an overwhelming force flowed through his limbs. He swung his fists like lightning, repeatedly blocking Vortigern's attacks. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions echoed, and the terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, tearing everything apart. The earth cracked, and the void trembled as if ancient gods were locked in a fierce battle. This was a fated duel, a continuation of mythology. The black dragon representing the end of the Age of Gods faced the white dragon symbolizing the Age of Gods. Using primal violence, they unleashed their most formidable powers. Gods are invincible. Vortigern roared to the sky, his golden eyes shining like the sun, aiming his punch at Gobta's eyes, causing the latter to instinctively tilt his head. Seizing this rare opportunity, Vortigern immediately lunged forward, sharp claws stabbing straight for Gobta's heart. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed before Vortigern's eyes. Splurt! Hot, steaming blood sprayed out. A horrifying black scar extended from Vortigern's left shoulder to his lower abdomen, almost tearing him apart. TCH, I thought this strike would finish you, didn't expect you to react that fast. Gobta held a black spear in his hand, shrouded in substantial black mist, emitting a strong aura of death. Vortigern's expression became slightly grave. He had never seen such a mysterious weapon. Is that your trump card? Vortigern asked in a deep voice. But it's useless, as long as my immortality persists, you can't kill me. Oh really? Gobta smirked, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Then why don't you check if your injuries have healed? Vortigern immediately lowered his head, only to see that the narrow black scar showed no signs of restoration. A faint black mist enveloped it, completely blocking his immortality. This. Vortigern's golden pupils suddenly contracted. Soon, he seemed to understand something and gazed at the black spear in Gobta's hand. It was the problem with that spear. Any injuries caused by this spear cannot be healed by anyone but me. Gobta casually flipped Black Abyss. Unless you're willing to sacrifice a bit of immortality in exchange. This was one of the characteristics of Abyss Flower. Anyone pierced by the power of Black Abyss could only rely on the power of White Flower or its complete form, Abyss Flower, for healing. No other power, including immortality, could cure it. Even Merlin, when struck fatally by Abyss Flower in the past, had to choose to sacrifice a portion of his immortality to preserve himself. There was no eternal life. Immortality, though robust, didn't mean one couldn't die. It was just that its regenerative ability was so powerful that the cost to wear it down completely was prohibitively high, hence the title, Immortal. A vivid example would be if Gobta didn't use the Divine Key and fought Vortigern barehanded. He would need to destroy Vortigern thousands of times to deplete some of his immortality. But, as with yin and yang, light and dark, the world naturally harbored forces specifically targeting immortality. Everything must be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. However, compared to others, Black Abyss had a more superior ability in this regard, being a product outside the rules of this world. So, this is the ace up your sleeve you've been hiding? Vortigern's voice deepened. Rest assured, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. I'll show them all to you later if you can last that long. Of course, Gobta said lightly. Is that so? Let's see then, whether your trump card is more powerful or mine. Suddenly, Vortigern looked at Gobta, his golden vertical pupils now turned into purple star pupils, emanating a mysterious and inexplicable power. Gobta instantly froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Gray-white traces climbed up from his lower body, turning him into a stone statue. I never said I could only use one god's power, Vortigern calmly spoke, then waved his hand down. A thunderbolt crashed from the sky, shattering the stone statue of Gobta into countless pieces. What a disappointment, Vortigern sneered. However, he suddenly noticed a crimson feather drifting in front of him. What's this? Vortigern subconsciously stared. At that moment, a cold killing intent suddenly surged from behind him. A black spear emerged from the void, its dark tip instantly piercing through his armor and dragon scales, directly impaling his heart. Spurt. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Vortigern felt deep astonishment in his heart. He didn't die. Vortigern gritted his teeth, his face becoming as hideous as a devil. Madness flickered in his eyes as he grabbed the spear. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thunderbolts, resembling divine punishment, relentlessly struck down one after another from the sky. The dazzling silver light made it impossible to open one's eyes, rendering the entire world a sea of thunder. 10 minutes passed, and the terrifying atmosphere gradually subsided. The rough earth was filled with blackened traces everywhere. Vortigern pulled out the black spear from his chest. A faint light flashed, and his body immediately returned to its original state, without any wounds. His expression was hideous. A precious piece of immortality was wasted like this. Vortigern looked at the black spear in his hand. Fortunately, he didn't leave empty-handed either. "You're even more decisive than I imagined." A familiar voice suddenly came from the void, and Gobta's figure reappeared. Earlier, Gobta had used the power of Feng Guangdao to outsmart Vortigern, but the latter's reaction was swift and decisive. He immediately summoned thunderbolts to force Gobta back. Vortigern glanced around and saw no shattered stone fragments on the ground. With his experience, he quickly grasped the truth of the situation. "Illusions even gods can't detect, is this Merlin's ability?" Vortigern asked in a deep voice. Gobta smiled slightly, offering no response. But in Vortigern's eyes, this was undoubtedly an acknowledgement. Throughout Britain, only that unpredictable incubus could unleash illusions of this level. Damn incubus! Vortigern cursed in his mind. "Once I conquer Camelot, I'll make you pay. Even with Merlin's illusions, what can you do?" Vortigern said coldly at Gobta, raising the black spear in his hand. "Now that this spear is in my hands, how can you break my immortality?" After finished speaking, Vortigern saw Gobta draw a black flamed sword from the void. "When did you get the idea that I only have one weapon?" Gobta said casually while raising his brows. Even with his temperament, Vortigern couldn't help but feel the urge to curse again and again. A weapon capable of breaking immortality, even in the age of gods, was extremely rare, and this bastard had another one. However, watching Gobta launch toward him, Vortigern could only quickly collect his thoughts and meet him head-on. What followed was a tumultuous battle. Vortigern had considered using the black spear for combat. But pitifully, the spear showed no response, like a lifeless object. Helplessly, he had to rely on his own strength to fight Gobta. Jizo Mitama's corruption was more challenging than Abyss Flower's death. Vortigern used 3 immortality before finally seizing an opportunity to take the black flaming sword away from Gobta's hand. In this intense fight, Vortigern had become a miserable sight. His armor shattered, his clothes turned into tatters, and only the dragon scales on his body maintained his last dignity. In contrast, Gobta's appearance was much better, mainly because his armor was created from the key of domination. "Not bad, old man. You do look a bit like a god now. Ha ha ha. Enjoy it while it lasts, soon, I'll make you pay." Vortigern's face was ice cold, with a flicker of madness in his eyes. "Unless you can take out another weapon to fight me." There were fewer than 10 weapons like this in the world. He didn't believe this bastard nephew could really pull out a third one. "Since you put it that way, I'll grant your wish." Gobta took off the golden cross necklace around his neck and tossed it into the air casually. The necklace swelled and instantly transformed into a massive golden cross, standing tall on the earth. Chapter 149. Watching the distant battle between Vortigern and Gobta, Crimson Moon furrowed her brows slightly. "Looks like he won't be able to take down that kid by himself. Maybe I should go help him, better safe than sorry." However, as she took a step forward, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Excalibur wielder, Crimson Moon's expression darkened instantly. "I spared you last time for Gaia's sake, this time, I advise you to stay put and not do anything reckless. Big words are only spoken by the weak. If you think you've got the strength, give it a try." Artoria raised Excalibur, pointing it at Crimson Moon. Her once sacred azure eyes had turned golden, akin to amber, devoid of the previous gentleness, replaced by a touch of madness and ferocity. Her ahog wiggled slightly, then fell like withered leaves. "You," Crimson Moon hesitated, sensing that the girl in front of her was somewhat different from before. "What, no plans to attack?" Artoria spoke coldly. "Then I won't hold back." Before Crimson Moon could react, Artoria shot forward like an arrow, with Excalibur aimed straight at the head. "Don't overestimate yourself, human." Crimson Moon snorted, raising her pristine white hand to block the attack. However, at that moment, the previously vertically descending golden sword suddenly dissipated, then strangely thrust out from another direction. Though Crimson Moon reacted in time, she couldn't dodge completely, and the sharp blade cut a significant gash in her dress. "Too bad, failed," Artoria shook her head regretfully. Crimson Moon stared at the tear in her dress, and clenched her fist tightly, anger burning in her golden eyes. Almost getting hurt by a human was a tremendous disgrace for her. Wearing knight's armor but resorting to such underhanded tactics, don't you feel any shame? Real battles require risking your life, anyone who adheres to useless doctrines at a time like this must have a broken brain, Artoria sneered. I pursue only the result, as for the process, well, as long as I win, who cares? You little. As she yelled angrily, Crimson Moon snapped her fingers, summoning a boulder in the sky that crashed down on Artoria, causing the ground to tremble. Humph, after all the talks, that's all you've got. Crimson Moon snorted, ready to help Vortigern. But then, a crisp voice echoed in her ears. Seal 13 decision start. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. This is a battle of one-on-one. This is a battle against non-fairies. This is a battle to defend human order. Boom. A towering golden pillar of light rose, cleaving the boulder in half. Artoria emerged, surrounded by hundreds of dazzling golden particles. Excalibur was completely shrouded in divine golden light, and the terrifying aura distorted the surrounding void like irregular waves. Artoria raised Excalibur, pointing it at Crimson Moon, her golden eyes indifferent and cold. As long as I stand here, you're going nowhere. On the other side of the battlefield, the confrontation between Vortigern and Gobta was gradually reaching its conclusion. After receiving countless attacks from Abyss Flower and Jizo Mitama, Vortigern's immortality had been largely depleted. Only a sliver remained, hanging by a thread. Losing this last shred of immortality would mean no chance of resurrection for him. He initially thought Gobta reaching for 2 weapons was the limit, but to his surprise, the damn bastard pulled out a third. Thinking it might be an illusion, he charged forward, only to be impaled by the golden spear from Oath of Judah, relinquishing his last trace of immortality. Moreover, due to the power of binding from Oath of Judah, his internal strength was completely suppressed. There was no way to escape even if resurrected, he remained bound in place. Gobta approached calmly, picking up the fallen Black Abyss and Jizo Mitama. He looked at the helpless Vortigern, limbs bound by golden chains. Even the lofty gods can be dethroned by mortals because this is no longer a world meant for the gods. You've lost, Vortigern. I have one last question. Vortigern lifted his head, gazing at Gobta. Where did those weapons of yours come from? Sorry, I refuse to answer, Gobta replied casually, raising Black Abyss, pointing it directly at Vortigern's forehead. However, let there be light. At that moment, an ancient and deep voice suddenly echoed through the vast expanse of the heavens and earth. Swish! A bright radiance instantly burst forth, transforming the death-shrouded realm into a dazzling daylight. An otherworldly force momentarily froze the entire spacetime, leaving Artoria, Crimson Moon, Gobta, and Thrud, feeling as if their bodies were solidified, unable to move. An object slowly penetrated out from Vortigern's body, transitioning from a blurry form to a tangible reality. As Gobta saw the true form of this object, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. It was a golden cup. Though seemingly unremarkable, it exuded an indescribable sense of holiness, inspiring an impulse to bow in reverence. The Holy Grail. Fuck, it turns out to be the Holy Grail. How? Gobta exclaimed inwardly, full of surprise. His emotions surged like a turbulent river. He had never imagined that Vortigern's hidden trump card would be the Holy Grail. Could I have been wrong all along? Is this world some sort of singularity? Gobta instantly dismissed the thought. Even if this world were a singularity, the power of the Holy Grail couldn't cause such a disturbance. Feeling the power vaguely suppressing the entire world, Gobta became increasingly certain of his inner speculation. This Holy Grail was probably not some artificially created imitation of that king of the demon gods but the true legendary Holy Grail, the miraculous relic that once contained the blood of God Jesus. Chapter 150. When it came to Nasoverse, one couldn't ignore the concept of the Holy Grail War. In the pursuit of the almighty wish-granting machine, humanity degraded and imitated the true ritual created by the planet. Known as ritual, heroic spirit summon, originally meant to save the world by summoning 7 servants known as the Grand Servant. Through this, humanity summoned legendary heroes, formed master and servant relationships, and engaged in warfare against other masters and servants. The ultimate victor would gain ownership of the Holy Grail, thus commencing the ritual known as Ritual, Holy Grail War. However, in reality, the Holy Grail from Holy Grail War was just a replica, a tool for mages to seek the root, with an immeasurable gap from the true Holy Grail. In Arthurian legend, the Knights of the Round Table were dispatched by King Arthur himself to search for the legendary Holy Grail. In the end, only Galahad, Lancelot's son, succeeded. However, Galahad himself didn't harbor any strong desire for the Holy Grail. As a result, he returned it to the heavens and followed it there. Galahad was undeniably the chosen one. From this perspective, he was akin to Solomon, the king who held the seal of Solomon. Both were granted the opportunity to fulfill a wish by God. Solomon chose wisdom, while Galahad had no specific desire. Solomon, despite harboring a why about the matter, subconsciously felt I should have done the same and developed a sense of inferiority toward Galahad. The reason Mash-Kirilite, who bore Galahad's power, could create numerous miracles and accomplish unbelievable challenges was also tied to this. The Holy Grail itself is a miracle. It seems you already know what this is, Vortigern said casually. To force me to use the Holy Grail, you can be proud of yourself. He glanced at the Holy Grail in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. For 15 years. I've spent countless resources and effort to establish a connection with the Holy Grail. Although I still can't fully control it, even so, it's more than enough to achieve my long-standing wish. Watch closely as I unleash this supreme power. Vortigern raised the Holy Grail high, and a golden torrent surged from its cup, effortlessly breaking through the white bounded field that surrounded Nidhogg's body, connecting to the body slumbering under Yggdrasil. Soon, the direction of the torrent abruptly reversed. Blood-like black liquid flowed from Nidhogg's body into the Holy Grail through the stream. He's stealing my power. Nidhogg's voice carried a noticeable panic. What should I do? If he succeeds, I'll disappear. Gobta felt an inexplicable sense of crisis welling up within him. His intuition told him that if Vortigern succeeded in stealing Nidhogg's power, unimaginable things would happen. He had to find a way to stop him. Gobta looked at the golden cross ahead. The only hope now rested on the Zeroth power of the Oath of Judah. But the activation of the Zeroth power required the divine key to at least touch him. However, both Gobta and Oath of Judah were currently bound by the power of the Holy Grail, unable to move an inch. Gobta exerted all his strength, yet he couldn't even budge a finger. Though the distance was less than 10 centimeters, it felt like an insurmountable abyss. Come on, Judah, you're my last hope now. Please, do something, anything. Whether it was a response to his plea or just a cosmic coincidence, in this frozen realm, the golden spear on the Oath of Judah suddenly trembled. A wild joy lit up Gobta's eyes as he continued to call out in his heart. Yeah. That's it. Keep it up. We're almost there, Judah. The golden spear stubbornly pushed forward inch by inch. After what felt like an eternity, the golden spearhead lightly touched Gobta's armor. Then. Oath of Judah, Zeroth power, Elysian Pedion. Crack. Like shattered glass, the radiant light that had frozen the entire realm vanished instantly. 12 golden spears, standing tall on the golden cross, shot out on their own, piercing the surrounding ground to create a bounded field, enclosing Gobta and Vortigern within a 100-meter radius. Next, the handles of the spears unfurled like a spiral, transforming into massive golden gears suspended in midair, completely blocking the sky inside the bounded field. What is this thing? For the first time, Vortigern showed a shocked and panicked expression. How could there be a force capable of resisting the power of the Holy Grail in this world? This was simply impossible. Thrud, Artoria, and Crimson Moon stared dumbfounded at the golden gears that filled the sky. It was a scene even more mythical than a myth. Suddenly, a force stronger than before descended from the sky, completely suppressing Vortigern. Everything in him that related to mystery returned to normal, and his aura immediately became feeble, like that of an ordinary mortal. Soon, golden chains emerged from between the gears, swiftly binding the powerless Vortigern. Bastard! Vortigern's face showed panic. The developments had completely exceeded his expectations. As miserable as Vortigern, Gobta found himself in the same situation. His powers were instantly suppressed, and the black wings on his back and the black tattoos on his body disappeared. Every part of his body was in intense pain as if he had been torn apart. Now, like Vortigern, he had become an ordinary mortal with no strength. Gritting his teeth, Gobta endured the pain. With the spear of black abyss in hand, he approached Vortigern step by step. Crimson Moon's pupils suddenly contracted. She tried to rush into the bounded field to rescue Vortigern, but Artoria once again stood in her way. I told you, as long as I'm here, you can't go anywhere. Artoria's amber eyes revealed intense indifference, and the golden sword in her hand gleamed brightly again. Get out of my way. Crimson Moon's eyes showed uncontrollable rage. She raised her hand, and thousands of swords materialized out of thin air, thrusting toward Artoria. But for Artoria, who possessed Avalon, such an attack was utterly useless. The swords passed through her body without any effect. Crimson Moon then manifested a colossal boulder akin to a meteor, attempting to suppress Artoria. However, she casually swung Excalibur, which had now released 4 restraints, to effortlessly split the boulder in half. Attacks were futile, and she couldn't trap Artoria. Crimson Moon was so infuriated that she almost spat out blood. Damn you, Gaia. Meanwhile, within Elysian, Gobta, with Black Abyss in hand, stood before Vortigern. Vortigern gritted his teeth, his golden pupils returning to their original cyan color as he glared fiercely at Gobta. Why are you doing this? Vortigern roared angrily at Gobta, his expression fierce and manic. The only future for Britain is destruction. Only through the restoration of the Age of Gods can Britain hope to continue. I only want to save Britain, what's wrong with that? Why do both you and Uther insist on stopping me? Stop spouting self-deceptive words, Vortigern, you're merely using seemingly noble excuses and tragic rhetoric to mask the despicability within your heart. Gobta stared coldly at Vortigern. Perhaps you did once harbor a vision of saving Britain. But from the moment you transformed into the White Dragon, from the moment you allowed the Anglo-Saxons to invade Britain, from the moment you betrayed Camelot, you embarked on an inhuman path of no return. What do you know? Even knowing the path ahead leads to doom, should we just sit idly by? This is the only way to save Britain. Bullshit. Gobta rebuked Vortigern without mercy. Because the road ahead is tough, you chose to stagnate and dwell in the past. Becoming a puppet bowing under the authority of the gods. Your frailty is the root cause of all this tragedy. The journey to the future can only be forged by humanity itself. Even if the path ahead stretches far and plunges into darkness, humanity has the resilience to prevail. If you don't even have this determination and don't have faith in your own kin, what makes you think you can save Britain? What do you have to save Britain? Gobta's profound black eyes glinted with cold indifference as he raised the spear in his hand without hesitation, aiming for Vortigern's head. Let's end this farce. Squelch. The sharp spear instantly pierced through Vortigern's forehead, blood mixed with brain matter oozing out, gradually covering his lifeless eyes. Gobta withdrew the spear, and Vortigern's body swayed slightly before collapsing with a thud. Cough. A red flower bloomed on the ground, vibrant and dazzling. Gobta half knelt on the ground, hand covering his mouth, the taste of rust filling his mouth. The overwhelming golden gears, blocking out the sky, dissipated into countless particles of light. The oppressive feeling gradually faded, and the familiar sensation once again enveloped his body. A radiant glow covered Gobta's body, rapidly healing the injuries he endured within Elysian. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he was restored to his peak state. Gobta stood up, gazing at the lifeless body of Vortigern on the ground. After a while, he let out a complex sigh. He crouched down, picked up the fallen Holy Grail, and observed the legendary relic. However, at this moment, the previously dimmed Holy Grail suddenly radiated a bright light again, and the familiar stiffness surged through his body once more. What's going on? In Gobta's shocked gaze, the Holy Grail slowly floated up and arrived beside Vortigern's lifeless body, which immediately disintegrated into countless particles of light, and merged into the Holy Grail. Then it instantly appeared next to Crimson Moon, who was still in a fierce battle with Artoria. A faint light soon flashed, casting a white glow over the entire world. As the light dissipated, both Crimson Moon and the Holy Grail vanished from this realm of the dead without a trace. Chapter 151. The moment the Holy Grail disappeared, Gobta regained his ability to move. Simultaneously, he could sense the confinement that once blocked the outside of the Norse realms had vanished without a trace. Staring at the dark and ominous dark sky, Gobta sighed helplessly. I was still too careless. Upon closer thought, he should have known better. After 15 years of preparation, Vortigern wouldn't have easily revealed himself unless he had gained significant control over the Holy Grail. The phrase, establish a connection, was probably just a ploy to deceive him. To still retain composure in such a situation, Vortigern proved to be a powerful enemy. Teacher. My lord. Artoria and Thrud approached. Gobta looked at Artoria and hesitated for a moment. Lily, what's going on with you? Is something wrong, teacher? Artoria with her amber eyes looked at Gobta in confusion. No, what I mean is, Gobta paused momentarily, then continued. How do you feel right now? I feel great. Artoria responded without hesitation, even showing a hint of a pleased smile. Better than ever. This is actually the worst thing, Gobta sighed inwardly. He put his arm on Artoria's shoulder, using the power of Abyss Flower to examine her body thoroughly, and finally found the real cause. Netherflower. This plant, contaminated by the aura of the underworld, subtly stirs the dark side of the eater's heart. If consumed excessively in one go, it can bring about significant trouble. Things of unknown origin should not be consumed casually, Gobta shook his head in resignation in his heart. Artoria's red dragon body helped her counteract a large part of the Netherflower's influence. Plus, her past experiences hadn't tainted her soul, so the actual impact of the netherflower on her was not that significant. It was more or less equivalent to revealing another side that was usually suppressed. If the subject was Artoria, that didn't sound too bad, right? Gobta became curious instead. Thus, he immediately dismissed the idea of using Fenghuang down to restore her. The three walked together under Yggdrasil, gazing at the black dragon that lay like a small mountain across the land. Nidhogg's body, as if cast in molten iron, ancient and majestic even in slumber, conveyed a transcendent divine aura. The extreme contrasts of reality and illusion, the sublime and the sinful, all contradictory features converged in the colossal beast before them. This was the dragon of despair who devoured the world. Nidhogg. Thrud's gaze was incredibly complex, a myriad of thoughts entwined in her mind, forming a tangled mess. Undoubtedly, Nidhogg was the instigator of Ragnarok, the one who devoured the roots of Yggdrasil, leading to the impending apocalypse. However, on the battlefield, Nidhogg weirdly did not attack the gods or kill anyone. Recalling the giants on Bifrost, their eyes filled with anger and hatred, a strange thought suddenly surfaced in Thrud's mind. Was Ragnarok really caused by Nidhogg? Artoria glanced at the black dragon in front of her, then at her teacher beside her. Black dragon and red dragon should be different, right? Artoria said inwardly with a contemplating tone. Gobta stared at Nidhogg's massive dragon body and sighed. After all the commotion, it was finally over. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the black dragon's cold scales. Alright, let's begin, Nidhogg. No problem. Nidhogg excitedly responded, and then Gobta felt as if something had detached from his consciousness. Rumble. The mountainous black dragon trembled slightly, and then, the silent black dragon eyes that had been dormant for thousands of years suddenly opened wide. Roar. The colossal body stood on the earth, the chaotic wings unfolded again, and the dragon of despair let out an excited roar, celebrating her return. Somehow, in what should have been a scene of a king returning, Gobta inexplicably felt like a lost husky finally found by its owner and brought back home. As expected, my own body feels comfortable. Nidhogg exclaimed with a happy tone. How is it? Are you captivated by my magnificent body? Feel like you can't take your eyes off me? It's okay, whether in praise or admiration. Even though you all are just uncivilized monkeys, considering the hardships you've endured on this journey, I'll reluctantly accept your compliments. Everyone except Gobta had wide eyes. Teacher, is Nidhogg always like this? Artoria turned to Gobta. No, this is called a taste of success, Gobta replied emotionlessly. I suggest you don't get too happy too soon, he looked up at Nidhogg and said in a calm tone. Don't forget what just happened. Nidhogg, as if awakening from a dream, quickly checked her power within her. Half a minute later, she screamed. No. My power. Although the dragon form made it difficult for her to express rich emotions through facial expressions, Gobta still sensed a mournful expression on her face. My power is around 60% left. Which means Vortigern took almost half. Gobta frowned. He felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. Vortigern had gone to great lengths to seize Nidhogg's power, probably with an extraordinary purpose. He once again used the power of Fenghuang down to enter a state of absolute rationality, but still couldn't come to any useful conclusions. The Holy Grail was too unpredictable, and he couldn't analyze Vortigern's true goal. With things at this point, we can only take it step by step. Gobta shook his head to himself. But fortunately, I am not without resistance. With the divine keys in hand, as long as Vortigern hadn't completely mastered the Holy Grail, he was fearless. If it weren't for the lack of information, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. The next time I see that damn white dragon, I'll make him pay. Nidhogg gritted her teeth. Let's discuss that after we get out of here. Gobta surveyed Nidhogg's dragon body and furrowed his brow. By the way, are you really planning to go out like this? Nidhogg remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, her body radiated a black light. When the light dissipated, the massive dragon body had disappeared, replaced by a black-haired beauty about the same age as Artoria. She had delicate and beautiful features. Long black hair to the knee, fair and smooth skin, and wore a plain black knee-length dress with no adornments, revealing two slender and fair legs. The human body is really troublesome, especially these two bulges in front, it always feels a bit uncomfortable. Honestly, why do I have these useless things? Nidhogg complained as she looked at the well-formed peaks in her chest, then turned to Gobta. Is this okay now? Hey, why are you all looking at me with such strange eyes? Chapter 152. Nidhogg is actually a female dragon? Thrud's expression was strangely peculiar. Although she had never heard anyone mention Nidhogg's true gender, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disillusionment. The dragon of despair that brought Ragnarok was, unexpectedly, a black-haired beauty. What a bizarre turn of events. There's actually another woman beside him. The time they spent together is even longer than mine. Artoria tightly squeezed her palms, her lowered head obscuring her expression. Gobta was perhaps the calmest among the three. After all, before reincarnated to this world, he had already been through the baptism of countless anime, manga, novels, and games. So this kind of development was nothing new to him. Even King Arthur had turned into a woman, why couldn't Nidhogg? What's more, not just dragons, even something as ridiculous as ships or guns could transform into beautiful women. But, to be honest, Nidhogg did look gorgeous. Especially from his aesthetic perspective, it was almost perfect. In his previous life, while scrolling through the internet, Gobta wasn't really into the cliché waifu with white hair and red eyes that most people usually like. What intrigued him more was the black-haired beauty with a touch of aloofness, similar to Nidhogg. If only she had a pair of black stockings, it would be perfect. As he thought like that, his gaze involuntarily slid downward, observing Nidhogg's smooth legs. What are you looking at? Nidhogg questioned with confusion, her head tilted sideways. Ahem, nothing, I'm just curious why you ended up like this, Gobta coughed lightly, trying to hide his awkwardness. He suspected that Nidhogg might be teasing him deliberately, otherwise, why would her human form end up looking exactly like his tastes? What are you talking about? Nidhogg looked bewildered. What do you mean by, ended up like this? This is simply my human form. So, you didn't intentionally choose to look like this? Gobta asked carefully. I am the embodiment of rules, and rules are the most rigorous things in the world, how can they change at will? Nidhogg rolled her eyes. If I could truly do as I please, I would have discarded these useless bulges on my chest long ago, they are cumbersome and serve no purpose whatsoever. I love the rules of this world, Gobta said inwardly with a grateful tone. Nidhogg reached out, and a crack suddenly appeared in the withered trunk of Yggdrasil. A crystal-clear egg and a decaying spear floated out and landed in her palm. Hey! Isn't that Odin's weapons, declaration of the great god Gungnir, and his mount, the eight-legged horse Sleipnir? Nidhogg threw the spear and the egg to Gobta. Gobta, looking at the spear and the egg, showed a somewhat strange expression. He glanced at Nidhogg with confusion. This wouldn't be something you secretly took from the battlefield after Odin died, right? Do you think I am a scavenger? Nidhogg retorted impatiently. Scavenger? Thrud exclaimed with anger inside her mind. How could the divine horse and the divine spear of the All-Father be considered junk? So, why do you have these things then? Gobta asked with a raised eyebrow. Nidhogg rolled her eyes in a rather charming way. What else if not because of that old man Odin? He gave me these things when he was dying. He said that when I leave Norse realms, I should give them to the man who helped me get out of my trouble. How did he know teacher would help you? Artoria asked with surprise. Nidhogg shrugged, then crossed her arms. I don't know, that old man was always like that, muttering nonsense all the time. Odin drank from the well of wisdom, gaining some ability to foresee the future to some extent, Gobta explained. Examining the inscription on Gungnir in his hands, Gobta suddenly noticed a line of rune letters below. The one who pursues eternal silence, those who have departed will eventually return to nothingness. The one who pursues eternal silence, Gobta furrowed his brows slightly. What does this mean? He showed the inscriptions to Thrud, who looked equally puzzled. I don't know, strange, I remember there shouldn't be such inscriptions on Gungnir, Thrud muttered with confusion. Gobta pondered, realizing that there appeared to be no corresponding existence in Norse mythology that fit the description. Whatever, forget it, it doesn't matter now, all the Norse gods are gone anyway, what's the use of thinking about these things? Gobta shook his head. Maybe Odin wrote it one day when he was drunk, who knows? Odin only drank at feasts, never eating meat himself. All the meat went to his two loyal wolves, Jerry and Freki. Physiologically, drinking without eating makes one more susceptible to getting drunk, so Gobta felt his speculation had some merit. He stowed Sleipnir's egg and Gungnir in his rune space storage, planning to contemplate them later. Gobta then handed the shrunken Oath of Judah to Nidhogg. Stepping out of the white-bounded field, she tested it and found that the rules indeed no longer affected her. Free from the constraints of the rules, Nidhogg was ecstatic. She ran back and forth for 10,000 meters on the spot. If Gobta hadn't grabbed her head, she probably would have run a few more laps. The feeling of being able to move freely is amazing. Nidhogg exclaimed sincerely. As Helheim still had rules laid by Hela, Gobta couldn't use the primordial rune to open a space portal here. Hence, it took them more than 10 days to reach Asgard. On the mountain peak, Thrud gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery. A complex expression flickered in her red eyes. "If you want to stay here, I won't force you to follow me," Gopta said while glancing at Thrud. Thrud remained silent for a moment, then shook her head and smiled. "No need, staying in the past is meaningless. Besides, I promised Ortlind and Hildra that I would meet them again. In that case, let's set off." Gopta snapped his fingers, and the void twisted and tangled, transforming into a two-person-high space portal. Gopta, Artoria, and Nidhogg entered it one after another. Thrud walked to the portal, looked back one last time, sighed, and then walked in. After a moment, the portal gradually disappeared. The cold wind blew over the desolate mountaintop as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 153. Gopta, Artoria, Nidhogg, and Thrud had just stepped out of the portal when a bone-chilling wind swept through. However, this level of cold wasn't much for the four of them. Wait, could we really be considered four people? Gopta thought and glanced at Artoria, Nidhogg, and Thrud behind him, then sighed helplessly. Is this the outside world? Thrud curiously looked around, then squeezed her own hand. The concentration of true ether is indeed low. My strength has been weakened by about 30%. She had already learned about the outside world from Gopta and Artoria before coming, so she was prepared and not too flustered. Ah, this is fantastic. The air of freedom. As the embodiment of the rules, her power didn't originate from true ether, so whether in the Norse realms or Britain, it did not affect her. Quest 5, Rescue Nidhogg's true body within 3 years completed. Quest reward, 9th Divine Key, Star of Eden. New quest detected. Quest 6, Defeat the 7 Northern Kingdoms within 5 years. 07. Quest reward, 7th Divine Key, Judgment of Shamash. Quest 7, Defeat Vortigern within 7 years. Quest reward, 1st Divine Key, Void Archives. Quest 8, Defeat Crimson Moon within 7 years. Quest reward, 2nd Divine Key, Cosmic Juggernaut. The continuous mechanical voices in his mind made Gopta pause for a moment. Well, giving out 3 divine keys at once. Is this approaching the grand finale? Huh. What grand finale are you talking about? Nothing, just talking nonsense. Gopta waved his hand dismissively and looked to the north. Based on past experiences, the system's issued quests were generally related to his current situation. In other words, within a maximum of 7 years, Gopta and Vortigern would inevitably engage in the final battle. By then, only one of them could emerge alive as the true king of Britain. 7 years, it's a bit tight. After pondering in his mind, Gopta realized that 7 years was not only the time to complete the preliminary reforms in Camelot but also to assemble a complete Godslayer Knights. It was indeed a very troublesome matter. It looks like I have to make good use of my time. He turned his head, gazing at the snow-covered Great Wall not far away. Currently, the Third Army is running low on provisions, and we're short of 1,200 cotton coats. When the next batch of supplies arrives, prioritize them. The patrols reported finding traces of Anglo-Saxon soldiers in the Black Forest. It seems they want to open a supply route from there. Have K take 2,000 soldiers and 3 court mages to investigate. If it's true, make sure he completely blocks that path for me. If he dares to let even one person slip through, I'll kick his head like a ball. A sudden surge of phantasmal species on the North Plateau. Immediately have Lamorak lead the knights to attack and make sure those bastards' faces are unrecognizable. As he heard the orders, the messenger swallowed his saliva nervously, picked up the documents in front of him, bowed, and hastily left the study. After closing the door behind him, he took a long breath. How's it going? A colleague waiting outside asked in a hushed tone. Same as always, of course, the messenger replied with a wry smile. Ever since His Majesty disappeared, the temperament of Her Highness has been getting more and more explosive. I heard even Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere don't dare to greet her directly. They must take a detour, the colleague sighed. Well, cut her some slack. Her Highness suddenly lost her brother and sister and still has to handle so much every day. If it were me, I'd probably be in a terrible mood too, or even worse, the messenger consoled. True, but I've heard lately that the relationship between Her Highness and His Majesty seems to. Don't chat outside when there's work to be done. If you're so free, why not go stand guard on the city walls for a few days? A haunting voice of Morgan came through the door, making the 2 men shiver. They quickly apologized, then dashed out as if their lives depended on it. I'm busy all day long, and you guys dare to slack off. I'll have to teach you all a lesson. Inside the study, Morgan mumbled indignantly while leaning back in her high-backed chair. Watching the snowflakes fall outside the window, she sighed softly. It's been 20 days, when are you coming back? She rubbed her slightly ached forehead, turned to look at the towering pile of documents on her desk, and gritted her teeth. When that idiot returns, I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. Ha ha ha, such crude language shouldn't be spoken by an esteemed princess. Someone's voice, accompanied by a light laugh, suddenly entered her ears. She instantly froze in place upon recognizing the familiar voice. Like a rusty robot, Morgan turned her head inch by inch, afraid that any sudden movement might mean she saw nothing at all. Please, even if it's just an illusion, let me see him again, Morgan prayed inside her heart. When the familiar figure of a man with a smiling face appeared before her eyes, Morgan finally couldn't control her emotions. Tears, the size of pearls, slid down her cheeks. Seeing Morgan's visibly weary face, Gupta couldn't help but feel guilty. He walked over, gently embracing her. Sorry, big sis, for making you suffer. In less than 10 words, he broke through her psychological defenses. Sweetness, grievance, joy, confusion, various emotions surged like a tide. Morgan was unsure of how to vent, so she chose to bite down on his shoulder. Hiss. Gupta sucked in a breath. His sister didn't hold back at all. Even with his body strength, he felt a piercing pain. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away, but looking into those resentful, pale golden eyes, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Instead of escaping, he relaxed his muscles and calmed down. After about 10 minutes, Morgan finally released her grip. Looking at the bloodstains on Gupta's shoulder, she suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Sorry, did I go a bit too far? Morgan reached out with her delicate hands, gently caressing the scars on his shoulder, with a hint of concern in her eyes. It's fine, isn't it normal for a big sister to teach a lesson to her mischievous little brother? Gupta grinned. At least you know you messed up, Morgan huffed, then seemed to recall something, looking around in a bit of a panic. By the way, where's Lily? She disappeared with you, didn't she? Hasn't she come back? Don't worry, she's back, she's just starving, so I sent her to the kitchen with the other two. Other two? Morgan raised an eyebrow. What exactly did you do? Well, that's a long story. Gupta sighed and spent a whole hour narrating his experiences in the Norse realms. So, you disappeared to rescue Nidhogg's body, Morgan realized. But if I heard correctly, you encountered Vortigern, and the Holy Grail ended up in his hands? That's right, Gupta nodded. The Holy Grail, Morgan frowned slightly. As an excellent mage, she was familiar with the Holy Grail and, thanks to extensive readings, understood its terrifying power. It was a true wish-granting machine, a miraculous relic that even the authority of gods couldn't reach. But the good news is, although Vortigern got the Holy Grail, it hasn't acknowledged him fully, so, we still have a chance to win, Morgan mused. How do you know that Vortigern hasn't been acknowledged by the Holy Grail? Gupta questioned, as he hadn't mentioned this detail before. According to ancient texts, only those recognized by God can wield the power of the Holy Grail. Just like King Solomon, who stood at the pinnacle of magecraft more than 1300 years ago. It's because he was acknowledged by God that he gained the Seal of Solomon in the form of 10 rings, symbolizing true wisdom. For beings of that level, it's easy to see who is worthy. If Vortigern were truly chosen by God, he wouldn't have waited until now to make a move, or perhaps he wouldn't need to personally intervene at all. So, it's clear that for 15 years, he's been hiding in the north. Trying to forcefully establish a connection with the Holy Grail through magecraft, seeking the qualification to wield its power. Clap. 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 Gupta applauded, impressed. Truly deserving of being one of Britain's top 2 mages, such rich experience and profound wisdom, it's truly an eye-opener. Morgan nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with her brother's admiration. But then her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Even if Vortigern doesn't reach Solomon's level, having the Holy Grail is still a significant problem, we need to find a way to counter him. Don't worry, actually, I succeeded in defeating him before, Gupta chuckled. Wait, you mean you defeated Vortigern, who has the Holy Grail? Morgan exclaimed in surprise with her eyes widened. Yep. Gupta walked to the window, catching a snowflake in his hand, and watching it melt slowly in his palm. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him again. Chapter 154. After a conversation with Morgan, Gupta gradually learned about what had happened during his disappearance. At the time, the disappearance of both him and Artoria had caused a great disturbance. Some even suspected that he had been assassinated, creating widespread anxiety along Hadrian's Wall. Yelena then stepped forward, her certainty stemming from the power left by Gupta on her. She asserted that the king was not dead. If it weren't for her words, Camelot would probably have descended into chaos. Following this, Pallas and Morgan took charge, dispatching people to find the king's whereabouts while mobilizing the army, already positioned behind the northern army, to besiege them. But to their surprise, Lox had already seen through their plan. Just as Pallas was planning a pincer attack under the cover of night, a large group of chimera and mountain giants suddenly appeared behind them, turning the tables and surrounding them. Human bodies couldn't compare to phantasmal species, especially not to beings like chimera and mountain giants that surpassed even wyverns. Upon contact, Camelot's army almost immediately crumbled. Fortunately, at that moment, Lamorak led the knights. More than 300 knights with second-generation artificial magic circuits and wielding the key of domination descended like gods, effortlessly eliminating all these phantasmal species, and leading the remaining army to break out. Even so, they paid a considerable price, with casualties exceeding 8,000, including the overall commander, Pallas, who unfortunately perished on the battlefield. "This is the farewell letter from Pallas." Morgan took out a letter from the drawer and handed it to Gobta. Pallas's wife passed away long ago, and now his son is fostered by the church. Gobta read the contents of the letter and carefully put it back in the envelope. Issue the order to posthumously confer the title of Duke on Pallas. Allow his remains into the royal mausoleum, and his son shall become a duke. Continuing for 3 generations. Then, transfer to hereditary earl, governing the territories of Mirkland and Kendale. Morgan was slightly surprised. Are you really planning to give away Mirkland and Kendale? Mirkland had convenient water and land transportation, ranking in the top 5 of Camelot's trade volume, while Kendale, known as the Land of Tea, supplied nearly 30% of Camelot's tea. Both were exceptional territories, and the noble families might go to great lengths for these lands. This is the treatment a hero deserves, Gobta said lightly. Also, the compensation for the wounded soldiers must be arranged as soon as possible. If anyone dares to touch that money, I guarantee they'll regret ever coming into this world. But, can the treasury handle this? Morgan hesitated. Rest assured, as long as problems can be solved with money, they're not problems at all. Camelot's agricultural reform was in full swing. The yield of crops had reached an incredible level. As long as there was food, there was no need to worry about money. After all, in any era, food was undoubtedly a hard currency. All right, I understand. Morgan nodded, then suddenly reached out to touch Gobta's sharp-featured face, a hint of tenderness in her pale golden eyes. Do you know, Gobta, I've never seen any king care so much for his people. You're truly an extraordinary ruler. I'm glad you're the king of Camelot. Once, Morgan believed that Britain was doomed, and her goal in seeking the throne was just to at least let Britain shine before its fated destruction. However, when Gobta ascended to the throne, she once again glimpsed Britain's future. Instead of the previously foreseen ruins, she saw an unpredictable chaos. Although this was not necessarily a good omen, compared to the previous darkness where there was no hope no matter how one struggled, at least now they had the possibility of escaping fate. And Morgan believed, under the leadership of this black-haired and black-eyed man, Britain would definitely forge a different future. Definitely. The king is back. After being missing for 20 days, the king finally returned. The moment this news spread, the entire Hadrian's Wall trembled, and the morale of all Camelot soldiers became incredibly uplifted. Bless Camelot, His Majesty is back. I knew it, His Majesty must be safe. Huh, the chosen king is back. The day those monsters in the north meet their doom has come. As the news reached the front lines, Bedivere, appointed as the acting commander, finally let go of the tension that had been hanging over him for these past days and breathed a long sigh of relief. Great, they're finally back. Too bad Sir Kay is still in the Black Forest, otherwise, he'd be even happier than all of us when he hears this news. Lancelot and Lamorak exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Clearly, it's not that great. Eulaina, with a look of obvious frustration. Master finally returns, and I'm not by his side right now. I've failed as his servant. Bedivere chuckled. I'm sorry, Miss Eulaina, but we really need your help. I hope you understand. Eulaina's abilities were outstanding, especially considering their current situation. She played a crucial role. Don't be in such a hurry, Miss Eulaina, Lancelot gently said. Since he is back, he will surely come here, and then you can see him. Eulaina rolled her eyes, about to say something when a light laughter came from outside the tent. I heard someone talking about me. As the camp curtain lifted, a black-haired man in silver armor walked in, his deep black eyes sweeping over everyone. Long time no see, everyone. Your Majesty. Intense joy appeared in everyone's eyes as they half knelt on the ground. All right, get up, everyone, Gobta smiled gently. You've all worked hard when I was away. No, please don't say that. These are things we, as your subjects, should do, Bedivere said, but then his emerald eyes dimmed slightly. It's just General Pallas. I already know about him, don't worry, Camelot won't let any hero down. Gobta patted Bedivere's shoulder. I came this time to avenge him and those who sacrificed on the battlefield. Yes. Bedivere nodded without hesitation. He never doubted his king's words. After a brief exchange of greetings, and at Bedivere's insistence, Gobta sat on the main seat. Explain the current situation to me, Sir Bedivere. Yes, Your Majesty. Bedivere organized his thoughts and spoke at a measured pace. We currently have 48,000 soldiers. Except for 10,000 guarding Hadrian's wall, the remaining 38,000 are all here. The enemy has about 23,000 soldiers left, all surrounded by us in the Eagle Fortress. The terrain is complex, easy to defend, and difficult to attack, with a significant number of phantasmal species guarding the fortress. We've been deadlocked for 10 days. According to the information we received, the northern kingdoms are planning to send reinforcements. If we don't take the Eagle Fortress within a month, we might just have to watch them being rescued. So, what's your plan? Gobta looked at Bedivere with interest. Bedivere hesitated for a moment and said, I plan to send Miss Yelena to infiltrate the Eagle Fortress and seize the opportunity to assassinate their commander. That will surely cause chaos inside and give us a chance. Oh. Gobta raised an eyebrow, looking at Yelena. Have you tried it? I have tried, but the place is full of detection magecraft, and there are also dead apostles. It's too difficult to sneak in without being noticed, Yelena said with a bitter smile. Gobta then looked at Lamorak. Can the knights break in? If we're willing to pay the price, we can, Lamorak responded firmly. Is that so? It seems a bit tricky indeed. Order the army to withdraw 3 kilometers. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Your Majesty, are you giving up? Bedivere asked in confusion. In my dictionary, the term give up never existed, Gobta said lightly while smiling without worry. Just relax and enjoy the show. Soon, I'll show you a true myth. Chapter 155. Inside the Eagle Fortress, Lox, once full of youthful vigor, now appeared as if he had aged several decades. Half of his hair had turned completely white, and his eyes were filled with weariness. Initially, he had devised a cunning plan to wipe out the army of Camelot entirely. However, the emergence of that Night Order shattered all of his hopes. Reflecting on the way that Night Order effortlessly maneuvered on the battlefield, a deep-seated fear involuntarily crept into his heart. Occasionally, in the dead of night, he would be startled awake, feeling his pillow dampened with cold sweat. Those people are not human at all. They're devils from hell, monsters sent by the gods to punish humanity. A soldier who had witnessed the scene expressed that sentiment. Although Lox quickly threw the soldier to be eaten by the chimera, deep down, he harbored the same thoughts. That Night Order was not an entity that mortals could contend with. Commander! Commander! As Lox pondered, a soldier rushed in from outside. The series of defeats had made Lox increasingly sensitive. Seeing the soldier in such a hurry, a hint of anxiety immediately flashed in his heart. What's going on? Has Camelot attacked again? And no. The soldier gasped for breath. They're retreating, sir. What? Lox was shocked and immediately stood up, running out of the room towards the outside. On top of the fortress, he gazed at the Camelot army in the distance, realizing that they were indeed gradually moving backward. What's going on? Lox was puzzled. What trick is Camelot playing now? Sir, could it be reinforcements from the north coming to support us? His adjutant suggested. Impossible, if it were reinforcements, they would have contacted me in advance, Lox argued firmly. But what if? The adjutant was somewhat excited. Sir, this is a rare opportunity. If we take the initiative now, we can likely break through. Anyone who had been on the battlefield knew that retreating in the face of the enemy was a grave mistake. If the enemy attacked at this moment, it could easily lead to a complete defeat. With over 20,000 soldiers and the existence of phantasmal species, even if they couldn't annihilate the army of Camelot, at the very least, breaking through would be no problem. Lox contemplated in silence. Could it be that the enemy was luring them in? Recalling the terrifying Night Order, a shiver ran down his spine. Don't be fooled. This is definitely an enemy scheme. They want to deceive us at this opportunity and then capture us all. Spread the word, without my orders. No one is allowed to step out of the Eagle Fortress. We just need to hold our ground and wait for reinforcements from the north to help us. But. Enough of the buts. Do you think my command is flawed? No, sir. Then obey the orders. Yes, sir. The adjutant walked away about 10 meters, glanced back at Lox's back, then sighed and shook his head before turning away. Even after withdrawing right in front of their faces, the commander hasn't reacted at all. This commander is seriously spineless, Yelena said indignantly while crossing her arms and wearing a scornful expression. Bedivere nodded in agreement, relieved that the enemy forces didn't seize the opportunity to make a desperate move. Instead, they just watched as they pulled back. It seemed like the mentality of the enemy commander had completely shattered. Bedivere looked at his king with admiration. Was this also within the king's expectations? Seriously, aren't they planning to come out? Gobta raised an eyebrow, looking at the fortress perched on the mountain in the distance. Well, whether they come out or not, it doesn't matter, being together makes it easier to handle. He turned to the black-dressed woman beside him. It's up to you now. I'm not your servant, why should I listen to you? Nidhogg rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten the bet we made at the beginning? As long as I can train an army capable of killing gods, you'll be my servant for 10 years. Since you lost, it's time to fulfill the wager. Watching the 300 humans wielding the key of domination, Nidhogg shivered slightly and grumbled. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have believed your nonsense. She stepped forward, and her body suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. The radiance gradually rose into the sky, resembling a rising black sun. What's that? Lox, standing on top of the fortress, looked at the black sun and felt a sudden sense of impending danger. In front of thousands of eyes, a tail covered in black scales, as sturdy as a giant tree, swayed out from the black sun. Following that were a pair of wings, 500 meters long, like wings of darkness hanging from the sky. Then came 4 robust and powerful legs, with dark claws gleaming with a cold edge. Finally, the monstrous body, as if cast from molten iron, emerged, and lastly, the ferocious head appeared before everyone. Roar! The giant beast that emerged from the black sun roared, sending visible shockwaves spreading out, instantly dispersing all clouds within a 5-mile radius. The scene fell silent for a moment as everyone looked up, staring in shock at the colossal figure that seemed to have walked out of mythology like a demon. Until, at a certain moment, a scream pierced the air. A dragon! People snapped out of their daze, and then the excitement erupted. Oh my god, am I dreaming? That's really a dragon? A real dragon? It's unbelievable. I swear on John's grandma's apple pie, this is the first time I've seen a real dragon. This is incredible. Camelot finally has its own dragon. Your Majesty, what in the world is that dragon? After a brief astonishment, Bedivere and the others turned their gaze to Gobta. We'll discuss the details later, Gobta said with a calm smile and crossed his hands on his chest leisurely. For now, let's enjoy the show. Chapter 156. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Fortress. How is this possible? Lox turned incredibly pale as he looked at the enormous black dragon. Even if he dunked his head in the toilet, he couldn't figure out where Camelot got a dragon from. I just don't believe this could happen. Lox gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Dragons have been gone for thousands of years, how on earth could one suddenly appear here? This has to be an illusion created by those mages. Mountain giants, bring that beast down for me. Groa. As if made of solid rock, several mountain giants roared, grabbing car-sized boulders and hurling them at the black dragon. A coldness flashed in Nidhogg's eyes. With a gentle flap of her massive wings, a violent gust of wind rose, sending all the stones back, creating massive craters on the ground and crushing many chimeras in the process. And no way. Despair crept into Lox's eyes. Nidhogg was furious. Her mood was already sour, and now these lumps of ants dared to throw stones at her. It was a direct challenge to her dignity. Moreover, these ants were the minions of that bastard white dragon who took away her power. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. Just a bunch of uncivilized monkeys. Nidhogg roared to the sky. Witness what true death is. Opening her fierce mouth, a jet of black flame erupted with a thunderous force, the intense heat distorting the void itself, sweeping toward the mountains ahead. Groa. In this scorching breath, all the mountain giants and chimeras managed only a desperate roar before being incinerated into nothingness, bones completely melted. After one breath, almost half of the mountain was obliterated, molten lava slowly flowing down, erasing all life. Such terrifying power, Lancelot's eyes showed profound horror. Initially, he thought this black dragon was just an ordinary dragon, but it was far from it. This level of power surpassed even most gods. In his impression, only one black dragon could possess such power. The Dragon of Despair, Nidhogg. Lancelot turned to Gobta, and couldn't help sighing softly in his heart. He never expected that this man could effortlessly handle the legendary Nidhogg. As the breath finished, Nidhogg's mood improved. She turned her head toward the Eagle Fortress on the mountain peak, opening her mouth again. Watching the black flames brewing in the giant dragon's mouth, Locke slumped to the ground, eyes filled with despair, a bitter smile on his lips. It's over. Whoosh! The scorching black flames surged forward, engulfing his figure in an instant. The 2 breaths of Nidhogg put an end to this war. The roaring flames burned continuously for 3 days and nights, reducing not only the Eagle Fortress but the entire mountain to scorched earth. The land within a 2-mile radius was tainted by Nidhogg's power of death. For at least 300 to 500 years, it would be impossible for any life to emerge here. And this was with her deliberately controlling her own power. According to the soldiers later tasked with cleaning the battlefield, when they entered the Eagle Fortress, all that remained amidst the charred stones was a ground covered in ashes, piled up to 3 fingers thick. In the history of Britain, there had never been such a bloody and brutal war. An entire army of 50,000 people was annihilated in less than a month. Even considering the entire world, it could be deemed an unbelievable war. News of the North's defeat quickly spread throughout Britain. No one expected the war to end in such a way. Camelot could actually command the legendary dragon that had disappeared for thousands of years. Thinking back to the inexplicable rumors of King Arthur's disappearance, many speculated that this black dragon was closely related to the king's vanishing. Suddenly, someone told everyone that King Arthur held the title of the Chosen King. During his disappearance, he might have sought a way to win the war with the help of God, and then God bestowed this black dragon upon him. This idea quickly spread like wildfire in Britain. Even those not from Camelot had deeply engraved the concept of Arthur is the chosen king in their minds, unconsciously feeling awe for this legendary ruler. The appearance of the dragon also caused a stir among the allied nations. Originally, the king of Gwent and the king of Deheubarth harbored resentment towards Camelot due to the coronation ceremony incident, even planning to take revenge during the war with the North. However, after hearing this news, both kings had nightmares all night. The first thing they did upon waking up was to immediately abandon the idea of retaliating against Camelot and send very generous gifts to Camelot. Being rulers of their own nations, they were not fools. Even the discerning could see that Camelot's strength was now on a completely different level, surpassing the peak of 15 years ago. Anyone daring to provoke the chosen king at this time would truly be tempting fate. It looks like the effect is pretty good, Gupta said with a satisfied tone as he looked at the report in his hand. I still don't quite understand, why do you want me to be portrayed as some divine beast sent by God to help you, and why spread this news? Nidhogg questioned. Let me ask you a question. Gupta adjusted his sitting position, leaning back in his chair leisurely. What do you think is the most powerful weapon in the world? The most powerful weapon, Nidhogg bit her fingernail, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Gungnir. Mjolnir. Fenrir's teeth. Jormungandr's venom. None of those, Gupta shook his head, pointing to his own temple with his hand. This is the most powerful weapon in the world. Nidhogg blinked, walked over, and lightly tapped Gupta's head. Doesn't seem very hard, though. I'm talking about wisdom, for fuck's sake. Gupta, with lines of frustration on his forehead. And, can you stop playing around? Nidhogg grinned sheepishly, retracting the hand that was fiddling with Gupta's hair. So you just said wisdom is the most powerful weapon in the world? Well, that does make some sense, but what does that have to do with what you're doing now? If I tell you that in the future, I can take the entire southern territories without spending a single soldier, would you believe it? Gupta asked casually. Do you take me for a fool? Nidhogg rolled her eyes. I certainly can't believe such a thing. Since that's the case, let's make another bet. As Gupta said that, his lips curved with a mysterious smile. If I can succeed without spending a single soldier, you extend your time as my servant by 10 more years. If I lose, the original 10 years are null and void, then you can go wherever you want. What do you think? Chapter 157. Since that's the case, let's make another bet. As Gupta said that, his lips curved with a mysterious smile. If I can succeed without spending a single soldier, you extend your time as my servant by 10 more years. If I lose, the original 10 years are null and void, then you can go wherever you want. What do you think? Ba dump. Ba dump. Nidhogg's heart suddenly pounded intensely. Are you serious? Of course, I never joke about such matters, right? Gupta said casually. Nidhogg clenched her teeth tightly, her pitch-black eyes crazily flickering. Gupta looked at her expression with a smile, appearing calm and composed. After a while, she took a deep breath and said with a decisive tone. I refuse. Oh. Gupta raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this dragon lady getting smarter? I want to change the bet. Nidhogg pointed a finger at Gupta's nose. If I lose, I'll be your servant for 100 years. But if you lose, not only will the original 10 years be void, but you'll also be my servant for 100 years. In a rare opportunity like this, she couldn't just let it slip away. Cancel the deal. There's no such simple thing. She intended to reclaim all the grievances she had suffered over the years from this man in full. Betting on the dignity of the Dragon of Despair, there was no way she could lose. Gobta paused for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Are you really sure about this? He asked carefully, even repeating the really 3 times to make sure. Wasn't it you who proposed this bet? What, scared now? Since you put it that way, then, Gobta shrugged. I accept this bet. You better not back out if you lose, Nidhogg raised her delicate fist threateningly. Or be prepared for the consequences. Don't worry, if I agree to something, I will definitely do it. After being with me for so long, you should know that, Gobta said with a calm smile. That's about right. Nidhogg smiled triumphantly. Is this too over the top for me? Well, whatever, she proposed the bet herself, and it's not my concern. Gobta shook his head, picking up the teacup on the table. Empty. He looked at the empty cup, slightly puzzled. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 teapots appeared before him. Let me do it. Thrud and Yelena said in unison. I knew it would be like this, Gobta's mouth twitched slightly. I was the one who spoke first this time. Yelena glared at Thrud discontentedly. So what? Thrud snorted. Last time, my lord asked me to deliver a message, and you intercepted me halfway. Because you were clumsy. What if you delayed my master's business? Huh? Are you blaming me? Who almost knocked over the ink bottle while wiping the table that time? That was just an accident. Yelena blushed with embarrassment. And do you even know how to make tea? What do you think a Valkyrie is? It's just a simple skill, a piece of cake for me. The tea I make is 1,000 times better than yours obviously. You said the same thing when you made the cake last time, what happened? Can you even call what you made a cake? I bet it could be used to build a city wall. But Lady Artoria still ate it. When have you seen Lady Artoria unable to eat something? Enough. Gobta slammed the table abruptly, and the 2 women fell silent. He sighed. Unsure if it was just a clash of personalities or if Valkyrie and Dead Apostle were naturally incompatible. From the first day they met, these 2 had been eyeing each other, always competing in various ways. Scenes like this happened practically every day. Gobta took the teapot from both of their hands and poured half of his cup portion from each teapot by himself. This should do, right? Thrud and Yelena exchanged a glance, snorted at each other, and turned away. Quite lively in here, Artoria said as she walked in with a basket, her amber eyes scanning the room. Are you discussing something important? No, nothing, Gobta chuckled. By the way, how did you get here? I had the kitchen make some snacks and thought I'd bring them over for you to taste, Artoria said while uncovering the basket, revealing delicate cakes in front of him. You always make things easier, Lily, Gobta couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having such a well-behaved student was truly fortunate. I'm just doing what a student should, Artoria smiled. Hurry and eat, teacher, they won't taste as good when they cool down. Well then, I won't be polite. Just as Gobta was about to reach out, Nidhogg beat him to it and grabbed a piece of cake first. Oh. Is this human food? Looks good, wonder if it's better than Yggdrasil's roots. Wait, Artoria's eyes widened, but before she could finish, Nidhogg already swallowed the cake. Yummy, not bad, Why do I feel so hot? Head spinning, Nidhogg's pretty face suddenly took on a rosy tint, her black eyes clouded, and her breath became heavier. It's hot. Unable to bear the heat, she tugged at her clothes, tearing the dress in half and exposing a breathtaking body. Nidhogg. Mississippi. Thrud and Yelena were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. So hot, Nidhogg's gaze was unfocused, sweet breath escaping her lips. Soon, she turned to Gobta, taking steps towards him. Gobta, help me, please, I'm really hot. Gobta snapped out of his daze, waving his hands. Wait, calm down. But Nidhogg seemed not to hear him as she tackled him to the ground without hesitation. Thud. Gobta struggled to resist, but with his strength, he was no match for Nidhogg. Watching the swaying breasts with the stiff pink nipples in front of him, Gobta closed his eyes. Nidhogg, snap out of it. You're too noisy, Nidhogg frowned, then lowered her head, pressing her moist lips against his. What the hell? Gobta's eyes widened. After what seemed like 10 minutes, their lips finally separated, a thin string of saliva connecting their lips. Ha, a bit cooler now, but still not enough. Nidhogg reached out with her delicate hands, attempting to remove Gobta's armor. After several failed attempts, frustration grew on her face. The key of domination that was used as his armor seemed to be angry as it started to twist and distorted. Gobta's mouth twitched. He knew things were about to get really complicated if this continued. Sorry, Nidhogg. A crimson feather fell from the sky, landing on Nidhogg's head. She whimpered, and soon, her body went limp, falling into Gobta's embrace. Her eyes were closed as she slipped into unconsciousness. He removed his cloak and carefully wrapped her naked body. Artoria Pendragon. Gobta shouted in a strict tone while standing up. Well, Thrud pointed at the wide-open door. Lady Artoria has already run away. Chapter 158. Inside the room, Gobta and Nidhogg sat across from each other in silence. The eerie atmosphere caused a slight cold sweat to appear on the nearby Yelena and Thrud's foreheads. I just remembered that the room upstairs hasn't been cleaned yet, Yelena said with a forced smile on her face. If there's nothing else, I'll just leave. With that, Miss Dead Apostle immediately turned around and fled. I have an appointment with Miss Catherine to teach me how to make desserts, so I'm leaving too, Thrud quickly followed behind Yelena. The spacious room was now left with only Gobta and Nidhogg. Another long silence ensued. Ha! Gobta let out a soft sigh, stood up, and bowed to Nidhogg. What are you doing? Lily is my student, and at the same time, she's my sister. Since she has committed such a big mistake this time, it's also my responsibility as his big brother, Gobta said with a serious tone. Consider this my apology on her behalf. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to vent it on me. Seeing him like this, Nidhogg suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, if it wasn't for her greediness in grabbing the cake and eating it without thinking, none of this would have happened. In the end, Gobta hadn't done anything wrong to her, it was the other way around. Nidhogg quickly expelled the lewd scene from her mind and coughed lightly. Since you put it that way, let's forget about this incident. However, you must ensure that this matter does not leak out. Anyway, continuing to dwell on it wouldn't lead to any results, so might as well let it go. Gobta breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best outcome he could have hoped for. Rest assured, I promise this matter will not be spread. Nidhogg nodded, then raised a question. But there's one more thing, do you not find it strange? Strange? Gobta was slightly puzzled. Do you not find it strange where these things came from? Nidhogg pointed at the cakes inside the basket. Gobta looked at the small, exquisite cake and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Are you asking if Lily has been around lately? Morgan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before nodding slowly. Now that you mention it, I remember, I was working on some new stuff recently, so I called her in to help me out. What were you working on? Gobta inquired. That, Morgan's expression stiffened slightly, her gaze wandering. Ahem, just a little something, nothing important. Gobta silently pulled a basket from behind him and pushed it in front of Morgan, unveiling the cloth covering it. What's this? Cakes. Morgan picked up a piece of cake, sniffing it with confusion. Her face immediately froze. This is your little something. Gobta's tone was dry. I knew something was off, Morgan muttered inwardly. I explicitly told Lily that this thing was only half done, pretty powerful, and could be deadly if mishandled. Why doesn't she ever listen? She then tried to appear casual. Fufu, what are you talking about? These are just a few small cakes, right? Oh, I get it. You must have thought your big sister was working too hard, so you brought me a little treat. Such a good little brother. Well then, big sister graciously accepts. With that, Morgan grabbed the basket and dashed out, disappearing from his view in the blink of an eye. Gobta wore a look of utter disappointment. Can't I have at least one normal woman around me? The netherflower's effect stirred the darkness within someone who ate it, prompting actions one might desire but dare not undertake. Yet, this did not imply manipulation of one's thoughts, it all stemmed from one's own will. So, 2 days later, when the netherflower's influence waned, Artoria naturally remembered the events of that time. Teacher, I know it's all my fault. Artoria, teary-eyed, gazed at Gobta with a pitiful expression. As a knight, I did something so shameless. Please punish me. After saying that, she knelt on the ground, banging her head thrice on the floor, creating a noticeable dent in the marble. Gobta sighed, helping Artoria up. Enough, Lily, it's not all your fault. To be honest, I bear some responsibility too. If he had used Feng Huang down to restore her to normal, none of these events would have unfolded in the first place. He was initially curious and wanted to see another side of Artoria but ended up digging himself into a hole. As expected, tempting fate leads to misfortune, as the ancients wisely warned. Please don't comfort me anymore, teacher, someone like me, who goes against the code of chivalry, can no longer bear the honor of being a knight. Artoria's eyes were incredibly dim. Gobta felt a headache coming on. He knew Artoria's character, someone with a strong sense of responsibility. If she committed a mistake, she'd do everything in her power to make amends. If he didn't offer her a chance to redeem herself, she might truly carry this burden for a lifetime. After pondering for a moment, Gobta decided. Since it's the case, I'll give you a chance, but be warned, this task might be challenging. Are you truly prepared? As she heard that, Artoria's eyes lit up again. Please give your orders, whatever the task, even if it costs me my life, I will complete it. Artoria said solemnly with her body upright. In that case. Gobta clasped his hands behind his back and made a solemn expression on his face. Artoria Pendragon, I hereby appoint you as the temporary commander to lead 40,000 soldiers. Within 2 months, you must conquer Wessex. Chapter 159. Your Majesty, are you really planning to go through with this? Bedivere looked at the map on the table, with 3 red lines marked on it, and his mouth twitched slightly. Even from his perspective, he had to admit that this plan was too risky and crazy. Simultaneously attacking Wessex, Sussex, and Kent, Bedivere sighed. This is the craziest plan I've ever seen. The 7 northern kingdoms were built by the Anglo-Saxons and brought into Britain by Vortigern. Under his leadership, almost every kingdom had powerful strength comparable to Gwent and Deheubarth. Without this strength, they wouldn't have been able to keep the south in check. And now, his king was planning to take on all 3 of these kingdoms at once. Apart from madness, Bedivere couldn't find another word to describe it. Isn't it just attacking 3 kingdoms at the same time? What's there to be nervous about? Besides, didn't we just wipe out their 50,000 soldiers? Like Artoria, he had been with Gobta the longest, so he always trusted his teacher implicitly. Not to mention just attacking the 7 northern kingdoms, even if Gobta wanted to charge straight into Vortigern, Kay would readily grab his weapons and armor, leading the charge. However, Bedivere explained his reason. This is not just a matter of attacking 3 kingdoms at once. First, the previous war occurred because the North initiated the attack on us first, and being the defenders, we naturally held the advantage. Second, the enemy didn't know that we received information about their attack in advance, let alone that we've been prepared for it. Thanks to this information gap, we were able to hit them hard from the start. And third, the reason we could win so easily in the previous war was largely due to His Majesty's knights and Miss Nidhogg. Without them, the cost we would have paid in this war would have been much greater. But we just need to annihilate some uncivilized monkeys, yeah. For me, it's an easy task. If you could smile a little more subtly, maybe I would believe what you're saying, Gobta quipped casually. Nidhogg quickly closed her mouth, looking embarrassed, as if she had been caught in the act. Bedivere picked up the feather pen on the table, circled the names of Wessex, Sussex, and Kent, then wrote Camelot in front of them, with 2 crossed swords in between. However, as the attacker, the role of His Majesty's knights will be greatly weakened. Perhaps only Miss Nidhogg won't be affected, but all the royal capitals of these 3 kingdoms are covered by powerful defensive bounded fields, not to mention various mystic codes. If we don't have enough manpower, it will be difficult for us to take them down quickly. And once we are dragged into a protracted battle, it will give the other 4 kingdoms time to react. By then, they will definitely send reinforcements. If they are ruthless enough, they can even use these 3 kingdoms as bait to solve us once and for all. Bedivere circled the names of the remaining 4 northern kingdoms and pointed an arrow towards Camelot. And, in my opinion, this might not even be the worst-case scenario, Bedivere continued as his pen suddenly went down, circling the southern kingdoms. This is the worst-case scenario. Are you saying our allies might turn against us? Kay's eyes widened instantly. They must be crazy to do such a thing. Even the alliance of 3 northern kingdoms that attacked Hadrian's Wall had been wiped out by them. What gave these people the audacity to come after Camelot? Normally, they wouldn't have the courage for this, Gobta said casually while leaning back in his high-backed chair, fingers intertwined on his abdomen. But if they took a moment to investigate, they'd find that all of Camelot's forces are now in the north. We are at our weakest ever internally. If we lose this war, those seemingly docile folks will turn into hungry wolves and devour Camelot without mercy. Never underestimate the greed of humanity, Kay. It's the greatest sin in the world. But even if they defeat us, won't they still be doomed when Vortigern comes to the south? Kay questioned. If they could think that far ahead, King Uther wouldn't have fought alone against Vortigern in the first place, Gobta sighed. With our current strength, it's safest to take down one kingdom first, maybe two at most, but if we fight on three fronts simultaneously, the risks are too great. Your Majesty, please reconsider, Bedivere earnestly advised. Gobta looked at Bedivere with interest. If this was the Bedivere from his memories, he wouldn't have spoken boldly like this. The Bedivere he remembered from the original work was internally strong but seemed somewhat fragile. Even in the face of mockery, he never argued, just smiled it off. The present Bedivere, with the same inner strength but now with a gaze less gentle and more resilient, reminded Gobta that perhaps this version of Bedivere could return the Excalibur in one go if he were to replace the original Bedivere in the sixth singularity. Thinking like that, Gobta couldn't help but smile. However, there was something Bedivere didn't quite understand yet. A king's will is unchangeable. Gobta stood up and surveyed the people present with calm eyes that carried immense pressure. Vortigern suffered a heavy blow in the Norse realms and won't be able to spare resources for external affairs anytime soon. Kent, Sussex, and Wessex lost 50,000 soldiers, and their current morale is low. Now is the perfect time for us to clip Vortigern's wings. In such a rare opportunity, how could I, as the king, easily give up? Though Gobta's tone was calm, it carried an unmistakable sense of conviction. Bedivere felt an inexplicable fear rising within and quickly bowed. Forgive me for overstepping my boundaries, Your Majesty. No need to apologize, Sir Bedivere. I know you are thinking for the good of Camelot. Your noble intention is commendable, Gobta chuckled calmly. But there's one thing I hope you understand. Since the first day I arrived in this world, I've never failed. It was an incredibly arrogant statement, but coming from him, it sounded entirely justified. Because he was a king. Besides being wise, just, and benevolent to their subjects, a king should be confident, proud, and aloof. Without such determination, one didn't deserve the title of a king. Artoria's eyes gleamed with admiration. This was the majestic demeanor she had always longed for. Morgan stared at Gobta, filled with pride. This was her brother, the king of Camelot. Nidhogg slightly averted her gaze, for some reason finding it hard to meet Gobta's eyes. Indeed, it's worthy of you, Gobta. Merlin, drinking in a certain tavern and simultaneously using his clairvoyance to observe, smirked. That majestic posture is quite dazzling. Gobta picked up a map from the table, pointing at 3 red lines above, and calmly continued. This operation is divided into 3 routes. Artoria, with Kay and Lancelot as aides, will lead 40,000 soldiers to attack Wessex. Sir Bedivere, with Nidhogg as the helper, will lead 10,000 soldiers to attack Sussex. Meanwhile, I will personally lead my knights and 5,000 soldiers to attack Kent. Morgan will command the remaining 10,000 soldiers to guard Hadrian's Wall, preventing any enemy surprise attacks. Our goal is to completely conquer these 3 kingdoms. However, time is tight. We must achieve our goals within 2 months, or face nothing but failure. Camelot cannot accept failure, and I, as the king, cannot accept failure because the word failure does not exist in my dictionary. My compatriots, muster your courage and strength, and present to me a perfect victory. Your will is my mission. Everyone immediately kneeled and proclaimed in unison. 3 days later, the first glimmer of dawn pierced through the dense cloud cover, casting its light upon the ancient and formidable Hadrian's Wall, resembling a mountain range. Rumble. Accompanied by a deep rumble, a massive gate slowly swung open, and tens of thousands of soldiers, clad in sturdy armor and armed to the teeth, surged out like a mighty river dividing into 3 different directions. The seasoned veterans standing on Hadrian's Wall couldn't help but moisten their eyes as they witnessed the scene. 15 years ago, they had experienced a similar sight, and some of them even had been part of it. One old soldier extended his shaky hand, retrieving an ancient yet well-maintained horn from his waist. He took a deep breath and placed it against his lips. Hum. After a 15-year break, the resounding horn of Camelot's counterattack against the north echoed once more. Chapter 160. Gazing at the city ahead, Artoria took a deep breath. She turned to look behind her, where a massive crowd of 40,000 people stretched out like a sea of darkness, filling the field of vision like a thick overcast sky. 40,000 pairs of eyes stared at her, as if a giant rock rested on her chest, weighing heavily. This was her first time commanding a battle of this scale, and if she failed, no. Artoria tightly gripped the invisible Excalibur in her hand, and due to the exertion, her knuckles were slightly pale. Ba-dump. 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 The pounding of her heart echoed like the heavy beat of a drum, persistently reverberating in her ears. No matter how many deep breaths she took, she couldn't calm her restless heart. Having pressure is a good thing. It gives you the drive to move forward. But don't let it overwhelm you. Otherwise, it can backfire and cost you more than you gain. In any case, just focus on doing what you need to do. The familiar words echoed in Artoria's mind, and her grip on her sword relaxed slightly. Yes, I'm a commander now. So, I just need to focus on winning. The invisible air's disguise on Excalibur tore apart in an instant, and the shining golden sword reflected a very radiant light in the sunlight. All force, charge! Bedivere, clad in silver armor, gazed at the colossal fortress nestled between two towering mountains, his expression tinged with a hint of solemnity. Up ahead is Seymour Fortress, the first stronghold on the way to Sussex. They have tight defenses here, equipped with 8 magic cannons and stationed with 3 mages year-round. Among them, there's bound to be one mage skilled in long-distance communication. If we don't deal with them quickly, our operation might be exposed prematurely. So, we need to prepare a plan. A sudden gust of wind interrupted him as a massive black dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon took a deep breath, then unleashed a scorching black flame from her mouth. Boom! The earth cracked, the mountains trembled, and when the dust settled, the fortress had vanished without a trace. In its place flowed a bubbling stream of crimson lava. Nidhogg, back in humanoid form, walked over and patted Bedivere on the shoulder. Now, no need to worry about leaks, right? Bedivere fell silent. Camelot launched a counterattack against the north. The first reaction among the Anglo-Saxons in the north upon hearing this news was sheer disbelief. Who didn't know about the debacle 15 years ago when Uther attacked the north? Now, these Camelocians dared to come again, were they asking for another humiliation? However, the following news made them lose their humor. Camelot simultaneously launched attacks on Sussex, Wessex, and Kent. A 3-front assault. Are these people out of their minds? Upon receiving this news, the King of Gwent stood up from his throne immediately. After confirming the authenticity of the information, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Without delay, he immediately visited the royal palace in Deheubarth to meet the King of Deheubarth. You've heard about Camelot's counterattack on the north, right? Yes, I just found out. They apparently started their move a month ago, and they managed to keep it a secret until now. I have no idea how they pulled that off, the King of Deheubarth sighed. Humph, that brat is digging his own grave. The King of Gwent snorted. With Camelot's strength, taking one of the 7 northern kingdoms should have been a piece of cake, but no, he chose to fight on 3 simultaneously, utter madness. Youthful spirit, my friend, didn't we act recklessly when we first ascended to the throne? The King of Deheubarth chuckled. The King of Gwent blushed. He did marry over 40 women in his first month on the throne. Compared to that, he was wilder than King Arthur. Rumors had it that King Arthur, to this day, hadn't taken a queen at all. For a vigorous young man, it was truly an unbelievable feat. Shaking off these random thoughts, the King of Gwent urgently said, "Don't you realize this is our chance?" Chance? The King of Deheubarth blinked. With Camelot's forces all up north, they're vulnerable internally, it's the perfect time to invade. The King of Gwent said excitedly. You plan on invading Camelot while Arthur is fighting in the north? The King of Deheubarth widened his eyes in disbelief. Camelot is in a precarious situation, and their growth is frightening. Some days ago, our grain prices plummeted by 20%. Upon investigation, I found out that our trade with Camelot was the issue. They had 10 times the amount of grain they used to. The King of Gwent spoke grimly. 10 times. The King of Deheubarth gasped and a strong sense of shock appeared in his eyes. According to my Minister of Agriculture, to trade so much grain, Camelot's production must have increased by at least 30 times compared to previous years. At this rate, in a few years, that brat could overturn our entire alliance. Remember, he said his goal was to become the fated ruler of Britain. When that happens, none of us can escape. The King of Gwent persuasively continued. Seize this opportunity, let's join forces, weaken Camelot, uncover the secret behind their increased grain production, and restore the alliance to its previous triumphant state. Doesn't that sound good? The King of Deheubarth's heart trembled at the allure of the King of Gwent's proposal. Don't you worry about Arthur's retaliation. You should know. He's not the type to take a hit and swallow it quietly. Remember what happened when the Prince of Gunna messed with a pregnant woman? His entire kingdom got wiped out. If you really go through with this, Arthur will definitely come after you. The King of Deheubarth tried to remind. In the past, I might have had some reservations, the King of Gwent smirked. But this time, he's chosen his own path to destruction. Does he think he can challenge the 3 northern kingdoms on his own? I assume that half of his army won't make it back. Retaliation. What does he have to retaliate with? The King of Deheubarth remained silent for a long while, finally shaking his head. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. Why? Worried about the uneven distribution of spoils? That's not a problem, I can let you choose first. Even though the King of Gwent spoke boldly, deep down, he still harbored some fear of Arthur. That's why he sought out the King of Dehubbarth to have more companions to share the impending hatred. It's not about the spoils, but because I can't do this, the King of Dehubbarth shook his head. Arthur, for the future of Britain, decisively marched north to war against Vortigern. As an ally, instead of assisting him, I'd be taking advantage of his misfortune. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Have you forgotten the insult that Brat threw at both of us during the coronation ceremony? The King of Gwent gritted his teeth. I certainly haven't forgotten, but compared to dignity, I'd rather hold on to the basic principles of being human, the King of Dehubbarth said decisively. The King of Gwent was so furious and felt dizzy. The next second, he angrily stormed off. Then stick to your principles and wait for death. The King of Dehubbarth watched the King of Gwent's retreating figure and sighed softly. After leaving the royal palace, one of the King of Gwent's attendants asked, Your Majesty, are we still going after Camelot? Go after what? Do you want me to follow Gunna's example and present your head to Arthur as an apology? The attendant immediately fell silent, no longer daring to speak. The King of Gwent looked back at the royal palace and sighed softly. Just wait and see, before long, this land will be named Pendragon. Did the King of Gwent and the King of Dehubbarth miss the chance to strike Camelot during this opportunity? Gobta raised an eyebrow in wonder as he casually stroked his chin as if lost in thought. Did I really misjudge them? With your majesty around, they wouldn't dare make a move, Lamorak responded. Maybe, Gobta chuckled. But, let's forget about them for now, we should handle the main task first. He turned to look ahead. 5 kilometers away, a magnificent city sprawled across the plain. The magic formations on the city walls emitted a faint glow, forming a massive protective bounded field around the city. That was the royal capital of Kent, the target of their journey. Seizing this city meant gaining control of 1/7 of the northern territories. However, it seemed the opposition was prepared. Gobta wasn't discouraged. Delaying for a month was, in his view, quite impressive. Sir Lamorak, which kingdom is closest to Kent? Reporting to your majesty, it's Mercia. If they start mobilizing their troops to support now, how soon can they arrive? Lamorak made a quick estimate in his mind. Without carrying any supplies, rotating 2 warhorses per person, and maintaining non-stop travel day and night, they could possibly arrive in as little as 3 days. 3 days, Gobta mumbled softly with a sly smile on his lips. Hope they arrive on time, so we won't have to bother collecting the corpses ourselves. Chapter 161. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook, and countless phantasmal species surged out of the city, rushing towards the army of Camelot like a tidal wave. They're actually launching an attack. Looks like they don't plan to sit back and wait for death. Go, Sir Lamorak. Yes, your majesty. Lamorak mounted his horse, raised his spear, and pointed it forward. Knights, chargee. The knight order of over 300 clashed with the phantasmal species in an instant. Blood and flesh flew, and the cries were endless. The phantasmal species, usually able to tear 5 adults into pieces effortlessly, were like fragile wheat under the knight's hands, mowed down in swathes, unable to resist even for a moment. The faint green patterns on the knights' bodies lit up successively. Their weapons unleashed the power of thunder, fire, ice, and fierce winds, making even mages feel insignificant. Is this the legendary knight order? They say they've received the blessing of the chosen king, able to wield the power of nature as they like. It seems to be true. They're terrifying. Are they really human? People on the royal capital's walls displayed intense horror in their eyes. It was widely known that in a simple power struggle and physical strength, humans couldn't match phantasmal species. However, this knight order completely shattered that common sense. They were more phantasmal than the phantasmal species themselves. No wonder these people dared to launch a counterattack. As he watched this scene, the army commander of Kent clutched the wall tightly, his knuckles became pale, and his face darkened. Just these phantasmal species won't stop them, use the stronger ones. The adjutant beside the commander immediately bent down. Yes, sir. The heavy gates slowly opened to the sides, and a series of muscular chimeras walked out, their 3-headed eyes glinting with ferociousness. Additionally, there were some lion-like creatures, dark red all over, with dense and long manes and large fan-like tails. Yugalu. Did they resurrect another phantasmal species? Yugalu was a phantasmal species active in the ancient Babylonian region. Although it didn't possess the ability to use fire and poison mist like the Chimera, Yugalu's physical strength was exaggerated. It could withstand rocket attacks and even wrestle with a dragon. Countless chimeras and Yugalus roared thunderously, charging towards Camelot's knights. As they were getting closer, the serpent heads of the chimeras spewed black poisonous mist at the knights. Several knights with weapons emitting a faint green light stepped forward, waved their hands. And a violent wind surged, instantly blowing the poisonous mist back. Hundreds of phantasmal species that were caught in it were corroded into a puddle of blood. Hundreds of Eugolas rushed out of the mist, their mane becoming sparse, and many places had corroded wounds emitting blue smoke. After all, poison was a chimera's signature move, even Eugalu's body found it challenging to bear directly. Phantasmal species, besides having formidable strength, generally had decent intelligence. Before the battle even began, they were inexplicably attacked by their allies. Naturally, the Eugalas were angry. They roared angrily at the chimeras, and the latter roared back without showing weakness. Before they could settle their dispute, the air suddenly vibrated. Soon, waves of scorching flames, raging thunder, icy cold streams, and sharp wind blades mercilessly covered the area they were in. The onslaught lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the smoke finally cleared, all that remained was a large pit, charred and scratched, with no trace of Eugalas or chimeras. They had completely disappeared. Damn it! The commander pounded the city wall with his fist, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. If they couldn't bring down this night order, not even with the phantasmal species from the Age of Gods, it was time to resort to the last option. Activate the magic cannons. Blast these bastards into pieces. As the royal capital of a kingdom, powerful magical devices like magic cannons were indispensable. Soon, over 20 magic cannons were positioned on the city walls. Fueled by magical energy from the ley lines, the muzzles glowed with dazzling white light. With a thunderous roar, massive magical energy beams struck out. Since the knight's movements were too swift, Kent had to opt for carpet bombing. The magical energy beams thundered onto the ground, creating deep craters. Countless phantasmal species howled in agony, their blood and torn entrails covering the earth. Facing the onslaught of magic cannons, Lamorak remained composed. He raised his spear high, and its tip burst into brilliant purple light. A thunderous beam of lightning struck out, repelling all 3 magical energy beams coming at him. Among those holding the key of domination, his mastery of it was second only to Gobta. He could almost fully unleash the key of domination's power. Unbelievable, this is the power humans can wield, Thrud mumbled in a daze as she watched the unbelievable scene before her eyes. Watching this scene, she couldn't help but think of the Valkyries from the past. Master, I want to go too, Yelena pleaded, eyes fixed on Gobta. For a regular person, witnessing such a brutal battlefield might induce discomfort, but for Yelena, who was a dead apostle, it only heightened her bloodlust after being a bounty hunter for so long. A bit of madness and excitement had seeped into her genes. She couldn't wait to unleash her skills. Go ahead, but be careful, Gobta nodded. Thank you, Master. With a beckon, a black scythe adorned with red rose patterns appeared in Yelena's hand. Glancing at her scythe, she headed toward the battlefield without hesitation. Are you going too? Gobta turned to Thrud. Thrud hesitated for a moment, her face showing a hint of reluctance. As a warrior maiden born for battle, it was impossible not to be moved by such a scene. If you want to go, go ahead, just remember to protect yourself, Gobta smiled. Understood, Thrud hesitated no more. She clenched her right hand, and the fake Gungnir appeared. The divine iron shield fastened to her left arm, and she quickly flew towards the battlefield. Yelena swung her scythe, about to behead a phantasmal species, when a spear suddenly descended from the sky, impaling the creature. Looking up, she couldn't contain her anger. Damn bunny! That was my prey. Blame your slowpoke self, Thrud retracted her spear with a sneer. What did you say? Are you provoking me? So what if I am? Humph. Whoever kills the most, will have the priority to serve master. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. The bet was set, and the 2 women went instantly berserk, slaughtering phantasmal species on the battlefield without mercy. As he watched another 2 strong warriors join the war, the commander sighed. He knew it was impossible to drive back Camelot's army with his strength alone. At least the message has reached Mercia. If we hold on for 3 more days, victory will be back in our hands, the commander muttered with a hopeful tone. About 4 hours later, the war concluded, and the land was littered with the corpses of phantasmal species. The gushing blood formed winding streams, staining the ground a deep purplish black. How about that, Bunny? I killed 452. Sorry to burst your bubble, I got 453, just 1 more than you, Thrud smirked triumphantly. Looks like I win this time. Yelena's eyes widened, but just then, the pile of corpses beside them trembled slightly. Suddenly, a phantasmal species charged out, its foul-smelling mouth wide open, heading straight for her. Swish! A black scythe cut through the air in a graceful arc, and the beast's head flew high, blood spraying like a fountain. "Now, we're even," Yelena said smugly. "Your Majesty, it seems like they're not planning to launch an attack on us," Lamorak approached Gobta and reported. Gobta, with arms crossed, gazed at the bounded field shrouding the entire city. "Can you break through that bounded field?" "If there's no interference, we might have a chance," Lamorak said, somewhat reluctantly. "But their defense is strong. If we stop moving, those magic cannons will start bombarding us. It's quite troublesome." "Master, let me handle it." Yelena proudly patted her chest. "That bounded field can't stop me. Once I get in, I'll destroy the magic formations." Thrud gritted her teeth. Despite her annoyance at seeing this boastful cow show off in front of her lord, she couldn't break through the bounded field. "Damn it, if only my powers weren't weakened," Thrud muttered bitterly inside her mind. "Do you know how to destroy the magic formation?" Gobta asked casually. Yelena's face froze, and she glanced around nervously. Well, let me handle it personally." Gobta stepped forward. "It's a good opportunity to test my new powers." The power of the wind gathered, lifting him into the air. From there, he looked down upon the royal capital. He extended his hand, palm facing upward. With a twist in the void, a black-red sphere hovered above his palm. The key of devouring Star of Eden. Gobta muttered softly and his lips curved slightly as he casually tossed it downward. "Show me your power." Chapter 162. The key of devouring Star of Eden. Gobta muttered and his lips curved slightly as he casually tossed it downward. "Show me your power." BZZT. What is that thing? The commander felt an ominous feeling as he gazed at the black and red sphere descending from the sky. As the Star of Eden made contact with the bounded field, a ring of black and red light instantly spread, enveloping the surface of the bounded field. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and in the stunned gazes of everyone, the bounded field seemed to shatter like glass, revealing a surface covered in a spiderweb of cracks. This can't be possible." The commander exclaimed in disbelief, quickly retrieving an alchemical stone covered in magic inscriptions from his pocket. Under his watchful eyes, the surface of the alchemical stone displayed countless intricate patterns, appearing as if it could crumble at any moment. "Quick! Channel all the magical energy from the ley lines into the bounded field. No matter what, the bounded field must not fail." "Why yes." The mages hurriedly adjusted the ley lines' transmission channels, fully connecting them to the bounded field. With the support of immense magical energy, the bounded field gradually stabilized, and no new cracks appeared. The commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. However, a leisurely voice echoed from above. "Star of Eden, barrage of reason." As the words fell, the Star of Eden immediately emitted black and red beams that seemed to devour all light, thunderously striking the bounded field. Bang! Accompanied by an explosive roar, the bounded field, like a collapsing building, shattered in an instant. Arg! The alchemical stone in the commander's hand exploded, mutilating his palm. Stone splattered, hitting his chest with a powerful force, sending him flying into the wall and unconscious. Boom! A massive force descended from the sky, suppressing everyone, and rendering them unable to move a muscle. Suddenly, a white figure shot up. It was an elderly man in a white robe, except for his crimson eyes, he was almost devoid of any other color. White Wing Lord. Gobta raised an eyebrow. The White Wing Lord Trhvmn Ortenross, the right-hand man of Crimson Moon and a representative figure among dead apostles. When Yelena was stealing information in Kent's royal palace before, Trhvmn discovered her, nearly causing her death. Unexpectedly, after all this time, he was still here. Trhvmn's gaze was fixed on the black and red sphere on Gobta's hand. He knew that to resolve this crisis, that thing had to be dealt with. Star of Eden trembled slightly, and soon, a thin black and red beam shot towards Trhvmn. Humph, petty tricks. Trhvmn's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk as crimson magical energy surrounded him, forming another beam that clashed with the incoming one. The moment they collided, there was a momentary stalemate, but then the gravity beam from Star of Eden effortlessly overwhelmed the crimson beam. Puff! Trhvmn's shoulder was instantly pierced, and a large spray of blood mist erupted. Damn it! Trhvmn clutched his shoulder, taking a few steps back. His expression turned more serious. The power of that thing was even more powerful than he had imagined. It might even surpass ordinary mystic code. As Trhvmn pondered how to deal with this, dozens of black-red beams shot out from the Star of Eden, like spectral serpents homing in on him. So many. Tgthegood's face changed drastically. He quickly activated his magical shield, but the black-red beams pierced through it like paper, relentlessly striking him. Puff! 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 Tgthegood was instantly covered in dozens of wounds. His pristine white robe turned into a blood-stained garment in a blink of an eye, and he became incredibly weakened. He stared in horror at the sphere. What on earth was that thing? It possessed such incredible power. The reputable White Wing Lord is this weak. Gobta shook his head regretfully. He had wanted to test Star of Eden's power a bit more, but the punching bag was just too weak. Could it be that I'm just too strong? After some self-admiration, Gobta extended his hand. Well, let's finish this. Star of Eden unleashed another beam, heading straight for Tgthegood's forehead. Though dead apostles were close to immortal, their heads were still the most vulnerable part. Watching the approaching beam, Tgthegood's eyes showed intense fear. Master, save me! Tgthegood shouted with fear without hesitation. The void distorted, engulfing the gravity beam and making it dissipate. Before Gobta stood a golden-haired woman in a white dress. As he saw who it was, Gobta smirked at the woman. What, only you? Where's Vortigern? Still hiding in some castle basement, quietly healing himself or something. What a pity, I really want to test my new weapon on him. As she heard those words filled with mockery, Crimson Moon's face darkened slightly. As Gobta said, Vortigern was still in the underground cavern, using the power of the Holy Grail to recover. You'd best not be too arrogant, Crimson Moon warned. Arrogance comes from strength, Gobta replied casually. Just you alone probably can't stop me. Is that so? Crimson Moon's lips curled into a cold smile, and an illusion of a golden cup emerged from her chest. The Holy Grail? Gobta furrowed his brow. The cup's illusion dispersed into countless golden dots. Suddenly, Gobta felt an inexplicable sense of detachment, as if an invisible force had separated this place from the outside world. Previously, I tolerated you everywhere because of the presence of Gaia, Crimson Moon said coldly, her golden eyes frosty. But from now on, Gaia can no longer interfere here, and I can finally unleash my power without restraint. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Crimson Moon. The terrifying power stirred the surrounding void, creating vortexes. The once clear sky was now shrouded in deep night, with a crimson moon hanging in the sky, overlooking the earth like a detached eye. Gobta narrowed his eyes as he saw this spectacle. Crimson Moon had already completely unleashed her power and created such ominous signs without even making a move. As Crimson Moon unleashed her power, she could create ominous phenomena in the surroundings without even making a move. As expected of an Ultimate One. Chapter 163. Die, Ant. Crimson Moon waved her hand, and dozens of dragons materialized out of thin air. Roar! 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 These enormous dragons, like mountains, roared deafeningly as they hovered in the sky, flapping their wings and lunging toward Gobta. Gobta's eyes squinted. Dozens of golden spears with chains shot out from him, piercing the dragons and causing them to dissipate. These dragons weren't true dragons, they were imaginary creatures constructed by Crimson Moon's marble phantasm. However, even her marble phantasm couldn't stand against the force of Oath of Judah's binding. Crimson Moon didn't expect her first wave of attack to be effortlessly stopped, and her face darkened slightly. Humph! A cold snort emanated from her nostrils. Since that's not working, how about this? Crimson Moon snapped her fingers, and in the next instant, hundreds of colossal boulders, each with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, materialized out of thin air, trailing long tails as they descended from the sky like meteors. Oh, my God! People on the ground had their spirits quivered with apprehension as they watched those hundreds of meteorites descend mercilessly akin to an apocalypse. They couldn't fathom the disaster that would unfold if all these meteorites came crashing down. Knights! Defend! Lamorak commanded the knights, and in a mere dozen breaths, the order transformed into a defensive formation. Despite their current overall strength reigning supreme in Britain, at Gobta's insistence, they continued relentless training every day, allowing them to promptly execute commands at this crucial moment. Soon, meteorites fell like rain from the sky. Boom! 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 The earth shook, and the land trembled as massive craters were smashed into existence. The royal capital of Kent was instantaneously reduced to rubble, and tens of thousands of lives were buried beneath this merciless natural disaster. Crimson Moon's eyes revealed an unparalleled indifference, completely unconcerned about the devastation. To her, humans were nothing more than food. The knights raised their keys of domination, and hundreds of streams of elemental power erupted, shattering the meteorites. Gobta raised his hand, and the Star of Eden instantly appeared in front of the knights, forming a barrier to help them fend off the falling debris. Using Primordial Rune, Gobta altered the space, diverting all the meteorites headed towards him. Crimson Moon's expression turned frosty, but her aura boiled like molten lava. Clearly, she was utterly enraged by this display. Just a bunch of insignificant ants, don't get too cocky. She pointed her finger at the sky, and the enormous crimson moon in the sky shivered slightly. Its illusory form gradually solidified, then astonishingly descended. This was the deadly ability of the King of the Moon, known as Moonfall. Creating a mirror image of the moon, it launched an attack against the enemy. With a diameter of 3,476.28 kilometers, the moon's volume was 1/49th that of Earth. If it were to crash entirely, the entire Earth would be doomed. In such a scenario, Gaia and Alea would undoubtedly not spare Crimson Moon, not to mention the dormant giant spider in South America. Hence, Crimson Moon reduced the scale of Moonfall to around a kilometer. Still, even with reduced size, the colossal celestial body still brought inexhaustible pressure. If this strike landed, at least half of Britain would vanish. If Gaia were here, they would never allow such a thing to happen. However, the will of the planet was being blocked by the power of the Holy Grail, and there was nothing to stop it. Is it finally here? Gobta looked up at the slowly approaching moon, his black eyes thoughtful. He gestured, and the Star of Eden appeared in his hand. Raising it high, his deep voice resonated in the vast expanse of the heavens and earth. The time has come, O tyrant of the sky, witness the shattering of stars. Star of Eden, Zeroth power, quasi-black hole. As Gobta's words echoed, the volume of the Star of Eden suddenly expanded, transforming into a black hole with a diameter of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. A terrifying gravitational force emanated from within, engulfing everything around it. Even light couldn't escape. That is. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in Crimson Moon's eyes. As the ultimate one of the moon, how could she not know what that was? A black hole, the most terrifying phenomenon in the universe. When a planet or star dies, its core collapses under gravity, and undergoes a powerful explosion, including time and space, compressing all its internal matter into an infinite density and volume that is a black hole. Due to the immense mass of a black hole, it generates incredibly strong gravity, pulling in anything that comes near it, even light cannot escape. Though the black hole before her was still far from a true black hole, in certain aspects, it was almost indistinguishable. How could a mere human wield such power? Crimson Moon's heart sank into deep shock. Fierce storms swept through, the earth trembled, and space warped. Rocks, vegetation, air, everything tangible and intangible was sucked into the black hole, disappearing in an instant. This was the power of a black hole. All physical laws were meaningless before it, welcoming only ultimate annihilation. Under this terrifying attraction, the Crimson Moon with a diameter of thousands of kilometers involuntarily altered its trajectory, irresistibly drawn towards the artificial black hole. Gulp. All who witnessed this scene couldn't help but swallow hard. They couldn't fathom the terrifying force required to move such a massive object. Perhaps only the authority wielded by the supposedly omnipotent gods could achieve this. Crack. With the increasing proximity, cracks appeared on the surface of the moon, and fragmented debris was madly hurled into the black hole until the distance between them narrowed to within a kilometer. The moon could no longer resist the gravitational pull of the artificial black hole and soon exploded. The fragmented rocks couldn't withstand the power of the black hole either, gradually splitting into smaller pieces until, in the end, a celestial body with a diameter of thousands of kilometers turned into fine powder, vanishing within the black hole's field of view. The black hole slowly contracted until it transformed back into a small black-red sphere, returning to its master's hand. Gobta looked ahead, and there was nothing but emptiness. The heck? They actually fled. At this moment, the strange sense of separation gradually faded, replaced by the familiar sense of integration spreading throughout his body again. It's because the Holy Grail's power ran out, huh? Gobta turned to look below, and the once prosperous royal capital, after continuous assaults of meteorites and the black hole, now lay in ruins, with no trace of its former self. In the face of catastrophic forces, humanity was ultimately too fragile. Gobta looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Chapter 164. After securing Kent, Gobta allowed his forces a day of rest before immediately starting the construction of defensive lines. Conquering didn't mark the end of the war. The crucial task ahead was holding on to the newly acquired territory. If Kent hadn't been raised, Camelot's army could have used it as a stronghold against future enemies. However, circumstances forced them to fend for themselves. But for Gobta, this wasn't much of a challenge. With the aid of Primordial Rune and Star of Eden, he crafted a defensive line over 200 meters long in just 2 days. The reinforcements from Mercia were dumbfounded at the sight and attempted an attack, but realizing it was futile, retreated dejectedly. In the following days, the other sides reported success. Bedivere and Artoria led their forces to conquer Sussex and Wessex. Vortigern couldn't just watch these 3 nations fall into Camelot's hands, so he immediately rallied the remaining 4 northern kingdoms and launched a frenzied counterattack. But when it came to trench warfare, who could outmatch Camelot? Moreover, with Camelot having Nidhogg in Sussex and Artoria in Wessex, who would dare challenge them? Not to mention, Gobta, with his formidable mobility, continuously maneuvered between the 3 sides, repelling the armies of the northern kingdoms and putting immense pressure on them. The war lasted for a whole 6 months, and not even a step was taken within Camelot's defenses. Finally, with no other choice, Vortigern reluctantly ordered a full retreat. This meant he had abandoned the 3 major kingdoms. Henceforth, of the 7 northern kingdoms, only 4 remained. However, Gobta didn't let his guard down. After the remaining 4 northern kingdoms withdrew, he gathered all of Camelot's mages, spending half a year connecting the defensive lines of the 3 conquered kingdoms into a more magnificent military front than Hadrian's Wall. He named it the Great Wall of the North. The existence of this formidable military structure signified Camelot's solid foothold in the north. Gobta could finally breathe easy. Leaving behind 20,000 soldiers led by Kay and Bedivere, he returned to Camelot with the remaining army. Thus, the nearly 2-year counterattack against the north ended with Camelot's victory. News reached the south, causing a seismic reaction. No one had expected the seemingly insane 3-front war plan to succeed. Camelot had indeed conquered the 3 major northern kingdoms. The king of Gwent couldn't help but feel genuinely fortunate. Thankfully, the king of Deheubarth had rejected him, otherwise, Gwent might have turned to dust like Gunna. After this battle, everyone was acutely aware that Camelot's rise couldn't be stopped. Some small nations acted decisively, immediately submitting petitions to become Camelot's vassal states. Gobta, without hesitation, accepted them all. As those small nations joyfully thought they had attached themselves to Camelot's power, little did they know that he was coldly smirking at them. Vassal states? I don't give a damn about that, what I want are territory and loyalty. Gobta, well versed in history, knew very well that these vassal relationships were the most unreliable. Despite these fellows acting all respectful on normal days, when push came to shove, they ran faster than rabbits. In the end, their show of submission was merely because Camelot was too powerful, and they wanted to enjoy the shade of this big tree. If Camelot faced any trouble in the future, these people would turn their backs at a speed faster than anyone could imagine. To avoid such a situation, Gobta needed to seize back the military, financial, and political power from them. However, right after Camelot had just experienced a major war, with their current strength, they couldn't pull off such a move. It might even trigger a strong backlash from allied nations. So, Gobta accepted their plea and recognized them as vassal states of Camelot. On one hand, he could use this opportunity to extend his influence into these nations for future preparations. On the other hand, it was to conceal his true motives and lower their guard. Shortly after returning to Camelot, Gobta held a grand banquet, inviting all the nobles to celebrate the victory of the war. During the banquet, with cups clinking and everyone in high spirits, it seemed like a lively celebration. Gradually, the nobles sensed that something was amiss. The king had yet to mention anything about their borrowed army. Normally, after a war, the king should dismiss the army, letting them return to their respective lords. But the king hadn't said anything about that, as if he had forgotten. Watching the king sitting high on the throne, enjoying his wine, the nobles exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant to approach. At this point, with the king's influence at its peak, who dared to bring up such a sensitive issue? That would be suicidal. They had a premonition that they might not get their armies back. Gobta's gaze swept over them, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Before the war, he had already stated that not a single soldier among them would return. He had long prepared to reclaim all the military, financial, and political power from them, consolidating all authority in the center. But he knew he couldn't rush this. Besides, Vortigern was not entirely dealt with yet, and he still needed the support of these nobles. Standing up, Gobta declared on the spot that any noble who had aided him in this campaign could qualify to select territories in the north. Finally, the tension eased among the nobles. Exchanging armies for territories seemed like a fantastic deal to them. Territories might be static, but people were dynamic. Territories represented population and wealth with those who needed armies. They were delighted, and Gobta even more so. The combined area of Kent, Wessex, and Sussex was just too vast for him to manage with the current human resources at his disposal. So, he shifted his approach, planning to let these nobles invest their own money and effort into managing these lands. Ultimately, when he took back all of their power, what could these nobles do with all those territories? Without an army, they posed no threat to him. No matter how hard they worked, in the end, they would just be working for him. Chapter 165. With the conclusion of Camelot's counterattack, Camelot and the northern kingdom stood facing each other across the Great Wall of the North, as if returning to their previous state on Hadrian's Wall. But Gobta knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm. In no more than 5 years, Vortigern would surely make a move against Camelot, and by then, it wouldn't be a mere skirmish like it is now. Both sides would inevitably engage in a life-or-death struggle. In the end, only the victorious side would determine the future of Britain. To prepare for this final showdown, Gobta had a lot of groundwork to do. Throughout history, wars boiled down to two things: money and people. For Camelot at this time, the quickest way to make money was through grain trade. Thanks to Karl's efforts, after 2 years, Camelot's grain reform was almost complete. With grain production increasing more than 50 times compared to previous years, it was more than enough to supply all of Britain. However, due to population limits and the lingering effects of the Age of Gods, the demand for grain in Britain was not exceptionally high. In addition, other nations seemed to realize something, as they started restricting grain trade with Camelot. Under this dual pressure, Camelot's grain sales quickly hit a bottleneck. No matter how they lowered prices, the grain wouldn't sell. Just as Gobta contemplated how to break through, a man claiming to be the top businessman in Britain appeared, declaring he could help him solve the problem. King Study. You're Harlan. Gobta sat behind his desk, scrutinizing the tall and thin man before him. Having spent some time in high society, his discernment had improved a bit. A quick glance at Harlan's accessories revealed valuable treasures. Selling them could probably cover 1% of Camelot's tax revenue. Are businessmen this wealthy now? Gobta's eyes flashed with a thoughtful expression. If he raided this man's house, the loot should be significant. Meanwhile, Harlan was sweating a bit. As the top businessman in Britain, he had seen a lot of things. But before this king, he felt as if a dragon were staring at him, making it hard to breathe. Moreover, for some reason, he sensed a hint of danger in the king's gaze. You say you can solve my problem? Gobta asked with a casual tone. Yes, your majesty, Harlan replied respectfully. Let's hear it. Gobta silently decided that if this man dared to deceive him, he would raid his house tonight. Harlan suddenly shivered, feeling the ominous sensation growing stronger. Not wanting to keep the king waiting, he hastily said, Your Majesty, your current trouble is not knowing how to sell the grain, am I right? That's right, so. Gobta nodded. In fact, this problem could be solved easily, Harlan said reassuringly. Britain might not lack grain, but that doesn't mean other places don't. Gobta blinked and then his eyes lit up. Exactly. Since his grain couldn't sell in Britain, why not sell it to other places in need? Gobta turned his head to the map on the wall, focusing on the large area to the right of the British Isles. Looks like you've already noticed, Harlan smiled. That's right, the other places I mentioned are indeed in Europe. Now, with the Western Roman Empire on the brink of collapse, the glory is gone. And the entire European continent has descended into chaos. King Ban and King Bors are battling King Claudius. The people of Burgundy and the Basques are in a fierce conflict, and the Western Roman Empire is engaging in naval battles with the Vandals, who have occupied Carthage. It's war everywhere. The adult males on their side are mostly drafted into the army, leaving women, the elderly, and children unable to handle the heavy burden of farming, plus, their land is not as fertile as Britain's, so they face a significant shortage of food. So, are you saying you can help me sell grain there? Gobta raised an eyebrow. Harlan suddenly sighed. To be honest, Your Majesty, my family has been involved in trading between the British Isles and the European continent for 5 generations. It's because of this that I've become the most famous merchant in Britain. Gobta's eyes showed a hint of interest in this era. Thinking of engaging in international trade and actually taking action was indeed a rare courage, even for someone from the future like him, who had forgotten about such possibilities. Alright, you've indeed helped me solve a big problem. Gobta leaned back in his chair. Feel free to make any requests, as long as I can do it, I won't hesitate to fulfill it. Harlan knelt on the ground. I have no requests, Your Majesty, I just hope you can help lift the curse on my family. Curse? Gobta furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Since 5 generations ago, people in our family have suffered from deteriorating health after the age of 30, coughing, vomiting, falling ill, spitting blood. They die before they reach 40. We've consulted numerous doctors, but it's been in vain. Later, a mage told my grandfather that our family might be under some unknown curse. Harlan explained with a bitter smile. For years, he had been searching for a way to break the curse. But all his efforts had been fruitless. It was only by chance that he heard about the chosen king of Camelot being the chosen one, blessed by God. After learning about the king's deeds, he rushed here without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Gobta lightly brushed Harlan with a detection magecraft but found nothing. He raised an eyebrow and then used primordial rune, yet the result was still nothing. There's no curse on you, Gobta affirmed. There was no curse in this world that even primordial rune couldn't detect. The only explanation was that there was no curse on Harlan. Then why is my family? Harlan looked utterly confused. Gobta furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then a subtle change crossed his expression. I know what's wrong with your family, Gobta lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Let's do this after the first batch of grain trade is completed, I'll help you resolve this issue. Harlan hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded reluctantly. Yes, your majesty. He was now at a dead end, and the chosen king was his last hope. So, regardless of whether the king was deceiving him or not, he had no choice but to trust him. Watching Harlan's retreating figure, Gobta sighed silently. It was indeed a curse, but not on Harlan's family, it was a curse on this land. The name of this curse was the Age of Gods. Now, only Britain remained in the final stages of the Age of Gods. Across the world elsewhere, it had long ended. The people of Britain, tainted by the true ether from the Age of Gods, would naturally be affected when they went to other places. When the Age of Gods completely faded in the future, the people of Britain would disappear into the river of history. This was the inevitable end awaiting Britain. Vortigern couldn't accept this, which led him to become the White Dragon and final god, attempting to restore the Age of Gods. But Gobta knew that reversing history in this way wouldn't save Britain, it would only make the situation worse. If the Age of Gods was truly restored, humans would once again become the cattle and slaves of the gods, with no hope of liberation. I will change Britain's fate, but it'll be done my own way. Gobta clenched his fists tightly and silently vowed inside his heart. Chapter 166. Just a few days later, the first batch of grain was loaded up. However, with so much grain, Gobta couldn't just hand it over to Harlan like that. He had to send someone to go along, and after much thought, he ultimately chose Lancelot. Are you really giving me this task? Lancelot was a bit surprised. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Gobta should entrust such an important task to his most trusted person. You are my most trusted person, okay, Gobta patted his shoulder, smiling. A warm feeling instantly surged within Lancelot. Taking a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. All right then, leave it to me, in the name of Lancelot, I won't let you down. Thank you, my friend, Gobta nodded. He watched Harlan's fleet sail away at the harbor and then turned back to Camelot. The money issue was resolved now, it was time to focus on the people. 2 years before heading north, he had issued a recruitment order. Anyone who could pass the path of trial could unconditionally join his knight order. Now, 2 years later, according to Ferguson's statistics, over 500 knights had passed the trial. Gobta had incorporated them all into his knight order and even found a few familiar names. Percival and Geraint, they've both come. With this, aside from the unborn Gawain, Galahad, Gareth, Agravain, Mordred, and Gaheris, almost all the knights of the Round Table are assembled. Too bad Tristan is under Duke Mark, can't do much. Wait. Looking at the bottom of the list, Gobta blinked in confusion. There was Tristan's name. At first, Gobta thought it was a namesake, but when he reached the military base and saw that familiar figure with fiery red hair, he realized it was indeed the Knight of Lamentation. Gobta immediately found Ferguson and inquired about what was going on. Tristan has fallen out with Duke Mark, it's said to be over a woman named Iseult from Ireland, Ferguson explained. A hint of regret arose in Gobta's heart. He hadn't expected that, in the end, this uncle-nephew duo couldn't escape their original fate. After much deliberation, he eventually decided to assist Tristan. The life experience of this Knight of Lamentation had been bleak enough. Depriving him of this small glimmer of hope would have been excessively cruel. He instructed Yelena to bring Tristan to his study. Your Majesty. Tristan gave a slight bow. Though his expression remained unchanged, the melancholic aura about him deepened. Sir Tristan, do you know what this is? Gobta held a red letter in his hand. I don't, Tristan shook his head. It's an invitation from the Duke of Cornwall, your uncle. Gobta casually tossed the letter onto the table, displaying Mark and Iseult's names on top. In a month, he will marry the princess from Ireland, Iseult. Tristan buried his head deeply and his fists clenched audibly. I already know about your connection with this princess. Gobta leaned back in his chair. Now, I need you to answer truthfully. Do you truly love Iseult? Of course, I love her. Tristan asserted without hesitation. He could never forget the angelic woman with hair shinier than gold, eyes clearer than a lake, a smile warmer than the sun, and a voice more melodious than a nightingale. Most importantly, in her words, he heard the most beautiful symphony of happiness, a melody he had never experienced in his life. But you must understand, she is your uncle's fiancée, this is an illicit affair, and if it gets out, you'll be scorned by many, unable to bear the title of a knight ever again. Gobta's black eyes fixed on Tristan. Are you truly courageous enough to bear such consequences? The wind blew in from the window, tousling Tristan's long red hair. Why feel sadness when you have such beautiful hair? A woman's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Tristan took a deep breath, determination filling his eyes. For Isolde, I'm willing to give up everything. Gobta observed him for a moment, and soon, a faint and almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. I understand, you can leave. Gobta dismissed Tristan and immediately used Primordial Rune to teleport directly to Mark's location in Cornwall. Your Majesty. Mark was utterly shocked. Camelot and Cornwall were thousands of miles apart. How did the king suddenly appear in front of him? Duke Mark, you seem a bit nervous seeing me, Gobta said while smiling ambiguously. Your Majesty, you jest. I'm just a bit surprised, Mark replied and forced a stiff smile. Please wait here, Your Majesty, I'll arrange a banquet immediately. No need, I'm here just to ask you a few things. Gobta unabashedly sat in the main seat. When I marched north, I called upon all the nobles of Camelot for soldiers. You had an army of 20,000, yet only 10,000 arrived. I wonder, why is that? Your Majesty, as you know, Cornwall is a coastal region, and we have many pirates. For the safety of our people, I had to keep a portion of the soldiers here, Mark explained awkwardly. I have heard about this, Gobta nodded slightly. But why haven't you visited Camelot for 2 consecutive years? There are many affairs to attend to daily, and when I get busy, Mark's gaze wandered and his speech stuttered. Many affairs? How do you explain these then? Impossible. Haven't I taken care of all these? Mark's pupils shrank to pinpricks as he looked at the names on the letters. His face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking his back. Gobta's chilling voice reached his ears. Duke, oh Duke, you should be well aware that when it comes to traitors, my approach has always been annihilation. The icy words carried a bone-chilling intent. I was wrong, Your Majesty. Mark knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. It was my momentary confusion that led to such a grave mistake. I implore your magnanimity to overlook my transgressions this time. I'm not a heartless and unjust king. Considering your initial support for me, I'll grant you a chance, Gobta coldly observed Mark. From this day forth, the House of Milford's territory will move from Cornwall to Tremont, and your title will be downgraded from Duke to Earl. Mark was taken aback. Tremont was in the north. 100,000 miles away from the southern Cornwall. Tremont was covered in snow and ice year-round, with a harsh environment and no precious resources. Being sent there was almost equivalent to exile. His title was also slashed by 2 ranks, meaning that unless a miracle happened, the House of Milford would hardly recover. But facing the king's stern expression, Mark could only swallow all his grievances and lower his head. Thank you for your benevolence, Your Majesty. Chapter 167. The news of the Duke of Cornwall quickly spread across Camelot. Once the nobles understood the situation, they immediately instructed their families to stay away from the House of Milford. The crime of rebellion is undoubtedly a serious offense in any kingdom and era. The king chose exile over annihilation, and in the eyes of the nobles, it was an uncommon act of mercy. This incident eased the apprehensions of many nobles who had been wary of the king due to the earlier confiscation of their armies. How could a king so benevolent harm them? Some even empathized with the king, thinking that if they were in the king's position, witnessing their subjects controlling more armies than themselves, they would also feel uneasy. For a while, Gobta's reputation among the nobles soared to a new peak. Henceforth, the King of Ireland announced the immediate annulment of the engagement with Mark. In truth, he never wanted to create this alliance in the first place, but after hearing about Mark's close ties with the legendary chosen king of Camelot, he reluctantly agreed. Now, with this turn of events, he had no reservations and promptly cut ties with Mark as soon as possible. Upon hearing the news, Tristan rushed to Ireland and proposed Isolde. The King of Ireland had always been pleased with Tristan, especially after learning that he had successfully passed the chosen king's trial and joined the legendary Knight Order of Camelot. Overjoyed, the King of Ireland readily agreed to Tristan's request to marry his daughter. Thus, the tragic Tristan finally found his own happiness. With this, he should be able to play some cheerful tunes from now on, right? Gobta waved the invitation in his hand and gazed at Tristan and Isolde's names on it with a faint smile. True love prevails, it is indeed something to be happy about. Morgan strolled over, snatching the invitation from her brother's hand. But what about you, Gobta? He was the chosen king who killed a god, breached the realm of the god, and even faced the ultimate one of the moon without changing his expression, but now, he showed a rare hint of panic with his eyes wandering. Well, I don't think it has anything to do with me, right, my dear sister? Gobta, you're 18 now, it's time to consider marriage, Morgan said earnestly. Gobta rubbed his forehead in frustration. This wasn't the first time she had brought up this topic. In fact, Ferguson had subtly hinted at it several times as well, but he chose to ignore it. Indeed, by the standards of this world, men should marry and have children by the age of 13 or 14. Delaying it until 18 made him an anomaly, and being a king without leaving an heir was becoming questionable. But, bis sis, I haven't found a woman I like, whom should I marry? Gobta helplessly spread his hands. Who said you have to find a woman you like before getting married? Morgan gave him a strange look. Feelings can be developed slowly, look at our father, Uther, he got married without even seeing my mother beforehand, and yet they lived happily ever after. Gobta sighed, realizing that the mindset of modern and ancient people was indeed incomprehensible. In any case, I really haven't thought about this kind of thing right now. Vortigern is still fine and dandy, and ready to restore the age of gods, at least I have to deal with him first, right? Gobta shrugged. Exactly because of that, you need a wife even more. Morgan looked at Gobta seriously. Gobta, you're not just yourself, you're also the king of Camelot, bearing the hopes of millions of people of Camelot. Even if you're not thinking about heirs right now, at least you should get married, right? Gobta fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Okay, I understand, what's your plan? Morgan revealed a beautiful smile. I know you wouldn't want to marry a stranger, so I'm not planning a grand bride selection event for you, let's keep it simple. Clap. Morgan clapped her hands, and the door suddenly opened as several figures entered. Thrud, Yelena, Lily, Nidhogg, looking at the uneasy faces of the women before him, Gobta blinked in confusion. What the hell? Pick your future queen from among them, my dear brother, Morgan said with a smile. Queen? You mean them? Of course, these are the women you're closest to, at least more familiar than strangers, right? This way, you won't have to worry about getting along in the future. Fine with the others, but can you explain why Lily is here? Gobta pointed at Artoria. Artoria blushed, playing with her fingers, and remained silent. What's so strange about it? Marrying one's sisters is not a rare thing, if you want, I can marry you too. Gobta was petrified. Only then did he remember that in ancient Europe, especially among nobility and royalty, marrying close relatives was quite common because they were unaware of the dangers of incest. The nobles of this era strongly supported pure bloodline theory, emphasizing political alliances through close kinship marriages to strengthen their lineage and improve the succession sequence. To maintain the purity of their bloodline, they usually chose nobles of similar status as marriage partners, and royalty was a typical example. Anyone with a little knowledge of European royal politics knew that chaotic marriages within European royalty were extremely common and often described as a tangled mess. This situation extended to ancient Europe, with ancient Egypt being a prime example. For instance, Ramesses II was actually the son of his father and aunt. He, in turn, married 3 of his own daughters. Gobta knew that with his current influence, it was nearly impossible to immediately negate this tradition that had persisted for thousands of years. He might even be suspected of having ulterior motives. At least until he defeated Vortigern and consolidated all power into the central government, this matter was not possible. He leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples tiredly, and glanced at the women before him. Thrud and Yelena were clearly well prepared. The former wore a short skirt, revealing long and fair legs, while the latter wore a low-cut dress, showcasing her deep cleavage and flaunting her best features. Artoria wore the same blue dress she wore at Morgan's banquet. Due to not being influenced by the power of Caliban, her body had developed normally. Though not as pronounced as Yelena's, she had grown significantly and become closer to her Lancer version. Nidhogg maintained her original appearance, with long black hair, essentially unchanged but perfectly fitting Gobta's aesthetic. As the top mage in Britain and Camelot's princess, Morgan exuded the mature, intellectual, mysterious, and noble charm of a lady highly attractive. Who should he choose? Chapter 168. Thrud and Yelena stared at Gobta intensely, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves eyeing a piece of meat. Artoria lowered her head, anxiously fidgeting with her fingers. Nidhogg crossed her arms, looking indifferent, even yawning out of boredom. Morgan smiled at Gobta, her eyes filled with warmth. All right, I've decided. Gobta spoke solemnly, then lifted his head and gazed at each of the 5 women. Soon, he raised his finger and pointed forward. It's you. Everyone followed his pointing finger, their eyes converging on Nidhogg. What? Nidhogg looked bewildered, pointing at herself. Me? Yes, it's you, Gobta nodded. After careful consideration, he felt Nidhogg was the most suitable choice. Yelena couldn't reveal herself due to her identity being the wife of the king, and a creature that fed on humans would surely cause panic among the people. Artoria, having the deepest and longest relationship with him, was considered more like a sister and student. Moreover, the throne would eventually return to her. Making her the queen would complicate matters for the future succession. Morgan was a good choice for a queen, smart, elegant, and with a motherly aura. However, marrying his own sister just felt odd to him, something he couldn't fully accept. That left Thrud and Nidhogg as the remaining options. Honestly, Thrud was a more fitting choice than Nidhogg. She was gentle, considerate, intelligent, and a quick learner in everything except cooking. Yet, Gobta knew her unwavering loyalty was mainly due to his primordial rune. Thrud, the sole survivor of Ragnarok, roamed Valhalla for millennia until his appearance gave her a reason to continue existing. But it wasn't him she cared about, it was his identity as the inheritor of the primordial rune. Her willingness to do anything for him stemmed from a simple thought: my lord is in trouble, so I must help him. It wasn't what he wanted, so he chose Nidhogg. Though he once joked with Nidhogg about calling her mom, in reality, he only inherited her power. From a blood and parenting standpoint, they weren't truly mother and son, unlike the fundamental difference in his relationships with Morgan and Artoria. Furthermore, after spending so much time with her, he sensed a slightly different emotion towards her from within himself. Wait, why me? I just came to watch the show. She had only agreed to Morgan's proposition out of curiosity, thinking she could enjoy watching Gobta's predicament. How did it end up like this? Oh. So, are you saying you disagree? Well then, Gobta, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, sorry, but it seems this won't have a resolution this time, but don't worry, I'll arrange a bride selection event for you soon, you'll surely find a woman you like. With that, she turned and walked away. Wait a minute, Gobta stopped Morgan, then turned to Nidhogg with an earnest expression. Nidhogg, are you really planning to reject me? I. Nidhogg's eyes dodged, her heart pounding. Was I really just here for the show? Then why, when I heard he would get married, did I feel a strange sense of panic and discomfort? Do I really want to reject him? Then why, when he said he chose me, I feel a sense of joy? What should I do? Memories of the past surged into Nidhogg's mind like a tidal wave, from the first meeting in the mental world to later escaping from the Norse realms. Scenes flashed before her like a revolving lantern, until finally, only those black eyes remained. The warmth of being fully accepted for who you are. The joy of carefree conversations untouched by fear or judgment, and relishing the sweet companionship of having someone there accompanying you. These were emotions she had never known until he stepped into her life. Now, she wasn't alone. Ah, I see. Once, my world was shrouded in darkness, everyone regarded me as the embodiment of doom, the destination of death, an ominous curse, and a cage of despair. They feared me, hated me, loathed me. But you were different. You never rejected death and told death what it truly meant to live. You are the only one who bestowed life upon death. Meeting you was truly the luckiest thing in my life. Is it greed? But I really want more from you. Nidhogg was lost in thought and soon realized her honest feelings and what significance the human named Gobta was for her. After a while, she finally opened her mouth. I promise you. The news of the King of Camelot's wedding hit Britain like a bomb on the sea, causing waves that engulfed the entire country. People speculated about the woman chosen by the king, wondering what kind of person she was. Despite their inquiries, all they could get was her peculiar name and ID. In Camelot, the people cheered on the streets, not caring about the queen's identity. To them, the revered king had finally found his other half, a reason to celebrate. Ferguson finally lifted the burden he had been carrying, revealing a long-lost smile on his old face. 2 months later, the wedding took place as planned. Representatives from various nations arrived with lavish gifts. Even the King of Ireland sent an envoy, making the event grander than the coronation ceremony. Inside the church, adorned guests sat in their seats. Bright light filtered through the stained glass, casting a myriad of colors, and creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Tristan stood in a corner, playing his harp. A golden-haired woman sat closest to him, her eyes filled with love as she gazed at him. Hey, man, is marriage really such a terrifying thing? Kay, sitting in the front row, whispered to Lancelot. Why would you say that? Lancelot replied and looked at Kay with confusion. Then why is his hand shaking so badly? Kay pointed with his chin towards Gobta standing at the pulpit. I've never seen him so nervous before. Well, even if you ask me, I don't know how to answer that. Lancelot scratched his head awkwardly. Stop pretending, I've heard it all. The princess is named Elaine, right? Kay rolled his eyes, a hint of envy on his face. Damn lucky bastard, why can you encounter such good fortune? Ahaha, Lancelot could only awkwardly scratch his head and give a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, on the other seat. Are you feeling down? Merlin asked while looking at Artoria beside him. Not really, Artoria shook her head while gazing ahead. Her eyes softened as she watched the nervous Gobta. He is my brother and my teacher, guiding me in life, no matter what happens, as long as he finds happiness, I'm happy. You've always been like this, always focusing on others' happiness and never on yourself. Merlin sighed and his hand brushed through Artoria's golden hair. Do you know you're living a very tiring life? No choice, maybe from the day I was born, I was destined to be this way. Artoria smiled calmly. Merlin looked at Artoria with a complex expression. Chapter 169. You've always been like this, always focusing on others' happiness and never on yourself. Merlin sighed and his hand brushed through Artoria's golden hair. Do you know you're living a very tiring life? No choice, maybe from the day I was born, I was destined to be this way. Artoria smiled calmly. Merlin looked at Artoria with a complex expression. But you actually have a chance, you know, since there's no rule saying a king can only have one wife, right? Merlin suddenly put on a mischievous expression, glancing around before leaning close to Artoria. If he's not willing, it's okay, after you inherit the throne, you can turn the tables and marry him. Artoria blushed, embarrassed, and stomped on his foot. Ouch! With Merlin's painful shout as the cue, the entrance doors opened. Led by Morgan, Nidhogg in a pure white wedding gown walked down the red carpet towards Gobta on the pulpit. The beauty of the bride captivated everyone, although a few noticed some peculiar details. Like you, Nidhogg also has black hair and eyes, Morgan said with a smile as she handed Nidhogg's hand to Gobta. However, she noticed that he still had a dazed expression, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Come on, grab her. Huh. Oh. Gobta stuttered and hastily took Nidhogg's hand, and due to nervousness, his grip was a bit stronger. It hurt, Nidhogg pouted, although she didn't feel a thing. Sorry, Gobta's head was a complete mess and had no idea what he was doing. Whether in his previous life or this life, this was his first time having his own wedding, after all. Do you think I look beautiful today? Nidhogg asked while tilting her head. You look beautiful every day, Gobta subconsciously replied. Smooth talker, Nidhogg blushed and muttered softly. Standing on the pulpit in a red bishop's robe, Canterbury gazed at the soon-to-be husband and wife, then spoke in a slow, soothing voice. From this day forward, the world will have another happy couple, they will journey together, hand in hand, under the Lord's witness, reaching the eternity of life. Canterbury turned to Nidhogg. Do you want to marry this man? Love him, protect him, respect him until the end of death. I do, Nidhogg nodded. Canterbury then looked at Gobta. Do you want to marry this woman? Love her, protect her, respect her until the end of death. Gobta thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't want to, because... He stopped halfway and suddenly, as Nidhogg's eyes widened in shock, he leaned in and kissed her soft, red lips. Even death can't separate us. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since the wedding that had shocked the entirety of Britain, yet the ripples of that event had not subsided. People still occasionally gossiped about the grand wedding, especially the king's proclamation that said even death can't separate us, which seemed engraved in the hearts of countless young men and women, akin to scripture. This phrase had now swept across all of Britain, and even the usually romantic poets had to admit it was the most beautiful declaration of love they had ever heard. Noble, powerful, tenderly romantic, and rumored to possess looks rivaling that of a god, why did the seemingly perfect king end up marrying a woman with no notable background? The self-proclaimed noble princesses couldn't accept this outcome. In their eyes, they were the ones more suited to be the chosen queen. Using their special skills of crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening self-harm, they finally wore down their fathers. They sent messengers to King Arthur, asking for a chance to showcase their daughters. However, the king didn't hesitate to refuse by replying, my wife is the most perfect woman in the world. With her alone, I am content. Is that really what you think though? Nidhogg asked softly as she heard his recount. Her delicate face now tinged with a thrilling blush. If I didn't say that, those nosy fellows would bother me to death. Gobta ran his fingers through Nidhogg's long black hair and sighed. I can't understand it, this is clearly my own business, so why are they sticking their noses in? I really want to give those fellows a good kick in the ass. Actually, even if you agreed, it wouldn't matter, Nidhogg's gaze wandered. After all, you are a king, even if you marry several more, it should be fine. Gobta stared at her strangely. Thinking of getting me a concubine less than 2 months into our marriage? Are you trying to test me with that? Test? Nidhogg blinked in confusion. What test? Sorry, I guess I overthought it. Gobta sighed. He should have known that Nidhogg, with her intelligence, wouldn't think of such sophisticated tests. Can you explain to me why you had that idea? Gobta asked while gently tracing his finger over her smooth skin. Nidhogg suddenly felt uneasy and nestled deeper into his embrace. After a while, she whispered, because I think you might want a child, right? A child? Gobta blinked. As a king of a kingdom, you must think about heirs for the future, right? Nidhogg murmured and touched her own flat stomach. But I can't give you a child. PFTT. Ha ha ha. Gobta paused and then couldn't help bursting into laughter, his eyes tearing up from amusement. Why are you laughing? I was being serious. I just didn't expect you to be worried about such things. Gobta wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. Have you forgotten how I came into this world? How did you come into this world? Nidhogg, still confused, widened her eyes before suddenly realizing. Oh, right. Magecraft. Seeing his mocking gaze, she felt embarrassed. Damn it, it was such a simple solution. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Nidhogg thought with frustration. To make me worry over such a trivial matter, don't you think you owe me something? Gobta said with a mischievous tone as his palm stealthily climbed one of Nidhogg's soft breasts and kneaded it with just the right pressure. Aha! Nidhogg let out a soft moan, hastily restraining his hand with her eyes pleading. Please, let me rest for a bit, I'm still sore from last night, it still hurts, you know. No can do. Gobta rolled over, pressing her beneath him, and whispered in her ear. Didn't you say you wanted to give me a child? Maybe if we try a few more times, we might succeed. That's impossible. Nidhogg's words were interrupted as she once again savored the pleasure of what it meant to be a woman and a wife. Chapter 170. The next day. Big sis, do you need something from me? Gobta entered Morgan's magic workshop and asked her. You've come at the right time, Gobta. Morgan set down the alchemical device in her hands and smiled at him. The thing you asked me to do a while ago, it's done now. A while ago, Gobta hesitated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Could it be? Exactly. Morgan walked gracefully to a white curtain in the corner and pulled it down, revealing 4 alchemical chambers in front of them. Each chamber contained a person. On the left was a handsome man with short golden hair, muscular, and adorned in heavy armor. Next to him was a man with a similar appearance but slightly slimmer. Following them was a girl with short golden hair and a black-haired man with black armor, his face slightly gloomy. These people lay in the chambers, eyes closed as if in a deep sleep, with their names marked on the chambers. Gawain, Gaharis, Gareth, Agravain. Gobta's gaze moved over each person's face, silently relieved in his heart. If everything followed historical development, Morgan had succeeded in creating these Knights of the Round Table. I've put a lot of effort into creating these knights, even in your knight order, they would be considered outstanding, Morgan said with pride. So, are you satisfied? Of course. Thank you, big sis, you've helped me solve a big problem. Since you're happy, big sister has a favor to ask, can you help? Morgan smiled. There's no need to be so formal, we're siblings, if you have any difficulties, just tell me, as long as I can do it, I won't hesitate, Gobta replied without hesitation, still immersed in joy. Since you say that, I feel relieved. Morgan snapped her fingers, and another alchemical chamber appeared out of thin air. There was nothing inside except for a name written on the surface. Mordred. Gobta's pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression froze. I plan to use your and Lily's blood to create another knight, named Mordred, what do you think? Morgan said with a smile. That, Gobta's gaze flickered, and his expression stiffened. Brother, you should understand, Lily and I don't just have a simple family relationship with you. Morgan reached out with her pristine hand, gently caressing his face. Her pale golden eyes were filled with tenderness. But I can see that you seem to have some resistance to such feelings, although I don't know why. I don't mind, after all, you're my beloved brother, as long as you can be happy, even just seeing you is enough for me. Big sis, Gobta got interrupted as Morgan suddenly embraced his waist with both hands, leaning gently against his sturdy chest. But I still hope we can leave something between the three of us, can we? Morgan continued with a whisper. Gobta's eyes showed a hint of complexity. If there was something in this era worth fearing, it was undoubtedly Mordred, the filial child. Even though she had not been born yet. The Knight of Treachery who ended Camelot, if she were to be successfully born, who knew if history would repeat itself. But listening to Morgan and looking at the hope in her eyes, Gobta couldn't bring himself to refuse. Perhaps sensing his confusion, Oath of Judah, which transformed and acted as a necklace hanging around his neck, suddenly trembled slightly, transmitting an image to his mind. It was in the Norse realms when he and Oath of Judah unleashed Zeroth Power Elysian Pedion, breaking the Holy Grail's imprisonment. Ha, Gobta looked up at the ceiling, slowly exhaling a long breath. What am I even doing? I didn't even flinch facing Vortigern with the damn Holy Grail. Now I'm scared of an unborn child. How embarrassing. A self-deprecating smile played on his face as he nodded slightly. Fine, I promise you, big sis. Really? Morgan's eyes lit up instantly, unable to contain her joy. But... Gobta looked at Morgan with a serious expression. You have to agree to a few conditions. Ugh, go on. First. Mordred can't grow up like Gawain and the others but must grow from infancy. Second, there can't be any slack in education, especially in morals and values. Third, Mordred must feel love and affection. Fourth, Mordred's identity must not be hidden. The first three are fine, but the fourth one, not hiding the identity, might bring trouble. Morgan expressed her concern. Don't worry, if anyone dares to gossip, I'll shut them up myself, Gobta said with a cold snort. What about Nidhogg? Don't worry about her, she won't mind, or rather, she might even be happy about it, Gobta reassured while patting her shoulder. Okay then, Morgan nodded in agreement. Leaving a vial of his blood, Gobta left Morgan's magic workshop and headed back to his room to seek out Merlin. My, it's rare for your majesty to come to me for something. Is it about that child, Mordred? Merlin chuckled. I knew this scoundrel was eavesdropping. Gobta cursed silently but kept a straight face. I need you to use your clairvoyance to find something for me. Your Majesty, it's not that I want to downplay my abilities, but while my eyes can see far and wide, finding things is a bit challenging. Perhaps you'd better seek someone else, Merlin said helplessly. Gobta remained silent and just kept staring at Merlin with his black eyes akin to a deep abyss. As Merlin stared at those immovable eyes, he finally gave up. What is it that you seek? A ceremonial sword for coronation and celebrations, named Clarent. Merlin's eyes flashed with various colors. After 2 or 3 hours, he rubbed his temples wearily. In the hands of a lord named Frent in Gaul, a family heirloom. Family heirloom, Gobta murmured softly. So, if I try to negotiate, the chances of success are low, right? Not just low, virtually non-existent. The sword was bestowed upon his family by a ruler from the ancient Roman Empire. It's a symbol of their family honor, and he values it more than his own life. I see, I understand, Gobta nodded slightly. Afterward, he dismissed Merlin and brought Yelena and Thrud. Master, do you need us for something? Yelena asked eagerly. Gobta, seated with his elbows on the table and fingers supporting his chin, spoke with unprecedented seriousness. There's a crucial task for you two, and I need you two to handle it. Yelena and Thrud's eyes sparkled. What task? They asked simultaneously with eager expressions. Go to Gaul and find a man named Frent. He has a sword called Clarent, a family heirloom. Your mission is to destroy that sword, at any cost. Gobta's expression was grave. The two women exchanged glances. From his tone and demeanor, this was undoubtedly a matter of great importance. We promise to complete the task. Both of them declared firmly without hesitation. Gobta gestured his hand in the air, and 2 runes merged into Yelena and Thrud. If you encounter trouble, activate these runes, and I'll provide assistance. Gobta's tone was serious. Alright, go. Once the two left the room, Gobta leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. Ha, it should be okay now. A golden spear soon floated lazily in front of him, conveying a telepathic message. What do you mean I chickened out? I'm clearly avoiding risks, okay? You understand nothing. Soon, the banter between Gobta and Oath of Judah began. Chapter 171. 3 months later, Yelena and Thrud brought good news. Clarent had been successfully destroyed. As he heard the news, Gobta finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the troublesome sword out of the picture, he no longer had to worry about a sudden rebellion against his glorious father popping up from the shadows. 6 months later, Mordred was successfully born. As per his request, Morgan didn't intentionally conceal the child's identity, which caused quite a stir in Camelot. However, there weren't many gossip-mongers in the mix. Most were just happy about the fact that the king finally has an heir. This little princess, inheriting the power of the island, Dragon of Despair, and Red Dragon of Albion, was adored by everyone from birth. Artoria and Morgan, needless to say, Nidhogg practically wanted to spend every day by Mordred's side. Although Gobta was usually busy, he made a point to visit after work each day. Every time he saw the little one lying peacefully in the cradle, a smile would unconsciously tug at the corners of his mouth. A year later, when Gawain and the others had accumulated enough prestige in Camelot, Gobta decisively initiated government reforms. He cleared out the old ministers and pushed Gawain and the others up, forming a new council named the Round Table. The former ministers were naturally disgruntled, but in front of the current King Arthur, they didn't dare voice any objections and could only leave dejectedly. Upon Gobta's suggestion, Ferguson also resigned from his position as the Minister of Internal Affairs and found a tranquil place to retire. With the assistance of the Round Table, Gobta's burden eased, allowing him to finally free up his hands to do things he hadn't had time for before. Early morning, Tintagel, Ector's estate. "Mom, I'm heading out." A young boy, appearing around 14 or 15, walked out of the estate with a basket on his back. He had soft, blondish short hair, well-defined handsome features, and deep black pupils that seemed to hold all the spirituality in the world, inevitably attracting attention. "Remember to come back early, Haydn." "Sure, Mom." The mother stood at the doorway, her gaze tender as she watched her son's retreating figure. Heave ho, heave ho. Jogging along the rural path, the young boy made his way to the town. "Good morning, Mr. Norris, your bones are still as sturdy as ever." "Oh. It's Haydn, coming to help with the estate shopping again. What a good kid." "Morning, Miss Dina, the flowers you're raising are getting more beautiful, just like you." "Hee hee, you little rascal, your mouth is still so sweet. Here, this rose is for you." "Oh, it's Uncle Jason, your business is really booming today, could you get me 2 fish, please?" "So it's Haydn, here you go, these 2 fish I caught this morning are specially for you." The boy warmly greeted familiar faces on the street. His smile seemed to have a magical touch, refreshing everyone like a gentle breeze. Truly a child blessed by the chosen king, with such a pure and clear soul, like untainted lake water. That was people's impression of Haydn. "All right, fish bought, meat, vegetables, and bread too, also, Uncle Hector's pipe, Sister Marina's sachet, Brother Cohen's ink." Haydn walked along the street, recalling the items he needed to buy. Suddenly, a scream reached his ears. "Thief!" Haydn turned and saw a lean man running towards him, a bulging bag in one hand and a dagger in the other, his expression wild. "Get out of my way!" The robber wildly waved the dagger, and pedestrians quickly moved aside, except for Haydn, who stood still. "Don't block the way, you damn brat!" The robber's eyes flashed with fierceness as he viciously stabbed forward. Haydn crouched slightly, then casually delivered a straight punch from below to the robber's stomach. The latter's eyes bulged, blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed unconscious. "Shoot, I hope I didn't use too much force." A hint of panic appeared on Haydn's face as he checked the man's breathing. He felt relieved when he sensed the breath. "Phew, luckily he's not dead." A woman soon rushed in, looking at the fallen robber. She sighed in relief and turned to the boy and felt grateful. "Thank you, Haydn, if it weren't for you, this man might have escaped." Haydn scratched his head with a shy smile on his face. "No need to thank me, after all, I'm destined to become a hero, and this is just what heroes do." The crowd that had gathered laughed at his statement. Indeed, Haydn is so ambitious. If it's Haydn, he'll surely become a great hero of Britain in the future. Absolutely. I believe Haydn will become a great hero. As noon approached and all the items were bought, Haydn set out on the road back to the estate. Returning home, as soon as he put down the basket, a servant approached. "Master Haydn, the Lord asks you to come to the study." "Uncle Hector?" Haydn raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "Sure, I got it, I'll be right there." 2 minutes later, he arrived at Hector's study, lightly knocking on the door. "Come in." "Excuse me, Uncle Hector." Haydn pushed open the door and found a man with black hair and eyes beside Hector. His features were handsome, dressed in silver armor exuding an air of elegance and nobility, as if a majestic god had descended. "Are you Haydn?" the black-haired man asked and smiled at him. "I am," Haydn nodded in a daze. After a moment of hesitation, he asked. "Are you King Ardymene, Gobta?" "How did you know it was me?" The black-haired man, or rather, Gobta, looked slightly surprised. "Because," Haydn scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and looked down. "Since the moment I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity." Gobta raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He then walked up to Haydn and gently patted the youth's tousled blonde hair. "It's been a long time, Haydn, I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly," Gobta spoke with a reminiscence tone. When he left Tintagel, Haydn was just around 2 or 3 years old. It was astonishing how, in just 3 years, his appearance transformed from a child into a graceful young man. Heroes indeed don't follow any logic. Are you here to take me away? Haydn looked at Gobta with shining eyes. Yes, now that you've grown to the proper state, it's time to learn how to wield the power within you and become a true hero, Gobta smiled. So, are you ready? Yeah. Haydn nodded without hesitation. I've been preparing for this moment. Later on, Gobta found Haydn's mother, Joanna, and explained his purpose. I didn't expect this day to come so soon, Joanna sighed softly and bowed slightly to Gobta. Please take care of my son, Mr. Gobta. Aren't you going with him? Gobta raised an eyebrow. I did think about it once, but as I watched him grow every day, I realized that we would eventually walk different paths. Joanna gently stroked Haydn's head, her eyes filled with warmth. I don't want to become his burden someday, I hope he can walk his own path well. Mom, Haydn looked at his mother with teary eyes. Haydn, listen, become a good hero and give your best to help those in need, it's your father's expectation and your mission, understand? Joanna advised her son. Yeah, don't worry, Mom. I will surely become a hero. Joanna, you're truly a great mother, Hector sighed, then turned to Haydn. Rest assured, Haydn, I'll take good care of your mother, you just focus on what you need to do. Thank you, Uncle Hector. Haydn bowed deeply to Hector and spoke with deep gratitude. Chapter 172. 3 days later. Are you ready, Haydn? Reluctantly, Haydn glanced back at the estate, turned his head back, and nodded. Yeah. Then, let's go. Gobta snapped his fingers, and the surroundings instantly shifted. After a moment, they appeared on top of a snowy mountain. Biting cold winds carried snowflakes swirling in the air, an endless expanse of white in every direction. Why did we come here? Haydn hugged himself, shivering. Given his constitution, dealing with this level of cold should be a breeze. Yet, for some reason, he felt freezing, like an ordinary human. This is the location where the Norse realms existed in the mortal world, Gobta explained while observing the surroundings. But after Ragnarok happened, the Norse realms got separated from the mortal world and this place got influenced by the lingering impact of Ragnarok, which is why it looks like this now. I see, Haydn nodded with difficulty. Gobta wrote primordial rune in the air, and the void in front of him twisted as a portal appeared. Let's go. Gobta stepped in, and Haydn quickly followed. The moment they entered the portal, the bone-chilling cold vanished, replaced by warm sunlight. The desolate snow-capped mountains were gone, replaced by an endless garden. Wow, it's beautiful, Haydn couldn't help but exclaim. Esteemed guest, welcome to my domain, a deep, resonant voice echoed from above. Haydn instinctively lifted his head and when he did, he almost fell backward. A massive head hovered in midair, its profound eyes filled with wise light. Greeting, respected sage, Mimir, Gobta nodded slightly, showing respect. This massive head before them belonged to Mimir, the god of wisdom from Norse mythology, the biological child of the primordial giant, Ymir, and one of the primordial gods of the north. His existence even predates Odin. He owned the well of wisdom, and Odin had sacrificed an eye to drink from it. Mimir was one of the few gods who survived Ragnarok, and even fewer knew of this fact. Gobta, however, knew thanks to someone. You carry Scathach as aura, Mimir observed Gobta and then sighed softly. It's been a while since I've seen that girl, how is she these days? Thanks to your blessings, my mother is well, Gobta replied. Ho! Is that so? Being a mortal cursed with immortality must be the most painful torment for her. Gobta chuckled and nodded, acknowledging Mimir's insight. If I'm not mistaken, this boy is the reason you've come to me, Mimir looked at Haydn, nodding slightly. Indeed, he's a promising seed, worth cultivating. Do you mean, you agree? Though I'm a god, spending time alone does get a bit boring, Mimir smiled gently. Cultivating a hero from among mortals should be an interesting endeavor. Thank you for your assistance, Gobta's face lit up with joy, bowing his head slightly. Even though he had heard from his mother that Mimir was approachable, he didn't expect it to be this easy. Don't celebrate so soon, Scathach's child. Mimir's face suddenly bore a sly smile. Your mother is in a somewhat dangerous situation right now. Ireland. Beneath the clear blue sky, the void slightly distorted. Gobta clad in silver armor emerged. He looked down at the peaceful island below, his brows furrowing slightly. Doesn't seem like anything's wrong, Mimir wouldn't be tricking me, would he? He muttered under his breath, casually using detection magecraft towards the island, but no anomalies were detected. Next, he used rune and primordial rune for further investigation, but the results remained the same. Guess I was just being paranoid. Oh well, better get going, it'd be bad if mother found out I'm here. The void twisted again and Gobta's figure disappeared in an instant. A dozen minutes later, two figures cloaked in black robes materialized from the void. That human is not simple, I sense the aura of His Majesty from him, one of the black-robed figures remarked. That should be Arthur that he told us about, even His Majesty wielding Ergetlam and Clayam Soleils fell to him, were no match for him, the other black-robed figure replied. Fortunately, he didn't discover the truth of this place. Yes. However, as soon as they were done talking. Do you know Nuada? A stranger's voice suddenly resounded from behind them. Hearing the question, the two black-robed figures felt a chill running down their spines while their scalps tingled. Their figures vanished instantly, fleeing a kilometer away. But before they could exhale in relief, a pair of large ethereal hands suddenly reached from behind, gripping both their heads. When someone asks a question, answer earnestly, don't you understand even this basic courtesy? Too fast. The two black-robed figures were startled. Realizing their predicament. Their extensive combat experience made them abandon the idea of continuing to escape. One burning with fierce flames and the other surrounded by frost, both of them instinctively attacked the attacker behind them. Poochie! Poochie! Two golden spears instantly pierced through their chests. The flames and frost dissipated, and their aura immediately wilted. That power just now, are you two gods from the Tuatha De Danann? Gobta's brows furrowed. When these two black-robed figures unleashed their power, he felt the same divinity as Nuada. Divinity couldn't be disguised, especially between different pantheons where the differences were stark. Don't tell me, you also resurrected by Vortigern? The two gods remained silent, offering no response. Gobta's gaze turned cold. Two crimson feathers descended from the void, merging into the two's consciousness. Just as he was about to probe their memories, the two gods suddenly emitted a painful grunt, and their bodies immediately disintegrated into countless particles of light. Watching them vanishing into particles of light, Gobta's expression gradually darkened. Is it some kind of prohibition that would self-destruct as soon as something touches their memories? Damn Vortigern, you are really well prepared. Gobta then turned to look at the calm and peaceful island below. So, what I see now is probably just an illusion, and the fact that even primordial rune doesn't react indicates that this power likely comes from the Holy Grail, since that's the case. Two golden spears with trailing chains thrust downward. When they reached a position about 500 meters above the island, the spearhead seemed to pause as if bumping into something. The previously empty void suddenly rippled and the transparent bounded field enveloped the entire island soon appeared. Humph. As I thought, Judah, destroy it. The golden necklace hanging on his chest swayed slightly and three golden spears soon flew out, stabbing at the transparent bounded field like golden lightning. Crack. The bounded field showed large spiderweb-like cracks, then exploded like shattered glass, revealing the true scene below. Chapter 173. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, trees toppled, and smoke billowed. The once serene and peaceful island was now nowhere to be seen, replaced by desolation and destruction reminiscent of an apocalyptic ruin. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. Moreover, judging by the residual traces, the battle had ended some time ago. Gobta clenched his fist tightly, his expression as solemn as water. His body swayed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a secluded canyon. This was the entrance to the Land of Shadows. Just as Gobta was about to open the gate to the Land of Shadows, more than a dozen figures in black robes suddenly rushed out from the corner, heading straight for his back. I don't feel like wasting time with you right now. A hint of fierceness flashed in Gobta's pupils. The black spear, Black Abyss, appeared in his hand, and the spear's shadow swept through the air like black lightning. A dozen heads soared into the sky, blood spouting like fountains. The decapitated bodies, propelled by inertia, took a few steps forward before collapsing with a bang, dissolving into countless particles of light. More gods from the Tuatha De Danann. If even the gate to the Land of Shadows was guarded, it meant that the enemy had likely already penetrated it. Gobta traced a complex runic symbol in the air. And an ancient mysterious power soon permeated the air. As if resonating with something, a black gate engraved with a pattern of amaryllis flowers slowly appeared. Inside was a vortex filled with the breath of death. Without hesitation, Gobta stepped into it. Passing through the gate, the familiar cold atmosphere enveloped his entire body. Homecoming. Looking at the pitch-black, profound sky above and the endless sea of amaryllis flowers below, Gobta sighed softly. Suddenly, a sharp wind sound reached his ears. Boom! Like being hit head-on by a high-speed locomotive, Gobta was instantly sent flying, crashing into a nearby small hill. Half of the hillside collapsed instantly, with huge rocks rolling down, engulfing his figure in an instant. Cough. Cough. Gobta coughed and pushed away the boulder, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Slowly raising his head, his gaze swept over the colossal creature that was taller than a mountain range until he met those cold and merciless vertical pupils. It was a monster he had seen before, a creature said to create waves that could engulf the palaces of gods with a single swipe of its tail. It took the sacrifice of a god who controlled thunder to finally defeat it. And now, this world-destroying monster had awakened once again. TCH, I was wondering where Vortigern got the confidence to attack the land of shadows. Gobta dusted off the dirt on his armor, then sat on a large rock. I didn't expect him to resurrect you, Jormungandr. The eyes of the world serpent glared at him with cold indifference. Its colossal body stood like a pillar between heaven and earth, exuding infinite pressure. Yet, Gobta's expression remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Because, long ago, after returning from the war, he had gathered Merlin, Morgan, Nidhogg, and Canterbury to discuss why Vortigern went through so much trouble to plunder Nidhogg's power. After a month of discussion, they came up with a highly probable hypothesis: Nidhogg was a creation of the world rules, a symbol of Ragnarok, embodying the concept of the end of the age of gods. Vortigern might use this point to reverse the concept of the end of the age of gods into the beginning of the age of gods with the power of the Holy Grail, and then resurrect more gods or stack more divinity on himself. So, watching Jormungandr appearing before him now, Gobta didn't find it surprising. In fact, he felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy stone that had been hanging over his head had finally fallen to the ground since the unknown had slowly become known. Furthermore, he had a rough idea of Vortigern's purpose in attacking the land of shadows. Countless gods were buried in this haunted land. Vortigern probably intended to liberate all these gods from this realm, and then use the power of the Holy Grail to resurrect them. Although there was no conclusive evidence, Gobta believed that his reasoning had at least a 70% accuracy rate. Although it was unclear how many gods Vortigern had resurrected. It was definitely more than just Jormungandr, and since even monsters like Jormungandr could be unleashed, it seemed that the situation on his mother's side might really not be optimistic. Black dragon body, full release. Gobta stood up, black tattoos covering his entire body. Black wings stretched out behind him, and his hair became longer and flowed down to his waist, a surge of magical energy emanating from his body like the roaring waves of the sea. Jormungandr lowered its body, and a human-like fear appeared in its cold vertical pupils. I don't have time to continue this nonsense with you, so, let's decide the winner with this strike. Black and white light converged into a massive lance. Gobta grabbed the handle, and the lily patterns on the lance lit up one by one. The pure radiance illuminated the desolate world. I am the darkness that consumes all, I am the light that nurtures all. I existed before the dawn of creation and will remain after the annihilation. Abyss flower, first power, banish bloom. The lance shot out, transforming into a spear of divine light that pierced straight towards Jormungandr. Roar. Jormungandr let out a dragon-like roar, opening its colossal mouth like a black hole, swallowing the entire pillar of holy light. The world serpent hissed with disdain evident in its eyes. It seemed to convey, is that all? It swam with its massive body towards Gobta. However, when it was less than 500 meters away, its body suddenly froze. Squelch. Its flesh was torn apart, and holy white radiance emerged from various parts of its body. Jormungandr rolled in pain, its enormous tail smashing surrounding mountains into pieces, causing earthquakes and tremors akin to a level 10 earthquake. Sometimes I really don't understand why monsters like you always prefer eating to resolve battles. Don't you know some things shouldn't be easily swallowed? Gobta shook his head helplessly and snapped his fingers. Bam! Boom! Jormungandr's belly suddenly swelled, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Its massive body instantly exploded. Gobta erected a magecraft barrier, blocking the oncoming blood rain and debris. About 10 minutes later, all the commotion gradually ceased. Fuck, this smell is really disgusting. The ground within a radius of kilometers was almost covered with the remains of Jormungandr's body. The strong smell of blood constantly invaded his nostrils, making it quite nauseating. Okay, let's hurry and lend a hand. Glancing at the remnants of Jormungandr, Gobta shook his head, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Chapter 174. Ding! 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 Under the overcast sky, the crimson spear and the heavy hammer clashed, creating thunderous roars and emitting dazzling sparks. The one wielding the spear was a purple-haired woman in a tight-fitting purple outfit, her crimson eyes shimmering with a wise glow. The giant hammer was held by a burly man, bare-chested with a face full of golden beard, and leopard-like eyes flickering with silver-white lightning. Ha! Exciting! I never expected a mere mortal to possess this level of strength, it's truly exciting. The purple-haired woman snapped her fingers, and a deep green rune appeared. Mysterious ancient power permeated the air, instantly rewriting the concept of space. All the thunderbolts coming towards her redirected towards the burly man. Swinging his hammer, the man smashed through the thunderbolts and muttered, "Damn it, primordial rune again, that old man always liked to toy with me using that thing, it's really annoying." "Hey, Thor, can you handle this at all? Weren't you always bragging about being the most powerful warrior of the Aesir? How come you can't even defeat a woman?" On a nearby hill, a man in a black robe teased. His eyes glowed with a fiery red, his handsome face so captivating it seemed to possess a sinister charm, making it hard to look away. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down from the sky, causing the hill where the handsome man stood to explode. "Oh dear, your temper is still as volatile as ever," the handsome man appeared on another hill, still smiling. "I thought after so long without seeing each other, you might have mellowed out a bit." "Shut up, Loki." Thor, the god of thunder, stared coldly at the god of mischief who had betrayed the Aesir. "I'm only temporarily cooperating with you for the revival of the Aesir. If you continue your nonsense, I'll be the first to put an end to you." "Your words really hurt me, you know I've already planned to turn over a new leaf and be a good god," Loki complained half seriously. Thor sneered. If he believed another word from this trickster, his name would be spelled backward. Meanwhile, Scathach gripped her spear tighter and observed the surroundings. This was the greatest crisis the Queen of the Land of Shadows had ever faced. Thor, Loki, Freya, and Tyr. Nearly half of the 12 main gods of the Norse pantheon gathered here. Although, due to environmental restrictions, these gods could no longer display the cataclysmic power they once possessed, they were, after all, gods. The mere fact of their existence was already a natural disaster. Scathach could only be grateful that she had strengthened the restraint of the Land of Shadows in all directions some time ago. Otherwise, if more gods buried here were to rise up, her situation would have been completely dire. The wisdom of Dun Scath had already revealed the cause of the situation, and she understood everything. That's precisely why she couldn't afford to retreat. "That woman's spearmanship is amazing," Freya said while covering her mouth, her eyes filled with an astonished expression. She was the goddess in charge of fertility, beauty, and love, the most beautiful goddess in the Norse realms. Her appearance was dreamlike, and the armor accentuated her curvaceous figure. Although it seemed tightly covered, there were gaps strategically left in various easily suggestive places on the chest, shoulders, thighs, and lower abdomen, which revealed snow-white skin, exuding a hazy and enchanting beauty. She was not a goddess skilled in combat, but even so, she could see that the purple-haired woman's spearmanship had reached a fascinating level. That's a spearmanship capable of slaying gods. I doubt Thor is her match. Freya's brother and the leader of the elven realm Alfheim, responded to her words with arms crossed, his sharply handsome face shining like the sun. "Within 30 moves, Thor will be defeated," Tyr, the one-armed god of war of the Norse realms, said lightly while holding a sword. As if to confirm his words, after a dozen breaths, Scathach threw a spear at Thor's chest, and he instantly flew backward, smashing a hill to pieces. "Ah, I suddenly feel a strangely refreshing sensation," Loki sighed, then turned to Scathach. "But why are you stopping us? If the gods got resurrected, you could leave here freely and roam outside, gaining freedom, isn't that better? I am the gatekeeper of the Land of Shadows, isolating this place and guarding the boundary between life and death is my mission." Scathach's tone was cold. "Besides, I am a human." "Well, it seems we can't reach an agreement," Loki shrugged, then turned to Tyr, and Freya nearby. "I say, you guys aren't planning to just stand there and watch, are you?" The three gods remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward simultaneously. "Wait!" Boom! The pile of giant rocks exploded, and Thor emerged from it, his bare upper body marked with a striking spear stab wound. "I told you, this is my fight, none of you are allowed to interfere. Though I'd love to see you continue getting beaten, sorry, we're out of time." Loki stood up, clapping his hands. "Just a moment ago, my child's life force disappeared." "You mean, Jormungandr?" Thor furrowed his brows. "Exactly," Loki smiled, showing no hint of sadness. "If I'm not mistaken, the one who inherited the power of Nidhogg, as mentioned by that guy, is probably the new king, Arthur. If we keep delaying, things might get troublesome." "Huh? Why should I care? It's even better if that guy shows up, a one-on-two, I'll enjoy that even more." "Ha, why does my partner have to be this musclehead fool?" Loki massaged his temples with a headache. "Now is not the time for stubbornness, Thor," Tyr said calmly. "Don't forget our purpose." Thor clenched his fist tightly. After a while, he sighed with a helpless expression. Fine, I get it. The five gods in agreement, each moved forward, surrounding Scathach. Forgive us, Queen of the Land of Shadows, you're a respected opponent, but for the sake of our long-standing wish, we have to use this dirty method, Fry said while wearing a somewhat helpless expression as he drew his sword. The age of gods has come to an end, no matter how hard you try, you will eventually be submerged by the currents of history, Scathach said indifferently. Whether we can succeed, we won't know until we try, right? Tyr raised his divine sword with his only arm, pointing it toward Scathach. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, we won't give up. It seems you still don't understand how foolish your actions are, Scathach glanced at Tyr and spoke with a cold tone. Then let me show you how this 1 in a million chance shatters. Rumble. The entire land of shadows suddenly trembled. The once dim and gloomy sky instantly glowed with a dazzling purple light, and a massive vortex appeared. Suddenly, an ancient and magnificent castle dangled from the vortex, gradually surrounding the five gods. Buzz. The castle shook slightly, and an ancient and vast power permeated the air. The five gods felt the power within them flowing out like water from an open floodgate, unable to stop it no matter what they tried. We can't stay in here, we must get out. Boom. Tyr pulled out his divine sword and unleashed a sword beam capable of cutting through mountains and seas to the castle in the sky. However, it only left a small crack in the castle's outer wall. Soon, a faint light flashed, and the crack immediately recovered. Thor, Loki, and Fry wore serious expressions, realizing the severity of the situation. The three gods unleashed their powers without reservation, thunder roaring, fire surging, and radiance shining brightly as if chaos had returned. After a half-hour of intense effort, the three gods stopped and panting. They looked ahead and the remnants of their divine power gradually faded. In front of them stood the perfectly intact inverted castles. How could this happen? Freya looked pale, her eyes filled with unhidden panic. Suppressing 5 main gods alone. Such a thing was unheard of. Your biggest mistake was choosing to fight me in this place. Scathach coldly stared at them, crimson magical energy swirling around her gibalg, like a burning flame. I am Scathach, the queen and gatekeeper of the land of shadows, as long as I'm here, I am invincible. Chapter 175. Under the sky bathed in hazy purple light, an ancient and elegant castle hung upside down from the vortex, enclosing the space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, emitting a mysterious and vast aura. Tyr, Thor, Loki, Fry, and Freya, these 5 prominent gods from the Norse pantheon now appeared remarkably battered. Their armor was in tatters, and their bodies were covered in disheveled wounds, with streams of fresh blood constantly flowing. Damn it, this woman is way too strong. Thor wiped the blood from his mouth. I can't help but feel that even the old man in his prime might not be her match. You could actually drop the might, Loki grinned. If he really came here, without destroying this castle and the influence of this realm, he would never defeat the queen of the land of shadows. Bastard, if my authority were still intact, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Thor, frustrated, looked at Loki, whose clothes were relatively intact, then glanced at his own chest, resembling a canvas slashed by 1,000 knives. Strange, why do you have fewer wounds than me? Thor asked with confusion. Of course, that's because every time that woman attacked me, I hid behind you, Loki shrugged nonchalantly. Since you always charge in without thinking, I thought why not make good use of this meat shield. Thor's face turned crimson with anger as if flames sprouted from his head, and he summoned a thunderbolt toward Loki. I'll kill you first, you damn bastard. Loki skillfully dodged the thunderbolt and hastily said, calm down, big guy, I've actually figured out a way to break this deadlock. While summoning another thunderbolt, Thor stopped abruptly and looked at Loki skeptically. Are you serious? Of course, Loki showed a sincere smile. But I need to prepare in advance, I'll trouble you to keep that woman busy and not let her disturb me. Thor's eyes flickered with uncertainty while his face showed a hint of hesitation. I advise you to make a decision sooner rather than later, otherwise, Fry and Tyr won't hold out much longer. Thor clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If you dare to deceive me again this time, I'll twist your head off. Having said that, Thor lifted his hammer and rushed to the battlefield, assisting Fry and Tyr in resisting Scathach's onslaught. Why only you, where's Loki? Tyr asked while frowning. He said he had a way to break this deadlock but needed us to buy him time. Thor replied and swung his hammer with all his might, attempting to deflect Scathach's spear. However, his strength had dwindled significantly. Not only did he fail but his shoulder also got pierced by the spear. On the side, Freya hurriedly cast healing magecraft on Thor. She wasn't a goddess skilled in combat, so her role was limited to buffing the 3 male gods. Fry glanced back and looked toward Loki's figure after hearing Thor's explanation. Loki was floating above a huge and intricate magic circle, a pattern he had never seen before. However, judging from the slightly distorted void around it, the power of this magic circle was undoubtedly powerful. At this point, we can only trust him. Fry sighed slightly, lifting his sword to face Scathach. 10 minutes later. How much longer? Thor, covered in injuries, roared at Loki. It's almost done. Just hold on a little longer. Half an hour later. Are you done? Thor, now resembling a bloodied figure, shouted again. Almost there. Almost there. An hour later, the four gods who confront Scathach were utterly exhausted. Soon after, her spear sent them flying to the ground, creating 4 large craters. Thor had no strength left to even lift Mjolnir. He struggled to raise his head and glared at Loki in midair. You bastard, still not done. Ah, all done, Loki replied with a smirk. He snapped his fingers, and 4 pitch-black tentacles quickly surged from the magic circle, binding the 4 gods. These tentacles continuously absorbed the power of the 4 gods, making Thor and the others appear increasingly feeble. In contrast, Loki's aura kept skyrocketing like a rocket. Loki, you damn bastard. What the hell are you doing? Tyr seemed to have anticipated this scene long ago, showing no change in his expression. You're still the same as before, Loki, Fry muttered and sighed, feeling immense shame for the trust he had just placed in Loki. As for Freya, with the weakest power among the 4, she couldn't even muster the strength to scold Loki and just lay on the ground like a stiff fish. Since you guys are useless now, why not transfer your power to me? At least this way, there's a higher chance of success. Don't worry, I'll carry on with your wishes. Loki. Just you wait. The next time I see you, I'll crush your head without hesitation. The other 3 also quickly vanished, their power flowing through the tentacles into Loki's body. This sudden influx caused an overwhelming and mountainous aura to erupt from him. Loki clenched his fists and felt the relentless surge of power within him. Finally got back that old feeling, Loki said with a delighted tone and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Scathach, who watched him not far away. I thought you might try to stop me. Whether it's 1 or 4, it makes no difference, Scathach said indifferently, lifting her Gibalg, ready to attack him. Oh ho. Really? Are you sure about that? He reached out his hand, and with a wave, a battered and unconscious man appeared in his hand. Seeing the unconscious man, Scathach's pupils shrank abruptly, forcibly stopping her steps. It seems my guess was right, this guy, Siu Chulayan, should hold a special meaning for you, right? Loki lightly patted Siu Chulan's cheek, then turned to Scathach with an innocent smile. Since that's the case, how about we discuss some demands? Chapter 176. This bastard. Scathach tightly gripped her spear, her exquisite face frozen cold. The numbness that had gradually set in over the long years was now replaced by an overwhelming rage. What demands? Scathach asked with an emotionless tone. First, stop this castle, Loki grinned, holding up 2 fingers. Second, accept my seal. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old, Loki? Scathach's expression was cold. Accept his seal. If she agreed, she would be handing over the only leverage against him. Her and Siu Chulan's fates would be completely in the hands of this notorious god. From how this man backstabbed his allies without hesitation, it was clear he was a naturally ruthless individual. If she fell into his hands, would there be any good outcome? Such absurdity, how could she possibly agree? Oh. Looks like you're still stubborn, huh? Poochie. Loki's palm instantly pierced through Siu Chulan's heart, thick blood dripping like a stream. Intense pain jolted Siu Chulan awake. His face twisted in agony while his mouth made painful voices. You. Scathach, resembling a dragon whose reverse scale has been touched, had her wise eyes filled with rage. A vast magical energy fluctuation swept in all directions and her deep purple hair danced like a group of snakes. Relax, for a ghost like him, the heart is not a fatal injury, you should know that better than me, yeah? Loki, with an innocent smile, pointed at his temple. Only here is the fatal one. If you dare to kill him, be prepared to be detained in the bottom of the land of shadows for the rest of your Lithia dungeon, forever in darkness, without air, without life, without time, nothing but a complete void. How long do you think you can endure in such an environment? Scathach's voice carried bone-chilling coldness. Clearly, she was enraged by Loki's actions. Wow, you make it sound terrifying. The bottom of the land of shadows, huh? Just the sound of it gives me shivers. I'm quite curious to see what it's like down there. You, Scathach tightly gripped her spear and gritted her teeth. The wisdom of Dun Scath was telling her that this man was not bluffing. This lunatic wasn't afraid of her threats at all. It seems you don't know me very well, Queen of the Land of Shadows. I am a participant in one of the causes of Ragnarok. Do you truly believe that someone capable of such deeds can still be labeled a normal god? Loki revealed a manic smile, with madness flickering in his crimson eyes. His hand rhythmically plunged in and out of Siu Chulin's chest, squeezing out large amounts of blood. Come on, let's make a bet. I'll kill this ghost, and you will kill me. It should be a very profitable deal for you, yeah? After all, no matter what, I am a god. Exchanging my life for a mere ghost, you would be making a big profit. Come on, hurry up. What are you waiting for? There's nothing worth hesitating about. You've lived for so long, surely you haven't kept those ridiculous human emotions. Right? Doing something as foolish as sacrificing yourself for a mere ghost, only the dumbest fool in the world would do such a thing. Every time he was alone with Scathach, he couldn't help but be influenced by this power. Despite thinking he had overcome it over the years, it seemed nothing had changed at all. Here we go again, Scathach sighed softly. Every time we have a private conversation, you get so nervous and tense. Am I that scary? Gobta's eyes darted around. No, I mean, I myself don't want to be like this. Thud. A fragrant breeze enveloped Gobta, and before he could react, his head was covered by a soft and big mass. Scathach looked at her son, whose head was buried between her breasts. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. In that case, could you relax a bit? Relax? How the hell am I supposed to do that? My heart feels like it's about to jump out right now. Gobta thought in panic and quickly pushed his mother away, gasping for air. Don't you like this approach? Scathach's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After a moment's thought, she sat on the large rock where Siu Chulayan had been lying, patting her straight and slender thighs. How about this? A lap pillow? Is this a reward or punishment? Although Gobta really wanted to say that out loud, looking at the faint hope in his mother's eyes, he sighed in the end. He walked over. Lay on his side with his back to Scathach, his head resting on her soft and delicate thighs, and his body slightly curved. Why are you lying in this position? Is it that uncomfortable to look at my face? No, it's fine, I think, this is good, very comfortable. I see. Scathach fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said. Gobta, do you think I'm a terrible mother? Huh? Why would you say that? If not, then, Scathach gently stroked his black hair, her eyes showing a hint of complexity. Why were you seduced by someone and so determined to leave this place no matter what? What the heck? Seduced? Who got seduced? Gobta blinked in confusion. I admit that I've been keeping things from you all this time, never mentioning the outside world to you. I can understand your anger and resentment towards my behavior, but please believe me, everything I did was for your own good. No, I've known what the outside world is like for a long time, Gobta silently retorted inside his mind. Scathach looked at his son's black hair tangled around her fingertips, her gaze slightly complicated. You now know your true origin, right? Gobta remained silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes. In that case, do you know about the fading of the age of gods? Yes. Since that's the case, let me be blunt, Scathach sighed softly. You are someone from Britain. With the gradual disappearance of the age of gods, Britain will eventually face destruction. If you continue to stay outside, sooner or later, you will be dealt with by the counterforce. Moreover, you carry Nidhogg's power, they will surely keep a close eye on you. That was what Scathach had been worrying about all along and the reason she never mentioned the outside world to Gobta. The Queen of the Land of Shadows was well aware of how much better the outside world was compared to this haunted land. But precisely because of this, she didn't want him to know about it. Humans are inherently endowed with the aptitude for comparison. A former billionaire who becomes a homeless person will unconsciously compare his current life with his past life. When he sleeps on a hard park bench, he'll think of the once soft memory foam mattress when he has to rummage through trash for food. He'll recall the Michelin 3-star chef he used to hire to prepare his foie gras when he shivers in the cold wind. He'll reminisce about the handmade fur coats that used to fill his entire wardrobe. This immense gap can bring a heavy psychological burden, and as time goes on, this pressure will only become heavier until it is completely overwhelming. But if he never experienced the life of a billionaire, even if the homeless life is bitter, he will only complain a little and not bear the pressure caused by the gap. That was precisely the mindset of Scathach. As long as you have not seen the light, you can endure the darkness. Chapter 179. Gobta actually understood Scathach's thoughts very well. The destruction of Britain was inevitable, a direction dictated by history. The curse of Harlan's family revealed that some people of Britain were already considered part of the Age of Gods, meaning they were fated to face elimination. But for Gobta, this wasn't much of a concern. With the divine keys he possessed, not even the counterforce could pose a threat. Don't worry, mother, even if that day comes, I'll be safe and sound. Gobta, this is no joke, the power of the counterforce is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Scathach frowned slightly. As the queen of the land of shadows, she was well aware of the formidable might of the counterforce. They were so powerful that practically anything that belonged to this planet couldn't overcome them. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have entertained the idea of having Gobta hide in the land of shadows for a lifetime. I'm not joking, mother. Gobta got up, sat beside Scathach, then took off the golden necklace around his neck, waving it in front of her. What's this? Scathach took it, puzzled. Suddenly, a strong shock flashed in her crimson eyes. The presence of counterforce disappeared. Scathach keenly felt that the golden necklace emitted an unusual fluctuation. It not only instantly severed her connection to the land of shadows but also blocked the overpowering presence of the counterforce that had always haunted her from all around. Although her strength was significantly weakened in this state, she was free from the influence of the counterforce. Where did her son get such a thing? As for the origin of this thing, I'm not ready to explain it yet. In short, you can understand it as something that doesn't belong to this world. I also have a few more like this one, so even if Britain is destroyed in the future, it won't affect me. Gobta smiled calmly. Scathach played with the golden necklace in her hands with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Including the spear you used to heal Siu Chula in just now, is it also the same thing as this one? Yup, Gobta nodded. I see. Scathach sighed in relief, a bewitching smile appearing on her exquisite face. She raised her hands and stretched in a big yawn, showcasing her beautiful figure. Haven't seen you in so long, tell me about your experiences outside, Scathach said calmly while her crimson eyes scanned her son. I have a feeling you've been through some very unbelievable things. Gobta considered his words for a moment, then proceeded to narrate his experiences since leaving the land of shadows. Except for the system, he held nothing back. Scathach hugged her bent left leg, her face against her knee, listening attentively to her son's tale like a little girl hearing bedtime stories. It wasn't until half an hour later that Gobta finally finished his narrative. So that's how it is, you got married without me knowing, and on top of that, you have a daughter now, Scathach said with a flat tone. Wait a minute, why are you focusing on that? Normally, shouldn't the main point be me becoming the king of Camelot or Vortigern getting the Holy Grail to resurrect the gods? Why is the first thing you mention about my personal life? Of course, because I'm your mother, naturally, I would only care about your affairs, the rest has nothing to do with me, Scathach replied casually. Well, that makes sense, no, wait a second. That's not the point. I've decided, Scathach stood up. I'm going out with you. What? Why? Gobta asked in a confused tone, his expression dumbfounded. However, a delicate hand suddenly rested on his ear, making a sharp 90-degree turn without mercy. Ouch! It hurt, mother. You have the nerve to ask me why? Scathach gritted her teeth. Gobta, don't forget, I'm your mother. Have you ever seen a mother who knows nothing about her child getting married and having children? Gobta glanced around and finally sighed. I'm sorry, mother, it's all my fault. Now that it's already happened, I don't feel like pursuing it any further, Scathach let go of his ear, crossed her arms, and snorted. But anyway, I have to personally find out what's going on, it's my basic duty as a mother, understand? Yes, I understand, Gobta nodded obediently. Besides, didn't you say you have to defeat that white dragon who carries the Holy Grail? Since you've made up your mind, as a mother, I have to offer you some support. Are you going out just for the sake of having a good fight? Are you questioning your mother? Ahem. That's not what I meant. But leaving the land of shadows, your strength should be greatly weakened, no? I never expected that one day my strength would be questioned by someone else, Scathach showed a little friendly smile and raised Gungnir in her hand. It seems that after not seeing your mother for a while, you get arrogant and quite confident in your strength. Since that's the case, how about we spar a bit? I promise to only use my spearmanship. Recalling the scene earlier when his mother threw Gungnir, which seemed to pierce through the entire world, Gobta decisively shook his head. Sorry, I spoke carelessly. Humph, that's about right, Scathach snorted and put down Gungnir in her hand. Gobta glanced with confusion at the transformed spear, or rather, the divine construct that truly displayed its power. By the way, mother, how did you know about this spear being in my hands? Of course, it's because of the wisdom of Dun Scath, Scathach replied while pointing to her eyes. Odin anticipated this scene thousands of years ago, so he left Gungnir for me, hoping I would solve Loki with it. The rune letters on this spear represent me in the first sentence and Loki in the last sentence. As a reward, he left Sleipnir for you and Gungnir for me. Gupta nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Gungnir, once in her hands, immediately showed its original power. It turned out that Odin had already set up the game. In fact, even if she didn't intervene, Gupta alone would have been enough to get rid of Loki. But with Odin's foresight abilities, it's probably impossible to predict the existence of the divine keys, a power not belonging to this world. Chapter 180. Over the next 2 days, Scathach had been dealing with the aftermath of the battle and in the process, thoroughly inspected various potential risks. Once she confirmed there were no lingering issues, she sought out Siu Chulain. Gupta ran into trouble outside, and I need to help him. During this time, the Land of Shadows is temporarily under your care. If anything unexpected happens, immediately use the rune to contact me, understand? Yes, Master. Siu Chulain responded loudly with determination, but then leaned in and whispered. Master, could you bring back some local specialties for me when you go out? You're a ghost now, neither hungry nor with a sense of taste, why would you need those things? Scathach asked with a puzzled tone. Well, I used to be alive, after all, Siu Chulain scratched his head. Even if I can't taste anything, I still want to reminisce about the sensation of eating. Whoosh! A large hole tore open in the void, and various foods such as wine, meat, desserts, and bread continuously fell from it, covering the ground in an instant. Siu Chulain was dumbfounded, pointing at various foods on the ground while staring at Gupta. These are. I happen to have a habit of stocking up on supplies regularly, these are all for you, Gupta said with a smile. Ever since the corruption incident of Artoria, he had developed a habit of always being prepared with sufficient supplies, regardless of the situation. Gupta, you truly are my best bro. It's not in vain that I've always looked out for you, you never disappoint me. Originally, it would have been fine not to bring this up, but as soon as Siu Chulain mentioned, best bro, Gupta involuntarily recalled the incident a few days ago when this guy deserted him. Indeed, leaving so much for a ghost is a bit too wasteful, maybe I should have left only 1/5 no, 1/10. What? No, don't. Camelot, Royal Palace. The void twisted slightly, and 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Is this where you usually live? Scathach pinched her chin with a thoughtful expression. These auras, fairy, dragon, dead apostle, valkyrie, and wielder of the sword of the planet, you've got quite the diverse group around you. Of course, your son is a king now. Gupta grinned proudly, but then his expression froze as if he remembered something. Wait a minute, did you just use magecraft to probe? Any problem with that? Despite the questioning tone, Scathach looked entirely unapologetic. As the Queen of the Land of Shadows, she never saw anything wrong with casually probing others, especially considering she was in her son's kingdom, where she felt even less psychological burden. However, she completely overlooked the fact that an unfamiliar power emanated from the king's room, and what that might imply. Boom! The walls suddenly exploded. Artoria, wielding Excalibur, emerged from the dust without hesitation and swung her holy sword at Scathach. Seeing this, Scathach raised an eyebrow, and summoned Gibalg. With a nonchalant flick, she created a dazzling display of afterimages, effortlessly parrying Artoria's strike without even moving from her position. What just happened? Artoria's azure eyes widened as she felt a momentary blur and her attack got dissolved like nothing. Such extraordinary spearmanship was unheard of. Very impressive swordsmanship, I can't find any flaws, looks like you must have a decent teacher. A calm voice reached Artoria's ears, evoking an inexplicable sense of shame. Breaking into the royal palace, lecturing my sister with such an arrogant attitude, you've got some nerve. Morgan's voice suddenly resounded from nearby and her magical energy surged like molten lava. Her face turned slightly cold, and magic circles around her erupted into dazzling beams of energy, hurtling towards Scathach. With a snap of her fingers, Scathach summoned an emerald-colored rune, seemingly containing all the truths of the world, swallowing the oncoming magical onslaught effortlessly. Primordial rune, Morgan's pupils shrank to pinpricks. What's happening? Drawn by the commotion, Nidhogg rushed in and asked in panic. Be careful, Lady Nidhogg, Artoria gripped her sword tightly, her delicate face filled with seriousness. A very powerful enemy has entered the palace and is standing right next to the king. What? Nidhogg's face turned cold, her pupils became merciless vertical slits. Sinister black bone wings unfurled behind her, and her waist-length black hair danced wildly without wind. The heavy aura crushed the surrounding rubble to dust. She looked ahead and fixed her gaze on the tall, slender woman with purple hair. However, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment after seeing the woman figure. HIATUS. Nidhogg stuttered. Morgan and Artoria, who were about to take action, instantly stopped, exchanging a glance and looking at Nidhogg with confusion. Lady Nidhogg, do you know this person? Artoria asked with confusion. The unusual tension on Nidhogg's body disappeared instantly. Her pretty face turned bright red while her body tensed and trembled slightly. I don't know, I do know. Are you Nidhogg? Scathach dismissed her spear and sizing up Nidhogg up and down with a pensive expression. So, this is the type Gobta fancies, huh? Nidhogg quickly bowed to Scathach. Hello. Nice to meet you. I am Gobta's wife, Nidhogg. It seems like it's not our first meeting, though that time doesn't really count as a proper one, Scathach smiled. I never expected you to reach this point with him. I initially thought that after waking up, you would try to kill him and take over his body or something. Ahahaha, Nidhogg awkwardly chuckled and her eyes darting around nervously. Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. For some reason, Nidhogg's reaction reminded her of how young girls looked when meeting their lovers' parents for the first time. Artoria also started to come to her senses. This purple-haired woman doesn't seem to be an enemy. Cough. Gobta cleared his throat and took a step forward. Everyone, let me introduce her properly. This lady is, in fact, my foster mother, the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathach. Chapter 181. Cough. Gobta cleared his throat and took a step forward. Everyone, let me introduce her properly. This lady is, in fact, my foster mother, the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathach. Mother. Mo mother? Artoria and Morgan were instantly dumbfounded and standing still as if petrified. Morgan, being the wisest of the two, was the first to react. Why didn't you tell us about this kind of thing in advance? Morgan complained while glaring at Gobta. She stepped forward, wearing an impeccable smile on her face, extending her hand towards Scathach. Nice to meet you, I'm Gobta's elder sister, Morgan Le Fay Pendragon, and this is my younger sister, Artoria Pendragon. We're truly sorry for what just happened, and we hope you can forgive our rudeness. We're really sorry. Artoria blushed and bowed almost 90 degrees to Scathach. No worries, I go through this kind of thing every day, and I've almost gotten used to it. Scathach smiled and shook hands with Morgan. Used to it? Does that mean she faces such battles every day? Is the environment in the Land of Shadows really that harsh? Morgan pondered silently. But her thoughts were interrupted as Scathach suddenly approached and sniffed at her neck. What are you doing? Morgan asked awkwardly. Scathach didn't answer. After sniffing, she circled Morgan several times, focusing on her eyes and hair. Then, she reached out and grabbed Morgan's big breasts. She grabbed my breasts. Morgan was dumbfounded until Scathach squeezed her breasts not too lightly, and only then did she finally react. She hastily covered her chest and took 2 steps back with her fair face turning crimson. What are you doing? Morgan stuttered as she asked with an angry tone. I sensed an old friend's aura from you, so I wanted to confirm if you were her disguise, Scathach calmly answered and acted as if nothing happened. Old friend? Morgan blinked in confusion. But I've never met you. Mother, Morgan is actually the evil side that got separated from Vivian, so you might find her familiar, Gobta, still recovering from his mother's bold actions, quickly explained. Oh, I see, I always wondered when that old witch who likes to dress up as a little girl would grow up, Scathach snorted, then turned to Artoria. Your name is Artoria, right? Can you take out the sword you used earlier and show it to me? Sure, no problem. With one hand holding Excalibur, and the other covering her chest, Artoria cautiously approached Scathach, maintaining a 1-meter distance, presenting the holy sword before her. Scathach observed the sword carefully and after a while, sighed. It's indeed the sword of the planet. Now that old witch's wish has finally been fulfilled, I guess there won't be a chance to meet again, huh? Her voice carried a hint of melancholy and loneliness. By the way, I remember Gobta mentioning he has a daughter named Mordred, right? Can you take me to see her? Of course, please follow me. To establish a good relationship with her mother-in-law, Nidhogg took the initiative and led Scathach towards Mordred's crib. So, she is the Queen of the Land of Shadows, indeed, a very domineering and powerful woman. No wonder she could become the gatekeeper of the Land of Shadows. Morgan chuckled helplessly, then turned to Gobta. I'm suddenly curious, how did she raise you? Gobta rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why do you think I've been avoiding her all this time? Because of Scathach's extremely special identity and her dislike for unnecessary trouble, Gobta did not spread her news widely. He only informed his close people like Bedivere and Kay. Knowing Scathach's identity, Bedivere and the others treated her with great respect. While the rest might not understand why they bowed to this unfamiliar purple-haired woman, seeing even these highly esteemed knights of the Round Table do so indicated that she was undoubtedly extraordinary. Later, people also noticed that this purple-haired woman often appeared with Queen Nid, Princess Morgan, and Princess Artoria. According to eyewitnesses, the latter three seemed somewhat subservient in her presence. Initially, people took it as a joke, considering the esteemed status of the three, who besides the king could make them bow. But then they discovered that every time Queen Nid and Princess Morgan received gifts, they would voluntarily give half to this mysterious purple-haired woman. Even Princess Artoria, whenever she got something delicious, would go to the purple-haired woman to share. Most astonishingly, the king personally issued a decree that henceforth, this purple-haired woman could freely enter any part of Camelot, even the king's study, which was considered a forbidden place. Now, the people were completely bewildered. What do you guys think? Where did that lady with the purple hair come from? Why does everyone, from the Knights of the Round Table to princesses, and even the queen and the king, respect her so much? Could she be a relative of the king? Like an aunt or something? Huh. Why not just say she's the king's mother? Come on dude, do some research first. That purple-haired lady looks very young, probably just a year or two older than the king, maybe even younger. I heard people say she exudes a very noble aura, not inferior to Princess Morgan. In that case, she must be a princess from some country, right? Could it be that her father wants to ally with Camelot, so he sent her here to marry the king? The king and Princess Artoria wouldn't show such respect to a marriage prospect. Besides, if that were the case, shouldn't Queen Nid be angry? Brother, you don't understand. This just proves how much the king adores this purple-haired princess. Princess Artoria and Queen Nid must have noticed, so they can only endure. Wow! This purple-haired princess is really lucky to be so favored by the chosen king. And so, shortly after, Scathach welcomed a new nickname. The beloved purple-haired princess of the chosen king. Chapter 182. King's Study, Royal Palace. Swoosh! A crimson spear cut through the air, piercing through a half-meter-thick marble wall. Gobta, who was busy dealing with documents, glanced up and sighed. The wall he had just repaired was now ruined again. Catching a glimpse of silver-white strands of hair falling like autumn leaves next to the spear, Merlin forced a stiff smile on his handsome face. Your Majesty the Queen of the Land of Shadows, isn't this a bit too dangerous? You really dare to tell nonsense about this, beloved purple-haired princess of the chosen king? Scathach asked with her arms crossed. Merlin shifted his eyes nervously to the side. Well, it's not like it's my fault, everyone was talking about it. In the field of magecraft, I might not match up to you, but don't think your crude magecraft disguises can fool my eyes, Scathach continued with a calm tone. Do you really think I don't know who started all of this? Well, we're civilized people, in the spirit of fairness. If you claim it's me, then prove it, Merlin responded while smirking. It seems you don't know me well. Another crimson spear appeared in Scathach's hand, thrusting toward Merlin like thunder. I don't need any reason if I want to beat someone. Startled by the oncoming spear, Merlin blinked, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. Boom! The spear pierced through the entire wall, embedding itself in the opposite room. Why are you running? Scathach raised an eyebrow and then summoned Gungnir. Go! She threw the spear, penetrating through walls, and after about half a minute, a distant scream echoed back. Gobta put down his documents, looking at the scattered debris. He sighed and wrote a rune in the air with his finger. As if time were rewinding, the debris returned to its original place, forming a solid wall. Less than a month and this room's been wrecked twice. I guess I'm the only king in the world experiencing this kind of thing, Gobta chuckled to himself. Such an unruly guy, yet the most powerful mage since the age of gods. It's beyond my understanding. Scathach shook her head, disapproving of Merlin's laziness despite his powerful talent in magecraft. Well, sometimes this world is just unfair. Monsters and regular folks can't be judged the same way. Gobta neatly stacked the processed documents, planning to have Yelena pick them up later. Among the so-called regular folks, I bet you don't include yourself. I am a regular folk. If you don't believe me, ask Nidhogg, she can confirm every night, Gobta asserted calmly. Scathach raised an eyebrow, walked to the desk, leaned down, revealing her alluring body, and gently hooked Gobta's chin with her slender fingers. Saying such things in front of me, are you implying something? Looking into those teasing crimson eyes, Gobta awkwardly scratched his nose. Actually, I don't mind doing that kind of thing with you, Scathach murmured in a low voice. The rich, sensual fragrance reminiscent of musk escaped from her full, sexy red lips as she lightly patted her son's face. Gobta's heart pounded, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over his mother's mature and sensual body. Really? Gobta discreetly swallowed saliva. When have you ever heard me tell a lie? Scathach smiled calmly. Gobta's breathing suddenly became heavier. He lowered his head slightly and tightly clenched his fists as the veins on the back of his hands bulged. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth with a slightly hoarse voice. There's something I'd like to ask you, Mother, can I? A hint of unnoticeable disappointment flashed in Scathach's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She stood up as if nothing had happened, straightened her hair, and smiled. Just speak, what is it? Gobta still didn't lift his head. I have a knight order of about 900 men, I hope you can teach them martial arts. Only true warriors are worthy of my guidance. Don't worry, I assure you, they are all true warriors. Since you say so, I'll look forward to it a bit. Gobta breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at his mother's face with an earnest expression. Thank you for your help. What are you saying? You're my son, there's no need to thank each other among family. Scathach responded casually while playfully pinching his cheek, then turned to leave. I'm leaving now, Morgan and Lily are still waiting for me to have afternoon tea together, remember to send someone to take me to meet your knight order tomorrow. Okay. Looking at the closed door, Gobta sighed deeply, leaned back in his chair, rubbed his forehead, and chuckled. Does this make me worse than an animal? Gobta glanced down at the small tent pitched below him and sighed again. You've worked hard, my little bro. The doors suddenly opened again, which startled him. He quickly huddled over the desk, concealing his tent. But when he looked up and saw who it was, he relaxed a bit. Why are you lying on the table? Nidhogg, dressed in a black dress, looked at him with confusion. Gobta's eyes roamed around as if pondering something, and soon a smile graced his face. Because I have a treasure hidden here, do you want to see it? What treasure? Nidhogg walked over, curious. The treasure, right here. Suddenly, he grabbed her delicate hand, which elicited her soft gasp. Nidhogg found herself in his embrace and felt a hard and hot object beneath her tummy. Her delicate face blushed instantly. How about this treasure? Do you like it? Tchwh, who would like something like this? Nidhogg spat lightly and turned her head. Oh ho. Are you sure about that? Without delay, Gobta gently kissed Nidhogg's smooth and fair neck, causing her body to tremble slightly. His hands were not idle either. One slid under her dress, exploring the full and delicate thighs, while the other climbed one of the big and soft breasts, kneading it with just the right amount of pressure. After several night activities of husband and wife, he knew every sensitive spot on her body like the back of his hand. Amicham. Nidhogg softly moaned, her pretty face growing even more flushed. Unconsciously, her breath became heavier, and her body felt boneless, leaning gently into Gobta's embrace, devoid of any strength. Just last night, we did it multiple times already. Nidhogg couldn't fathom why his lust was so insatiable. Who was the true dragon between them? Please, let me go, I have to attend Sister Morgan's afternoon tea later. Gobta couldn't care less as he was dominantly turning Nidhogg's head and kissing those rosy cherry lips. It took a good 10 minutes before he finally released her. Silver strands lingered at the corners of her mouth, her eyes misty and increasingly seductive. Gobta stroked Nidhogg's silky black hair, gently biting her crystal-clear earlobe. So, do you want to continue? If you insist, then, let's go to the bedroom, okay? I'm not quite comfortable here. His rationality instantly snapped. Gobta's eyes turned bloodshot and a beastly growl escaped his throat. He forcefully pushed Nidhogg onto the desk and his vigor was unleashed like a dragon's fury. Wait. Wait a second. The door is open. Chapter 183. 7 years had passed since Gobta pulled Caliban from the stone. During these 7 years, he first completed the conquest of Gunna. Then, using the coronation ceremony, he removed the corrupted nobles and officials within Camelot, clearing the obstacles for reform. After that, he led his troops north, annihilating 50,000 allied forces sent from the northern kingdoms and even launching a counterattack, occupying Wessex, Sussex, and Kent. After the counterattack, pressured by the situation at that time, Gobta didn't choose to push forward but returned to Camelot. On one hand, it was to digest the fruits of war, and on the other hand, to build strength for the final showdown. For years had passed since the war that had shocked all of Britain, and Gobta was no longer willing to delay any further. Due to the constraints of the times, the reform plans he initially designed were relatively simple. Mainly focusing on food production and military aspects. The advantage was quick and significant results, but correspondingly, the following development space would become smaller and smaller. After the initial bonus period, the marginal benefits of the reform were gradually diminishing. By now, Camelot had basically reached a bottleneck. But it didn't mean Camelot had become perfect. It still had many flaws, such as the political system, education, social structure, and productivity, all of which needed addressing. However, these issues couldn't be solved overnight. Some might have even taken 30 to 50 years to see initial results. In the end, Gobta decisively abandoned them all because time wasn't entirely on his side. Initially hinted by the system, he guessed that within 7 years, the final battle between him and Vortigern would erupt. At first, he thought what the system meant was that within 7 years, Vortigern would undoubtedly declare war on Camelot. But after careful thought, a more terrifying idea occurred to him. Maybe, the true meaning of the system was that if he couldn't defeat Vortigern within 7 years, it would be impossible to defeat him thereafter. When Gobta thought carefully, Vortigern had the Holy Grail and the concept of the end of the age of gods stolen from Nidhogg. If given 7 years, who knew what he might become? Perhaps, one day Gobta would wake up, and the world would suddenly revert to the age of gods. If that were the case, all his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, Camelot's strength had far surpassed the peak during the reign of Uther. Even if all the allied nations united, they could only end up being stylishly beaten. It was practically impossible to achieve significant improvement in the short term. Although Gobta didn't know how far Vortigern had progressed with his plans, he was no longer willing to wait. With determination, he immediately gathered everyone, calling for a round-table meeting. War. All right. I've been waiting for this day. I can't wait to shove Vortigern's head into his fucking ass. Kay was the first to express support for Gobta's decision. After all these years, he was no longer the clueless boy who had just walked out of Tintagel. Now, he was a respected knight of the Round Table, often leading the charge with the golden sword Clayam's solace in hand. People even called him the Golden Knight. However, spending so much time on the battlefield had given him a bad habit of foul language, and after Gobta's futile attempts to correct him, he couldn't be bothered anymore. I agree, from the data we've gathered, Camelot's improvement is diminishing, but it also confirms that we are currently at our peak. Declaring war on Vortigern at this time, I believe, is not a problem. Next to agree was Bedivere. He had completely shed his past insecurities and weaknesses, radiating his own brilliance. Even among the Knights of the Round Table, he was a prominent figure. I'm fine with it. Next was Artoria. Under Gobta's long-term influence, she had gradually grasped the true wisdom of being a king. Despite being a woman, she became the chief knight of the Round Table. It was worth noting that, due to the loss of Caliban's influence, her body had developed to a degree not inferior to Morgan's, much to her chagrin, believing it would be inconvenient in battle. Meanwhile, Lancelot, the one who became the chief knight in the original story, had finally sworn allegiance to Gobta, becoming a member of the Round Table, with a position and strength second only to Artoria. Since even these influential figures had expressed their approval, the remaining Knights of the Round Table naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Deciding to declare war, the next step was to devise appropriate strategic tactics. Under Gobta's deliberate guidance, each member of the Round Table had unique insights in this regard. With the addition of master strategists Bedivere and Artoria, the strategy was completely finalized within a month. After the final strategic meeting, Gobta let everyone else leave first and kept Artoria behind. "Teacher, did you ask me to stay for something?" Artoria asked curiously. Gobta leaned back in his chair, eyes slightly closed. "Lily, do you remember how long it has been since we first met until now?" 7 years and 6 months, Artoria replied without hesitation. "Is that so? Time has passed so quickly. I never thought the little girl from back then would grow into such a gorgeous lady." Artoria lowered her head slightly, her pretty face showing a barely noticeable blush. "I said back then that I would teach you everything I know and then return the throne to you." Gobta looked up at the ceiling. "Now, it's about time." Artoria suddenly looked up, disbelief filling her azure eyes. "Teacher, are you saying?" Gobta raised his palm, and a palm-sized box with intricate patterns appeared in his hand, the item that Ferguson had given him. The patterns on the box lit up one by one, converging into a dazzling light. After a moment, the box disappeared, replaced by a pristine silvery white lance with intricate spiral patterns. This lance is known as Rongominiath lance that shines to the end of the world and the key for humanity to ascend to the seat of primacy. Your task is to take it and kill Vortigern with it. And then bathe in the dragon blood and be crowned as the king. Chapter 184. Under Gobta's deliberate development over the years, Camelot's level of militarization far surpassed the current era. Now, his army consisted of 50,000 soldiers, including 15,000 cavalry, nearly several times more than all of Britain and Europe combined. To raise such an army required astronomical funds. Without the hefty profits from exporting grain to Europe, Gobta wouldn't have been able to sustain them. With the earned money, he practically depleted all of Britain and Europe's iron ore, equipping each member of the army with excellent armor and weapons, leaving other nations far behind in terms of equipment alone. Add to that was his specially prepared modern military training program, significantly enhancing the cohesion and combat power of this army. Even without the intervention of Gobta and the others, they alone were enough to sweep through the entire allied nations. In addition, there was his Knight Order Godslayer Knights. After 7 years of meticulous preparation, this Knight Order, into which Gobta poured a considerable amount of effort and care, finally took shape. The number had reached 931, each one among the top knights in Britain. Each of them had crossed the path of trial known as the Knight Proof. They were true warriors with unwavering wills and formidable combat skills under Scathach's guidance. Coupled with the second-generation artificial magic circuit and the key of domination they carried, their combat power was terrifyingly high. Though Gobta hadn't tested the true strength of the Knight Order personally, according to Scathach, their combat power was now no less than the Knights of Fianna led by Finn Mac Cumhale in Celtic mythology. According to the previously established strategy, they would be divided into 3 routes this time, launching attacks on Essex, East Anglia, and Mercia respectively. After the 3 armies converged, they would jointly launch a total assault on the most powerful Northumbria. Afterward, they would face the last line of defense in the north, the fortress city of Vortigern, Londinium. 4 years ago, when Gobta proposed the 3-front strategy, many thought he was insane, even Bedivere felt the plan was too risky. Now, 4 years later, they chose the 3-front strategy again, challenging the entire northern kingdoms. However, this time, no one opposed it. Instead, they felt it was only natural. This was the confidence brought about by the increase in strength. And so, the day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. Gobta, adorned in silver armor with a cloak embroidered in gold thread, with Caliban at his waist, symbolizing kingship. Artoria and the others followed behind him, imposing and extraordinary. He stood before tens of thousands of soldiers, surveyed the scene, raised Caliban in his hand, and loudly declared, "I, Arthur, the chosen king of Camelot, the fated ruler of Britain. Here, I stand before you in resolute proclamation. Behold! The hour of the definitive clash is upon us. This juncture marks the profound parting of men and gods. The trajectory to the morrow lies firmly within our grasp. And the luminosity of humanity is poised to illuminate this sacred soil. O valiant and indomitable warriors, if your spirits are steeled, then pledge unto me the very essence of your existence. Arthur! 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 Arthur!" The passionate soldiers shouted, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Gobta looked up at the sky, raised his index finger and thumb to his mouth, and blew a loud whistle. Whistle! After a moment, a tall and mighty figure descended from the sky with agile steps. It was a white horse, significantly larger than a regular horse, with a pure white mane shining brightly. More noticeable was that the horse had a total of 8 legs. The legendary 8-legged horse Sleipnir. Through the joint efforts of Thrud and Scathach, they had successfully hatched it. Gobta mounted the exclusive steed of the Allfather Odin and raised Caliban high in his hand. The golden sword sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. "Everyone, follow me." Britain covered an area of around 20,000 square meters, a not-so-large land with predominantly flat terrain. In preparation for the impending war, Gobta had been arranging road construction for the past 4 years. By now, basic stone roads had been laid, significantly increasing the marching speed from Camelot to the Great Wall of the North. After a fortnight of continuous travel, Camelot's 50,000-strong army finally reached the Great Wall. They would rest and regroup here for 5 days before launching the offensive against the remaining 4 northern kingdoms. However, on the 5th day, a sudden piece of news reached Gobta's ears. Essex, East Anglia, and Mercia have gathered a 50,000 army and infiltrated Camelot. Gobta's brows furrowed. "Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, though I admit that I might usually be a bit frivolous, in matters of great importance, I can distinguish urgency," Merlin said helplessly. He was communicating with Gobta through magecraft from the royal palace. "It's impossible for such a thing to happen," Gobta murmured. With the protection of the Great Wall of the North and Hadrian's Wall, how did they manage to sneak into the south without anyone noticing? Hadrian's Wall had blocked Vortigern for 15 years. While it was true that Vortigern hadn't put forth his full effort, the quality of Hadrian's Wall itself was undeniable. Now, with the addition of the Great Wall that Gobta personally constructed, how did this army manage to infiltrate? "It's Earl Mark and the King of Gwent," Merlin explained. "They united, broke through the blockades of the Great Wall of the North and Hadrian's Wall, and sneakily brought this army in. Vortigern was evidently well prepared this time and used the power of the Holy Grail to conceal them. My clairvoyance didn't see any movement from this army before. Mark, King of Gwent, you sure know how to pick your moments, Gobta muttered and clenched his teeth tightly, then took a deep breath. Where are they now? At Lukenmont, Duke Benedict is currently in the battle with them, Merlin replied. How long can he hold on? For Daysnow, I estimate it might only be 3 days. 3 days. Gobta furrowed his brows tightly. Even if he sent his army back to defend, it would be too late. Chapter 185. Lukenmont was Camelot's border and defense. Once it fell, the enemy could roam freely inside, posing an immeasurable threat to Camelot. Moreover, this northern army wasn't just composed of regular soldiers, there were many phantasmal species and dead apostles. These monsters could easily massacre a city. If they breached the defenses, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contact every king of the allied nations for me, tell them that as long as they are willing to send their armies to help us through this crisis, I will compensate them tenfold afterward. Gobta ordered Merlin. Half an hour later, Merlin's voice echoed helplessly in Gobta's ears again. No good, only 3 kingdoms are willing to send troops to help us, but their combined forces amount to only 20,000, it's impossible to stop the northern army. As Gobta had predicted in the past, these people were all talking about becoming vassal states of Camelot, pledging allegiance, but when trouble arose, they scattered faster than rabbits. Where's the king of Deheubarth? He should have enough soldiers at his disposal. The king of Deheubarth said he won't help the king of Gwent or us this time, whether we survive this crisis depends entirely on our own fate, Merlin explained. After a moment of silence, Gobta opened his mouth. I understand. He ended the communication and sought out Artoria. Teacher, is there something you need? Artoria, clad in silver armor, entered Gobta's tent and asked with a solemn tone. Vortigern has sent 50,000 soldiers to attack Camelot, Duke Benedict is still resisting fiercely, so I need to go back as soon as possible to rescue them, Gobta got straight to the point. This, Artoria widened her eyes in surprise. That army will break through Lukenmont in no more than 3 days. There's no time to send reinforcements, and the allied nations are unwilling to help us. So, the only way is for me to personally go back and rescue them. I'll leave things here to you for now. After saying that, Gobta patted Artoria's shoulder. Can I count on you? Are you suggesting I command the upcoming war? Artoria took a few steps back, her azure eyes showing a hint of panic. But, teacher, you're the king. If you're not here, problems might arise. Haven't you all handled wars on your own before? With my mother, Big Sis, Nidhogg, and the Knights of the Round Table, everything will be fine. Teacher, maybe you should send them instead of yourself. The enemy is powerful this time, relying solely on them may not be enough, and I'm concerned the enemy might set up a trap, it's safer for me to go back personally. Then, can't we wait for you to return before starting the war? No. Vortigern is clearly trying to delay time, it indicates he's in a crucial moment, we can't keep waiting. Artoria hesitated and stuttered. Gobta approached, opening his arms to embrace the bewildered Artoria. Lily, do you remember what I told you before? After this war, you will be crowned as the king, bearing the fate of a kingdom, so, believe in yourself, just like how I believe in you. Feeling the familiar and warm breath lingering on her nose, Artoria's azure eyes gradually showed a determined expression. Yes, teacher. I won't let you down. Good, you're starting to look like a king, Gobta let go of Artoria, smiling as he patted her shoulder. He then gathered Nidhogg, Scathach, Morgan, and the others, briefing them on the current situation and the following arrangements. After everyone nodded in agreement, he set off for Lukenmont. Lukenmont. This fortress city on the border of Camelot gained fame in recent years as the first stop for knights and bards eager to witness the rising glory of the chosen king. Countless admirers of the king's deeds flocked to this place, hoping to bask in the radiance of the emerging monarch. However, at this moment, the city had been completely engulfed by the flames of war. The magic formations on the city walls emitted only a faint glow, resembling fireflies. Everywhere, there were dark scorch marks and corrosive traces. Under the enemy's relentless onslaught, the city teetered on the brink of collapse. Hold on, everyone. His Majesty will send reinforcements soon. As long as we endure, victory will be ours. Benedict stood on the city wall, vigorously waving his sword to boost the morale. He was a far cry from the elegant and composed figure of yesteryear. His armor was in tatters. His face blackened like the bottom of a pot, and his hair burned on one side, revealing skin covered in burn marks and dripping with fresh blood. That guy must be the lord of this city, right? I think his name is Benedict. In the air, a figure with a human body and a bird's head, dressed in black with a pair of jet black wings extending from his back, remarked. He was the Black-Winged Lord Grandsir Blackmore. He may be scorned by the more elegant true ancestors due to his appearance, but his strength was undoubtedly top-tier among dead apostles. Regarding power and history, Grandsir rivaled the White-Winged Lord Trhvmn Ortenross, even ranking higher than him among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Beside Grandsir, Trhvmn responded while nodding. Though Trhvmn generally disliked this eccentric man, under Crimson Moon's command, he has to put up with it. I heard he has a good relationship with that chosen king. Grandsir's head turns 270 degrees to the right, looking at Trhvmn on his left, his bird beak forming a sly grin. Trhvmn furrowed his brows slightly and subtly distanced himself. He was the first one to aid King Arthur, and his brother is Bedivere, known as the king's left hand. Oh, I see. Grandsir watched Benedict below, a hint of madness in his eyes. What if I make him my servant? Will King Arthur be mad? Unlike typical dead apostles, humans who were fed upon by Grandsir didn't turn into vampires but rather became bird-headed creatures with wings. Before Trhvmn could reply, Grandsir dived, heading straight for Benedict. Meanwhile, a sudden sense of imminent danger floods Benedict's mind. Instinctively, he looked up to see a monstrous creature with a bird head and human body flying towards him. Enjoy the thrill of death and flight. Grandsir roared madly, reaching for Benedict with his arm. However, a hand suddenly emerged from the void and firmly grabbed his arm. Chapter 186. Grandsir looked at his captured arm, puzzled. Swoosh. A crisp sound rang in his ears as a spear with a golden chain flew out of nowhere, aiming directly at him. Without hesitation, Grandsir severed his captured arm and flashed back several meters, avoiding the golden spear's assault. Survival by sacrifice, indeed, Black-Winged Lord, you're truly decisive. Gobta clad in silver armor commented as he walked out of the void. He glanced at the severed arm, casually tossed it aside, and black flames erupted, reducing it to ashes. Your Majesty! Benedict exclaimed, joy evident in his eyes. You've worked hard, Duke, I'll take it from here. Gobta said calmly and took out the Star of Eden. He tossed it down, and a barrier emanated from its center, enveloping Lucamont. No matter how the phantasmal species and northern soldiers attacked, the barrier remained unyielding and standing firm. Seeing this, Benedict finally breathed a sigh of relief before collapsing onto the ground. He closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally strained. His injuries and weariness had pushed him to the brink. Only upon Gobta's arrival did he manage to let go. After healing Benedict's injuries with Abyss Flower, Gobta shifted his gaze to Grandsir in Trhvmn not far away. Black-Winged Lord, Grandsir Blackmore, and White-Winged Lord, Trhvmn Ortenross, Crimson Moon really went all out this time, sending both leaders of the dead apostles, Gobta casually remarked with a cold gaze. His gaze made Trhvmn instinctively take a step back with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Having experienced getting beaten black and blue by this black-haired man firsthand, Trhvmn knew the terrifying nature of the man before him. This man was someone who could rival the King of the Moon herself. Grandsir suddenly let out a strange and high-pitched laughter. He, Arthur, what can you do even if you're here? We have a whopping 50,000 soldiers, phantasmal species, and dead apostles, what can you change with just yourself? What can I change? Gobta's lips curved with a hint of mocking. Then open your eyes wide and watch, I'll show you what I can change. He reached out, and the key of corruption Jizo appeared in his hand. Jizo first power, Umbral Cataclysm. Jizo suddenly radiated a bright black light, like a rising black sun. Under this light, the eyes of monsters, dead apostles, and northern soldiers were surrounded by clusters of black flames. Their expressions gradually became fierce and insane, launching indiscriminate attacks on everything around them. As if something had taken away their sanity, their eyes lost all clarity, leaving only a wild madness. Even when facing their once closest comrades, the soldiers hesitated at nothing, raising their swords to sever their comrades' heads. Phantasmal species and dead apostles also swung their claws ruthlessly, mercilessly harvesting lives, completely forgetting that moments ago they stood together as comrades in battle. Carnage covered the land, blood flowed like rivers, and the ground was littered with crushed organs. Everywhere one looked, people were engaged in frenzied slaughter, as if transported to a savage ancient era, with only the most primal violence remaining. Chaos ensued, utterly chaotic. Even the usually crazy Grandsir couldn't help but show a hint of bewilderment at the sight. Gobta looked at the dead apostles, phantasmal species, and northern soldiers killing each other, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. This was why he was reluctant to use Jizo. Unbridled manipulation of wills and corruption of minds, this power was too terrifying. A small mistake could easily lead to unimaginable disaster. But now, he had no choice but to wield this power. The obsidian gaze of Grandsurg flickered slightly as a peculiar squirming sound emanated from his severed arm. Soon, a mass of flesh and blood grew out, transforming into a brand new arm in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he transformed into a colossal black crow, surrounded by a dark halo that instantly enveloped Gobta. The vast sky became shrouded in endless black feathers, swallowing sunlight and stars alike. This was an absolute, utterly lightless world of death. In the world of magecraft, birds were considered guides of the souls of the departed. Grandsurg, who made birds the foundation of his magecraft, was an exceptional carrier of souls. His love for birds projected into reality, granting him power beyond imagination. This was his reality marble nevermore. Watch out, Arthur. The birds dancing in my night sky only show disrespect to the departed. Flap. 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 The overwhelming sound of wing flapping, enough to send shivers down one's spine, echoed. Countless black birds, like dense storm clouds, descended upon Gobta. Their blood-red eyes exuded a thick aura of death. A direct collision would be fatal even for a dragon. However, talking about death in front of me, do you really know what you're blabbering about? A cold smile curved Gobta's lips as his black dragon body was unleashed. Jet-black bone wings unfolded in complex tattoos covering his entire body, releasing an immensely powerful aura of death. A colossal black dragon silhouette emerged behind him, its ferocious mouth wide open, exerting a vortex-like suction force. It swallowed all the approaching black birds and burped contentedly as its eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. What is that? Grandsurg's voice echoed from all directions, filled with undisguised panic. He thought his study of the concept of death was profound. Yet, why did this man possess the power of death closer to the origin than his own? He felt as if the man was the embodiment of death itself. Amid Grandsurg's shock and bewilderment, Gobta summoned Black Abyss and threw it forward with all his might, causing a sonic boom. Boom! The black spear pierced through the air, completely impaling a large crow hiding in the darkness. Grandsurg stared at the hole in his chest, then looked at Gobta. Why? Grandsurg asked with a hoarse voice. Though the question sounded a little unclear, Gobta quickly understood what he meant. Because you only imagined and imitated this world of death, while I have personally experienced, witnessed, and lived through true death. I see. Grandsurg's body gradually dissipated. I, who have never experienced death, foolishly believed I understood the meaning of death, how naive of me. Crack. With Grandsurg's demise, the black world shattered like broken glass. Rays of light seeped through, and with a loud bang, the reality marble collapsed. Chapter 187. I see. Grandsurg's body gradually dissipated. I, who have never experienced death, foolishly believed I understood the meaning of death, how naive of me. Crack. With Grandsurg's demise, the pitch-black world shattered like broken glass. Rays of light seeped through, and with a loud bang, the reality marble collapsed. Soon, familiar sunlight touched Gobta's body. Glancing down, he saw the remaining northern soldiers, phantasmal species, and dead apostles still engaged in brutal combat with each other, the scene gruesome and intense. He turned to look at Trhvmn not far away and raised an eyebrow. I thought you would run away during the time Blackwing Lord used his reality marble. I didn't expect you to stay. Do you really think he could have killed me? I would never have such naive thoughts. Rather, I was waiting for the moment you killed him. Trhvmn spoke nonchalantly. Although I know your relationship with him isn't good, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Aren't you afraid Crimson Moon will find out? Gobta asked. I'm not afraid, because it was her command. Trhvmn revealed a strange smile on his face. Now that it has come to this, there's no need to continue hiding. I'll tell you the truth, Arthur. Our true target this time wasn't Camelot but you. Gobta's heart instantly skipped a beat and an ominous feeling crept in. The moment Trhvmn's words fell, a tiny black dot suddenly appeared where Grandsurg's body had dissipated. It rapidly expanded into a black hole big enough to accommodate a person, an immense suction force pulling Gobta inevitably toward its center. The abyss-like black hole seemed to devour everything, its interior a profound chaos, impossible to discern. That's the banished dimension, and nobody knows what it's like inside because no one has ever escaped from it. Ha ha ha. Trhvmn laughed maniacally. Pay the price for your arrogance, Arthur. Bullshit. Gobta's face turned as serious as water. With a wave of his hand, the Star of Eden immediately flew to him. Star of Eden, Zeroth power, quasi-black hole. The black and red sphere rapidly expanded, turning into a black hole with a diameter of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. A more terrifying suction emanated from inside, pulling Gupta back bit by bit. Ugh! Gupta gritted his teeth, unable to suppress a painful groan. The feeling of being caught between two black holes wasn't pleasant at all. If he wasn't in the fully liberated state of the black dragon body, he would probably have been torn into countless pieces by now. Ha ha ha, you're quite resilient. But alas, my master anticipated this would happen long ago. Trhvmn grinned, and a silhouette of a golden cup gradually came out through his chest. And God said, "Let there be light." Swish! A brilliance more dazzling than the sun instantly filled the entire world. Everything froze as if trapped in amber. The zeroth power of the Star of Eden was forced to stop, and Gupta was immediately dragged into the black hole leading to the banished dimension. "It's finally over," Trhvmn sighed with relief, a hint of a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Arthur had always been their formidable adversary. This formidable man could create miracles time and again, whether it was Vortigern with the Holy Grail or Crimson Moon unleashing her power, none could gain any advantage against him. It was as if this man existed solely to counter them, so he came into this world. Therefore, after careful consideration, they decided to banish him from this world. Vortigern deliberately used 50,000 soldiers to lure him into this trap as bait, while Crimson Moon sacrificed her loyal servant, Gransurg. It was a heavy price, but looking at the results, it was all worthwhile. Without Arthur, there was no one left in this world who could stop them. "I need to hurry back and report this good news to Master." Trhvmn was about to turn and leave when a golden spear, with a trailing chain, suddenly emerged from the rapidly shrinking black hole, piercing through his stomach from behind. "What?" Trhvmn turned his head in terror. "Thinking of leaving? I'm sorry, but you must come with me." "No. No. No!" Trhvmn shouted frantically with panic etched across his face. He struggled to break free from the chain's restraint, even attempting to sever his own body. But under the binding power of the Oath of Judah, he was now no different from an ordinary mortal, powerless and unable to escape. The chain dragged Trhvmn without stopping, and at the moment the black hole disappeared, it also pulled him into the banished dimension. The void returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, at the Great Wall of the North. "What did you say?" Artoria slapped the table and stood up, her eyes glowing with disbelief. "As I said, this surprise attack was a trap set by Vortigern and Crimson Moon specifically for His Majesty. Unfortunately, His Majesty fell into their scheme and has been banished to another dimension." Merlin's voice echoed in her ears. "Tell me, how do we rescue him?" Artoria asked urgently. "There's no way, that place is nestled between the folds of the world. Even my clairvoyance can't see it. Plus, Vortigern has sealed that dimension with the Holy Grail. Unless we find a power higher than the Holy Grail, we can't open that dimension," Merlin explained helplessly. "Why don't you go help him then?" Artoria questioned like an enraged lioness, eyes ablaze with fury. "You didn't help him in battle, and now he's gone. You also said there's no way to bring him back. What use are you?" It was the first time she snapped and lashed out at him, and Merlin could only stay silent. When Gupta went to the north, he instructed Merlin to guard Camelot. Thus, he couldn't leave on his own. Even if he could go to battle, unless he killed Gransurg in place of Gupta, the outcome wouldn't have changed. But Merlin didn't voice these thoughts because he knew it wasn't Artoria's true intention. She was blinded by anger and needed an outlet. After her outburst, Artoria sat back down, lowered her head, and remained silent for a while. "Forgive me, Merlin, I'm not blaming you, I'm just a bit worked up," Artoria said softly with a guilty tone. "I understand," Merlin sighed. "So, what's your plan now?" Artoria pondered for a moment and said, "Regardless, Teacher's disappearance must not be leaked, it could cause unrest among the soldiers." "Are you planning to continue the war?" Merlin asked in surprise. "I have no other choice, the only way to save him now is to defeat Vortigern and seize the Holy Grail." Artoria clenched her fists with determination in her azure eyes. "Even if Teacher is not here, I must continue, since he said that one day I will be crowned as king, I must now take on the responsibilities of a king." Merlin remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Lily, you've truly grown up." With her decision made, Artoria picked up Rangaminiad and walked out of the tent, heading toward the military camp with resolute steps. However, what she didn't notice was the existence of a crimson feather emitting a faint glow on the back of her neck. Chapter 188. Artoria gathered Nidhogg, Scathach, and Morgan, and shared Gupta's situation with them, unsurprisingly sparking a mix of shock and anger. "So, the only way now is to defeat Vortigern, seize the Holy Grail, and then rescue Gupta, right?" Scathach said sharply. Yes, Artoria nodded. All right then, a crimson spear materialized in Scathach's hand. I'll go and take care of that dragon right now. Wait, Lady Scathach, Artoria intercepted Scathach. I understand your feelings right now, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. That's right. Vortigern currently has the Holy Grail, a powerful ally, and tens of thousands of soldiers. Going in alone is like walking into the lion's den. Even with all of us, it might not be enough. I know you want to rescue Gobta quickly, but the more critical the situation, the more we need to stay calm. Morgan advised calmly. Scathach fell silent for a moment, then turned to Artoria. What's your plan? I plan to change our previous strategy. We will split our army and focus on conquering Mercia and Essex, then, merge our army back and launch a joint attack on Northumbria. This way, we can quickly launch an attack on Vortigern, Artoria explained. But what about East Anglia? Nidhogg asked, puzzled. Of course, we're not leaving them alone. I've already asked Merlin to contact the allied nations. As for East Anglia, we'll leave it to them to handle, Artoria replied. But they refused to send their armies to help before. How can you be sure they'll listen to you now? Scathach frowned. Because I made it clear that if they send their armies, this incident will be forgiven, but if they choose to remain idle, I'll immediately lead our armies back to the south and deal with them first. Artoria's voice turned cold. The reason Gobta fell into the trap was not only due to Vortigern's thorough preparation but also because the allied nations turned a blind eye and refused to send reinforcements. If they had been willing to assist, Gobta wouldn't have needed to return personally, and he wouldn't have fallen into the trap, ending up banished to another dimension. 22 years ago, when Uther marched north to resist Vortigern, these people also chose to look the other way. In the end, Uther fell in battle. Now, with Vortigern sending armies to ambush Camelot, they once again chose to stand idle, causing Gobta to be caught off guard. Artoria understood their mindset all because Camelot had become too powerful, making them uneasy. So, they saw this as an opportunity to weaken Camelot. Gobta had informed them of Vortigern's intentions a long time ago, but not a single one believed him. They even thought it was a lie he made up. Throughout, Camelot was the only force truly resisting Vortigern. The so-called allied nations merely paid lip service to friendship. When it truly mattered, not a single one stepped forward to help, and some even schemed against Camelot in secret. Artoria was already fed up and had enough of these hypocritical and selfish people. Not bad, Lily, why should we be at the forefront, risking it all, while those cowards enjoy the spoils from behind? We should have done this a long time ago. When will they respond? Scathach asked. I gave them until tomorrow noon. If by then less than 2/3 of the kingdoms have sent armies, I'll dispatch the Godslayer Knights to wipe them out, Artoria said. Scathach nodded, turning to leave. Lady Scathach, where are you going? Artoria asked with confusion. I have something to do, I'll be back soon, Scathach answered without looking back. Artoria was about to say something when Morgan grabbed her hand and shook her head slightly. Let her blow off some steam. Artoria sighed lightly, watching Scathach's figure as she walked away. Elder sister, could you please gather Sir Bedivere and the rest? I need to discuss the new strategy with them. Morgan hesitated for a moment, unaccustomed to being ordered by anyone other than Gobta, but in the end, she nodded. Got it. Morgan walked to the tent's exit, casting one more glance at Artoria who was talking with Nidhogg as if seeing someone's shadow in the latter. So, this is your reason for choosing Nidhogg, Morgan sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Artoria postponed the day's deployment and assembled the Knights of the Round Table overnight to create new marching routes and plans. Thus, the decision was made. Artoria would lead the Godslayer Knights and Morgan with 10,000 soldiers to attack Mercia, while Bedivere would lead the Knights of the Round Table. Scathach, Nidhogg, and the remaining 40,000 soldiers to attack Essex. The deadline was 2 days to capture both. Although some didn't fully understand why Artoria suddenly rushed into the attack, they accepted the plan and organized their armies accordingly. Early the next morning, Scathach finally returned, exuding a cold aura, covered in blood as if she walked out of hell. She carried 2 heads, those of Earl Mark and the King of Gwent. No one knew how she managed to kill these 2 prominent figures in just one night, but it was undoubtedly a brutal fight. Don't worry, this blood isn't mine, just got a little careless. Scathach said indifferently while tossing the 2 heads to the ground. The distorted faces of the 2 men still held deep fear in their bulging eyes, leaving one to wonder what they had experienced in their final moments. Nidhogg walked forward, stomping on the 2 heads like crushing watermelons, the splattering blood and brain matter creating a gruesome scene. Artoria chose to turn a blind eye. After so many years, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Now, her tolerance and mercy were reserved for those she cherished. By noon, Merlin finally brought good news. Camelot's unexpected aggressiveness had indeed pressured the allied nations. Except for a few hesitant kingdoms, over three-quarters had already sent their armies, launching an attack on East Anglia. Upon receiving the news, Artoria immediately summoned the entire army, splitting into two forces heading for Mercia and Essex. Chapter 189. Due to the tight schedule, Artoria opted for the nearest road to the royal capital of Mercia. To increase marching speed, she even directly invoked the invisible air, and the army of over 10,000 advanced like a gust of wind. Under the unstoppable iron hooves of the Godslayer knights, the defenses set up along the way by Mercia were as fragile as paper, easily shattered. After capturing each city, Artoria left 1,000 soldiers to guard it, preventing their retreat from being cut off and avoiding being flanked by the enemy. Relying on the terrifying efficiency of the Godslayer knights, they captured 5 cities in just one day and night. On the second morning, they saw Mercia's royal capital standing tall on the plain. The commander of Mercia clearly had no intention of facing them head-on. He activated the magic formations at full power, enveloping the massive city in a thick bounded field, impregnable like a towering peak. "Sorry, but with the strength of the knights, it's unlikely we can break through that bounded field in a short time," Lamorak said to Artoria. This might be considered the only flaw of the Godslayer knights. While their group combat abilities and individual strength were powerful, they lacked decisive burst power, making them often less effective in siege warfare. "No problem, just leave it to me." Artoria, riding the horse Scathach gave her, approached about 50 meters from the front of the royal capital. She dismounted, looking at the magnificent city. Her palm tightened slightly as Excalibur appeared in her hand. The dragon's heartbeat and endless magical energy flowed into the holy sword. Countless dazzling golden light particles converged on the sword from all directions. As if forged by radiance. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life, feel its wrath Excalibur. Boom! A 10-meter-long golden pillar of light extended from the sword toward the sky. Without delay, Artoria swung down forcefully. And the pillar of light hit the bounded field. After a brief pause, the vast magical fluctuations gathered into a visible storm, echoing like a thunderous roar. They remained locked for a full minute. Even with the support of the ley lines, the bounded field couldn't withstand the tremendous power of the holy sword of the planet. With creaking sounds, the surface of the bounded field revealed a dense network of cracks, followed by a booming explosion. "Knights, chargee!" Lamorak raised his spear and charged at the forefront. The knights followed closely behind, and the remaining 5,000 soldiers followed them, storming into the royal capital of Mercia. Artoria tried to mount her horse, but her legs suddenly went weak, almost causing her to fall. Morgan supported her from behind, looking at her pale face and rapidly rising and falling chest. "You're exhausted, Lily," Morgan said with a sigh. The invisible air covering over 10,000 people, released continuously for 24 hours, was too much for even the dragon heart to bear. The last strike she just made was Artoria's final effort. At this moment, she had been drained completely. "Sorry, elder sister, I have no other choice," Artoria said with her head lowered, both palms clenched tightly. "I don't possess the profound wisdom and formidable strength like teacher. I can't handle every situation effortlessly like him. I have to push myself constantly, squeezing out every ounce of my strength. Fighting desperately for the only hope. This is the only thing I can do." Since Gobta handed over Rongaminiad to her, Artoria had been anxious. She feared that she might not live up to his expectations and disappoint him. Her teacher had always been her role model, but the closer she got to the sun, the more she felt her own insignificance. The longer she stayed by his side, the more she realized her weaknesses. She struggled to keep pace with her teacher, but the gap was too vast. It was like trying to reconcile the clouds in the sky with the mud on the ground. No matter what method she used, she couldn't bridge the difference. So, she had to push herself to the limit and exhaust every bit of her strength. Only then could she barely keep up with that man. Morgan's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as she gently embraced her younger sister. "Lily, I understand how you feel. But why compare yourself to him in the first place? He has his strengths, and you have yours. If he decided to pass the throne to you, it means he trusts your abilities. You don't need to burden yourself with so much pressure and unnecessary thought, just do what you can do. Give yourself some leeway, Lily, don't always shoulder everything alone, even Gobta has things he can't do, let alone you, learn to trust others. It's an essential lesson for a ruler." Artoria remained silent for a while before finally exhaling. "Maybe you're right, elder sister, I've been too impatient." "As long as you understand," Morgan said with relief with a slight smile on her face. Artoria gazed at the city in front of her. In the end, she abandoned the idea of entering, took off her luggage, and prepared to replenish her strength with some provisions. Her magical energy came from her stamina, and if she lacked stamina, her magical energy recovery would be slow. She opened her luggage and took out a few brick-like objects. These were compressed rations specially made for her by Merlin at Gobta's request, although they tasted average. They were very filling. A normal person could eat one and go without food for a whole day. Artoria quickly finished these compressed rations, touched her stomach, and furrowed her brows slightly. What's wrong? Not full yet? No, Artoria chuckled. I squeezed my magical energy too hard before. Even if I fill my stomach now, I won't be able to replenish it in the short term. I'm afraid there might be problems when we attack Northumbria. Running low on magical energy, Morgan pondered for a moment before an idea suddenly came to her mind. I have a method to replenish magical energy quickly. Want to give it a try? What method? Artoria asked curiously. Morgan leaned in close to Artoria's ear and whispered a few words. At first, Artoria looked puzzled, then her face suddenly turned red. This, but we're both women, how can we do such a thing? Artoria's gaze wandered as she stuttered. Morgan shrugged nonchalantly. What's the big deal? It's just a mere physical contact, body to body. It's the fastest way, believe me. Is there really no other way? Artoria hesitated. This is the quickest method, other ways probably won't replenish your magical energy as fast. Artoria bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. After a while, she made up her mind and nodded. Alright, let's do it your way. But you have to promise absolutely not to leak this out, especially not to teacher. Don't worry, I don't want him to know about this either. Morgan nodded and reassured her younger sister. With a wave of her hand, Morgan created a bounded field, isolating the space within 3 meters from the outside world. Soon, a rustling sound echoed in the small space. Wait, isn't it enough to use the mouth? Why do we have to take off our clothes? Chapter 190. After a day of regrouping in the royal capital of Mercia, Artoria left behind 1,500 soldiers. Accompanied by the God-Slayer Knights and the remaining 3,500 soldiers, she headed towards Northumbria. On the other side, Bedivere's group also progressed smoothly, successfully capturing Essex and also advancing towards Northumbria. In comparison, the progress of the allied nations was slightly slower. They had just annexed 3/4 of the territory of East Anglia and were currently engaged in a final battle around the royal capital. Artoria and Bedivere each led their armies, one from the east and the other from the west, like two sharp blades piercing into the territory of Northumbria. With their formidable combat capabilities, they advanced like a hot knife through butter, conquering almost half of Northumbria's land in just one day and smoothly assembling near the royal capital of Northumbria. How's the casualty on your side? Artoria asked Bedivere. 300 dead, over 2,000 wounded, but still within acceptable limits, Bedivere responded. Artoria nodded. Maintaining such low casualties in such a rapid attack showcased Bedivere's commanding abilities. On the other hand, it was also due to their profound strength. Both the God-Slayer Knights and Nidhogg were unquestionably super weapons in this large-scale war. Capable of decisively changing the course of the battlefield in an instant. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have paid a higher price. Artoria gazed at the massive royal capital in the distance. Once they captured it, they would face their final enemy. Boom! Just as she was about to order the attack, a violent and earth-shaking roar suddenly echoed. Thousands of chimeras, mountain giants, yugalu, and other phantasmal species rushed from all directions, roaring towards them. At the same time, a mighty roar filled the sky. Countless wyverns swooped down, darkening the sky, and behind them were even larger dragon species with 4 legs. That's real dragons. Oh my god, how did so many phantasmal species suddenly appear? Where did they come from? The sudden change threw the Camelot army into a panic, but then a golden pillar of light shot up, and the glittering particles rained down, gradually dispelling their inner turmoil. Fear not, for we are the undefeated Camelot. No matter how powerful the enemy, they face only defeat before us. Artoria shouted while raising Excalibur. Obey my command, attack. Lamorak led the God-Slayer Knights, charging ahead to confront the largest group of phantasmal species, engaging them in fierce combat. Hey, look who's charging ahead again. Gaheris laughed, cursing playfully. Well, when you've got the confidence, why hold back? Gawain twirled his sword in his hand. But hey, we can't afford to lose, right? True that. Hey, how about we make a little bet? The one who kills the fewest monsters treats the others for a month. Just treating seems kinda boring. How about this? The one who kills the least has to eat Gawain's mashed potatoes for a whole month. What do you think? Everyone fell silent for a moment, then charged out simultaneously, battling the phantasmal species with determination, as if they were avenging a personal vendetta. Eating mashed potatoes for a month doesn't sound too bad though. Gawain scratched his head and soon joined the fray. Encouraged by the charge of the God-Slayer Knights and the Knights of the Round Table, the remaining Camelot soldiers followed suit, eager to prove their valor. Gobta had anticipated facing numerous phantasmal species long ago, designing specific training programs for his army. Although initially taken aback by the unexpected horde, the soldiers quickly regained their composure, showcasing their excellent military discipline and systematically engaging the creatures as trained. Scathach, wielding 2 Gibalg, targeted the mountain giants. Their unique structures made them hard for regular soldiers to handle, so she took matters into her own hands. Morgan also recognized the situation and adjusted her magic circles, launching attacks on the mountain giants. As the ground battle intensified, the sky was no less chaotic. Hundreds of wyverns dove down with razor-sharp claws, but Tristan led his 3,000 archers, armed with magically enhanced longbows, efficiently taking down the creatures. Tristan had personally selected and trained these archers, and with the magical longbows specially crafted by the court mages under Gobta's orders, their firepower was significantly increased. Meanwhile, Nidhogg revealed her true form, a black dragon over a kilometer long, hovering high above. Even the largest wyverns paled in comparison. They avoided her, not daring to come within a mile of the true queen of the sky. She ignored the smaller foes, focusing on the dragons and giants. Like the mountain giants, these creatures were beyond the reach of regular soldiers, requiring a larger monster to eliminate them. She unleashed scorching black flames from her dragon maw, engulfing the dragons. The intense heat, combined with the potent power of death, caused the dragons to flap their wings in agony, emitting painful cries. Apart from the high temperature, her flames contained a strong power of death. The dragons burned to ashes, not a single scale remaining. The sky and the ground became a symphony of war, a cacophony of roars, the ebb and flow of battle, soldiers' shouts, magical beams, explosive blasts, severed limbs, and splattered blood, weaving together a brutal and tragic composition. Yet, abnormal signs gradually began to emerge. Lancelot was the first to notice something amiss. A casual glance revealed a soldier's chest nearby heaving more violently than it should. He frowned slightly and turned to Bedivere beside him. "Hey, do you remember how long we've been in battle?" Bedivere swung his silver arm, slicing a row of enemies in half. After a moment of thought, he replied, "It's been about an hour." "How many of these phantasmal species have we killed?" "Well, I can't say for sure," Bedivere scratched his head and carefully tried to remember. "But at least 5,000, I'd say." 5,000, Lancelot's eyes squinted. "Then why do I feel like the number hasn't decreased at all?" Bedivere was startled, quickly looked around, and then realized that the number of phantasmal species around them was exactly the same as before. "What's going on?" Bedivere exclaimed, full of confusion. Chapter 191. How many of these phantasmal species have we killed? "Well, I can't say for sure," Bedivere scratched his head and carefully tried to remember. "But at least 5,000, I'd say." 5,000, Lancelot's eyes squinted. "Then why do I feel like the number hasn't decreased at all?" Bedivere was startled, quickly looked around, and then realized that the number of phantasmal species around them was exactly the same as before. "What's going on?" Bedivere exclaimed, full of confusion. He vividly remembered that the initial wave of phantasmal species should have only numbered in the thousands. But why did the count remain the same after killing so many? This was definitely not normal. Lancelot pondered for a moment. "I'll go ask Artoria, maybe she knows what's going on." He wielded a rondite, cutting through phantasmal species along the way, reached Artoria, and explained his findings. "So that's it, no wonder I felt something was off since earlier," Artoria said while watching the battle and deep in thought. "Do you know what's going on?" Lancelot asked. Artoria nodded, looking towards the city in the distance. These phantasmal species weren't brought here by Vortigern using the power of the Holy Grail, instead, someone manifested them through their own imagination. Manifested? Lancelot was puzzled. Gobta had only revealed the true origin of Crimson Moon to a select few, including Artoria, Morgan, and Scathach. The reason for not spreading this information widely was the fear that it might have negative consequences. After Lancelot's reminder, Artoria instantly realized that they weren't facing Vortigern but the King of the Moon. The enemy intentionally manifested phantasmal species like chimera, mountain giants, and dragons to create an illusion, making them believe they were fighting against Vortigern's revived monsters. Monsters revived by the Holy Grail were limited, but those manifested were infinite. Crimson Moon utilized their ingrained impressions to set up this trap, leading them to make a wrong judgment about the true situation. When someone's attention was entirely focused on one thing, it was easy to overlook other circumstances. Especially in such a fierce battlefield. Few would pay attention to the increase or decrease in enemy numbers, especially for powerful warriors like Artoria. In this intense situation, she would hardly notice the surrounding changes. However, regular soldiers were different. They could fight intensively for an hour or two. But fighting for 10 hours straight was impossible. If Lancelot hadn't noticed the anomaly, they would have fallen into the enemy's trap, trapped in this endless sea of creatures until they were completely overwhelmed. Artoria always believed that such a formidable enemy would disdain using tactics to win, opting to crush them straightforwardly. But she never expected the enemy's strategy to be so meticulous. Because of this ingrained belief, she hadn't noticed the signs of the problem. Eating the same mistake twice for a commander was an unforgivable error. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. "Lady Scathach, I need your help." Artoria shouted loudly towards Scathach in the distance. "I knew." Scathach threw her 2 crimson spears in her hands, blasting the heads of 2 mountain giants into fragments. Then, with a faint glow, a silver-white spear Gungnir, adorned with intricate runes, instantly appeared in her hand. Closing her eyes slightly, Scathach immersed her consciousness entirely in the spear. Her aura gradually contracted, like a gathering storm, and when it reached the critical point, she abruptly opened her eyes. A razor-sharp aura, resembling the spear itself, burst forth, and with all her might, she threw Gungnir toward the royal capital of Northumbria. It was a spear that tore through space. In an instant, the entire battlefield froze, and all eyes were fixed on the existence of that spear as if the entire world lost its color at that very moment. Boom! Gungnir collided with the bounded field protecting the city, and with a thunderous roar, the immensely thick bounded field shattered in an instant. Artoria rode on her horse, Dun Stallion, charging non-stop towards the royal capital. The phantasmal species, as if gone mad, rushed forward without any regard, trying to stop her. "Block them." Morgan's voice echoed through magecraft as she activated countless magic circles, obliterating all monsters approaching Artoria into dust. The Knights of the Round Table and the Godslayer Knight immediately came to Artoria's aid, holding off the pursuers. Driven by the invisible air, Artoria quickly stormed into the royal capital, but the Anglo-Saxons within the city hurriedly came to intercept. "I don't have time to waste with all of you." Artoria pulled the reins, and her majestic horse reared up, neighing to the sky. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, its hooves stepped on the void, soaring into the air. Her eyes were fixed on the distant building situated in the center of the city, also the tallest building in the entire royal capital, a castle. Her intuition told her that her target was there. Dun Stallion traversed the air, using the power of the invisible air, directly smashing through the walls and entering the castle. It gently landed on the ground, surrounded by a spacious hall. However, there was no light and no one in sight. It was dim and silent, like an abandoned castle that had been desolate for thousands of years. A stunning woman in a white dress sat high on the throne, her golden eyes devoid of any emotion as she stared down at Artoria. "Didn't expect you to catch on so quickly, looks like I underestimated you after all." Crimson Moon spoke casually while sitting on the throne. Golden hair cascaded down to her waist, crossed long legs, hands supporting her cheeks, her pure gold eyes lazily fixed on Artoria. "Your tricks end here," Artoria's expression hardened. The invisible air, concentrated on Excalibur, unleashed in an instant, forming an invisible cyclone hammering towards Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon raised her hand casually, her delicate wrist effortlessly blocking the oncoming wind pillar, then effortlessly crushing it by closing her palm. Artoria's pupils contracted slightly, her long-planned strike was easily thwarted. Is this the true power of the King of the Moon? Artoria clenched her teeth with frustration. With her foot on the horse's back, she raised Excalibur and slashed toward Crimson Moon with all her might. Crimson Moon lifted a hand again, and a golden defensive bounded field materialized, which blocked the sword but broke in the process. A divine construct of the planet, not only imbued with mysterious power but also resilient. Ordinary defenses struggled against its attacks. But for Crimson Moon with her marble phantasm, creating bounded fields was as easy as breathing. If one couldn't hold, she created 10. If 10 weren't enough, she made 50. Sitting regally on her throne, whenever Artoria swung her sword, Crimson Moon manifested a bounded field, effortlessly blocking every attack. Clang! Cling! Clang! Cling! Artoria's attacks intensified, fierce as a storm, yet she couldn't breach Crimson Moon's defense even a little. She considered using the invisible air to surprise Crimson Moon, but the latter was prepared as countless bounded fields already surrounded her like an impenetrable fortress. The mighty King of the Moon willingly playing turtle, don't you feel ashamed for not having the courage to fight back? Artoria questioned sternly. Such a feeble trick, really hard to watch, Crimson Moon's leisurely voice echoed. Did you really think I wouldn't know your plan? Your sword can only unleash its power in battle, but as long as I don't retaliate, it won't be recognized as a battle, and you can't unleash the sword's true power. Makes sense, don't you think? Artoria's pupils suddenly contracted. In our previous encounters, you only truly unleashed the sword after I attacked. I bet that's Gaia's restriction on you, Crimson Moon continued. Don't find it strange after all, I'm somewhat similar to Gaia. I can guess Gaia's thoughts to some extent. Handing such a powerful weapon to a human comes with risks. Setting restrictions like that is only normal. Artoria fell silent. She hadn't expected Crimson Moon to discover Excalibur's restrictions so quickly. Chapter 192. As Crimson Moon pointed out, if she didn't attack, Excalibur wouldn't be activated, making it impossible to threaten her. Artoria's azure eyes flickered, and she suddenly turned, running towards the exit. But bounded fields appeared one after another, blocking her path and enclosing her within. Want to engage in battle with the creatures I have manifested and then free your holy sword from the restriction? Your reaction is indeed quick, but unfortunately, I won't let you have your way. A hint of unwillingness flickered in Artoria's eyes. Why did this woman always see through her plans? I came to Earth a long time ago when the gods still ruled the sky, Earth. And sea, humans could only survive by relying on the protection of the gods. But with the disappearance of the age of gods and the departure of the gods, humans unexpectedly rose against the tide. They defeated one powerful opponent after another and became the rulers of this planet. So, I couldn't help but wonder why such fragile humans could defeat existences stronger than them. With this doubt in mind, I began to observe humans. Gradually, I realized that humans rely not only on sheer strength but also on their intelligence and wisdom. Unable to confront powerful beasts directly, they set traps. With weak bodies, they create weapons. They search for their enemies' weaknesses and devise corresponding plans. Through such accumulated observations, I finally realized that power is not absolute, wisdom is also a crucial weapon. And this is also why you are constantly suppressed by me. Crimson Moon spoke calmly with a sneer on her face. Your biggest mistake is coming alone to fight me. I indeed can't defeat you directly, as you are the Excalibur wielder. If I attack you, I will be stopped by Gaia, but I don't need to deal with you directly. As long as I trap you, the only power that can threaten me will cease to exist. Stay right there and watch how your family, friends, and people are crushed by my wisdom and power. In your dream. Artoria exclaimed with gritted teeth. Countless particles of light gathered, and Excalibur radiated a dazzling brilliance, turning into a golden beam heading toward Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon raised a hand, and hundreds of bounded fields appeared out of nowhere. However, each one was pierced one by the golden beam. She frowned slightly, her figure flashing, disappearing from the throne. Boom! The fierce magical beam surged, engulfing the throne. Simultaneously, it shattered the walls behind, the powerful shock causing the entire building to tremble and numerous pieces of dust to fall. You are quite stubborn, Crimson Moon reappeared, looking at the long trench created by the impact. But, as I said, what you're doing is useless. Before she finished speaking, the fluctuation of magical energy boiled again. A vast and surging white beam suddenly broke through the layers of overlapping bounded fields and rushed towards her. Crimson Moon's breath hitched, a strong sense of crisis suddenly welling up in her heart. From that white pillar, she sensed the breath of the planet. This was an attack from the planet. Instinctively, she used her ultimate one's power, and an ethereal crimson crescent moon soon materialized above her head, shooting out a crimson beam that collided with the white beam. Two planetary forces collided, much like Mars hitting Earth. The immense impact transformed into a terrifying storm, ruthlessly tearing through everything in its path. The tall building couldn't withstand such violent fluctuations. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it collapsed, raising thick smoke. Crimson Moon frowned, stomped her foot, and a powerful shockwave scattered all the falling debris, crushing them into powder. She lifted her head, and stared straight ahead, watching the gradually dispersing smoke. A figure clad in silver armor emerged, wielding a golden sword in one hand and a white lance in the other. Crimson Moon's gaze was fixed firmly on the lance while gritting her teeth. You actually have another planet's divine construct. Indeed, the white light beam that Artoria had unleashed toward Crimson Moon earlier relied on the attack emitted by the Holy Lance Rongominiad. As the tower of light anchoring the planet's surface, Rongominiad was undoubtedly a planet's divine construct, naturally specialized in restraining extraterrestrial beings like Crimson Moon. Artoria was well aware that relying solely on Excalibur wouldn't pose much threat to Crimson Moon. Therefore, her original plan was to engage in combat with Crimson Moon using Excalibur, and then find a chance to use Rongominiad for a surprise and fatal blow. However, she didn't anticipate Crimson Moon choosing to avoid the fight, rendering Excalibur practically useless. Without liberating Excalibur, Artoria couldn't unleash much power. Thus, she temporarily adjusted her plan, using the Holy Sword as a feint attack, then unleashing the power of Rhongomyniad to catch Crimson Moon off guard. As she anticipated, Crimson Moon, intimidated by the power of the Holy Lance, instinctively chose to counterattack. And a counterattack meant that Crimson Moon had already been drawn into a battle by her. So, what comes next? Seal 13 Decision Start. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. This is a battle of one-on-one. This is a battle against non-fairies. Boom! Endless radiance surged like a raging tide, instantly submerging Excalibur in Artoria's hand. Like a sacred golden sun, a vast and terrifying aura spread, causing irregular distortions in the void. Rhongomyniad emitted a faint hum, seemingly dissatisfied with having its spotlight stolen. The white lance was shrouded in a sacred brilliance, a spiral halo surrounding it, releasing an aura no less formidable than Excalibur. Seeing these two liberated divine constructs, Crimson Moon's expression became extremely grim. No matter how she calculated, she didn't anticipate her enemy hiding another planet's divine construct. What infuriated her even more was that her carefully laid plans had all been thrown away in an instant. Artoria coldly observed Crimson Moon, raised Excalibur in her hand, and with a wave, a crescent-shaped golden sword wave carrying a terrifying power instantly roared out. Crimson Moon dodged this attack, but a thunderous roar suddenly rang in her ears. Boom! The white beam fired by Rhongomyniad hit her, directly turning half of her body into a scattered mass. But as if time reversed, her body returned to normal, only with a significantly weakened aura. The Holy Lance had a special advantage against extraterrestrial enemies, even the ultimate one of the moon would pay a significant price resisting it. Crimson Moon's face darkened completely, her golden eyes exuding endless fury, while her entire being radiated a chaotic and frenzied aura. Stupid. Ignorant. Mere mortals, mere food, daring to be so arrogant. Pay the price for your arrogance and perish along with this planet. She slowly ascended into the sky, and behind her, a massive moon materialized, gradually becoming tangible. Chapter 193. Crimson Moon's face darkened completely, her golden eyes exuding endless fury, while her entire being radiated a chaotic and frenzied aura. Stupid. Ignorant. Mere mortals, mere food, daring to be so arrogant. Pay the price for your arrogance and perish along with this planet. She slowly ascended into the sky, and behind her, a massive moon materialized, gradually becoming tangible. On the battlefield outside the royal capital of Northumbria, the phantasmal species battling the army of Camelot suddenly stopped in their tracks, then swiftly turned into wisps of green smoke, dissipating. Before anyone could make sense of what had happened, a massive planet or rather, a massive moon, appeared in the sky. Dear God, what in the world is that? Could it be a punishment from God? The joy of victory was instantly destroyed as everyone stared at the massive moon with pale faces and despair evident in their eyes. Scathach landed beside Morgan, watching the massive moon with a serious expression. Is that what Gobta referred to as moonfall? Most likely, Morgan nodded. But didn't Gobta mention that once Crimson Moon uses this move, she'll immediately be targeted by the counterforce? A cornered dog will leap over a wall, especially for a mighty being like her. I guess she's pushed to the brink, Morgan shrugged. Why do I feel like you're not panicking at all? Scathach looked at Morgan with confusion. No need to panic, Lily wields Excalibur, specifically designed for extraterrestrial threats like this. As the primordial elf's incarnation, Morgan had a comprehensive understanding of Excalibur. Moonfall is an undeniable act of invasion to the planet. Just wait, the counterforce won't stand idle. As Morgan predicted, the moment Crimson Moon unleashed Moonfall, a will surpassing all living beings descended upon this place. It was Alea, the collective unconsciousness of humanity. To ensure the continuity of human order, they arrived first to suppress Crimson Moon. The once solidifying moon flickered, the massive moon gradually becoming ethereal as if it could dissolve into nothingness at any moment. It's useless, Alea. With just you can't stop me. Britain was still at the end of the age of gods and humans had not yet ascended to the seat of primacy. Alea, as the manifestation of human order, struggled to exert much power. To truly deal with Crimson Moon, Gaia needed to intervene. Artoria raised Excalibur and solemnly declared with loud voice. Seal 13 Decision Start. This is a battle for survival. This is a battle for humanity. This is a battle against evil. This is a battle to save the world. However. Silence. A profound silence. After Artoria declared the liberation conditions, Excalibur remained motionless, maintaining its previous state without fully liberating itself. Why, is it like this? Artoria muttered with a confused tone while wearing an expression of bewilderment. Once again, she raised Excalibur, declaring liberation, yet the holy sword remained as motionless as before. High above the distant sky, Alea continued their struggle with Crimson Moon, but relying solely on their power, they were no match for Crimson Moon. The massive moon was gradually materializing. By the time it completed its shape, not only Britain but the entire planet would face destruction and the entire ecosystem would be reshaped. This is undoubtedly an apocalypse, a threat from outside the planet, but why did Excalibur show no response? What went wrong? Artoria's mind raced, her gaze suddenly fixating on the holy lance in her left hand. She suddenly realized something and then clenched her teeth in frustration. Excalibur was a creation of the planet itself, capable of preventing the liberation of the holy sword naturally, only the will of the planet could do so. She immersed her own will into Rhongaminiad, connecting with the will of the planet, Gaia. Gaia, what is the meaning of this? Artoria questioned with an angry tone. Artoria, raised as the ideal king since childhood, always held the code of chivalry close to her heart. No matter who she faced, she maintained a humble and respectful demeanor, an impeccable flower of knighthood. But precisely at this critical moment, she suffered a betrayal from Gaia. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but feel anger. Crimson Moon is my guardian, I cannot harm her. Gaia responded calmly and indifferently, like a tranquil pool of undisturbed water. She's about to kill you, and you still believe in her? Artoria was very shocked. She couldn't comprehend Gaia's thought process. When someone has a blade at your heart, and you don't resist, how can you still foolishly believe they won't harm you? Artoria might refrain from using strong language, but others wouldn't hesitate to curse Gaia incessantly. Crimson Moon's attacks will indeed cause me severe irreversible injuries. But not to the point of absolute lethality. Compared to that, the threat humanity poses to me is greater. In that case, why not take this opportunity and let Crimson Moon wipe out all of humanity? What are you talking about? Humans are a species born on this planet, how could we pose a threat to you? Suddenly, several scenes flashed through her consciousness: barren and wounded landscapes, dried up and lifeless oceans, skies filled with dust and devoid of light. The final scene showed a massive, dull, whitish planet standing alone in the vast universe, exuding an atmosphere of death. This is, Artoria's eyes widened. This is the apocalypse I will eventually face in countless parallel worlds, and the culprit causing all of this is humanity. No, this can't be, you must be mistaken, how could it be humanity, how could it? Artoria couldn't help but take a few steps back, her azure eyes filled with an incredulous expression. I want to survive, I don't want to die, so, even if it means paying such a price, as long as I can survive, I will do anything, Gaia spoke with indifference. Artoria's mind fell into complete chaos. The future Gaia showed her had a tremendous impact on her beliefs, and at this moment, she was lost. But you are the chosen Excalibur wielder, out of respect for you, I can reluctantly give humanity a chance, as long as you agree to my conditions. What conditions? Artoria asked instinctively. Become my guardian. A guardian? That's right, become my guardian, I will bestow upon you incredible power, making you a true Excalibur wielder, even eliminating Crimson Moon would be a very simple task. Although Gaia's voice remained calm, to Artoria, it was full of irresistible temptation. As long as she became Gaia's guardian, she could completely liberate Excalibur, eliminate Crimson Moon, and save everyone. As long as she became Gaia's guardian, she could kill Vortigern, seize the Holy Grail, and rescue her teacher. As long as she became Gaia's guardian, she could unite Britain, becoming the ideal king everyone hoped for. As long as, she agreed. I promise to be your. Ha ha ha. Just as Artoria was about to agree, a voice with a light laugh suddenly intruded into this mental space. You want to steal someone from me without even saying hello? Oh Gaia, isn't that a bit unbecoming? Chapter 194. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Artoria's heart suddenly trembled and skipped a beat, her eyes showing an uncontrollable joy. In the mental world, a crimson feather appeared out of nowhere, and a male figure formed from the gathering flames. Silver armor, a white cape, and those distinctive black eyes and hair, it was none other than Gobta, who had already been banished to another dimension. How is this possible? Weren't you already banished? How could you appear here? Gaia's voice, rarely, showed some fluctuations, revealing obvious signs of nervousness. Gaia, seems to be afraid of teacher. Artoria suddenly thought with surprise. Ah, yeah, I was indeed banished, but that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me showing up here, Gobta smiled calmly. But that doesn't matter, let's get back to the point. Gobta crossed his arms. Gotta admit, Gaia, your psychological tactics are quite clever, even my precious student almost fell for your damn tricks. I don't understand what you mean. TCH, no point in playing dumb now. Gobta shook his head while his expression showed disdain. First, show support, make the target feel hopeless. Then seize the opportunity to lay down conditions to achieve your real goal, truly a human-like tactic. You, a counterforce, are willing to play at this level. Huh. Seems like you've been observing humans quite a bit over these years. I don't understand what you mean. No matter what, I have only one condition: Artoria must agree to be my guardian, or I won't lay a finger on Crimson Moon. Gaia's voice regained its previous calmness. Stop acting tough, Gaia. Gobta's eyes squinted slightly. Are you, someone so afraid of death, really willing to take the risk of letting Crimson Moon unleash her moonfall? Can you even stop Crimson Moon from devouring you if you get weakened? Crimson Moon is like family to me. She won't harm me. Besides, even if she did, I have no regrets. Rather than being destroyed by humanity in the future, I'd rather entrust this planet to another planet's will. If you've made such a determined decision, why sit back and let Alea go stop Crimson Moon then? What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Gobta sneered. From the beginning, he was convinced that Gaia wouldn't let Crimson Moon unleash Moonfall. If Gaia was truly as wary of humanity as they claimed, they should have intervened from the start, stopping Alea and preventing any interference with Crimson Moon. The fact that Gaia chose to stand by indicated that they didn't want to let Crimson Moon do as she pleased either. It was this vulnerability that allowed Gobta to glimpse Gaia's cowardice. In this psychological game, the side that shows weakness first is destined to fail. So, regardless of Gaia's threats, Gobta remained unconcerned. Because he knew he was standing on unbeatable ground from the beginning. After a prolonged silence, Gaia finally sighed. You win, King of Men. With these words, the will of the planet disappeared. Gobta sighed with relief and turned to Artoria. Okay, Lily, you can fully liberate Excalibur now. Artoria nodded, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, Teacher, does that mean you haven't been banished? Under her expectant yet anxious gaze, Gobta fell silent for a moment, then sighed with resignation. Sorry, Lily, I don't want to deceive you, I am indeed banished. What's standing here right now is just a strand of my consciousness. When he first heard the news of the Northern Army's surprise attack on Camelot, Gobta had suspected whether it was a trap set by the enemy. Given Vortigern's ruthlessness, deploying 50,000 soldiers to set a trap was not beyond imagination. Now that Vortigern had become the god of the end, after devouring Nidhogg's power, completely lost all of his humanity. He also held the Holy Grail, the infamous relic of the Nasoverse, so Gobta couldn't take any chances. Adhering to the cautious belief of, better safe than sorry, before setting off, Gobta activated the Zeroth power of Feng Huang down, binding a strand of his consciousness to Artoria, just in case. Because he wanted to assess her capabilities in his absence, he didn't reveal his presence, merely hiding within the depths of her consciousness, silently observing. It was only because she almost fell for Gaia's deception this time that he had to step forward. After hearing Gobta's explanation, Artoria looked ashamed. I'm sorry, teacher, I disappointed you. No, you've done well, Lily, there's no perfect being in this world. A small mistake doesn't mean much. What matters more is your perseverance, your efforts, and your sense of responsibility. These excellent qualities show me your potential as a king, and that's what satisfies me the most, Gobta said with a smile. Gobta's praise made Artoria's heart swell with joy as if it were flowing with milk and honey, uncontrollably filled with delight. Okay, go do what you need to do, don't worry too much about me, that place can't hold me for long. I'll be out and return soon, Gobta chuckled. Understood. Artoria nodded, and her form in the mental world gradually faded away. Artoria slowly opened her eyes, lifting her gaze toward the massive moon above. It had nearly solidified, though not yet fully descended, its immense volume and massive mass already causing evident ecological disruptions. But everything shall stop here. In the howling winds, Artoria raised Excalibur high, a solemn voice echoing through the vast expanse. Seal 13 Decision Start. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. This is a battle to defend human order. This is a battle for survival. This is a battle for humanity. This is a battle against evil. This is a battle to save the world. Hum. Unparalleled magical energy surged from Excalibur, the radiant golden sword extending over 10 meters in an instant, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the entire world. This was the fully liberated form of Excalibur against external threats. Such a colossal disturbance naturally caught the attention of Crimson Moon. She stared at the holy sword, sensing the intense threat it conveyed, a strong expression of fear appearing in her golden eyes. No, wait, Gaia, I was wrong, I'll stop right away. However, before she could finish, Artoria's voice suppressed her. Excalibur. Whoosh. Boom. A dazzling, infinite golden light beam emanated from the sword, instantly covering Crimson Moon and surging from the Earth's surface toward the vast galaxy. Damn it, Crimson Moon's eyes were filled with reluctance as her body gradually dissipated. Artoria let out a long breath, Excalibur in her hand gradually returning to normal. Only Vortigern remains, Artoria muttered softly. Turning around, she mounted Dun Stallion, ready to join forces with the army. However. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed from afar, resonating through the heavens and earth. As a massive shadow cast over the land, Artoria instinctively looked up. In the distant sky, a gigantic white dragon, resembling a mountain, hovered in the void. Its icy scales reflected dazzling light, and its lantern-like golden dragon eyes focused on her. Feeling the overwhelming pressure descending, her breath caught. Vortigern. Chapter 195. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed from afar, resonating through the heavens and earth. As a massive shadow cast over the land, Artoria instinctively looked up. In the distant sky, a gigantic white dragon, resembling a mountain, hovered in the void. Its icy scales reflected dazzling light, and its lantern-like golden dragon eyes focused on her. Feeling the overwhelming pressure descending, her breath caught. Vortigern. The white dragon, with a body length exceeding 300 meters, hung alone in the sky, casting an endless shadow of darkness. The dragon's golden vertical pupils gleamed with a cold luster, and even a mere gaze could evoke endless despair. Artoria tightly gripped Rhongomyniad and Excalibur in her hands as her expression turned extremely grave. Though lacking any evidence, her intuition told her that the massive creature up there was none other than Vortigern. But that man had changed way too much. Vortigern gazed at the spot where Crimson Moon disappeared, a mysterious feeling flickering in his golden vertical pupils. He fell into silence for a moment, then lifted his head, emitting a resounding dragon roar. Roar. Accompanying the roar, a visible white glow radiated from his dragon body, rapidly expanding outward. Artoria, the closest to the dragon, was instantly enveloped in this white glow. However, she suffered no harm. Instead, she felt relaxed all over, and the circulation of magical energy within her body accelerated, giving her a sensation of breaking free from constraints. But instead of happiness, her complexion paled in an instant. Having once traveled through the Norse realms, she immediately recognized the nature of this power. True ether. This was an energy that only existed in the age of gods. In the era when gods were still active on the earth, true ether was like air and water, the foundation and source of all life. However, with the decline of the age of gods, true ether gradually withered, leading to the extinction of the creature from the age of gods. Nowadays, except for some secret realms detached from the world, true ether had long vanished from the present world. This signaled the imminent end of the age of gods. And now, at such a time, Vortigern had brought true ether back to this land. A strange intuition suddenly arose in Artoria's heart. Vortigern probably intended to spread this energy across the entire British Isles. For creatures from the age of gods, true ether was the foundation of survival. With her being the carrier of red dragon factor. Such an environment was like giving her wings. However, for the people born in this new era, this energy was nothing short of the most potent poison. If Vortigern succeeded, probably not even 1 in a million on the entire British Isles would survive. No, it couldn't be allowed. It had to be stopped. Artoria threw Rhongomyniad into the distance. The originally meter-long lance shaft swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a tower of light over 30 meters. Storms mixed with thunder emitted by the tower turned into artillery fire, rushing toward Vortigern in the sky. Boom! 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 Terrifying artillery fire struck him, creating deafening thunderous sounds. His dragon scales were shattered, his flesh turned pitch black, and golden blood flowed down like a stream. Roar! Vortigern roared in pain, his golden vertical pupils taking on a hint of ferocity. He unleashed a magical beam from his mouth, howling towards the Tower of Light. The peak of the tower shimmered with azure light as a storm surged forward, colliding with Vortigern's magical beam. However, the latter effortlessly broke through, striking the tower and causing it to tremble slightly, dimming the radiant glow around it. It can't be. Rhongomyniad isn't enough. Artoria's expression turned grave as she raised Excalibur, initiating liberation. A surge of golden light rushed forth, converging on Excalibur, creating a formidable force with breathtaking velocity, distorting space, and displaying unmatched power. Yet, there was still a significant gap from the previous Excalibur's fully liberated form, equivalent at most to a fourfold release. Gaia, Artoria gritted her teeth, a sense of helplessness in her heart. After all, Vortigern and Crimson Moon were different entities. The former wasn't an extraterrestrial enemy but aimed solely at restoring the Age of Gods. In a way, it was what Gaia most desired. At a time like this, Gaia didn't completely restrain Excalibur, and allowing it to release 4 restraints was a reasonable compromise. Gaia probably thought that no matter who won in the end, they wouldn't be at a loss. Taking a deep breath, Artoria composed herself and raised Excalibur solemnly. Sheathed in the breath of the planet, a torrent of shining life. Let us end this. Excalibur. Boom. Over 10 meters thick, a sword beam surged towards the sky, directly aiming at Vortigern's head. The latter's eyes flashed with a cold edge, lowering his head to release another dragon breath, colliding with the brilliance of the holy sword. Boom. In the center of the clash of energies, fluctuations created a chaotic black hole, swallowing everything around, resembling a gateway to the abyss. Simultaneously, storms and thunder gathered once again. The Tower of Light unleashed a whip of light, tearing through the sky and striking at Vortigern. Where the whip passed, it left a long black linear spatial crack torn open by Rhongomyniad's power. The 30-meter-long whip, like a sharp knife, flashed across Vortigern's neck. Roar. Boom. Vortigern roared as his massive dragon head was severed, crashing onto the earth with a resounding thud. His golden vertical pupils gradually lose their luster. Is it over? Artoria blinked in confusion, a surreal feeling washing over her. No, it's not. A familiar voice chimed in from the side. Countless colorful flowers descended from the air, converging into a white-haired, handsome man holding a staff. Merlin. Weren't you supposed to be guarding Camelot? Why are you here? If I didn't show up, this world would be toast, Merlin chuckled helplessly. Haven't you noticed anything strange? Strange? Artoria pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something. The true ether hadn't dissipated. Surveying her surroundings, she found that the white glow caused by Vortigern hadn't faded either, it continued expanding outward. What's going on? Didn't I defeat Vortigern? Take a look over there, Merlin raised his staff, pointing behind Artoria. Following the direction, she saw that the severed head of Vortigern, which had been disconnected from his dragon body, had somehow reconnected. His golden dragon eye was gradually lighting up, unmistakably showing signs of resurrection. Immortality, Artoria's pupils contracted. It's more than just immortality. As if guessing her thoughts, Merlin sighed and started to explain. Using the power of the Holy Grail, Vortigern reversed the concept of the end of the Age of Gods stolen from Nidhogg into the beginning of the Age of Gods and merged it onto himself, creating that body. Now, he's completely linked to the concept of the Age of Gods itself. The stronger the influence and power of the Age of Gods, the stronger he becomes, the more powerful he is, the higher the restoration speed of the Age of Gods. This is the last counterattack of the gods against humanity, the concept of the final god White Dragon Vortigern. Chapter 196. The Final God. Artoria stared blankly at Merlin, but suddenly, a violent noise echoed in her ears. She turned around to see Vortigern already resurrected, spreading his wings as he soared into the sky. Moreover, whether it was her imagination or not, she couldn't shake the feeling that his body size had increased a bit. Just as Vortigern opened his mouth, preparing to unleash his dragon breath, a black flame suddenly surged from a distance. The scorching heat warped the very air itself. Caught off guard, Vortigern was engulfed by the black flames. The power of death pierced through scales, corroding flesh, rampant and voracious, like a greedy hyena devouring his vitality. Vortigern let out a painful wail, crashing heavily to the ground again. His eyes dimmed, devoid of any vitality. Watching a colossal black dragon circling above, Artoria's eyes lit up with a hint of pleasant surprise. Lady Nidhogg. Sorry, Lily, we're a bit late. The fabric of space twisted slightly as Scathach and Morgan emerged. Elder sister, Lady Scathach, you're here too, Artoria's face brightened. By the way, how's the situation with the army? Don't worry, I've got it all covered, I've already ordered Bedivere and Gawain to retreat with the army, Morgan replied. Ha, Artoria finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we're lucky to have you, elder sister. Don't celebrate too soon, unless we deal with that thing completely, Britain will fall sooner or later, Morgan shook her head. As they spoke, Vortigern resurrected once again. His body expanded, noticeably larger than before, his aura even more powerful. Simultaneously, the white glow's expansion speed increased again, encompassing more and more land. This was the power of the final god. As his domain expanded with each passing moment, Vortigern's strength grew, and the faster he grew, the quicker the domain expanded. They truly complemented each other. Unless they found a way to stop him, the entire world would fall. Nidhogg flapped her wings, exhaling flames imbued with the intense power of death. Vortigern raised his head, spewing a magical beam that collided with the incoming fiery breath, creating a whirlwind. Artoria's mind stirred, and soon, the Tower of Light on the ground gathered storms and lightning once more and struck Vortigern's body, but this time, it only penetrated the surface scales and flesh, not piercing through the entire body like before. Scathach materialized Gibalg, throwing it forward like a scarlet lightning bolt that ruthlessly impaled Vortigern's forehead. As a renowned god slayer, she naturally possessed a special attack against divine beings. With just one spear thrust, Vortigern's eyes dimmed instantly, collapsing once again on the ground, lifeless. However, soon after, new vitality surged on his body. At this rate, when he encompasses half of Britain in his domain, we might not stand a chance against him. Nidhogg, now in her human form, descended from the sky and remarked with her brows furrowed. But without weapons specifically designed to counter his immortality, we're basically incapable of killing him, Merlin sighed helplessly. Everyone fell into silence. Weapons tailored to combat immortality were exceedingly rare worldwide. Where on earth would they find one? Just as they were at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Okay, leave the next steps to me. In the void, a crimson feather fell, igniting spontaneously and forming an illusionary humanoid figure. Gobta? Nidhogg, Morgan, and Scathach exclaimed simultaneously. Even Merlin appeared slightly taken aback. Long time no see, everyone, Gobta smiled. Gobta, what is this exactly? Nidhogg hurriedly approached, asking urgently. Oh, don't worry, I'm not a ghost, it's just a wisp of my consciousness that I left on Lily, Gobta reassured. Geez, you almost scared me to death. Nidhogg let out a long sigh and patted her chest for her, who resided in Helheim. Seeing such an illusory form naturally led to thoughts of ghosts. I'll explain my situation later, for now, let's deal with the matter at hand. Gobta pointed to Vortigern prostrate not far away. Do you have a way to kill him? Morgan questioned. Killing him isn't difficult, but I need to confirm something first. Gobta turned to Merlin. Merlin, can Vortigern still use the Holy Grail? Merlin shook his head. Reversing Nidhogg's concept. Forcibly connecting oneself to the concept of the Age of Gods, that's already the limit of the Holy Grail's power he can wield. Right now, he can't use the Holy Grail anymore. Or else I wouldn't see him in his current state. In that case, I can rest easy. Gobta nodded slightly. Merlin, big sis, can you find a way to stop the expansion of his domain? Merlin hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Stopping it is probably impossible. At most, I can delay the speed of its spread. Even Merlin, dubbed as the best mage, said that. Let alone Morgan, she naturally couldn't come up with a better solution. Gobta didn't pay much attention to it and just nodded in agreement. Do your best to delay it, delay as much as you can, then inform Bedivere and the others to urge them to hurry to East Anglia and take over the royal capital. Remember, do it as quickly as possible. But, with our current situation, does it even make sense to take that place now? Morgan questioned, puzzled. Just do as I say, it's the only way we can win, Gobta said with a serious expression. Alright, I understand. Seeing Gobta's grave expression, Morgan didn't hesitate any longer. She immediately used magecraft to relay the message to Bedivere and the others. Oh, your majesty, I hope this time you can continue to create miracles, Merlin sighed, then tapped his staff on the ground. Countless vibrant flowers soon appeared, covering the entire ground in an instant. Invisible forces accompanied the flowers, slowing down the visible expansion of Vortigern's domain. Morgan also used her magecraft, assisting Merlin in slowing down the domain's expansion. Seeing this, Gobta nodded and turned to Nidhogg, Artoria, and Scathach. Right now, only you three can fight here normally, so no matter what, you must hold off Vortigern, understand? Understood. Got it. Leave it to me. The three women nodded with confidence. Chapter 197. Upon receiving the message from Morgan, the Knights of the Round Table immediately rushed towards the direction of East Anglia with the rest of the army. They didn't know why at such an urgent moment, the king still wanted to occupy East Anglia. However, their military training had made them accustomed to obeying orders, and thus, no one raised objections. As they sprinted, they didn't forget to gather soldiers along the way. As for the civilians of Anglo-Saxons, they merely reminded them to leave quickly and didn't bother much beyond that. Whether the Anglo-Saxons would heed the advice was none of their concern. Under the influence of true ether, the environment undergoes earth-shattering changes. The chances of ordinary people surviving were lower than winning the lottery jackpot. They only spoke up as a warning, given the shared humanity. The nature of this war had changed. It was no longer a struggle between nations but a clash between the ancient gods from a distant past and the humanity who wanted to continue the future. In this situation, past grudges seemed less important. The army of Camelot tirelessly rushed for a day and night, finally reaching East Anglia from Northumbria. The remaining 7 northern kingdoms. These 2 kingdoms were mostly already occupied by the southern allied nations, leaving only their royal capitals, like an island surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Upon hearing that Camelot's army had arrived, the kings of the allied nations came to greet them. With so many of you and so many days, you all still haven't taken it down. Bedivere pointed to the royal capital directly and asked bluntly as he was uninterested in pleasantries. The faces of various kings instantly darkened. When had they, as kings leading a nation, been so disdainfully spoken to? If it were Arthur saying that, it might be understandable, but for a mere commander to be so arrogant? However, looking at the figures behind Bedivere Lamorak, Lancelot, Gawain, Kay, and other powerful figures, they could only swallow their resentment. It's not as easy as you think. This royal capital of East Anglia sits atop the largest ley lines in the north. The bounded field is the strongest among the 7 kingdoms. It's not that easy to break through. One of the kings said with an unhappy tone. Bloody hell. Are you kidding me? We've already taken down 6 on our side. With this many of you, can't even handle one. Quit with the excuses. If I were you, I'd have drowned myself in a toilet by now. Now, the kings could no longer sit still. Insulted like this, if they didn't react, how could they face their kingdoms in the future, and how could they lift their heads in the alliance? Swing. 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 Numerous swords were drawn, and the kings glared at Kay with hostility. Are you Camelot looking to start a war by insulting us like this? One of the kings berated Kay. Yo. Got some temper, huh? Kay glared back, unsheathed Clayam Solace, and stepped forward without fear. Let me tell you, I've long been fed up with you bunch of turtleheads, acting tough in your little corners but scared when you step outside. Since you want a war, fine, pick a time and place, and let's have a good fight. Whoever chickens out is a dud. Kay had a bellyful of anger just like Gobta. When the northern armies attacked Camelot before, these kings just stood idle and watched the show, forcing Gobta to personally go back and support Lucanmont. Now, when they got pushed onto the battlefield, they were being useless and lazy asses, even daring to show off in front of him. He couldn't swallow this resentment without taking the chance to hit these bastards' ass. As Kay advanced, Gawain unsheathed Excalibur Gallatin while Lancelot also unsheathed Arondite. The rest of the knights of the Round Table were not to be outdone, pulling out their own holy swords, spears, and bows, to confront the kings. The tension between the 2 sides instantly became palpable. Although the knights of the Round Table had fewer numbers, their long-term battlefield experience and the blessing of holy weapons suppressed the kings. Many kings discreetly swallowed their saliva. In most nations, holy weapons were precious, even more attractive than titles and territories. Yet, in the hands of these Camelocians, everyone had a holy weapon, like they were just common cabbages on the roadside. Little did they know, except for a few like Gawain and Lancelot, the other holy weapons in the hands of the rest were actually transformed from the key of domination. But in terms of power alone, the key of domination did indeed not differ much from regular holy weapons. As jealousy surged within the hearts of the kings, so did a strong sense of panic. Camelot's foundation was 2 rich swordmasters, Black Dragon, knights, Great Mage, Witch, and that legendary almighty chosen king. With such formidable high-tier forces, even if all the kings united, they were far from a match. If they agreed to Kay's challenge, their doom was imminent. But if they retreated now, it would deal a massive blow to their credibility as well as reputation, and there might be troubles in the future. For a moment, the kings were at a loss, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the king of Deheubarth suddenly stepped forward. We've gathered here to protect our homeland, to drive out invaders. The enemy is still unresolved, yet we're creating chaos among ourselves. If our enemy sees this, it'll only give them more reason to mock us, maybe even instill fear in our soldiers. In my opinion, let's each take a step back and pretend this never happened. What do you say? The king of Deheubarth said calmly with indifference. The eyes of various kings lit up, nodding in agreement. Humph, we're all here to defend peace in Britain, not for internal disputes. With a great enemy at our doorstep, arguing here is indeed inappropriate. Solving the enemy should be our top priority. Kay was about to say something when Bedivere suddenly reached out and stopped him by whispering, "Now's not the time to throw a tantrum, don't forget, we still have a more important task to do." TCH. Kay clicked his tongue, his face full of displeasure. The strength of Camelot is evident to all. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the strongest in Britain. Since you're here now, how about we entrust you with the task of breaking the royal capital's bounded field? As you just mentioned. You've already conquered 6 out of the 7 northern kingdoms. This last one shouldn't be a problem for you. No. The king of Deheubarth spoke again. Kay, with an angry expression, was about to step forward but was pulled back by Lancelot. Bedivere looked deeply at the king of Deheubarth and responded. We cannot bear the title of the strongest, as our king has said. There is always someone above. What brings destruction is not ignorance and foolishness but arrogance and stupidity. However, we will undoubtedly take this place. With that, Bedivere turned and led the Knights of the Round Table away. Chapter 198. Arrogance and Stupidity. The king of Deheubarth muttered under his breath with a complex expression in his eyes. Damn it, that bastard clearly wants to use us as pawns. On the way, Kay complained. Even if he doesn't say it, we must still do it because it is our mission from His Majesty, Bedivere replied calmly. I know, but looking at that bastard's face, I can't help but feel irritated and wanted to punch his dumbass face, Kay said with irritation. Bedivere shook his head helplessly and looked at the royal capital of East Anglia, surrounded by a thick bounded field not far away. He squinted his eyes and said, Anyway, let's figure out how to take down that city first, Sir Lamorak. I'm here. Lamorak stepped forward and Bedivere turned to him. Now that His Majesty is not here, your Godslayer Knights are our strongest force. We'll cover for you, give it your all, and bring down that bounded field as soon as possible, understood? Understood, Lamorak nodded solemnly. Soon, Bedivere organized a unit of 10,000 soldiers and launched an attack on the royal capital of East Anglia. They raised the distinctive red dragon flag representing Camelot, causing the defenders of East Anglia to panic. They quickly redirected their magic cannons, and powerful magical shots were soon fired towards Camelot's army. Gawain and the others unsheathed their holy swords, releasing powerful sword beams that countered the incoming magical shots. Watching from a distant hill, the faces of the allied nations' kings were filled with envy and jealousy. I wonder where King Arthur got so many holy swords. Did he find the remains of some god? In just a few short years, Camelot's strength has become so formidable, it's like a dream. Ha, chosen king, oh chosen king. As they sighed with resignation, someone suddenly exclaimed. What are they planning to do? Everyone looked in the direction of a small group quietly maneuvering to the side and rear of the city. Attracting attention from the front, while launching a surprise attack from the side. In this era, most kings were not lacking in military strategy. With just a glance, they understood Camelot's plan. However, they still harbored some confusion. Bounded fields have no blind spots. Sneak attacks are utterly pointless. Besides, with so few people, what can they achieve? Maybe they plan to break through the bounded field. One of the kings teased. Actually, it's not impossible, the king of Deheubarth suddenly interjected. Don't forget, under King Arthur, there's that knight order. Everyone's breaths caught slightly. Although the king of Deheubarth didn't specifically mention which knight order, they immediately grasped the implication. If it's that knight order, there might be a real possibility. While Bedivere and the others engaged with the city's defender head-on, Lamorak smoothly led the Godslayer Knights to the side and rear of the city. Listen to my command, just focus and attack. Instantly activating artificial magic circuits on their bodies, deep green stripes lit up one after another, erupting with a continuous flow of magical energy. It surged into their weapons. Unleashing thunder, frost, flames, and raging winds, natural elements directed at the location Lamorak specified. Under the collective strike of nearly 1,000 B-rank noble phantasms, the seemingly rock-solid bounded field instantly rumbled and showed signs of instability, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Such a massive disturbance immediately drew the attention of the defenders, who were scared out of their wits. Use the ley lines to reinforce the bounded field. The mages within the city immediately directed the magical energy from the ley lines to fortify the bounded field. With the infusion of immense magical energy, the turbulence of the bounded field visibly stabilized. As he saw this, Bedivere clenched his teeth in frustration, well aware of the urgency. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous the situation became for everyone who fought Vortigern. Holders of holy weapons, attack! Bedivere shouted and raised his silver arm. Without hesitation, Lancelot, Gawain, and the others unleashed their holy swords. Reach the edge of the world and go beyond its limit. O distant king, witness this light. Arondite overload. This sword transfers the sun's body. The heat of these flames shall cleanse the impure. Excalibur Gallatin. The radiant brilliance of the holy swords burst forth, crashing forcefully against the bounded field, causing the latter to once again violently tremble. The other knights of the Round Table, each wielding their holy weapons, also simultaneously unleashed their powers, pouring all their might onto the bounded field without reservation. Watching the trembling bounded field, the eyes of East Anglia's commander involuntarily revealed a horrified expression. Draw all the magical energy from the ley lines. He commanded the mage with gritted teeth. But, sir, doing so could easily deplete the ley lines, causing ground collapse. The mage spoke with a hesitant tone. Do you think we have a choice now? The commander coldly stared at the speaking mage. Yes, I understand. After a moment, the bounded field, originally on the brink of collapse, suddenly radiated a bright light and stabilized once again. Seeing this, every Camelot's knight clenched their teeth tightly, a strong sense of reluctance evident in their eyes. However, the power of their weapons inevitably showed signs of decline. What a pity, one of the kings murmured. Bedivere tightly clenched his fist, looking down at Ergetlam on his right, as if he had made a certain resolution. A faint determined expression gradually appeared in his eyes. Once, you bestowed glory upon me, giving me a reason to live. Now, with that will, I respond to your expectations, my king. He raised his silver arm high, and it instantly burst into a brilliant silver light. Devour my soul and come forth, O silver shooting star. Dead and Ergetlam. Buzz. The silver light extended along his right arm, transforming into a silver blade over 10 meters long, emitting a sharp aura capable of tearing everything apart. Ahich. Veins popped on Bedivere's forehead as he roared, dragging the silver sword across the bounded field, effortlessly cutting through it like slicing tofu. Thud. The silver light gradually faded, and Bedivere half knelt on the ground, his body covered in numerous wounds as if he had been slashed countless times. Huff, huff, oh my king, can you see it? I have truly succeeded your will. Despite his gruesome appearance, a smile crept onto Bedivere's lips as he murmured and looked up at the sky with serene eyes. Northumbria. After a day of continuous expansion, despite Merlin and Morgan's efforts to resist, Vortigern's domain still engulfed Northumbria and Mercia. Now, his body had swollen to a size larger than even Nidhogg, with a majestic aura surging, resembling a demon king returned from hell. Boom! 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 The Tower of Light of Rhongomyniad fiercely struck White Dragon Vortigern with a whip formed of thunder and storm, leaving only faint, almost imperceptible traces. On the ground, Artoria's face had become extremely pale. The prolonged use of Rhongomyniad had pushed her to the brink. Meanwhile, Scathach made a throwing motion, focused her mind, and abruptly opened her phoenix-like eyes, launching Gungnir like a shooting star toward Vortigern. Vortigern opened his massive dragon mouth, exhaling a vast river-like breath that intercepted Gungnir. Can't even pierce him, Scathach's expression grew increasingly grim. Nidhogg soared in the sky, spewing black flames toward Vortigern. Despite his huge size, he was agile, effortlessly dodging while emitting a loud dragon roar toward her. Roar! This roar seemed to contain a peculiar power, momentarily freezing her body. Seizing this opportunity, Vortigern opened his mouth, once again spewing dragon breath towards Nidhogg. Lady Nidhogg, watch out! Seeing Nidhogg in danger, Artoria's pupils contracted. She used all her strength to activate Rhongomyniad, while Scathach hastily invoked Primordial Rune, attempting to teleport Nidhogg away. But their reactions were a bit slow, and they could only watch as the dragon breath rushed towards Nidhogg. Buzz! Just as the dragon breath was about to hit her, a small black-red sphere suddenly emerged from the void, landing on her head. It expanded into a barrier, which blocked the dragon breath. A man in silver armor, with a handsome face and black hair, suddenly appeared in front of Nidhogg. His profound black eyes coldly stared at the white dragon. Chapter 199. New Translation. Looking forward to another world. Synopsis. This is the story of a man who once couldn't choose his own future but vowed to live for himself in this new life. Carrying the dimensional magic cube, Riesel arrived in the world of swords and magic and wandered through different worlds, hoping to find redemption in another world. In a nutshell, a story about a man from Earth who got transmigrated into a fantasy world original main world and has the ability to travel to various anime worlds to become stronger. World visited. Danmachi, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Buzz. Just as the dragon breath was about to hit her, a small black-red sphere suddenly emerged from the void, landing on her head. It expanded into a barrier, which blocked the dragon breath. A man in silver armor, with a handsome face and black hair, suddenly appeared in front of Nidhogg. His profound black eyes coldly stared at the white dragon. Gobta. Teacher. Scathach and Artoria exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with obvious joy. They could both see that the figure suspended high in the sky was no longer the mere ethereal and ghostly form from before. It was undeniably Gobta in the flesh. But how did he manage to break free? Seemingly having a realization, Artoria turned to Merlin. "How's things in East Anglia?" 10 minutes ago, Bedivere and the others successfully captured East Anglia, Merlin responded while still maintaining his magecraft to delay the expansion of Vortigern's domain. Just as expected, Artoria murmured under her breath, then looked up at Gobta in the sky again. Previously, she couldn't fathom why her teacher insisted they take East Anglia, but now it seemed closely tied to his return. Though she wasn't entirely clear on the underlying connection, Artoria felt genuine joy welling up within her. In the skies above, Gobta turned his head to look at Nidhogg behind him. "Sorry for being late, just leave the rest to me." Nidhogg, with a hint of gentleness in her black dragon eyes, nodded lightly, flapped her wings, and descended to the ground. Like Artoria and Scathach, her magical energy had nearly depleted, and staying here had no meaning. Vortigern, as if under a petrification spell, hovered in place, staring at the black-haired man in the distance, intense shock reflecting in his golden dragon eyes. How could this be happening? Wasn't he banished to another dimension? I even placed a seal on it using the last remnants of the Holy Grail's power. Even the most adept space mage couldn't break the seal and bring him back. What on earth was going on? Vortigern couldn't help but scream inside his mind. "Looks like you're quite surprised, huh?" Gobta turned to glance at Vortigern's dragon body that stretched nearly 2,000 meters. His majestic figure loomed in the sky like an aircraft carrier, with a single scale larger than Gobta himself, exuding a profound sense of oppression. Compared to Vortigern, Gobta appeared tiny, akin to an ant. Nevertheless, he remained calm with arms crossed. "Do you really think that shitty trap could hold me forever?" Obviously. No one who entered that place ever escaped. Although Vortigern wanted to retort like that, having lost his human form, he could no longer communicate like a regular person. Impossible. He couldn't possibly escape. It must be some illusion of that bastard Merlin. Vortigern's gaze flickered as he thought like that, denying reality. Roar. Suddenly, Vortigern roared to the sky, and dark clouds gathered. Thunderbolts, as thick as arms, struck down with a deafening crash. Silver-white lightning filled the air, resembling an apocalypse. Gobta beckoned, and the Star of Eden sped toward him, forming a black and red barrier that deflected the descending lightning. Vortigern's heart sank. Though just a minor test, it undeniably proved that the one before him was indeed his nephew. But even if you manage to escape, it's too late. I'm a genuine god now. Let me show you my unstoppable power. Roar. Vortigern opened his ferocious dragon jaws, roaring at Gobta. A vast and unstoppable force suddenly surged towards Gobta, making him feel as if he carried an invisible burden. "TCH, annoying," Gobta smirked. "Well then, I can't afford to hold back either." In an instant, he unleashed the black dragon body, ominous black bone wings bursting from his back. Surging magical energy flowed through his veins like a river. Dark tattoos covered his body, emitting an aura of death. Gobta clenched his fingers, almost like claws, producing a crisp sound. The original owner of this power once brought the twilight of the gods, Ragnarok, leading the age of gods to its end. Now, I'll use it against you, the last god. Quite fitting, isn't it? Hearing that, a cold glint flashed in Vortigern's golden dragon eyes. His wings fluttered, showcasing agility completely incongruent with his colossal body. He instantly appeared before Gobta, giant claws ready to seize him. With his current strength, crushing Gobta was as easy as squashing an ant. However, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh didn't unfold. Instead, Vortigern felt an intense, stabbing pain. Quickly retracting his claw and saw a long black scar, surrounded by a potent power of death. Looking closer, Gobta held a black spear, its dark shaft gleaming with an eerie luster, evoking a sensation of staring into the abyss. "Even if you become a god, you don't seem to have improved much, old man." Gobta, holding Black Abyss, suddenly flashed like lightning under the belly of Vortigern, leaving a 100-meter-long black scar. Roar. Intense pain swallowed what little reason remained in Vortigern. His cold vertical pupils were covered with a thick layer of blood. And his massive tail swung violently, creating a piercing wind as if a colossal pillar was about to smash down on Gobta. Gobta activated Primordial Rune, instantly disappearing from where he stood, evading 100 meters away from Vortigern's tail attack. However, at this moment, his head was suddenly covered by a shadow, and a giant mouth descended from the sky, swallowing him in one gulp. Vortigern chewed twice, suddenly feeling something was off. There was nothing in his mouth. Suddenly, he saw a familiar crimson feather falling in front of his eyes, followed by a mocking voice from above. falling into the same pit twice, you're worse than a donkey, eh? Gobta teased, lifted Black Abyss, and thrust it fiercely into Vortigern's head. The nearly 2-meter-long spear shaft almost entirely entered his dragon head. Roar! Vortigern roared madly, lifting his giant claw to smack his own head. Gobta's figure flashed, disappearing once again from the original spot. Black Abyss stuck in Vortigern's head released a frenzied power of death. Without hesitation, Vortigern raised his dragon claw and severed his own head, committing suicide. Chapter 200. Boom! Vortigern's enormous dragon head fell from the sky, heavily crashing into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust soon. From the severed part, a plethora of flesh and blood emerged, converging into a new head. With the expansion of his domain, Vortigern's regenerative ability had significantly improved. Gobta frowned slightly as he saw this. Although the divine key could disrupt Vortigern's immortality, his body was too massive for the divine key to exert its power in time. Even if Gobta slowly chipped away at Vortigern, he couldn't help but glance down. There, Morgan's cheeks were slightly pale, her legs trembling, and the magic circle under her feet flickered, clearly on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Merlin seemed to be in better shape. However, if Morgan fell, the pressure on him would instantly increase several times, quickly following in her footsteps. Losing the balance provided by these two powerful mages, the expansion speed of the domain would skyrocket, making it even harder to completely eliminate Vortigern. After a moment of silence, Gobta beckoned. The dragon head lying on the ground twitched slightly, and then a black spear flew out, blood and brain matter automatically falling off, leaving it clean and clear. Gobta grasped the incoming Black Abyss, a sharpness flashing in his eyes like the edge of a blade. Looks like it's time to go all out. Star of Eden, Zeroth Power, Quasi-Black Hole. The Star of Eden autonomously ascended into the sky. In an instant it expanded into a dark and profound black hole with a radius of over 100 meters, unleashing a terrifying suction force that engulfed everything in its vicinity. Vortigern vigorously flapped his wings, resisting the gravitational pull from the black hole, but he struggled to completely break free from its constraints. Gobta raised his hand, and a dozen golden spears with long chains rushed out, viciously embedding themselves like wedges into various parts of Vortigern's limbs, head, and abdomen. The golden radiance surged on the chains, emanating the power of binding from the Oath of Judah, constantly suppressing Vortigern's power. However, the same problem persisted. The massive size of his dragon body significantly diminished the effectiveness of the binding power. Though the Zeroth power could be activated, due to the limited coverage, Gobta might end up trapping himself. If it were the original Herschers who stepped in, there might be a chance to subdue Vortigern in his massive dragon form. Roar! Vortigern roared in anger, his colossal body struggling violently, causing the chains to clatter. Though he didn't understand Gobta's purpose, an inexplicable intuition warned him that continuing like this might endanger his life. However, constrained by the black hole, his mobility was limited, and the scattered chains made his struggles seem feeble. Gobta gestured, and a flaming black sword appeared in his hand. Jizo Mitama, Zeroth Power, Umbravorex Ignis. The black flames burned fiercely, embodying anger, resentment, hatred, and pain, all negative emotions, dimming the entire world at this moment. The black flames grew more intense, quickly expanding into a tens of meters high fireball. Gradually contracting. It formed a figure clad in red samurai armor, wielding two swords emitting a strange purple light. Inside, a colossal silhouette shrouded in emptiness. Let's do this. Gobta's wings lightly fluttered behind him and started circling around the massive white dragon. Black Abyss in his hand mercilessly slashed across Vortigern's white scales, leaving behind a trail of inky shadows and countless indistinct scars. Compared to Gobta, Jizo Mitama's combat style was noticeably more brutal. Its figure vanished instantly and reappeared beneath Vortigern, raising its two swords overhead. Like a spinning top. It crazily rotated, drilling into his dragon body, wreaking havoc inside, turning everything upside down. After about a minute, it emerged from Vortigern's body. The disheveled flesh and dripping blood made its already horrifying appearance even more grotesque. Yet, within the hollow eye sockets of the samurai mask, the eerie flames burned even more intensely. Roar! Vortigern howled in pain. For him, the most unbearable wasn't the physical injuries inflicted by Gobta and Jizo Mitama but the persistent power of death and corruption. These two powers were incessantly gnawing at his immortality, causing his vitality to irreversibly wane. Nevertheless, the suppression from the Oath of Judah and the gravitational pull of the black hole generated by the Star of Eden had firmly bound him, leaving him unable to muster any resistance. Under the relentless siege of 4 divine keys, even a god symbolizing the end could only be ruthlessly suppressed. Realizing he was doomed if things continued this way, a hint of madness flickered in Vortigern's eyes. His massive dragon body suddenly emitted an intense fluctuation, causing the surrounding void to bizarrely distort. Damn it! Understanding Vortigern's intentions, Gobta's expression changed slightly. In an instant, he distanced himself. Flickering to the vicinity of Artoria and the others, summoning back the Star of Eden, turning it into a barrier that enveloped everyone. Boom! The massive dragon body, stretching over 2,000 meters, exploded like a million-ton nuclear bomb going off. The violent sound it created in an instant shook the entire planet as if it were trembling. The explosion's shockwave scraped the ground, slamming into the Star of Eden's barrier, making it tremble violently. After a full 10 minutes, the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. What appeared in front of Gobta and the others was only a devastated land and a mushroom cloud still lingering in the sky. Vortigern, is he dead? Nidhogg blinked. He's just shedding his shell and escaping, Gobta said indifferently. On the system's quest panel, the quest to defeat Vortigern remained gray, indicating that he hadn't died. But it doesn't matter, he can't escape. Gobta wrote rune, search in the air, creating a deep green line extending infinitely toward the distant horizon. Do you want to come with me, Lily? Gobta turned his head and reached out to Artoria. Without hesitation, she placed her hand in his palm. Your will is my duty. Chapter 201. The vast expanse of azure sky stretched out endlessly, clear and bright, with only a few wisps of white clouds lazily drifting, presenting a tranquil picture of idyllic life. Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the air, followed by a white figure speeding from the distance, rocketing through the sky at a pace akin to a missile. It shattered the serene clouds, leaving behind a lingering trail of white turbulence. It was a white, four-legged dragon with a streamlined, elegant body, about 200 meters in length. Its white scales gleamed with a chilly light, and its golden eyes were filled with anger and frustration. Damn it! Damn it! That damn man! Vortigern roared angrily inside his mind. He was so close to success, on the verge of achieving victory, but why did that man have to appear at this critical moment? Why did he always show up to ruin everything just when victory seemed within his reach? Thinking of that detestable face, an endless rage bubbled like molten lava inside his heart. Grinding his teeth, Vortigern yearned to feast on his nephew's flesh and drink his blood. Hatred and anger turned into flames, consuming his soul. He had lost all the calmness he had before. No, perhaps he could never be calm in front of that man. God was the embodiment of everything, supreme, invincible, eternal. Yet, why could a mere mortal, a tiny mortal, stand against the might of a god? What went wrong? Vortigern was both perplexed and furious, mixed with a deep sense of helplessness because he knew, in his current state, he was no match for that man. So, he could only flee at all costs. Even though my power has significantly diminished, slowing the expansion of my domain, the areas already consumed still exist in a day at most, I can recover to my previous state. No, it's not enough. In my current state, I'm not capable of taking down that man. At least until I expand the domain to the entire north, no, half of Britain, I can't risk confronting him. With determination, Vortigern flew with all its might, his body expanding visibly. After binding his existence completely with the concept of the Age of Gods, as long as he didn't die, his domain wouldn't disappear. As long as the domain persisted, his power would have a day of recovery. Just wait, Gobtano, Arthur. The wrath of the gods will descend upon the earth, and then, I will make you realize how gravely mistaken you were. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor surged in Vortigern's heart, and instinctively, he shifted his body to the side. Swish! A pitch-black spear grazed his body, leaving behind an unhealable blackish wound. Vortigern looked ahead with a mix of surprise and anger. A man, adorned in silver armor with a white cape on his back, floated in midair. He had a handsome face, an imposing aura. And deep black eyes like calm, undisturbed waters, yet seemingly a devouring abyss, staring directly at the figure of a white dragon. Next to the man stood a tall woman in a blue outfit protected by silver armor. Her dazzling golden hair was pinned behind her head, her gaze sharp. And her demeanor stern. She held a lance in one hand and a sword in the other, the blue skirt rustling like a clear lake, while her sacred azure eyes exuded an inviolable majesty. They caught up so quickly. Vortigern's emotions surged like tidal waves until he noticed the intricate runes floating before that man. He suddenly remembered that man was a mage. Damn, forgot about that. Vortigern's dragon eyes shimmered as he turned without hesitation to flee. However, at that moment, a clattering sound echoed as a dozen golden spears, each trailing a chain, thrust toward him like ethereal serpents. Knowing the peculiar nature of these things, Vortigern couldn't afford to let them entangle him. He swiftly dodged, displaying an agility matching that of a swallow, avoiding the chain's successive assaults. But soon, a tremendous pressure pressed down on him, as if a heavy mountain settled on his back, slowing his speed instantly. In a mix of surprise and fury, Vortigern lifted his head, spotting a small black hole suspended 50 meters above. The oppressive force caused noticeable ripples in the surrounding void. Clatter. The sliding sound of the golden chains echoed like death's ominous countdown in his ears. Gritting his teeth, determination flashed in Vortigern's eyes. His massive body suddenly emitted unstable fluctuations. After 2 or 3 breaths. Boom! Vortigern's dragon body exploded violently, the earth-shaking explosion sending shockwaves in all directions. Gobta extended his palm, and a fluctuation of magical energy emanated from him, forming a magecraft barrier that effortlessly blocked the oncoming shockwaves. The explosion of the previous 2,000-meter dragon was on a completely different scale from the current 200-meter dragon. With his magecraft expertise, Gobta easily intercepted it. The splattered blood and flesh reformed, shaping into a slightly reduced body size of the white dragon. Vortigern's aura weakened as he shot a resentful gaze at Gobta. He then turned, erupting with an even swifter speed than before, escaping towards the distance. "Heh, I'd like to see where you think you can run off to." Gobta's lips curled into a smirk as he continued to chase after Vortigern. The pursuit lasted a whole 3 days. Each time Gobta and Artoria caught up, Vortigern would detonate himself without hesitation. This self-destruction significantly weakened his power but granted him a burst of speed, creating distance between them. Yet, as soon as the acceleration phase ended, Gobta quickly closed the gap again, forcing Vortigern into yet another self-explosion. Vortigern knew well that in this situation, choosing to self-destruct offered a slim chance of survival, but falling into that man's hands meant total annihilation. Dragging it out was the only strategy. If he could exhaust his pursuers' stamina and deplete their magical energy reserves, victory would be him. Through this relentless tug-of-war, they crossed Northumbria and Mercia, nearly reaching the Great Wall of the North. However, the defending forces, alerted in advance, launched a fierce attack upon sighting the White Dragon. This forced Vortigern to change direction and head towards East Anglia. "We've finally pushed him to this point." Gobta squinted his eyes slightly, turning to Artoria. "Vortigern's immortality still lingers a bit, but it shouldn't be a problem for you now. Go on, it's your time to shine." Artoria hesitated for a moment. "But, teacher, this was supposed to be your..." Before she could finish her words, Gobta raised his hand and interrupted her with a smile. "Lily, don't forget, we already discussed this before." She fell silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "I understand." She whistled, and after a brief moment, a white horse flew in from a distance, landing by her side. Artoria mounted her horse, her long and shapely legs gripping its sides. With a light tap, the horse named Dun Stallion let out a whinny and briskly moved its agile hooves, stepping on the fabric of the void and flying towards the distance. Gobta stood silently in place, watching her receding figure. Chapter 202. In the royal capital of East Anglia, within the council chamber of the royal palace, kings from allied nations were gathered, their faces filled with evident anxiety. "It's been so many days already, hasn't King Arthur dealt with Vortigern yet?" One king couldn't help but ask Bedivere. Bedivere shook his head. "According to the news from Her Highness, our king is still in pursuit of White Dragon Vortigern." The rest of the kings exchanged glances, collectively sighing. 3 days ago, Bedivere had told them about Vortigern's plan. At first, they found it hard to believe, thinking it was too unbelievable. So, Bedivere led them to the vicinity of Vortigern's domain, threw in a few Anglo-Saxon captives. And in front of everyone's eyes, these Anglo-Saxons first grimaced in pain, then their necks swelled unnaturally, their faces rapidly turned red, then purple, and in less than 3 minutes, they fell silent forever. After examination, it was determined that they all died of suffocation. Now, all the kings couldn't utter a word. They had thought Vortigern's goal was merely to unite Britain, something intolerable but manageable. Even if necessary, they could surrender to save their kingdoms. After all, in this era, it wasn't uncommon. But they never imagined his true aim was to obliterate almost all mortals in Britain. It was pure madness. The kings felt intense regret. If only they had known, they would have joined Uther in the north to overthrow Vortigern 20 years ago. Fortunately, now there was Arthur, mightier even than Uther. Surely, with his power, he could defeat Vortigern. The kings consoled themselves like that inwardly. Bang! The doors suddenly burst open and a soldier scrambled in with a horrified expression. It's bad. There's a white dragon, flying towards us." "White dragon?" The kings were shaken, their eyes reflecting intense horror, all turning to Bedivere. Could it be? Bedivere frowned slightly, rising and striding out. The kings hurriedly followed him. They climbed the royal palace's exterior, gazing into the distance. On the distant horizon, a white figure was flying towards them, a fierce dragon head, white scales, massive bone wings, unmistakably a white dragon. We're done. The kings looked ashen, despair evident in their eyes. In their minds, Arthur must have been defeated by Vortigern, who was now coming to settle the score with them. The thought of perishing under the dragon's breath overwhelmed many with sorrow. Sorrow for themselves, for the kingdom, for the people of this vast land. Even if it means death, this king will die standing. One of the kings gritted his teeth, turned around, and prepared to dispatch his soldiers. The other kings exchanged glances, nodding to each other. Despite knowing the unmatched power of White Dragon Vortigern, they had no choice but to fight for their survival. Because, in reality, they had no way out. Don't panic, everyone, Bedivere suddenly spoke up. Maybe things haven't reached the worst point yet. Every king's eye lit up, hope rekindling. Are you saying there's still a chance things might turn around? One of the kings asked eagerly. Bedivere remained silent. He remembered the message from Princess Morgan, stating that Vortigern's dragon body was over 1,000 meters long. Even bigger than Queen Nidhogg's true form. However, upon his current estimation, the white dragon flying towards them was no more than 50 meters long. This clearly had something to do with the king. But to be sure, Bedivere contacted Lancelot, Lamorak, and the others, instructing them to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the panicked Vortigern, fleeing in haste, suddenly sensed numerous human auras in the city ahead. He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to continue forward. But suddenly, he caught a familiar scent from behind. Wait a minute, only her. That man isn't here. A hint of hesitation flashed in Vortigern's eyes. If that man isn't around, maybe. No, after so many self-destructive attempts, I'm very weak now. My immortality is almost gone, and this might be that man's plot. As he thought like that, Vortigern hesitated no more. Just as he was about to change direction, a burst of crimson feathers appeared in his vision. Boom! The suppressed anger within him for the past 3 days suddenly erupted like a volcano, rushing to his mind. Vortigern's golden dragon eyes were instantly veiled with a layer of blood. Even without that man, I dare not hold back. What kind of god am I? She's just a mere mortal, what is there to fear? Let's start by taking his sister's life to compensate for the humiliation I've endured these days. Vortigern turned around, let out an angry roar towards Artoria, spread his wings, and dove forward. His icy claws aimed straight at her head. Humph! A cold snort came from under the silver lion helmet. Artoria swung Excalibur forward, promptly severing Vortigern's dragon claws, causing golden blood to splash into the air. Roar! The intense pain only fueled Vortigern's rage. He opened his huge mouth to bite down on Artoria, who instantly lifted her Rhongomyniad, shooting a burst of light beam that pierced through his dragon head. Vortigern's eyes gradually dimmed, and his massive dragon body crashed to the ground, creating a colossal crater with dust and debris filling the air. Soon, a white beam shot out from the depths of the smoke, soaring into the sky. However, Artoria seemed to have anticipated this, riding on Dun Stallion, she fearlessly dove down. Light, may you be released from the ends of the world. Split the heavens and tether the earth, anchor of the storm. Rhongomyniad. Rhongomyniad instantly erupted with endless brilliance. Storms and thunder transformed into torrents, effortlessly shattering the white beam and ruthlessly pinning it onto the recently resurrected Vortigern. Boom! Vortigern's gaze dimmed once again, followed by a surge of new vitality. The kings, leading their armies, watched as an unknown knight fiercely battled White Dragon Vortigern, their faces filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, not King Arthur. Who's that knight? Am I seeing right? That knight is beating the White Dragon. Every king's gazes all converged on Bedivere. Bedivere remained silent for a moment, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. That figure is someone who inherited the will of the chosen king, the King of Knights. The King of Knights. Everyone was shaken, looking at each other in disbelief. Tens of thousands of soldiers, witnessing the lone knight battling the White Dragon, felt intense awe and gradually developed a fervent admiration. Humans always have a yearning for strength, and soldiers have a crazy reverence for the powerful. Traveling thousands of miles in battle, a sword once led 1,000,000 soldiers. Though a simple dream, it was the most intense desire in every knight's heart. The knight clad in silver armor with a helmet that resembled a fierce lion was the living embodiment of their dream turned reality. The battle persisted from noon until dusk, until the 18th time Artoria thrust Rhongomyniad into Vortigern's head, finally silencing him completely. Standing on the white dragon's head, she turned to face the crowd. Her silver armor was stained with golden blood, the sunset casting a sacred hue on her body, desolate yet carrying an indescribable weight. Every king turned away, unable to meet her gaze. King of Knights! 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 The army of Camelot led the cheers, and as if infected, the rest soon joined in, tens of thousands of voices converging into a mighty roar, like a landslide. King of Knights! King of Knights! Chapter 203. Artoria stood on the body of White Dragon Vortigern, watching the crowd boil over in cheers. A slight ease reflected in her azure eyes, hidden beneath her silver lion helmet. As she was about to take a step forward, a sudden surge of intense danger struck her heart. Boom! A beautifully fair fist pierced through her chest from behind, and a terrifying force erupted, creating visible shockwaves of wind. The cheers of the crowd abruptly halted, replaced by evident astonishment in their eyes. HIATUS! As Kay saw his sister get ambushed, he roared like a wild beast while his eyes instantly turned fiery red. He unsheathed Claim's solace and rushed forward in madness. However, Lancelot yanked him back. Let go of me, damn it! Kay angrily turned around, almost completely engulfed by insanity, and swung his sword at Lancelot without hesitation. Clang! Lancelot, wielding a rondite, effortlessly blocked the attack. The force transmitted through the sword made Kay's arm tingle, almost causing him to lose his grip on his sword. Among the knights of the Round Table, besides Artoria, no one could match Lancelot in swordsmanship. Calm down first. Lancelot growled. Take a closer look, you moron. Kay hesitated for a moment, turned his head, and saw that although the unknown fist seemed to have pierced through Artoria's chest, there was no trace of blood. Hundreds of golden particles surrounded her, creating a distant and ethereal atmosphere as if she had detached from this world and entered another space. This thing again, Gaia really gives me a headache. A stranger's voice came from behind Artoria. Despite the unfamiliarity, she felt a sense of familiarity in the tone. Although puzzled, her movements were swift. Holding Excalibur, Artoria twisted her body, and the sharp sword drew a perfect arc in the void, slashing horizontally behind her. Swish! A pure white slender hand lightly reached out, the long and flawless index finger and thumb close together, effortlessly capturing the blade of Excalibur, with no hint of struggle. The azure eyes hidden under the silver lion helmet widened. How could anyone use sheer physical strength alone to intercept Excalibur? But soon, a lightning bolt suddenly flashed through Artoria's mind, making her body tremble uncontrollably. No, there was someone who could indeed do it. She turned her head to the owner of the hand and saw a young girl with black hair and crimson eyes standing in front of her. The black dress she wore extended to her knees, revealing fair and slender legs. Her delicate, flawless face and crimson eyes exuded a sense of superiority as if she were a goddess perched high in the sky, coldly overlooking the earth. Artoria's pupils suddenly contracted and her heart started pounding wildly. She had witnessed this scene before, 7 years ago in the War of the Great Plains against Gunna. In the final moments of the war, that being had descended onto the battlefield in the same manner, bringing immense pressure on them. If it weren't for her teacher forcing that being to retreat, they might have been completely defeated that time. She still remembered what her teacher had said back then. The vessel's name was Alt Rouge, a backup body that was prepared in case of unforeseen events. However, being a mix of dead apostle and true ancestor, it had some defects and was considered imperfect by that being Crimson Moon. But, didn't she kill Crimson Moon 3 days ago? Thoughts raced through Artoria's mind like lightning. You've transferred your consciousness into Ultrage's body already? Ultrage, or rather, Crimson Moon, showed a hint of surprise in her crimson eyes as she heard Artoria's exclamation. Being chosen as the successor by that man, you are indeed smarter than I imagined. Artoria narrowed her eyes slightly. With a thought, Rhongomyniad stuck in Vortigern's corpse nearby quivered, then shot towards Crimson Moon like an arrow. Crimson Moon sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the sudden assault of Rhongomyniad. Seizing the opportunity, Artoria's wrist shook, and her sword deflected Crimson Moon's fingers that seized her sword. Artoria took 2 steps back, holding Excalibur in her left hand and Rhongomyniad in her right while Avalon surrounded her. It's useless, Crimson Moon, even with your main and perfect vessel, I've already killed you, what can you do with this imperfect vessel? Artoria spoke with a stern tone. Crimson Moon flicked her fingers, looked at Artoria, and smiled with indifference. Have you forgotten what I told you? I've meticulously studied human wisdom. If I didn't have complete confidence, do you think I would foolishly jump out like this? As Artoria heard Crimson Moon's statement, a sinking feeling gripped her for some reason. Her gaze flickered slightly, and without hesitation, she raised Excalibur in her hand. Seal 13 Decision Start. This is a battle against the enemy stronger than oneself. This is a battle of one-on-one. This is a battle for survival. But after 2 or 3 minutes had passed, the holy sword showed no signs of change. Initially, Artoria thought it might be Gaia playing tricks again, but even after calling for a while, she received no response from Gaia. No use, the counter-force can't interfere here anymore. Crimson Moon said with a slight smile. She raised her delicate hand, and a golden cup emerged from Vortigern's corpse, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura that irresistibly compelled reverence. Like a thunderclap echoing in her mind, Artoria involuntarily took a step back, her eyes filled with intense shock. The Holy Grail. It was actually the Holy Grail. Why could Crimson Moon wield the Holy Grail? With a snap of Crimson Moon's fingers, an endless radiance emanated from the Holy Grail, spreading across the entire sky and earth in the blink of an eye. Everything enveloped by this divine light instantly froze, as if petrified in amber. Even Artoria, with the protection of Avalon, was immobilized by this brilliance. You must be wondering why I can use the Holy Grail, right? Crimson Moon chuckled with amusement. Actually, it's not that hard to understand. The reason I chose to cooperate with Vortigern in the first place was precisely for the Holy Grail. Chapter 204. Crimson Moon gazed at the lifeless white dragon Vortigern beneath her and began to explain with an indifferent tone. 22 years ago, Vortigern won against Uther in the Battle of Hadrian's Wall. Just as he was about to head south, he fortuitously obtained the Holy Grail. From that moment, a new idea took root in him. He knew deeply that humanity's ascent to the seat of primacy was an inevitable historical movement. Even if he were to halt it and return Britain to the Age of Gods, sooner or later, it would happen again. One day, the Age of Gods would perish. And Britain would become historical dust. To completely crush humanity, preventing any chance of development, he decided to use the power of the Holy Grail to bind himself with the concept of the Age of Gods. He aimed to become the final god. As long as he lived, the Age of Gods would never perish. But the Holy Grail rejected his call. Undeterred, he didn't give up easily. He gathered mages from the entire north and devised a massive and special magic circle, aimed to slowly leverage the power of the Holy Grail. Humph. Daring to tamper with God's creation, even I must admit, this man indeed had audacity. As Crimson Moon mentioned Vortigern's deeds, she sneered. Shortly after that, I approached him, revealed my identity, and proposed a cooperation. At that time, he asked why I wanted to cooperate with him. My response was simple: due to my uniqueness, Gaia and Aleia would inevitably eliminate me. However, if humanity were to perish, Aleia would cease to exist, reducing the threat I faced. Moreover, once he became the final god, Gaia would favor him, and I would be free of worries. In short, everything was for survival. But of course, that was just an excuse. From the beginning, I was after the Holy Grail. During those more than 10 years, though Vortigern was highly vigilant, I still found opportunities. Slowly, I infiltrated my existence into the magic circle used by Vortigern to manipulate the Holy Grail. Yet, I still couldn't use the Holy Grail, as its control always remained in his hands. Only by killing him could I truly harness the power of the Holy Grail. But what worried me was that if Vortigern, who controlled the Holy Grail, couldn't be defeated by anyone, especially after he stole several strands of immortality from ancient gods using the Holy Grail, my hopes seemed dim. Fortunately, Arthur appeared. When I saw how he reduced Vortigern to his last strand of immortality in the Norse realms, I finally believed that he was the one who could truly kill Vortigern. And so, I decided to give Arthur a chance. During the war in Kent, I intentionally didn't unleash all my power, including when Vortigern set a trap for Arthur. I took a risky move and absorbed a trace of the Holy Grail's power. Worried that Vortigern might catch wind of it, I stored it within my servant, Tgthegood. The plan was to retrieve it right after Arthur got banished, and then find an opportunity to set him free. But turns out, that man dragged Tgthegood into the mess as well. As Crimson Moon explained what happened to Tgthegood, her expression became cold. If that's the case, do I owe you a thank you? A calm voice suddenly echoed from afar as Gobta, clad in the usual silver armor, stepped into this sealed world. The golden chains encircling him emitted a faint glow, shielding him from the Holy Grail's influence. Artoria's eyes lit up with surprise. Crimson Moon turned around, her expression calm, seemingly unsurprised by the appearance of Gobta. Should I finish the rest of the explanation for you? Gobta asked with an amused tone as he looked at Crimson Moon with a smirk. After my banishment. You must have considered absorbing the Holy Grail's power again to rescue me. But then Camelot's army didn't retreat after my disappearance and instead kept attacking. You started to wonder, did they find a way to free him, or was he never banished? You didn't have the answers, but you had no choice. It was your only chance, so you had to take the risk and stick to your original plan. If I'm not mistaken, you've already implanted a part of your existence and power into Alt Rouge. When facing my student, you deliberately showed anger and unleashed your moonfall, fully aware that Gaia wouldn't just sit back. Excalibur would be unleashed, and you'd be destroyed, achieving your goal of escaping unharmed, fooling everyone. And as expected, I appeared, Vortigern fled, and my student eventually killed him. You smoothly obtained the Holy Grail, am I right? As Crimson Moon heard Gobta's explanation, she stared at him for a while, then sighed softly. I finally understand why Vortigern feared you so much. Vortigern fears me. Don't you fear me too? In this world, the only thing I fear is the sword forged by this planet, but now, with the Holy Grail in my hands, that weakness is gone. Moreover, your Reel of the World is almost complete, isn't it? Gobta interrupted her. As she heard his words, Crimson Moon's pupils contracted to pinprick size. You must be curious about how I know this, right? Gobta laughed. It's not that difficult to understand if you think about it. Crimson Moon's mouth twitched slightly. Vortigern's magic circle can only leverage a limited amount of the Holy Grail's power, even less for a hitchhiker like you. Such precious power should be used wisely, right? And for you, is there anything more important than creating the Reel of the World? And if I'm not mistaken, Vortigern's domain is the material you use to forge the Reel of the World, am I correct? Thud thud. Crimson Moon couldn't help but take 2 steps back, waves of emotions crashing within her, while a shocked expression surfaced on her face. What do you remember what I said when we first met, Crimson Moon? Gobta spoke mysteriously, pointing at his own eyes. I said, in front of these eyes, you can't hide anything. Quit playing tricks. Crimson Moon gritted her teeth and reached into the Holy Grail. Boom. In an instant, the wind roared, the sky changed colors, dark clouds gathered, and the vast land trembled. The white glow domain enveloping Northumbria and Mercia gradually dissipated. Chapter 205. Quit playing tricks. Crimson Moon gritted her teeth and reached into the Holy Grail. Boom. In an instant, the wind roared, the sky changed colors, dark clouds gathered, and the vast land trembled. The white glow domain enveloping Northumbria and Mercia gradually dissipated. At this moment, during the transition from spring to summer, the sky was unexpectedly showering countless snowflakes. Tree leaves withered and fell, only to be immediately replaced by new buds. Flowers that shouldn't have bloomed in this season burst forth in a riot of colors, while many thriving fruits and vegetables withered in the blink of an eye. The forces of nature were in complete chaos. The invisible hand that once dominated the development of all things on this planet was now suppressed by another power. Crimson Moon slowly withdrew her hand from the Holy Grail, revealing a crimson sword engraved with the bloody moon. A boundless and calamitous aura surged as a strange crimson moon hung high in the sky, completely covering the heavens and earth, creating a world unique to the King of the Moon. Just like Gaia's planetary defense mechanism Excalibur, this divine construct known as the Reel of the World was specially forged by Crimson Moon to resist the destruction of her moon by extraterrestrial invaders. Its power was no less than that of Excalibur in its fully liberated state. In the distant age of gods, Gaia spread their tentacles across the earth for the convenience of adjusting and shaping the planet. At that time, Gaia could freely squander their power, even the first-generation gods of creation could easily be suppressed by them. Crimson Moon took advantage of this, using the domain created by Vortigern as a foundation. With the power of the Holy Grail, she forged it into the Reel of the World, and sealed all of Gaia's tentacles within, usurping their authority. Because forging the Reel of the World depleted the power of the Holy Grail, the golden light emanated from it dissipated, and everyone immediately regained their freedom. However, they were soon suppressed again by another strong pressure coming from the Reel of the World. It was the pressure from the planet itself, a force beyond their capacity to withstand. Artoria gritted her teeth, trying to liberate Excalibur, but Gaia, suppressed by the Reel of the World, could not respond to her call. The only one standing unyielding was Gobta, protected by the power of the Oath of Judah. He stared calmly at Crimson Moon, who wielded a crimson sword, with his deep and pitch-black pupils. How about it, Arthur? If you swear loyalty to me now, perhaps I might consider giving you a chance to live. The moment the Reel of the World was forged, she had become invincible on this planet. Even if the ancient gods were resurrected, they would be no match for the might of her sword. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Gobta suddenly burst into laughter, as if mocking an ignorant mouse. Why are you laughing? Crimson Moon's expression darkened slightly. Crimson Moon, oh Crimson Moon, you keep spouting nonsense about mimicking human wisdom, but in my eyes, what you've learned doesn't even scratch the surface. Gobta spoke calmly as he gazed coldly at Crimson Moon. You recklessly expose your cards without understanding your enemy, and what's more ridiculous is, you actually thought you could defeat me. I don't know if I should call you naive or foolish. Crimson Moon, the truth is, I've long since seen through your bullshit. I've endured until now, waiting for you to lay all your cards on the table, and then wipe you out completely. Hearing his cold and confident words, Crimson Moon's breath hitched slightly. Stop pretending, Arthur, even if you know, so what? This sword has been successfully forged, you're no match for me. Gobta looked at her calmly without any ripple in his expression. Do you know how I escaped from that banished dimension? As she heard his question, Crimson Moon's pupils suddenly contracted. Hiss hiss. Endless flames suddenly emanated from Gobta, the intense heat from the flames even causing the void to distort violently, vaguely converging into the shape of a greatsword. The reel of the world on Crimson Moon's hand trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum, conveying a palpable sense of fear. You know, I wonder, can your moon compete with my sun? Gobta extended his palm, firmly gripping a sword hilt. In an instant, the flames rolled backward, engulfing heaven and earth. Awaken, Shamash. Whoosh. At the moment Gobta gripped the glistening golden hilt, molten-like intense flames soared into the sky, converging into a greatsword. The indescribable waves of scorching heat filled the surroundings, causing the void to distort rapidly, elevating the temperature of the entire planet. This was the divine key created from the core of the Hershers of Flame. The entity governing the power of flames and possessing unparalleled destructive force. It was the seventh divine key, recognized as the key of destruction in its complete form, cleaver of Shamash. Gobta held Shamash, flames rolling off the blade and entwining around his arm, emanating an unbearable searing heat. Among all the divine keys, Shamash rightfully claimed the title of the foremost in destruction. When fully unleashed, its power could rival the radiance of a burning star. However, due to its terrifying destructive capabilities, its core was split in two during the design phase and turned into the form of a twin pistol, known as Judgment of Shamash, limiting its power output. Despite a significant power reduction, this design ensured the user's safety. When these two cores reunited, Judgment of Shamash would reveal its true power in the form of a greatsword, known as Cleaver of Shamash. But if the user's body was not strong enough, they risked being consumed by this power, burned into nothingness by the intense flames. This was precisely why Shamash also bore the nickname Double-Edged Sword. It was a divine key that inflicted 1,000 wounds on enemies while self-inflicting 1,000, bringing equal destruction to all things. Even Gobta couldn't escape this reality. His silver armor made from the key of domination exhaled a chilling blue mist, aiding him in resisting the destruction from Shamash. The key of creation, Abyss Flower, that resided within him, also released its power, tirelessly repairing the wounds on his body caused by Shamash. The three divine keys achieved a delicate balance, allowing him to barely endure the backlash from Shamash. With a tight grip on the hilt, feeling the surging power akin to a sun, Gobta slowly exhaled a breath of scorching air. His black eyes took on a tinge of fiery red. Chapter 206. Lifting the great sword, Gobta casually swung it forward, a wave of blazing flames rushing out, directly suppressing the darkened world and dimming the crimson moon hanging in the sky. The thick dark clouds were instantly covered by a crimson hue like flames burning one after another. The distant sky split into two distinct halves, one pitch black and the other fiery crimson, a clear division as if the world had been split in two. Crimson Moon clenched her teeth, feeling a slight tremor in her palms, an undisguised panic in her eyes. The reel of the world was actually suppressed. This divine construct, forged by combining the powers of the moon and the earth to create a planet-destroying sword, was showing fear towards that burning greatsword. What in the world is that sword? If he has such a weapon, why didn't he bring it out earlier? Crimson Moon's eyes revealed a hint of madness. She refused to admit that in this world, there could be a weapon surpassing the reel of the world. If that were true, what meaning did her years of perseverance and effort hold? Unforgivable. No matter what, that great sword had to be destroyed. I will kill you. Crimson Moon pointed her finger and used her marble phantasm. Dozens of colossal dragons appeared out of thin air, wings spread wide, ferocious mouths roaring as they lunged toward Gobta. With a calm expression, Gobta raised Shamash and slashed forward. Roaring flames surged ahead, sweeping across the dragons, leaving nothing but emptiness. With just one swing, he wiped out countless dragons effortlessly. Oh my god, am I dreaming? So many dragons, just gone in an instant. T2 terrifying. What kind of sword is that? Due to the suppression of Shamash against the real of the world, the pressure on everyone suddenly eased. At least, they could now look up and watch the battle normally. When they saw King Arthur obliterate dozens of dragons with just one swing, a strong look of shock involuntarily appeared on everyone's faces. Looking at his majestic figure, their eyes were filled with profound awe. They had always known that the legendary chosen king was powerful, but they hadn't expected him to be this overwhelmingly powerful. If he had truly won this time, there would be no suspense left regarding the identity of the true king of all Britain. Crimson Moon's face darkened even more. Once again, she raised her finger, and a massive rock over 100 meters tall crashed down from the sky like a meteor, pressing Gobta within. However, the seamless boulder surface cracked open, and with bubbling magma, a red glow gushed out of the cracks. Boom! With a loud explosion, the intensely heated, all-red rock splattered everywhere, landing on the ground, shrouded in billowing white smoke. Unharmed, Gobta stared at Crimson Moon with a calm smile. What goes around comes around, now, it's my turn to attack. He stomped the ground, like a flame tearing through the void, appearing in front of Crimson Moon in the blink of an eye. Cleaver of Shamash, engulfed in raging flames, mercilessly swung forward. The terrifying heat coming towards her made Crimson Moon's skin slightly painful. She gritted her teeth and tilted her sword upward, colliding it with the burning greatsword. Boom! Whoosh! Not like the clash of ordinary blades, it was more like two massive nuclear bombs colliding. The visible shockwaves instantly spread out. The powerful impact sweeping away everything within a 100-meter radius, even lifting the ground 3 inches thick. Rumble. 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 Clang. Cling. Clang. Cling. The crimson sword against the burning red greatsword clashed without stopping. The shockwaves created hurricane-like winds, leaving massive cracks several meters deep in the earth. The weather changed, the earth shook, and the vast power surged ceaselessly, destroying everything within its range. This was a confrontation surpassing even the level of gods, a glory that even the ancient gods would find hard to replicate. Artoria, Bedivere, Lancelot, Kay, and others stood at the forefront of the army, wielding their swords to fend off the onslaught of the raging winds. Quick! Retreat! Don't just stand there like a log. If you don't want to die, get back to the city. Everyone hurriedly withdrew, making their way back to the royal capital of East Anglia. They stood on the city walls, continuing to watch the legendary battle unfold. Artoria and the others also retreated, having resisted for only a short while, but not without paying a significant price. Kay looked at the crack in the blade of Clayham's solace, his mouth twitching slightly. My sword. The majestic weapon of Nuada had only withstood a few waves before showing signs of damage. Artoria also gazed at Excalibur in her hand. She lightly bit her lip, a hint of reluctance appearing in her azure eyes. Wow, things are really heating up over here. The void twisted slightly, and the figures of Merlin, Morgan, Nidhogg, and Scathach successively appeared. Their gazes instinctively turned towards the distant battlefield. No wonder you're the chosen king. You can hold your own against the ultimate one of the moon with her planet destroyer divine construct. I'm curious. What else are you hiding? Merlin thought, amused while stroking his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. That sword, Nidhogg hesitated, watching Gobta swing the burning greatsword, reminiscent of the scene when the fire giant Surtur destroyed the Norse realms. Scathach's crimson eyes suddenly became as deep as black holes, then returned to normal after a moment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. With the wisdom of Dun Scath, she had unraveled the origins of Crimson Moon's sword, but regarding the greatsword in her son's hand, she saw nothing. However, to contend with such a divine construct, the great sword undoubtedly had an extraordinary origin. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the crimson sword clashed with the burning greatsword, creating a thunderous roar. The powerful recoil forced Crimson Moon and Gobta to stagger backward, creating a distance of several dozen meters. Crimson Moon's chest heaved slightly, her crimson eyes filled with powerful killing intent as she gazed toward Gobta, sharp as a blade. Chapter 207. Crimson Moon's chest heaved slightly, her crimson eyes filled with powerful killing intent as she gazed toward Gobta, sharp as a blade. She never expected that after planning and enduring for so long, finally achieving her goal, she would end up with such a result. A human, a humble human, a tiny human, had a weapon that was no less impressive than her ultimate divine construct, real of the world. It was absurd. Unacceptable. With the final victory within reach, she couldn't allow someone to interfere at this critical moment. Arthur, you are indeed a surprising human. I must admit, you are the most formidable opponent I have encountered since descending upon this planet. Crimson Moon's lips curled into a faint smirk. I don't know where that weapon came from, but there's one thing I must remind you of. Even if the quality of our weapons is comparable, there exists a fundamental difference between yours and mine. As her words fell, Crimson Moon's wrist turned, unabashedly thrusting the reel of the world towards her own chest. Gobta blinked in surprise. He didn't expect a being like Crimson Moon to commit suicide. No, something seems off. He furrowed his brows slightly, noticing that where the sword pierced, there was no wound or blood, but instead, spreading concentric circles of dark red ripples, like whirlpools, slowly swallowing the sword. After merging with the sword, Crimson Moon's aura surged at an astonishing pace, emanating a presence that surpassed all living beings. Reel of the world is the ultimate weapon forged from my will and the will of this planet. Besides my power, it also seals the authority of Gaia. When it merges with me, I naturally possess the same power as Gaia. In other words, I am now the ultimate one of the moon and the ultimate one of the earth. Crimson Moon sneered at Gobta. Now, let me show you the power that reigns supreme over all. She raised her hand, and suddenly, the earth quaked, winds howled, and an omnipresent repulsion swept from all directions, enveloping Gobta as if the entire world rejected and hated him. Boom! 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 3 consecutive beams of light suddenly came from the royal capital's walls of East Anglia. Gobta frowned slightly, turning around and sweeping his great sword, annihilating them all. Sir Lancelot, Sir Gawain, Sir Kay, what are you doing? Artoria shouted with anger. Everyone gawked incredulously at these 3. This has nothing to do with me. It's the sword, it just suddenly. Kay stuttered and sweating profusely. The other 2 also hastily explained that they were not responsible. Hum. Excalibur in Artoria's hand suddenly emitted a soft hum, then lifted itself, pointing towards Gobta. She reacted instantly, widening her eyes. Wait. Boom. A golden beam was instantly unleashed, but luckily, she reacted in time, redirecting the sword beam in another direction. What in the world is happening? The 4 who had just released sword beams wore a bewildered expression, not understanding why their weapons suddenly attacked their king. Crimson Moon has usurped the authority of this planet, deeming his majesty an enemy of the planet. That's why your swords show hostility towards him, Merlin explained. Upon hearing that, everyone quickly sheathed their weapons. Crimson Moon glanced in their direction, then withdrew her gaze, knowing those sword beams wouldn't pose any trouble to the man before her anyway. Due to the limited coverage of Vortigern's domain, the authority she held over Gaia was not perfect, with a restricted range. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to restrain him. Bow to the power of the moon. She pointed towards the sky, and the authority of the ultimate one of the moon unfurled limitlessly, manifesting a massive moon spanning the entire sky. That was the true moon, with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers and a weight equal to 1/80th of the Earth. God, what is that? My God! Everyone stared in shock at the massive moon, their eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. They couldn't fathom the consequences of such a colossal object plummeting from the sky. Let the old world turn to dust. Crimson Moon pointed downward, and the enormous moon descended like a shooting star. It was the true moon fall. Instead of panic or fear, Gobta watched the approaching moon with a calm smile. Crimson Moon, you said there's a gap in our existence, and I admit that, after all, you're the lofty ultimate one, and I'm just an ordinary mortal. But, do you know, the gap in our weapon is much greater than you can imagine? Gobta instantly fully unleashed his black dragon body, then raised the burning greatsword in his hand and proclaimed loudly. Judgment of Shamash, Zeroth power, Might of An-Utu. Pust. Boom. The burning greatsword's appearance instantly transformed, becoming more majestic yet terrifying. Raging flames surged from the weapon, reducing everything around to utter nothingness. The Earth's already intense heat intensified, and the entire sky was painted in fiery crimson, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Even with the fully unleashed black dragon body, Gobta still felt an unbearable pain as if he were at the center of a burning star, about to be destroyed. But this didn't make him timid or fearful. On the contrary, his black eyes were brighter than ever, with a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. Let's end this farce. Gobta spoke in a deep voice while raising Might of An-Utu above his head. Perish! He declared loudly and swung the great sword down fiercely. Whoosh! An endless sea of fire surged out, covering the entire sky akin to the incarnation of a god of destruction. It instantly split the massive moon in two effortlessly. No! 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 Seeing this unbelievable scene, Crimson Moon's eyes filled with a layer of fearful astonishment. She turned to escape, but the vast sea of fire had already caught up, completely engulfing her figure. The moon, now split in two, dissipated like foam as if it had never existed. Soon, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in Gobta's ears. Quest 7, defeat Vortigern within 7 years completed. Quest reward, first divine key, Void Archives. Quest 8, defeat Crimson Moon within 7 years completed. Quest reward, second divine key, Cosmic Juggernaut.